This is not a matter of choice, it's a question of easy points. High school student Lin Yan finds himself transported to a parallel world where the Pokemon aura has been revitalized. Faced with three outrageous options presented by the system, he contemplates. Option 1: create a grand contest for the 8 prestigious gyms. This is akin to recreating the Pokemon League. Option 2: teach Groudon to fly. Groudon, are you serious? Option 3: spend 30 years single in exchange for the path to ultimate strength. Is the system serious? Of course I choose. Wait, is there even a need to think about this? Witness Lin Yan's journey as he embarks from scratch, leveraging his knowledge to dominate this otherworldly realm. He aims to correct the misconceptions surrounding exotic beasts, educate others on type advantages, and even teach legendary Pokemon skills that defy the laws of physics. Groudon, a hilariously explosive start, leads to thrilling growth. This is the genuine Pokemon Master cultivation plan. With a rigorously constructed worldview, comedic narrative, and intense battles, are you prepared to witness the birth of the Pokemon Renaissance? A gentle reminder, Groudon still cannot fly, but the host is on the verge of being hunted down by it. Click to view. When the real world encounters Pokemon, how will the bond between humans and Pokemon rewrite history? Chapter 1. Teaching Go to Fly. In Long Country, Qinghe City, at Blue Court High School, senior class 1 of Beast Trainers. It is now September, the season for new beginnings. A youthful, strikingly beautiful homeroom teacher stands at the podium, addressing her students. I have good news. Due to a new policy in Long Country, starting tomorrow, Saturday, students in senior class 1 of Beast Trainers can use their student IDs to visit the exotic beast home and receive a free opportunity to capture an exotic beast. This early opportunity to capture an exotic beast is rare. However, I must remind everyone, fishing may impoverish you for 3 years, while keeping birds can ruin your entire life. For those who do not hail from affluent families, please consider the ongoing expenses involved in capturing an exotic beast. Last year, someone captured a blue cat beast, which required at least 400 kilograms of food daily. Within half a year, their family plummeted from a moderately well-off household to one of extreme poverty, still owing a substantial amount in exotic beast loans. For those who are not particularly well-off, I suggest capturing a grass-type exotic beast, as they require minimal sustenance. Sunlight and water suffice to sustain their life signs. When capturing your first exotic beast, I recommend choosing one with a gentle temperament, as this will enhance your success rate. Sitting in the back row, Lin Yan smiled subtly upon learning of the chance to capture an exotic beast ahead of schedule. However, rather than referring to them as exotic beasts, Lin Yan preferred to call them Pokemon. As the class teacher Gao Wanting had mentioned, the blue cat beast is, in fact, the adult form of Snorlax. Unfortunately, the humans in this world remain oblivious to the existence of Pokemon. For instance, the Beedrill referred to as the Twin Needle Ghost, the Pidgey known as the Giant Winged Sparrow, the Rattata dubbed the Rodent Rat. Lin Yan is among the many who have traversed to this world, having been an ardent Pokemon enthusiast in his previous life. He adores this world, as it allows him to realize his childhood dreams. In this parallel universe where Pokemon have awakened, they are referred to as exotic beasts, and trainers have been rebranded as Beastmasters. This history traces back 5 years. Since the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star in 2017, the world has undergone significant changes. Spatial rifts have appeared in the skies of cities, and exotic beasts with extraordinary powers have begun to descend upon this realm. They possess the ability to summon storms, reshape mountains, and even alter natural environments, leading humanity into a state of panic. Conflict between the two races loomed ever closer. After 3 years of war, humanity recognized that the arrival of exotic beasts was an irreversible tide. With the merging of 2 timelines, mysterious ruins and perilous realms emerged worldwide. It was then that humanity realized that remaining stagnant would only lead to mutual extinction. Gradually, humans began to embrace exotic beasts, which became a new species on Blue Star. In the following 2 years, through interaction, many humans formed profound friendships with exotic beasts, some becoming friends, family, or even life and death companions. This led to the emergence of new professions. The widely known beast masters, spiritual investigators exploring secret realms, and caretakers deeply studying the habits of exotic beasts, all of which symbolize the deepening bonds between humans and exotic beasts. Just 2 days prior, Lin Yan fortuitously arrived in this world, becoming part of the 3rd batch of trainee Beastmasters. Fortunately, His family background is relatively stable, sufficient to cover the initial expenses of nurturing an exotic beast. Both parents hold respectable jobs. His father is a renowned investigator known for solving numerous major cases, while his mother serves as the chief nurse at the city hospital. This middle-class status allows Lin Yan to attend the Beastmaster Academy, as ordinary families cannot afford such an education. However, post-capture, the costs of sustenance are merely the tip of the iceberg. To stand out among Beastmasters, expenses for spirit stones, supplements, and new nurturing manuals accumulate to staggering sums. Furthermore, a Beastmaster is unlikely to stop at capturing just one exotic beast, indicating astronomical future costs. Hence, the homeroom teacher's warnings carry weight. Originally, students were to capture exotic beasts only upon graduation, yet no one anticipated this sudden opportunity. The classmates murmured in quiet excitement, while Lin Yan remained composed. At that moment, a blue light curtain appeared in his mind, accompanied by the voice of an artificial intelligence. Ding! The system has been activated ahead of time due to the host's impending capture of Pokemon Ding. The God-level trainer system is now lived-ing. To obtain the God-level trainer system, the host must select one of three options to bind. Will you choose? It seems not only has the opportunity to capture Pokemon arrived early, but the system, originally set to activate in over 300 days, has also been expedited. Lin Yan smiled knowingly. After all, this was his ultimate trump card. With the system and his prior memories, what was there to fear in ascending to the pinnacle of the world? However, what are these choices? Could he not simply benefit from the system? Lin Yan clicked to see the three options available. Choice 1: strive to become the strongest trainer of this century, creating a harmonious Pokemon renaissance, guiding humanity to correctly recognize each Pokemon, establishing grand contests, forming the 8 prestigious gyms, and hosting the Pokemon World Championship. Wait a moment. This is overly complicated. If I can leverage my past knowledge to rise as the strongest trainer and marry a wealthy beauty, wouldn't that be delightful? Creating a Pokemon renaissance? With 905 Pokemon to familiarize myself with, how long would that take? It seems you are intent on preventing me from enjoying this world. Even a production team's donkey would have a more comfortable experience. Next. Choice 2: teach Groudon to fly. Teach Groudon to fly. In just 6 short words, Lin Yan's expression turned awkward. Can a human even utter such a phrase? If Groudon could truly learn to fly, Arceus would have to step aside. Next. Choice 3: exchange 30 years of singlehood for the path to becoming the strongest trainer. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily, his pupils dilating in disbelief. What a clever twist. This question is more of a single-choice dilemma. Clearly, there's no intention to provide a free ride. Faced with these 3 options, Lin Yan nearly felt the urge to become self-sufficient. Yet he recognized that without the system, the subsequent expenses compounded with the current underdeveloped nurturing mechanisms would make his quest to become a top trainer fraught with challenges. Especially considering he didn't even possess a Pokeball. Capturing would rely solely on communication, which posed significant difficulties. Sigh. He lamented, life's challenges weighing heavily on him. Ultimately, under the system's persuasion, Lin Yan reluctantly chose option 1, begrudgingly accepting the monumental task of popularizing Pokemon. Fine, as long as it aids me in becoming a trainer, I shall contribute to this world. After drifting aimlessly on Earth, it is time for me, Lin Yan, to leave my mark in history. Let me first see what this system is truly capable of. With that thought, Lin Yan accessed the system's beginner's gift pack. Chapter 2. Professor Oak. With a gentle chime, the novice gift pack had been distributed. The luck value was activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the insightful heart. Current luck value: 5. This can be increased by popularizing Pokemon or participating in battles. The higher the luck value, the greater the chance of encountering rare Pokemon in the wild. Is it too much to hope for a legendary beast while shopping? It seems that popularization has become enticing. The insightful heart allows one to perceive the intricate details of every Pokemon. Ultimate bug. Lin Yan's heart surged with excitement. He understood deeply that possessing the insightful heart signified the ability to swiftly outpace his peers. After all, the potential of a Pokemon could determine a trainer's limits. Pokemon of the same species, when endowed with superior qualities, could dominate their level and even challenge higher tiers with ease. This would inevitably trigger a series of butterfly effects, leading to starkly differing resources and status for trainers, thereby widening the gap between them. Thus, having the insightful heart also meant possessing a ticket to ascend to a higher echelon. Ding dong. Amidst his joy, the school bell rang. The homeroom teacher, Gao Wanting, imparted her final words. I eagerly await the extraordinary beasts you all will capture next week. Please remember my earlier advice and choose wisely. Class dismissed. Upon hearing this, the spirited youth in the classroom departed, animatedly discussing which extraordinary beast to capture over the weekend. Lin Yan rose leisurely, and at that moment, a tall girl with short, stylish hair and a complexion like porcelain approached him. I didn't expect us to be in the same class again. Lin Yan, which extraordinary beast are you planning to capture tomorrow? Let's see what tomorrow brings first. All right, let's go. After her words, Lin Yan nodded and left the classroom alongside by Nanshi, the school beauty of Lanting High, attracting envious glances along their path. Who is that guy? Just as the school year begins, he's already flirting with my goddess. I think he's from class 1. Wait, what do you mean my goddess? She's my wife. Puffed. Shameless. The two conversed little during their walk. Seemingly out of sync with the atmosphere around them, the girl appeared somewhat shy, while the boy seemed preoccupied with his thoughts. Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi lived in the same neighborhood, with their fathers both working in the criminal justice division of Qinghe City. They had known each other since childhood, growing up as childhood sweethearts and often attending school together. However, in recent days, Bai Nanshi felt that Lin Yan was acting strangely, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was amiss. As they neared their parting point, they agreed to meet the next morning to visit the extraordinary beast's home before heading their separate ways. Upon returning home, everything was as usual. His father was busy with cases, while his mother was often working double shifts. This was partly due to the emergence of Pokemon in recent years, which had triggered several cases related to their influence, complicating investigations. For instance, electric-type Pokemon could cause power outages in certain areas, while psychic types might disrupt national signals. His mother also needed to care for injured Pokemon or aid wild ones in distress. Both parents were perpetually occupied. As a result, the house was empty, save for a table of pre-prepared meals, which still felt warm to the touch. After a simple meal, Lin Yan retreated to his room, contemplating which Pokemon to capture the next day and how to effectively promote them. As he perused information about various Pokemon online, his interest only grew, and he pondered the concept of popularization for quite some time. In modern times, there are two primary methods to achieve effective popularization swiftly. First, live streaming. Second, posting online. After much consideration, Lin Yan concluded that live streaming would not be feasible. Exposing himself in such a manner would consume an inordinate amount of time. It would be far easier to post anonymously online. With this decision made, he began to formulate his approach to popularization. He entered a forum and created an anonymous account. However, as someone poised to lead the charge in promoting Pokemon, he pondered a fitting name. Pokemon Founder? Seems a bit kitsch. Pokemon Expert? Too lowbrow. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Lin. His fingers danced over the keyboard, and in the next instant, Professor Oak appeared prominently on the screen. Pressing the confirmation key symbolized the official launch of Professor Oak on a journey destined for greatness. With a clear mindset, Lin Yan began drafting his first post. Original post, Giant Winged Sparrow, a normal-type spirit beast, with claws strong enough to shatter stone. Supplement. In fact, it resembles a bird more than a giant winged sparrow, often emitting a BB sound, making the name BB Bird more fitting. Aside from its claws as an offensive weapon, its body and wings are its true assets. The BB Bird, with its sturdy feathers, can inflict significant physical damage through collisions, and its wings, spanning over 2 meters, can generate winds comparable to a typhoon. As soon as the post was submitted, Lin Yan felt a flutter of apprehension, uncertain whether this constituted genuine popularization. However, it wasn't long before the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully popularizing the BB Bird. Reward, 2 luck points, with an additional 5 points for a first-time popularization. Current luck value, 12. Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. The sense of accomplishment and the thrill of gaining luck points felt quite rewarding. Late into the night, after a productive session, Lin Yan lay contentedly in bed. In just one night, he had accurately popularized 8 Pokemon on the forum, bringing his luck value to 26 points. He wondered what rare Pokemon he might encounter at the extraordinary beast's home the following day. Filled with anticipation, this boy from another world drifted into slumber. As the sun rose, accompanied by the sound of an alarm, Lin Yan quickly tidied himself and made his way to the community entrance. At the entrance of Longhu Community, a black and white vehicle from the Criminal Justice Division was parked. Sitting in the back seat, Bai Nanshi spotted him and called out as she rolled down the window. Lin Yan, over here. My dad said he's heading to the extraordinary beast home today and can take us both along. Hurry, or all the handsome beasts will be snatched up by others. Do we really consider appearance when choosing a Pokemon? Lin Yan mused inwardly. Yet he was more curious about why Uncle Bai, who usually dealt with criminal cases, was heading to the extraordinary beast home today. Was there a troublesome case unfolding there? With no time for further contemplation, Lin Yan jogged to the car at Bai Nanshi's urging, politely greeting, "Good morning, Uncle Bai Nanshi." "Morning," the man in the driver's seat replied, and they set off down the road. Due to Uncle Bai's commanding presence as a veteran detective, the trio remained largely silent during the drive, exchanging only a few words of encouragement. It wasn't until a phone call broke the tranquility within the car that the atmosphere shifted. While he couldn't hear the conversation on the other end, Lin Yan gathered from Uncle Bai that something inexplicable had occurred at the extraordinary beast's home earlier that morning. "Yes, we're on our way, should arrive in about 10 minutes. Two young people aged overnight and looking like centenarians. Are you certain? All right. The paranormal team is on their way too, right? We'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi could distinctly feel the acceleration of the vehicle, indicating that Uncle Bai had urgent matters to attend to. Chapter 3. High School Detective Lin Yan. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, inexplicable events beyond the realm of scientific understanding have become increasingly frequent. Typically, such occurrences arise when humans first encounter a particular Pokemon, leading to misconceptions of them as anti-scientific phenomena. Cases of this nature are invariably the most perplexing. Born into a family of seasoned detectives, Lin Yan has harbored an immense fascination for these enigmas since childhood. After listening to the details of the latest incident, he found himself pondering deeply, though regrettably, the scant information available offered little more than the peculiar transformation of two young individuals into elderly figures overnight. Task alert. Side quest initiated. Type. Level. Investigate the paranormal incident at the Beast Haven. Reward. 50 fortune points. The sudden emergence of this system task piqued Lin Yan's interest, especially given his intent to partake in it. Furthermore, the prospect of earning 50 fortune points was far more expedient than posting online. Thus, the high school detective Lin Yan officially embarked on his mission. "Lin Yan, what are you smiling about?" inquired Bai Nanshi, perplexed. "Nothing. I was just contemplating what kind of extraordinary creature we might encounter today." Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at the parking lot of the Beast Haven. "Xiao Yan, you two go ahead and capture some extraordinary beasts. I have some matters to attend to. Let's have lunch together later. Remember to stay safe while capturing," Bai Shu instructed. "All right, Uncle Bai," they replied. "Yes, Dad, take care," Lin Yan said as he and Bai Nanshi proceeded toward the registration area of the Beast Haven. This year, due to an early surge in capturing extraordinary beasts, the Beast Haven was teeming with visitors. Despite being situated in a relatively remote suburban area of Qinghe City, it was astonishing to witness such a crowd. The line stretched all the way to the roadside. After an hour's wait, Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi finally received their entry passes upon presenting their student IDs. During the queue, Lin Yan attempted to glean any useful information regarding the incident, but was met with silence. However, combining the scant details he had with his knowledge of Pokemon, he surmised that the cause of the paranormal activity was likely a ghost-type Pokemon. In the Blue Star realm, ghost-type Pokemon remain an enigma, shrouded in mystery and power. Even researchers on the front lines have only encountered them in the so-called secret realms, with no recorded sightings in urban settings. Consequently, the Dragon Kingdom has temporarily restricted access to detailed information about ghost-type Pokemon to prevent public panic, a matter Lin Yan had previously heard his father mention. Lost in thought, the two successfully entered the Beast Haven, which could more accurately be described as a pure ecological park. Upon entry, the sound of flowing water greeted them. The pristine lake before them was home to a variety of water-type Pokemon. "Wow, Lin Yan, look! Isn't that a crownfish and a duckweed monster? Oh, and there's a water ghost spider and a round tadpole." Bai Nanshi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she pointed at the Pokemon in the ecological lake. Having only seen them in class or on television, she was thrilled to witness them firsthand. Since the world has yet to reach a point where Pokemon roam freely in the streets, it was no wonder she was so exhilarated. Lin Yan surveyed the scene and recognized the common Pokemon: Magikarp, Lotad, Swablu, and Poliwag. They were all too commonplace in the wild. He had little desire to scrutinize them further, knowing they were not the extraordinary creatures he sought to capture. "Nanshi, have you forgotten what the teacher said? We must choose our extraordinary beasts with care. I sense that the creatures here are not particularly remarkable." Let us explore the forest ahead, he suggested. Her realization dawned upon Bai Nanxi, who had initially considered capturing a Magikarp. Years from now, she would undoubtedly be grateful for Lin Yan's counsel today. Crossing the arch bridge over the ecological lake, the two began their trek toward the forest. Overhead flocks of Pidgey and Spearow soared gracefully. By Nanxi seemed eager to admire every Pokémon she encountered, akin to an innocent girl discovering the world for the first time. It was only when Lin Yan urged her to quicken her pace that she complied. Hurry up, Nanxi. There are quite a few people here. Don't get lost. Okay, she replied. Seeing her apparent naivety, Lin Yan felt a twinge of exasperation. It appeared that in addition to selecting a suitable Pokémon for himself, he would also need to find one for her. With this thought in mind, 3 figures flashed through his mind: a garlic toad, a fire lizard, and a water turtle. Surely, they could not be found here. As he gazed toward the forest, Lin Yan muttered to himself. Suddenly, Bai Nanxi exclaimed behind him, Turtle? What turtle? Are you going to capture a turtle? Forget it. I shouldn't waste energy explaining things to you, Lin Yan retorted, swiftly changing the topic. I certainly don't want to capture a turtle. I wouldn't accept one even if it were given to me. Let's move on. There must be more extraordinary creatures within the forest. With a sense of anticipation for the forest ahead, the two strode forward. Indeed, the forest offered a more diverse array of Pokémon. However, the most frequently encountered were Caterpie, Rattata, Beedrill, and Oddish, far too common. Even Bai Nanxi lacked the desire to capture them, while Lin Yan's expression darkened. Am I really expected to start by capturing a Caterpie to train a Rayquaza? No. No, absolutely not. His vehement denial urged him to quicken his pace, with Bai Nanxi trailing closely behind. The two wandered for an indeterminate time until a peculiar sound caught Lin Yan's attention. He rapidly began to recall the sound in his mind. When it echoed again, a spark of recognition ignited within him. Grasping Bai Nanxi's hand, he dashed toward the source of the sound, being pulled along by Lin Yan. The innocent Bai Nanxi felt her mind go blank, her cheeks flushed. As they drew closer to the sound, Lin Yan was increasingly convinced that this was indeed the Pokémon from his memories. Woof woof. Approximately 5 meters ahead, the Pokémon that had been calling out finally revealed itself. It was none other than a Houndour, an exclusive Pokémon of Zhongzhou Sha, known for its remarkable abilities. Houndour's powerful flames often instill fear in wrongdoers. Moreover, its evolved form, Houndoom, boasts an impressive base stat total of 555, even surpassing many of the initial starters. It was undoubtedly a rare and formidable Pokémon. One could say without exaggeration that within this beast haven, the potential of this Houndour would certainly rank among the top 5. Wow, what an adorable dog. How come I've never seen one like this before? Lin Yan, do you know its name? Bai Nanxi marveled. It's called Houndour, a Pokémon known for its loyalty and strength. Lin Yan explained as Bai Nanxi approached the Houndour. Typically, Houndour tends to bond closely with individuals embodying a strong sense of justice. Growing up in a family of detectives, Bai Nanxi naturally radiated positive energy, a trait inherited from her uncle Bai. Rather than shying away from the approaching stranger, the seemingly rebellious Houndour moved closer to her. Chapter 4. The Sherlock Holmes of the Pokémon World. Little doggy, so your name is Houndour. You look so cute. And your fur feels soft, radiating a warmth akin to fire, Bai Nanxi said, crouching to pet the tuft of fur atop Houndour's head, her eyes sparkling with delight. The Katy dog barked once, seemingly understanding her praise, panting and blinking its large eyes. In the heart of the forest, the affectionate interaction between the human and the Pokémon appeared entirely harmonious, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lin Yan stepped forward, somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that this Katy dog, encountering Bai Nanxi for the first time, would be so fond of her. Typically, the likelihood of a novice trainer successfully capturing a Pokémon on their first encounter is low, especially with unfamiliar species. An improper approach could even lead to danger. After all, this is the real world where a spark or a poison sting could spell trouble. Yet today, fortune seemed to smile upon him. Could this be the advantage of heightened luck? Lin Yan harbored no doubts about the concept of luck. He was well aware of his own misfortune. And to stumble upon a Katy dog today was nothing short of extraordinary. Pokémon, Katy dog, fire. Personality, brave, increases attack. Decreases speed. Level, 22. Potential, advanced. Ability, blaze, absorbs fire-type attacks to enhance its own fire-type moves. Hidden ability, justified, increases attack when hit by dark-type moves. Moves, ember, bite. Quick attack, howl. Indeed, the Katy dog surpassed all the Pokémon he had previously encountered. Lin Yan mused inwardly. With the insight provided by his keen perception, he reviewed all the information about the Katy dog. It was undeniably a rare and formidable Pokémon. Judging by the closeness of Bainanqi's initial encounter with the Katy dog, it was evident that capturing it next would be entirely reasonable. Observing Bainanqi, who was now affectionately petting the Katy dog, Lin Yan remarked, "Nanshi, it seems this Katy dog has taken quite a liking to you. Why not choose it as your partner? It's a rare gem in the Pokémon world. A detective, you say? Are you implying this dog can solve mysteries?" Bainanqi inquired curiously, as the Katy dog listened intently by her side. "Absolutely. The Katy dog possesses keen senses and remarkable abilities, making it worthy of the title of a detective or a crime fighter in the Pokémon realm." As Lin Yan elaborated, he began narrating a thrilling tale of how Katy dog and its trainer once apprehended a notorious thief, captivating both Bainanqi and the Katy dog, who seemed to be immersed in the story. Meanwhile, within the seemingly bustling Beast House, in a restricted area, numerous judges from Qinghe City were conducting an investigation. Leading the group was Bainanqi's father, Bai Qingfeng, accompanied by the esteemed judge hero of Qinghe City, Lin Qi. These veteran detectives had been partners for so long that they had become pillars of the judicial bureau, yet the gravity of this case had even them furrowing their brows. Lin Qi stubbed out his cigarette and asked, "Old Bai, what did the witness statement reveal? We're beginning to piece things together. It seems to relate to an experiment conducted by the Qinghe City government. I reviewed last night's surveillance footage and observed that the strange creature emitted a white light before going berserk, attacking two on-duty personnel and fleeing the monitored area. Its whereabouts unknown. The incident occurred less than 10 hours ago, so it likely hasn't escaped the Beast House yet. Should we seal off the area? No. Sealing off the place could incite panic. We cannot disclose anything until we confirm the threat level. But Nanshi and Xiaoyan are here. I'm quite worried about them." Bai Qingfeng expressed with concern. The two children were undoubtedly his Achilles heel. Lin Qi contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Old Bai, you should call Nanshi and instruct them to leave the Beast House immediately." Without hesitation, Bai Qingfeng dialed his daughter's number, but the line was met with silence. Lin Qi noticed the unease in Bai Qingfeng's expression and quickly asked, "What's wrong? It seems there's no signal on their end." No signal. At that moment, the young boy, in collaboration with Caliant and Katy dog, successfully apprehended the Pokémon thief. As the story drew to a close, both Bainanqi and Katy dog appeared eager for more, clearly unsatisfied with the abrupt ending. The tale had imparted a unique experience to both the human and the Pokémon. Bainanqi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, yet they were also filled with affection for the young boy before her. Katy dog, too, seemed to absorb something from the story, feeling a burgeoning sense of purpose within. Woof! The Katy dog's bark interrupted Bainanqi's silent exchange with Lin Yan. Turning back to the Katy dog, she noticed its eyes had taken on a resolute gleam, as if it had made a significant decision. Sensing Katy dog's determination, Bainanqi instinctively understood. She extended her right hand, asking, "Katy dog, would you like to join me in becoming a presence like Caliant?" In the next moment, the astute Katy dog nodded and placed its paw gently on Bainanqi's hand. Woof! This handshake seemed to symbolize the beginning of their shared journey. As a witness to their budding bond, Lin Yan felt a wave of joy wash over him. Truly, the Katy dog was intelligent and discerning. He was genuinely pleased for them both. Just as Lin Yan was about to share some insights about Katy dog's characteristics, its expression suddenly shifted. It dashed ahead, barking fiercely at a large tree. Woof! 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 In human understanding, dogs are known to be instinctively perceptive. They do not bark without reason, especially not Katy dog, whose frantic barking surely had a purpose. Having grown up in a family of detectives, Lin Yan and Bainanqi possessed an innate vigilance. They exchanged a serious glance, their expressions turning grave. Surveying their surroundings, Bainanqi said, "Lin Yan, have you noticed? The environment seems to have changed since we arrived." Once she mentioned it, Lin Yan too felt a sense of unease. The flora around them appeared slightly off, yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was amiss. "Nanshi, we should leave here quickly. Katy dog wouldn't bark without cause. Please call it back and let us go." "Okay." Without Bainanqi's command, Katy dog remained steadfast, barking incessantly at the tree ahead, sending chills down their spines. Bainanqi hesitated not a moment longer and opened her mouth to summon Katy dog. However, as she called out its name, a shadow emerged from behind the tree, launching 3 peculiar beams of light toward both her and Lin Yan. Before Lin Yan could discern what the shadow was, the beams were already upon them. Without a second thought, Lin Yan, trained from a young age, dodged to the side, and Katy dog, utilizing its impressive speed, evaded as well. But Bainanqi was struck by one of the peculiar beams. "Nanshi!" Lin Yan shouted. Bainanqi, hit by the strange light, collapsed to the ground, seemingly unconscious. In an instant, Katy dog and the shadow engaged in battle. Lin Yan, remaining calm, first checked on Bainanqi. placing 2 fingers on her nose. He recalled the basics his father had taught him. It was clear she had merely fainted and was in no immediate danger. Relieved that she was safe, Lin Yan's expression darkened, as the audacity to harm by Nanshi had ignited a fire within him. With a heavy countenance, he raised his gaze, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Yet when he finally beheld the shadow battling Katie Dog, his heart sank. Jingars? Lin Yan, with wide-open eyes, found it hard to believe that the purple Pokemon floating before him, with a face reminiscent of a little devil and 2 claws suspended in the air, was none other than Gastly. The sudden appearance of Gastly left Lin Yan momentarily stunned. After a brief moment of confusion, he observed that the battle between his Corgi Pokemon and Gastly was evenly matched. It was unclear why Gastly would attack a human, but it certainly boded ill. At that moment, Lin Yan's mind raced. Given the current situation, he had only one option: to command Corgi Pokemon to fight based on his understanding. Otherwise, once Corgi Pokemon fell, Lin Yan, in his human form, would stand no chance against Gastly. Steadying himself, Lin Yan first employed his insight ability to gather data on Gastly, so he could formulate an appropriate response. Pokemon: Gastly, Ghost, Poison. Nature: Timid, increases speed. Decreases special attack. Level: 25. Potential: Legendary. Ability: Levitate, floats in the air, immune to ground-type moves. Hidden ability: None moves. Shadow Punch. Hypnosis, Illusion. After reviewing Gastly's data, Lin Yan gained a preliminary understanding of this Pokemon. Although Gastly had a level advantage over Corgi Pokemon, it did not guarantee victory. Notably, Gastly's only offensive move was Shadow Punch, and given Corgi Pokemon's agility on the ground, the accuracy of Shadow Punch would likely be low. Thus, avoiding its control moves would be the key. With this analysis in mind, Lin Yan decisively commanded Corgi Pokemon use Quick Attack to dash back and forth, evading Gastly's hypnosis. Upon receiving Lin Yan's command, Corgi Pokemon seemed to be accompanied by a gust of wind, noticeably increasing its speed. Next, Corgi Pokemon executed a serpentine maneuver commonly seen in battles. With the added speed from Quick Attack, Gastly, frustrated by its failed hypnosis attempts, prepared to unleash a close-range move. Just as anticipated, this was the moment we had been waiting for. In an instant, Gastly clenched its claws into a fist, enveloping them in ghostly energy, and charged directly at Corgi Pokemon. Observing this, Lin Yan remained unfazed. In Pokemon battles, the presence of a trainer makes all the difference. Corgi Pokemon, keep using Quick Attack to run, then follow up with Howl. As soon as Lin Yan finished speaking, Corgi Pokemon's howl echoed through the forest. The sudden sound startled Gastly, a move that typically amplifies Corgi Pokemon's attack power, but in Lin Yan's hands, it served as a show of force akin to a sumo wrestler's clap. While Gastly was momentarily affected by the howl, Lin Yan shouted, "Corgi Pokemon, now is your chance, rush in and bite." The outcome of the battle had become evident under Lin Yan's flexible command. Corgi Pokemon successfully bit down on the startled Gastly, delivering a devastating blow with its fangs imbued with dark energy. With a painful cry, Gastly's eyes began to close, gradually losing the will to fight. As Gastly fell from the air, Corgi Pokemon released its grip. Victory! The exhilaration of winning surged through Lin Yan's entire being. This was his first experience commanding a Pokemon in battle, and the thrill of triumph filled every cell in his body. However, Corgi Pokemon did not linger. It quickly dashed to the side of the unconscious by Nanshi, expressing concern for its trainer's injuries. This was the innate nature of Corgi Pokemon. Once it recognized someone, it would remain loyal for life. Corgi Pokemon began to attempt to awaken its trainer by licking by Nanshi's face with its warm, moist tongue. Gradually, by Nanshi stirred from her slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Yan reflected on the events that had transpired. In his assessment, this Gastly was likely the culprit behind the supernatural incident at the Beast House earlier that morning. Approaching the unconscious Gastly, Lin Yan scrutinized it closely. It seemed to be a freshly evolved Pokemon, as Ghost-type Pokemon typically require substantial life energy after evolving. The 2 young individuals who had aged overnight were undoubtedly victims of having their life force drained by this newly evolved Gastly. Lin Yan concluded internally that, while the implications of the situation were deeply unsettling, the allure of capturing such a powerful Pokemon was hard to resist. As he contemplated the case, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest. Completion rating. Level. As the host not only solved the case, but also captured the main culprit, the task was exceeded, and rewards are doubled. Ding! 50 luck points have been distributed. Current luck points, 76. Additional critical reward, 1 basic Pokeball, and 3 green life energy cubes. Exceeding the task and receiving doubled rewards? Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. In the next moment, two items indeed appeared before him, a Pokeball and a wooden box, presumably containing the energy cubes. Without hesitation, Lin Yan swiftly picked up the additional rewards. At that moment, familiar voices of the forest rangers and two others echoed nearby. Xiaoyan, Xiaonan, are you all right? Are you here? Children, stay safe. Don't move. We're coming to find you. From the calls, Lin Yan recognized his father's and Uncle Bai's voices, likely drawn by the howl of Corgi Pokemon during the battle. Glancing at the unconscious Gastly and then at the still-dazed Bainanshi, Lin Yan had a sudden idea and quietly pressed the button in the center of the Pokeball. If not now, then when? This opportunity to capture must not be squandered. A flash of red light enveloped the unconscious Gastly as it was drawn into the Pokeball. Beep, beep, success. My first Pokemon is actually Gastly. Lin Yan trembled with excitement while holding the Pokeball. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Lin Yan gradually regained his composure and attempted to mask his emotions with a facade of nonchalance. He understood that capturing this Pokemon, which had committed a grave offense, was a mistake, yet the temptation of such a formidable Pokemon made all reservations vanish. However, given the current circumstances, the most pressing concern was to navigate the scrutiny of his father and Uncle Bai, the seasoned detectives. He hoped that he wouldn't slip up, otherwise, this Pokemon would likely be sent to the Beast Containment Center, and he would have to find a way to cover his tracks. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yan discreetly tucked the Pokeball containing Gastly into his pocket and began to concoct a plausible narrative in his mind for when the time came. Chapter 6. The Stubborn Resident of the Beast House Dad. Uncle Bai, we're over here. Lin Yan shouted towards the source of the voices. At the same time, Bainanshi, who had just awakened from her slumber, was still fixated on the memory of Corgi Pokemon barking at the tree, unaware of Gastly's presence. Soon, amidst Lin Yan's calls, the forest rangers and the two fathers successfully located them. As Lin Yan observed his father, who was preoccupied with the case, yet rushed to find him, a sense of guilt welled up within him for having recklessly subdued Ghost Stone. However, the situation was beyond remedy. He had no path of retreat, even if it meant risking charges of concealment. He had to keep the matter of Ghost Stone's capture under wraps. The hurriedly arrived forest ranger, along with Lin Qi and Bai Chengfeng, felt a weight lift from their hearts upon confirming that the children were unharmed. Compared to the evident anxiety of the ranger and Bai Chengfeng, Lin Qi maintained his signature cold and serious demeanor, a facade that could not disguise his underlying concern for his son. Soon, Bai Chengfeng began to inquire about his daughter's inability to reach her phone, while Lin Qi's observant gaze scrutinized the surroundings, as if the remnants of the recent battle could not escape the eyes of this seasoned detective. After a minute, Lin Qi finally turned his attention to Lin Yan. Their eyes met, and Lin Yan found himself at a loss for words under his father's penetrating gaze, which seemed to see through everything. Lin Qi approached his son and, after a brief pause, said, "All right, I know you have something to say. We can discuss it at home tonight." Hearing his father's tone, Lin Yan silently nodded. It appeared that throughout his life, he could never hide anything from this strict father. Yet, since his father chose not to expose him on the spot, Lin Yan had already resolved to make a certain decision. Meanwhile, the forest ranger, satisfied that the children were safe, shifted his attention to the unusually affectionate Katy dog with Bainanshi. "Isn't this our stubborn resident from the exotic beast house?" he remarked. The term stubborn resident instantly diverted the group's conversation. Bainanshi, stroking Katy dog's head, looked at the ranger with curiosity. "Uncle, what do you mean by stubborn resident? Are you referring to Katy dog?" "Not at all," the ranger replied. "This child was introduced from the capital a year ago, and since then, not a single new beast tamer has gained its approval. Even those who have subdued an exotic beast before find it disinterested. However, judging by its closeness to you, it seems you must have won its favor." The ranger's enthusiasm grew as he continued. "This child is quite remarkable in our exotic beast house. Its strength ranks at least 5th among the beasts we've housed, and it possesses an extraordinary intelligence. It often assists us in managing the other beasts, greatly facilitating our work." 5 minutes later, the loquacious ranger, akin to a chatterbox, could hardly be stopped, regaling tales of Katy dog's exploits within the exotic beast house. The others listened patiently, though Lin Yan felt a twinge of impatience and considered interrupting, fearing it might be rude. Finally, Lin Qi interjected, "All right, Xiaoli, that's enough for now. If there's nothing else, we should take the children home." Perhaps it was a case of father and son sharing the same temperament. Lin Yan was not alone in his impatience. Lin Qi had been weary of the conversation long before. Nevertheless, the ranger's stories about Katy dog's illustrious feats, coupled with Bainanshi's recent success in subduing it, warranted some attention, which is why Lin Chi had tolerated the ranger's chatter for so long. With Lin Chi's interruption, the loquacious ranger finally ceased his tales. Oh, all right, Team Lin. You have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. With that, the ranger departed. Yet, the ranger's incessant chatter had effectively shifted the topic, preventing Lin Chi and Bai Chengfeng from dwelling too much on what had transpired earlier. The two fathers did not press for more details, and Bai Nanqi and Lin Yan shared a tacit understanding. She wished to spare her father any worry and deflected the conversation with a few casual remarks. Additionally, with Bai Nanqi successfully having subdued a well-regarded exotic beast, the group was enveloped in a celebratory atmosphere as they left. On their way out, the closeness between Katie Dog and Bai Nanqi reminded Lin Yan of Ghost Stone, which lay in the Pokeball. He wondered if it had awakened yet. Even if it had, given the severe injuries inflicted by Katie Dog, its condition could not be favorable. Lin Yan felt a pang of worry. Typically, if a Pokemon was not treated promptly after an injury, it could lead to complications, affecting both future training and enhancements. It seemed he needed to find a pretext to leave. He could not delay Ghost Stone's treatment any longer. As he reached the entrance of the exotic beast house, Lin Yan resolved to concoct an excuse to slip away. Just then, Lin Chi spoke up. Old Bai, after giving it some thought, I believe we should head home today. It's a rare weekend, and we should spend more time with the children. How long has it been since you've been with Xiaonan? Let's set aside the case for now. I suspect it has already fled. Let us not waste our energy here. Before Bai Chengfeng could respond, Lin Chi continued. All right, it's decided. Your daughter has just subdued an exotic beast. As a parent, you should support her. We'll leave the case to the supernatural team. With that, Lin Chi turned and led Lin Yan away, his decisive words preventing Bai Chengfeng from probing further. Soon, the Lin father and son boarded the car homeward, yet the atmosphere felt oddly strained, as neither spoke a word during the ride. It wasn't until they arrived at their apartment that Lin Chi finally broke the silence. Your mother is home today. Lin Yan was taken aback and instinctively nodded, realizing the implication of his father's return. As the doorbell rang, his mother, busy in the kitchen, poked her head out. Upon seeing both father and son return simultaneously, a smile spread across her face. Oh, you two are back. You didn't even give me a heads up. You should rest a bit. I'll whip up a couple more dishes. Lin Chi acknowledged her with a grunt and headed towards the living room. Noticing her husband's serious demeanor, Lin Ma looked at Lin Yan curiously. Xiao Yan, have you gotten into trouble with your father again? I can tell just by looking at him that he is going to lecture you. Don't worry, I'm here for you. It's nothing, Mom. Dad was working on a case at the exotic beast house, and I happened to be there. He is probably just asking if I noticed anything, Lin Yan explained. All right, you go on then. I'll make lunch for you both. With that, Lin Ma returned to the kitchen. Lin Yan gazed towards the corridor leading to the living room. Feeling a surge of pressure, he knew his father was the final hurdle in the matter of subduing Ghost Stone, a confrontation he would eventually have to face. As he looked down the seemingly short corridor, Lin Yan steeled himself, approaching it with the mindset of entering an interrogation room. Chapter 7. Support from Dad. Upon entering the living room, he found his father seated on the sofa, wearing an expression of stern seriousness. Xiao Yan, come sit. Lin Yan mechanically took a seat at his father's casual invitation, too apprehensive to move freely. It was only natural for a son to fear his father, especially when that father was a seasoned detective. The atmosphere could be aptly described as akin to an interrogation room. This reminded Lin Yan of a saying, confess for leniency, resist for severity. Under his father's imposing presence, Lin Yan quietly lowered his head. Dad, you've probably guessed it by now. Before you arrived, I encountered the exotic beast you mentioned last night. Lin Chi's expression remained unchanged as he replied flatly, go on. At that moment, his father's words seemed to possess a magical quality, prompting Lin Yan to recount the entire incident in detail. Upon entering the house of exotic beasts, followed by Nanqi's successful bonding with the Katie dog, and subsequently encountering an unexpected assault from the Ghost Stone, the entire sequence of events was recounted. Throughout this narrative, Lin Dad maintained a stoic demeanor, only revealing a flicker of emotion in his eyes when his son described how he commanded the Katie dog to triumph over the Ghost Stone. In this era of spiritual resurgence, for an ordinary individual to rise above the masses, the sole path lies in becoming a beast master. Otherwise, Lin Dad would not have expended considerable resources to enroll his son in the Beastmaster Academy. Although Lin Dad was not a Beastmaster himself, he possessed a fair understanding of the field. The fact that Lin Yan achieved victory in his inaugural command of an exotic beast, especially against one with unknown powers, could indeed be characterized as a display of remarkable talent. Perhaps his son was inherently destined to become a Beastmaster. Contemplating this, Lin Dad cast a deep glance at his son, yet his expression remained grave. Xiaoyan, what transpired in the end? According to your account, you concluded the battle just as we arrived, correct? But in such a brief time frame, where did the ghost stone you mentioned vanish to? Lin Dad's incisive questioning struck at the crux of the matter. Lin Yan quietly retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket, an object entirely unfamiliar in their world. As Lin Dad observed with intrigue, he pressed the central button of the Pokeball. In the next moment, a flash of red light revealed the unconscious ghost stone before them. The sudden appearance of the ghost stone startled Lin Dad, who, despite having witnessed many spectacles, was encountering such a peculiar creature for the first time. Fortunately, his extensive experiences spared him from embarrassment in front of his son. Dad, this is the exotic beast. When I rode with Uncle by this morning, I overheard the reason you all went to the house of exotic beasts today must be because of it, right? I had an inkling, but I never anticipated you would bring it back. I thought it had ultimately escaped. However, from what I understand, this exotic beast is extremely dangerous. Are you certain you are unharmed? Lin Dad's tone was grave. Lin Yan nodded, taking his time to respond, eager to hear the full details of the incident to see if they aligned with his previous speculations. Subsequently, through Lin Yan's gentle probing, Lin Dad recounted all the details of the case he had learned that day. Perhaps it was due to his son's actions that had filled him with pride, prompting him to disclose everything without reservation. After hearing the complete details, Lin Yan realized it was indeed as he had surmised. No wonder the system had declared his task complete. Given this, in order to fully possess the ghost stone, Lin Yan resolved to take action. Dad, this exotic beast is not dangerous at all. Do you recall the peculiar exotic beasts you mentioned from the secret realm? They belong to the ghost type category. In essence, all exotic beasts are inherently good-natured, including ghost types. It's merely that our understanding of them is limited. If we truly come to know them, we would see they are no different from other exotic beasts. After hearing this, Lin Dad fell silent, fully aware of his son's intentions. His son wished to tame this ghost-type beast, yet his dual identity as a father and a police officer placed him in a precarious position. Even if this case had yet to be reported, the families of the two young men who had aged overnight would undoubtedly oppose it. Observing his father's expression, Lin Yan grasped his concerns. Before Lin Dad could voice his thoughts, Lin Yan looked into his eyes earnestly and said, Dad, trust me. Everything I speak is based on my acquired knowledge. You know your son is not reckless. I have contemplated everything, and now I only seek your support. This statement piqued Lin Dad's curiosity. If the ghost stone had not harmed anyone, he would wholeheartedly agree. Lin Dad instinctively asked, How do you need me to support you? I require some time to nurture the ghost stone, to demonstrate to you and others that it is not a perilous creature. It can integrate into our lives and the world of beast masters. Perhaps you may doubt my words now, but I will prove my assertions through facts. Words alone are insufficient. How will you provide proof? Lin Dad's tone shifted back to a stern demeanor, reverting to that of a seasoned police officer, yet internally, he began to anticipate the evidence his son had mentioned. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more, aligning perfectly with his thoughts. Ding. Main quest activated. Type. Level quest. Promote understanding of ghost-type Pokémon. Guide humanity in recognizing them correctly. Reward. 80 luck points. A random elemental stone. 3 Pokeballs. A blue energy cube. Current completion. 1. Level completion 60 or above qualifies for all rewards. Level completion 80 grants additional rewards. Level completion 100 yields a super mysterious grand prize. With the acceptance of this quest, Lin Yan felt an immediate surge of motivation. Dad, I assure you, if you grant me some time, I can restore those two young men to their original states. Once they revert to their former selves, I can legitimately possess the ghost stone, correct? Upon hearing this, Lin Dad seemed to realize that his son had matured, contemplating how to effectively accomplish a task. A glimmer of hope sparked in his father's eyes as he recognized his son's determination and talent on the path to becoming a beast master. What reason did he have not to assist him? Really? Absolutely. All right, I will give you a maximum of 1 month. As long as you can restore those two young victims to their former selves, I will find a way to suppress this matter, and you can rightfully bond with it. 1 month. In truth, a month can feel neither long nor short. However, for Lin Yan, it was more than sufficient. He was confident he could cultivate the ghost stone within this time frame, teaching it to control life energy and to return the absorbed life energy. Perfect. 1 month it is. Lin Yan resolutely gazed at his father, swiftly agreeing, for in his eyes, this was not a daunting task. This would also serve as the inaugural step in his quest to popularize Pokémon, ensuring that the ghost-type Pokémon hidden within secret realms could once again bask in the light of day. With his father's approval secured, he momentarily forgot about the most pressing matter. Chapter 8. How could you end up like this? With his father's support, Lin Yan felt a sense of assurance. After exchanging a few light-hearted words with his father, he transformed his expression into a beaming smile and dashed into the kitchen. Observing her son's exuberance, Lin Mom inquired, "Xiao Yan, what is the occasion? Why are you so joyful?" "Mom, your son has tamed an exotic beast. He is destined to become a beast master. In every era, there exist professions revered and aspired to by ordinary people, be it pilots in the 1960s, scientists in the 1970s, or artists in the 1980s. This era, however, belongs to Pokemon. To become a beast master not only signifies boundless prospects, but also brings honor to the entire family." Lin Mom, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a surge of emotion, exclaiming, "Really?" Indeed. After receiving her son's affirmative response, Lin Mom's aspirations for her son matched Lin Dad's. Setting aside her cooking spatula, she could not resist enveloping her son in a warm embrace. In that moment, Lin Yan profoundly felt the unwavering support and care of his parents, solidifying his resolve to become the person they envisioned. Yet, amidst the warmth of his mother's embrace, Lin Yan nearly forgot the most crucial matter at hand. "Mother," Lin Yan began, "there is something I wish to ask for your assistance with." Lin Ma, releasing her embrace, inquired, "What is it?" "Speak freely, my dear. I shall certainly help you." He proceeded to recount the incident of Gaston's injury. Upon learning that her son's extraordinary creature was hurt, Lin Ma dashed into the living room without a moment's hesitation, scarcely glancing at Lin Yan. This sensation was oddly reminiscent of how Gaston seemed to be her own flesh and blood. However, there was no time for such musings, and Lin Yan followed closely behind. Yet, when he reached the living room, he recalled an important detail. His mother, in her urgency with the medical kit, was unable to touch Gaston. It dawned on him that Gaston existed in a gaseous form, entirely intangible to ordinary beings. The revelation startled both his parents. Particularly when Lin Ma's hands passed through Gaston's form, Lin Yan knew he would never forget the expressions on their faces that day. Fortunately, Lin Yan arrived in time to enlighten his parents about Gaston's peculiar traits, which alleviated their growing concerns. After hearing her son's explanation, Lin Ma remained focused on Gaston, expressing her worry. "So, dear, how can we assist in its healing? Prolonging this may worsen Gaston's condition." Lin Yan had already contemplated the solution while explaining Gaston's characteristics. It appeared that healing Gaston would require the powers of a Chansey or Blissey. In this world, they were referred to as Pikachu, previously regarded as utterly useless Pokemon. Their true capabilities never discovered by humans, often relegated to the role of caretakers in households. Remembering Chansey, Lin Yan recalled that his mother's old friend had one. If he could enlist its help, healing Gaston would undoubtedly be achievable. "Mother, I have a plan. Since Gaston's body is gaseous, it cannot undergo physical treatment. It must be healed through magical means. I recall Aunt Chen has a Pikachu at her home. I learned at school that Pikachu can cure other extraordinary creatures." Although Lin Yan fabricated this information, his earnest demeanor left no room for doubt in his parents' minds. Lin Ma promptly called her friend Aunt Chen, while Lin Ba changed his shoes at the entrance. Observing his parents' frantic efforts for Gaston, Lin Yan envisioned his future role within the family. Half an hour later, at Aunt Chen's residence in the nearby community. After concluding the call with Aunt Chen, Lin Ma confirmed that she and Pikachu were home, and the three of them hurried over. During the call, Lin Ma had already expressed her intent to borrow Aunt Chen's Pikachu. Upon entering, their attention immediately fell upon Chansey, who was mopping the floor. Lin Yan was utterly speechless to see the creature, meant to be an angel of healing at the Pokemon Center, now serving as a housekeeper in this world. "How could you end up like this?" Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Lin Yan politely asked, "Aunt Chen, may I borrow a spare room? I need to spend some time alone with Pikachu." The kindly Aunt Chen swiftly arranged for him and Chansey to use an empty room. While Lin Ba and Lin Ma engaged in conversation with Aunt Chen in the living room, Lin Yan led Chansey to a vacant room, leaving only the two of them inside. Chansey looked at Lin Yan with curiosity, perhaps unaware that without this man's intervention, the Chansey family might never see the light of day in this world. "Chansey," Lin Yan called tentatively. The name seemed to resonate with Chansey, making it more approachable than Pikachu. Upon hearing Lin Yan's call, Chansey responded with a soft sound. Without hesitation, Lin Yan released the injured Gaston from its Pokeball. Compassion appeared to be Chansey's inherent nature. Wherever it was, witnessing an injured Pokemon stirred feelings of empathy within it. Encountering the wounded Gaston sparked a desire to help. Yet having been a caretaker for so long, it felt at a loss for how to proceed. Lin Yan remained patient, recognizing that he needed to guide Chansey. To better understand this Chansey, he activated his inside eye. Pokemon, Chansey, normal. Personality, pragmatic. Attributes remain unchanged. Level, 18. Potential, Ordinary. Ability. Natural recovery. Can heal abnormal statuses when returning to the party. Hidden ability. None. Skills. Pound. Growl. Heal Pulse. Upon discovering Chansey's abilities, Lin Yan immediately focused on the Heal Pulse skill. He believed that if Chansey could successfully utilize Heal Pulse, healing Guestone would be well within reach. Chansey, use Heal Pulse, he commanded. However, rather than executing the move, Chansey stared blankly at itself, not making any motion to use Heal Pulse. Lin Yan felt a twinge of awkwardness as they exchanged blank stares. It seemed that despite possessing hidden skills, Chansey had never used them before. Lin Yan surmised this scenario might occur. Thus, he resolved to adopt a different approach. Instead of urging Chansey to perform the skill again, he transformed into a strict mentor, imparting life philosophies. Yes, life philosophies. Chansey, this is our first meeting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Yan, and it is a pleasure to meet you. I understand your background. You have been serving as a caretaker, tirelessly cleaning and being treated like a mere servant. Don't you wish for change? Living like this must be exhausting. I know your potential far exceeds this. You are not the worthless Pikachu everyone claims you are. You are Chansey, the beloved angel of healing. The power you harbor is immensely significant, essential to all Pokémon. Do you understand? You are not an ordinary Pokémon. You are a vital contributor to society and to all Pokémon. Chansey was taken aback. I am that remarkable? As Lin Yan spoke, Chansey's eyes grew brighter. Once, it too had been a proud Pokémon, but its lack of combat prowess and the perception of being useless led it to a life of servitude. Life's harsh realities had ensnared even Chansey. Now, faced with someone who understood it, Chansey recalled its dreams. Chansey, trust that you can comprehend what I am saying. I can see in your eyes that you truly wish to help the injured Pokémon before you. So, do not hesitate. Follow your heart and do what you desire. If you wish to save it, give it your all. These final words captivated Chansey completely. It began to ponder what it truly wished to do, moving in accordance with its own desires. An inexplicable sense of mission stirred within its veins. Under Lin Yan's influence, Chansey's expression transformed from one of emptiness to determination as it gazed earnestly at the injured Guestone. Beep. Are you ready, Chansey? Utilize the life droplet. In the next instant, a soft pink glow radiated from Chansey, igniting a sense of purpose and duty within it. Under this gentle luminescence, Chansey was no longer the utterly useless ball it once seemed. Indeed, whether human or Pokémon, one must have dreams to unleash the latent power within. And Chansey was no exception. With its tiny hands flailing, droplets the size of raindrops began to cascade upon Misdreavus. This life droplet not only had the power to heal Misdreavus, but also to alter Chansey's destiny. Witnessing Misdreavus's wounds gradually mend, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy within. Gradually, under the influence of the life droplet, Misdreavus's bite wounds were completely healed. Unable to contain his excitement, Lin Yan exclaimed, "Wonderful, Chansey! You did it! You saved it! You are the angel of healing in the Pokémon realm." Beep. Chansey placed its hands on its hips, a proud expression gracing its face. Shortly after, the healed Misdreavus awoke, its large eyes fixed intently upon Lin Yan. Suddenly, Lin Yan sensed something was amiss in Misdreavus's gaze. How to describe it? Previously, it had exuded a fierce and combative demeanor, yet now, its eyes shimmered with confusion and helplessness. Misdreavus? Are you all right? Beep. With two friendly inquiries. Misdreavus scrutinized the human and Chansey before it, displaying a wary demeanor. This only deepened Lin Yan's puzzlement. Could it be a residual effect from the previous battle where he had commanded Herdier and lost? Yet that didn't seem plausible, after all. Residual effects shouldn't manifest like this, right? Before he could ponder further, a subtle gurgling broke the silence in the room. Oh dear, are you hungry? Here. I have some delicious food. Would you like to try it? As he spoke, he retrieved the green life energy cube rewarded by the system. A delicacy no ghost-type Pokémon could resist. Upon opening the container, a faint aroma began to waft throughout the room. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing scent, Misdreavus's stomach gurgled louder, its gaze fixed longingly on the food in Lin Yan's hands. However, it remained motionless, even under the temptation of such delectable morsels. It steadfastly refrained from advancing. Is its wariness truly that profound? Reluctantly, Lin Yan took a step closer, while Misdreavus began to retreat. You advance, I withdraw. You advance. I retreat again. You advance, and I still withdraw. Noticing its peculiar behavior, Lin Yan placed the energy cube on the rustic wooden table and stepped back to his original position. Go ahead, eat. We mean you no harm. You needn't worry. Beep. With their assurances, the small gray creature cautiously floated toward the green life energy cube on the table. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over its wariness of the unfamiliar surroundings. and Misdreavus picked up the energy cube and began to savor it, occasionally glancing at Lin Yan and Chansey. Witnessing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. What had this child endured? Why was it so fearful of humans? Moments later, the energy cube was devoured in its entirety, leaving Misdreavus with a look of complete satisfaction, seemingly delighted by the meal. As the saying goes, one who receives a favor must express gratitude. Misdreavus's gaze toward Lin Yan grew noticeably friendlier, and he felt a deep resonance with this change. But what to do next? Should he simply recall it into the Pokeball? That seemed unwise, given its temperament. Thrusting it into another environment would surely inflict emotional trauma, a choice fraught with peril. After pondering for a while, Lin Yan resolved upon a course of action and swiftly took Chansey by the hand, making his way to the restroom. Misdreavus watched their retreating figures, confused and bewildered. In the restroom, Lin Yan turned to Chansey with a smile. You see, didn't I help restore your confidence just now? Now, could you assist me with a small favor? Chansey seemed to have no reason to refuse and nodded. Great. Since you've agreed, please talk to Misdreavus for me. Inform it that I am its trainer and that it should follow me diligently. I promise to treat it well. Also, share with it the wonders of this beautiful world. Will you? Under Lin Yan's eager gaze, Chansey displayed an expression of partial understanding. All right, but you must perform well. Beep. Seeing its affirmative response, Lin Yan felt a wave of relief. Soon, the duo returned to the previous room, where Chansey began to engage in a conversation with Misdreavus as Lin Yan had instructed. Although he couldn't comprehend their exchange, it seemed that Chansey was holding its own, and Misdreavus's wary expression softened slightly, hinting at anticipation. Just as they conversed, a voice echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Ding. Side quest activated. Type. Level quest. Assist Chansey's family in returning to the Pokemon Center. Reward. 60 luck points. 1 Candlewood Berry. This quest was somewhat expected. Even without it, he intended to improve the plight of Chansey's family in this world. Otherwise, in the future, if his Pokemon were injured, he wouldn't know where to seek treatment. Several minutes passed. During this time, Chansey tirelessly imparted its thoughts to Misdreavus. Initially, everything seemed well. Misdreavus's small eyes frequently revealed curiosity toward Lin Yan. However, as time progressed, something in Chansey's discourse shifted, and Misdreavus's gaze began to radiate a disdain akin to that of a worker facing a capitalist. Lin Yan was taken aback, suddenly recalling something. Surely, Chansey had been a caretaker for too long. It must have mentioned how humans make Pokemon work. Oh, you clever Chansey. No wonder you struggled earlier. Indeed, a pitiful being often harbors despicable traits. It nearly ruined everything. Given this, I must resort to drastic measures. To prevent Chansey from further instilling a worldview of being exploited in Misdreavus, Lin Yan produced another box of green life energy cubes. As the familiar aroma permeated the air once more, Misdreavus was instantly captivated. Misdreavus, good child, do not heed Chansey's words. If you follow me, I can provide an endless supply of energy cubes like this. How does that sound? In that moment, the Pokemon that had nearly fallen prey to Chansey's influence experienced an epiphany. Daika, Misdreavus shall never be a slave, unless all needs are provided for. Chapter 10. The Captive Misdreavus. Thank you, Wheezy. We shall take our leave now. It's a pity that Xiao Hui is not home. Otherwise, the two children could have exchanged ideas. Not to worry, there will be other opportunities. Xiao Hui will soon transfer to Lanting High School, and Lin Yan will need to take good care of him. Absolutely, let us head back now. Be cautious on your way home. Goodbye, Aunt Wheezy. Goodbye, Chansey. With that, the Lin family departed from Aunt Chen's home. All the while, Lin Yan found himself unable to shake off the image of Chansey's expression as Aunt Chen closed the door, the look of longing for liberation from its torment. You nearly thwarted my plans today. Scram. Although Lin Yan harbored such thoughts, he could not abandon the family of Chansey in his quest to thoroughly educate humanity about Pokemon. It can only be said that there was a hint of personal grievance. On the way home, Lin's father and mother were overjoyed to learn that Chansey had healed Jengar's injuries. As they chatted, they returned to their neighborhood, and upon exiting the car, Lin's father paused for a moment and said, Honey, Xiaoyan, you two head back first. I have some matters to attend to at the bureau and will return later. You need not wait for me tonight. Lin's mother, accustomed to his busy schedule, replied, All right, I understand. You're always so busy. I'll go buy groceries now, Xiaoyan. You head back first. Sure. After Lin's mother left, Lin's father added a final remark before heading to the Judgment Bureau. Xiaoyan, remember your promise. I'm off now. The evening glow appeared particularly vibrant. Watching the tail lights of the departing car, Lin Yan felt a warm surge of affection from his parents, which prompted him to quicken his pace. Upon returning home, he immediately plunged into his room. A flash of red light signaled the release of Jengar. Jengar, this will be your home from now on. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name is Lin Yan, and I aspire to become the strongest trainer of this century. I hope for your guidance in the future. In the confines of his room, the youthful enthusiasm in Lin Yan's words radiated a hopeful vision for the future. Sensing the fervent resolve within this human, Jengar found itself unwittingly influenced by it. Are you hungry again? Here, have some energy cubes. Eat up. Once Jengar finished the second box of energy cubes, likely due to the exhaustion from today's battle and its recent evolution, it collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Seeing the child sleep after eating, Lin Yan could only shake his head in resignation. He wondered what the child had been through, noting that Jengar seemed somewhat different from their first encounter. Just as he was reminiscing about the impression Jengar had left on him, his phone in his pocket buzzed twice. Opening it, two messages popped up simultaneously, one from his father and one from Binanchi. Without hesitation, Lin Yan first opened his father's message. Xiaoyan, this is last night's surveillance footage, which includes a video of Jengar. I've sent it to you. Examine it carefully to see if it's helpful. Remember, do not share it with others. September 2nd, 12:32 a.m., surveillance of the Beast House. Upon reading these messages, Lin Yan's expression shifted slightly. He was surprised by his father's attentiveness, realizing that this must be classified information from the Judgment Bureau. He promptly clicked on the video below. The entirety of the footage spanned approximately 12 minutes, and Lin Yan remained transfixed on his phone. The video displayed a brightly lit makeshift laboratory filled with various unidentified instruments. At the center stood a cylindrical glass container housing a round, black Pokémon surrounded by purple flames. It was evident that this was the unevolved form of Jengar. Crouched in the corner of the container, Jengar exhibited a look of terror, reminiscent of the frightened expression it wore after regaining consciousness following treatment earlier that afternoon. Witnessing this, Lin Yan furrowed his brow, involuntarily clenching his fist as a surge of indignation began to brew within him. This must be the reason for Jengar's heightened vigilance upon encountering humans. After all, being confined in such a manner would undoubtedly leave an indelible psychological scar on any Pokémon. I detest this. Is it not akin to the feudal customs where humans fail to understand certain creatures scientifically, perpetuating abhorrent practices? It is not a monster. Why should it be imprisoned like this? Regrettably, no one could hear Lin Yan's inner turmoil, yet how helpless Jengar must have felt at that moment. While he understood the principle that ignorance is no excuse, he pondered how many more Pokémon would suffer abuse if everyone relied on their ignorance to harm them. Lin Yan dared not contemplate the implications, feeling an aversion to continue watching. Humanity had committed such errors countless times throughout history, always finding excuses to absolve themselves. Could there truly be no semblance of harmony? As a traveler equipped with a system and memories of Pokémon from a previous life, a monumental thought emerged in Lin Yan's mind. The task of popularization that the system had previously assigned him had seemed cumbersome. However, upon understanding the plight of certain Pokémon, he resolved to prevent them from being exploited as experimental subjects by ignorant humans. His gaze filled with determination. If that is the case, let me forge an era of harmony where humans and Pokémon can coexist peacefully. With a heavy heart, he continued to watch the video. Suddenly, at the 8-minute mark, two young individuals entered the surveillance area. They were engaged in casual conversation, expressing their dissatisfaction with the night shift while mocking the dark creature. This scene left Lin Yan unsettled, as he cast a lingering glance at the contented Jengar sleeping on the bed. He reflected on how fulfilling a good meal and a restful sleep must have been a grand aspiration for it in the past. Those who do not erupt in silence will ultimately perish in silence. Another minute passed, and abruptly, Jengar's face contorted in pain as it began to violently batter against the container imprisoning it. The commotion caught the attention of the two young guards. From their perspective, watching over such a peculiar creature in the dead of night, coupled with its agitation, left them flustered. Rom, what should we do? I'm a bit scared. What is it doing? Is it going to break out? Don't panic. I'll activate the electric net. With that in place, it can't possibly escape. As Ram's voice faded, he pulled the switch on the wall. Instantly, electric sparks erupted around the glass container, effectively restraining Jengar. It seemed that in the uncontrollable self-awareness of humanity, they would always resort to brute force for suppression. Lin Yan's expression darkened momentarily. This is bad. Increase the voltage. It's still banging against the container. In a panic, the young man who had just activated the power switch pressed several buttons in quick succession. The electric currents surged within the glass container, filling the laboratory with blinding sparks as Jengar was mercilessly tormented. Gradually, Jengar began to lose its strength. The electric shocks forced it to cease its struggles and succumb to unconsciousness within the container. One of the young men, summoning his courage, approached to inspect the situation. Suddenly, the collapsed Jengar regained consciousness. Upon seeing Jengar's eyes again, Lin Yan sensed a shift at that moment. Jengar's gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to how it had looked when it had attacked them earlier, devoid of any emotion, resembling a cold warrior. Before Lin Yan could ponder further, Jengar, enduring the electric shocks, flashed a sinister smile, as if the current had lost its effect on it. This startled the two young men, who fixated on the glass container, torn between fear of the creature escaping and trepidation that leaving might cost them their jobs. As the video reached the 11-minute mark, a blinding white light, more dazzling than the electric currents, engulfed the entire laboratory. With the emergence of the light of evolution, a blinding white glow enveloped the video footage, rendering everything but the monotonous brightness invisible. This dazzling light persisted for several seconds. Lin Yan gripped his phone tightly, wholly focused on absorbing the sounds emanating from the video, as each subsequent segment could potentially provide a clue to assist Groudon during this period of obscured surveillance. For distinct sounds emerged, 2 loud, resounding thuds, and 2 anguished cries from humans. In those fleeting moments, Lin Yan's mind raced, as if he were grasping a revelation. As the blinding light gradually faded, the final outcome began to materialize. In stark contrast to the initial tumult, the video now exuded an eerie tranquility. The glass container that had just imprisoned Gist had shattered, leaving a litter of glass shards scattered around. The two young men, just as previously informed, lay on the ground. Their youthful appearances transformed into those of aged men in mere seconds. Only Gist was nowhere to be found. To be precise, the evolved Groudon had vanished. For reasons unknown. Lin Yan felt a flicker of satisfaction at this conclusion, sensing that Groudon had executed its task beautifully. However, amidst this satisfaction, a question surfaced in Lin Yan's mind. Why did Gist first succumb to the electric shock, only to awaken transformed? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan surmised that the answer to this question was undoubtedly linked to why Groudon ultimately attacked them. Nonetheless, the most pressing matter at hand was to nurture Groudon proficiently, enabling it to master the energy of evolution and attain the ability of life restoration. With a month ahead, meticulous planning was essential. Remembering that a good memory is inferior to a poor pen, Lin Yan took out a pen and began to outline his forthcoming strategy. 1. Address Groudon's dietary needs by creating nutrient-rich green life energy blocks. 2. Initiate preliminary cultivation to help it harness the life energy within. 3. Investigate the relationship between electricity and Groudon. After jotting down these 3 points, Lin Yan turned to glance at Groudon resting on the bed. Let us commence next week. For now, I will familiarize it with the human world over the next couple of days. With this thought, Lin Yan checked the messages sent by Nanchi. There were several messages, mostly cheerful photographs of her with her kitty dog. Lin Yan smiled softly, replied briefly, and then opened the forum to review the results of yesterday's educational post. In the back end of the forum, it was evident that the newly created account had garnered little attention. Of the 8 informational posts, the most viewed had barely over 1,000 views, while the least had only 100. Lin Yan felt a twinge of frustration. Perhaps it was time to revise the outreach strategy to increase visibility, lest it take decades to achieve proper dissemination of the 905 Pokémon. Clicking on the most popular post, he aimed to discern the underlying issue. With over 1,000 views, but only 1 comment, it was this single remark that sparked a moment of epiphany in Lin Yan. Autumn Wind, your post is intriguing, but how can you substantiate your claims? If you can indeed teach the giant-winged sparrow to summon a tempest with its wings, I shall believe it is called the BB bird. There was a semblance of truth in this statement. Beyond merely posting, to gain others' recognition, one must present tangible evidence. Thus, there emerged but one solution: to create videos. By filming and uploading videos to a platform, complemented by authoritative written posts, the desired educational impact could be achieved. Following this line of thought, Lin Yan established a firm plan for the upcoming dissemination. The next morning, following a night spent in the company of Groudon, Lin Yan found their bond to have deepened considerably. Early in the day, they cozied up in bed to watch the latest official educational video on exotic beasts released by Dragon Kingdom. The simple narratives within would facilitate the growth of both beast tamers and their creatures. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door, accompanied by his mother's voice. Cheyenne, get up. I made breakfast for you and Groudon. Come out and eat. Okay, Mom, we'll be right there. As Lin Yan and Groudon entered the living room, the enticing aroma of breakfast wafted through the air. To his surprise, his usually busy mother had taken the time to prepare a meal for them. Seated at the dining table, a feast awaited. Sausages, yogurt, sandwiches, pan-fried dumplings, and scrambled eggs. Aside from that bowl of the least nutritious instant noodles, everything looks quite sumptuous. Mom, I'm about to dig in. Just as he spoke, Lin Yan picked up a sausage, ready to take a bite. Xiaoyan, what are you doing? That's not for you. This is your breakfast. Come, Guistone. The supermarket was low on supplies yesterday, so you'll have to make do with this. Lin's mother swiftly snatched the sausage from him, placing all the breakfast items, save for the instant noodles, in front of Guistone. Lin Yan glanced from his bowl of noodles to the lavish spread before Guistone, utterly bewildered. Was his beloved son actually Guistone? Hey, Xiaoyan, why isn't this child eating? Is it because it doesn't tea like what I made? Do you know what it prefers? Should I make something else for it? Could it be that it wasn't a matter of preference, but rather that it simply couldn't digest human food? And I am the real son, you know. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lin Yan replied helplessly, Mom. Guistone doesn't consume human food. It eats. He hesitated, realizing he couldn't reveal the truth, lest his mother be tempted to feed it with her own life force, which was best avoided. You're being so secretive. You're going to let it starve. Lin's mother began, but was interrupted by another knock at the door. Chapter 12. The Profitable Industry. Upon opening the door, Lin Yan's mother beamed with delight. Oh, Nanshi is here. Come in quickly. Have you eaten breakfast? I just made some. Join us for a bite. Is this the exotic beast you captured? It's adorable. Auntie, really not. Before she could decline, she found herself half-heartedly seated in the spot previously occupied by Guistone. Unable to resist Lin's mother's warm hospitality, Nanshi partook in a small portion of breakfast, while Katy Dog devoured heartily. Watching the unpicky Katy Dog, Lin Yan could only continue to eat his bowl of instant noodles, which, alas, were the discounted pickled cabbage flavor. Upon realizing it was Nanshi at the door, Lin Yan worried that Guistone might startle her, so he returned it to its pokeball. Not long after, Lin Yan's mother left for work, leaving him alone with Nanshi and Katy Dog. Nanshi then revealed the purpose of her visit. Lin Yan, I texted you last night about going back to the exotic beast house. Why didn't you respond? Don't you want to capture more exotic beasts? As his childhood friend, Lin Yan didn't want to deceive her. Silently pressing the central button of the pokeball, a beam of red light flashed, leaving Nanshi astonished while Katy Dog raised its head warily. Amidst their astonishment and caution, Lin Yan introduced, Nanshi, to be honest. This child is the exotic beast I captured. Its name is Guistone. I kindly ask for your guidance in the future. Guistone, this is my dear friend Nanshi. This is her Pokemon, Katy Dog. Don't be afraid, it won't bite you. With Lin Yan's introduction, Guistone was briefly acquainted with them. Compared to the trepidation felt by the older generation upon first encountering ghost-type Pokemon, the younger generation exhibits a far greater acceptance of them. Nanshi, for instance, is completely unfazed by the appearance of Guistone. During their subsequent conversation, Nanshi expresses a fondness for the somewhat timid Guistone, who prefers to hide behind Lin Yan. Even Katy Dog has altered its previous impression of Guistone. As they chat, Guistone seems to grow less shy, gradually adapting to human society. Nanshi then suggests they go purchase food for exotic beasts. Considering that only one box of Green Life Energy Cubes remains, Lin Yan readily agrees. In contrast to Katy Dog's brave demeanor, Guistone struggles to acclimate to the vastness of human society. Consequently, Lin Yan is compelled to return it to its Pokeball. When asked about the Pokeball, Lin Yan offers a vague explanation, and Nanshi refrains from further inquiry. Understanding the remarkable utility of the Pokeball in storing Pokemon and recognizing its considerable value. As they walk, Lin Yan recalls Nanshi's expression upon first seeing the Pokeball and pauses to say, Nanshi, in due time, I shall gift you a Pokeball as well, so you can carry Katy Dog with you. Although this might merely be a casual promise from Lin Yan, it resonates deeply within Nanshi, leaving her heart in a tumult of emotions. After all, no such portable storage for Pokemon exists in this world, and its practicality is far more complex than Lin Yan suggests. Aware of the Pokeball's worth, Nanshi rationally responds, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Such advanced technology must be rather expensive, so perhaps we should reconsider. Lin Yan shakes his head, insisting, it's no trouble at all. If I say I'll gift it to you, then I will. You needn't worry about the cost. It's all about its functionality. While it may require considerable effort for a trainer to earn a Pokemon's trust, it is undeniable that in this moment, Lin Yan has captured Nanshi's heart, reflected in the affectionate gaze she casts upon him. The expression of fondness in one's eyes is difficult to conceal, aside from Lin Yan, who remains oblivious to Nanshi's gaze. Passers-by cannot help but feel envious. As they stroll, the pair arrives at Chashan Road, not far from their neighborhood. As a central area of Qinghe City, Chashan Road is teeming with goods related to Pokemon, all of which bear the hallmark of expense and profit. Despite the dangers associated with mysterious realms and ruins, the prospect of reward attracts many trainers. who believe that even a brief visit to such places could enhance their financial circumstances. However, the potential for profit is always proportional to risk, which explains why Pokémon trainers are both revered and regarded as one of the most perilous professions. Under Bainanchi's guidance, they arrive at the entrance of a store named Exotic Beast Buffet. The name is quite peculiar, and the air is filled with a delightful fruity aroma. This is a shop run by my relatives. Let us buy from here. Everything is discounted and much cheaper than elsewhere, Bainanchi explains. Lin Yan nods, fully aware of the significant expenses associated with raising Pokémon in this world. His modest savings of 20,000, accumulated over 16 years, would barely cover half a month's worth of food for a common Pokémon, let alone the fruit needed to create energy cubes. Thus, saving is paramount. Upon entering the Exotic Beast Buffet, Lin Yan is immediately struck by the lucrative nature of any business associated with Pokémon. The store spans approximately 1,000 square meters, lavishly decorated and bustling with customers. It seems that students from the senior class, who have recently captured exotic beasts, have flocked here. A glance reveals numerous parents accompanied by children, all purchasing food for their Pokémon, including some familiar species. Lin Yan, with only 20,000 in his pocket, feels a twinge of anxiety, realizing that nurturing Geestong will require more than just knowledge. Financial support is his most pressing challenge. Hey, Lin Yan, look over there. What are all those people gathered around? Bainanchi asks curiously. Following her gaze, Lin Yan notices a crowd of over 30 people. Intrigued, Bainanchi moves closer, and Lin Yan follows closely behind. As they approach, an exhilarating voice rings out. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the early capture of exotic beasts by this year's senior students, our store is launching a challenge event. Complete the challenge for a chance to enjoy your meal for free. We welcome everyone to participate enthusiastically. This event is genuine. Both Lin Yan and Bainanchi are taken aback. Free meals for completing a challenge? What a generous offer. Instantly invigorated, Lin Yan is eager to discover the nature of the challenge. If he succeeds, he might secure several months' worth of food for Geestong without spending a fortune. Chapter 13. The Free Meal Challenge. No wonder so many people are gathered. The allure is palpable, though the specifics of the challenge remain a mystery. Given their similar financial backgrounds, Lin Yan and Bainanchi exchange glances, then push into the crowd to learn more about the challenge. As they enter, Lin Yan overhears a few sighs from the crowd. Sigh, capital is still capital. How could anyone possibly complete such a challenge? Exactly. I really don't believe any of this year's seniors have a Pokémon capable of achieving that. The more Lin Yan hears such murmurs, the more his curiosity piques. Finally, he reaches the front of the crowd, where he sees a staff member and a young man, flanked by two Pokémon. Suddenly, one of the Pokémon, a three-fingered monkey, collapses, prompting the staff member to press a timer. I'm sorry, your three-fingered monkey lasted only 1 second. Please go back and nurture it properly, the staff member says with a professional smile. The young man, looking disappointed, picks up the monkey and leaves the crowd. After he departs, only one Pokémon remains beside the staff member, an entirely yellow, humanoid creature with a scarf-like fur around its neck and a pendulum-like object in its hand. Lin Yan immediately recognizes it as the Dream Eater. Now he understands. The challenge involves seeing whose Pokémon can endure the longest under the Dream Eater's hypnosis. A sign next to the Dream Eater outlines the challenge rules. Only this year's senior students who captured exotic beasts may participate. If your Pokémon endures for 3 seconds, you receive a 10 discount, for 4 seconds, an 80 discount, for 5 seconds, a 70 discount, for 10 seconds, a 30 discount, and for 20 seconds, a free meal. Upon reading the rules, Lin Yan activates his Insight ability. Pokémon, Dream Eater, Psychic. Nature, Calm, decreases attack. Increases special defense. Level, 32. Potential, Elite. Ability, Forewarn, allows the user to anticipate one of the opponent's moves during battle. Hidden ability, None skills. Hypnosis, Telekinesis, Illusion Beam. Headbutt level 32. Upon seeing its level, Lin Yan realizes that achieving a free meal is nearly impossible. After all, capital is still capital, and such events are designed to attract attention. This year, it is estimated that among the more than 1,000 high school seniors in Qinghe City, not a single Pokémon will withstand the test for even 5 seconds, and certainly not more than a handful will manage to last 3. Unless they are hailing from the elite families of the capital cities, it is utterly inconceivable for anyone else in this small town. Nevertheless, the event remains quite alluring. Having just concluded a challenge against a monkey-like creature, another Meowth steps up immediately. Unfortunately, its fate is not much better than the previous challenger, succumbing to the formidable Dream Eater after merely 1 second. Lin Yan, witnessing this, finds himself deep in thought, contemplating whether to partake in the Hypnotic challenge. If he were to send out his Gengar, 5 seconds would surely be within reach. Despite being 7 levels lower, Gengar's innate qualities are evidently superior to those of the Dream Eater, particularly after it had recently absorbed the life energy of 2 young trainers during its evolution. The energy within it remains untapped, providing a legitimate chance to endure for 5 seconds. Achieving this would grant a significant discount. Saving a considerable sum, 2,000 could easily stretch to 28,000. However, this timid creature is far from ready to perform under such public scrutiny. Even sustaining 3 seconds would be a challenge. After much hesitation, Lin Yan ultimately decides to forego the Hypnotic challenge. Although he is eager to participate, Gengar is clearly ill-suited to face the crowd. The risk of instilling a psychological trauma far outweighs the potential savings of 8,000. Shaking his head, Lin Yan prepares to depart. Woof, Corgi. Upon hearing the voice of the Corgi, Lin Yan turns around, surprised to see Bainachi approaching the staff with her Corgi. The combination of her beauty and the presence of the Corgi instantly piques the interest of those around, prompting speculation on how long the Corgi might last. Her appearance compels Lin Yan to linger, curious to see the Corgi's performance. With a level of 22 and a brave disposition, the Corgi is expected to endure at least 3 seconds, right? Soon, the Corgi stands before the Dream Eater, and the challenge commences. The circular pendant in the Dream Eater's possession begins to sway, signaling the initiation of its hypnotic powers. As a breath passes, the Corgi feels its eyelids grow unusually heavy. Yet, bolstered by the resilience coursing through its bloodline, the Corgi manages to hold on for 1 second. This fleeting moment causes the audience to widen their eyes in astonishment. Go, Corgi! Lin Yan silently cheers. While a second may seem brief to the average observer, for the Corgi, each second is a monumental mental challenge. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Dream Eater's hypnotic abilities remain relentless. With each second the Corgi manages to withstand, it showcases its strength. Finally, when the Corgi can no longer keep its eyes open and collapses, the staff records the time. Everyone holds their breath, awaiting the final announcement. For seconds. Congratulations. Your creature is the second to endure 4 seconds today, earning you a discount of 20%. As the staff announces the final duration, thunderous applause erupts from the crowd. Although it barely reached 4 seconds, this achievement signifies that Bainachi's Corgi has surpassed nearly 99% of the creatures present. Amidst the excitement, someone has already uploaded a video of the event online. Bathed in applause, Bainachi beams with pride for her Corgi. Soon after, the staff hands her the discount voucher, and she approaches Lin Yan with her Corgi in tow. The challenge event reaches a crescendo with the Corgi's success, prompting the onlookers to eagerly consider participating themselves. Seemingly entranced by the allure of discounts. Congratulations, Nanshi. I never expected your Corgi to last 4 seconds. I estimate that at least 100 creatures have participated. And your Corgi is only the second to achieve such a feat, truly exceptional. Upon hearing Lin Yan's praise, Bainachi blushes slightly. Oh, it was merely for the discount. By the way, Lin Yan, aren't you going to give it a try? You could save quite a bit. Lin Yan shakes his head, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. I think I'll pass. You know how timid my Gengar is, in front of so many people. It wouldn't be able to perform at its best. It's better if I don't let it participate. Noticing the regret in Lin Yan's demeanor, Bainachi appears contemplative. How about I help you find a way to let Gengar give it a shot? Chapter 14. The humiliation of the Dream Eater, give it a shot? Her tone suggests she might have a solution. Lin Yan inquires curiously, do you have a way to allow Gengar to participate in the challenge? Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. With that, Bainachi strides towards the store, leaving Lin Yan to suspect she is seeking assistance from a relative. Considering the possibility of Gengar being able to join the Hypnotic challenge fills him with a sense of anticipation. As Bainachi departs, several high school seniors who have just captured their own creatures step up to undertake the Hypnotic challenge. Unsurprisingly, since the Corgi achieved its 4-second record, none of the subsequent Pokémon have managed to endure more than 3 seconds. The highest recorded was a mere 2 seconds, and that was from a level 18 Butterfree. Aside from the Corgi, before long, a small hand gently taps Lin Yan's shoulder. Turning around, he finds Bainachi accompanied by a distinguished-looking middle-aged man. Lin Yan deduces that this must be her relative. Allow me to introduce you. This is my uncle, the owner of the Benjian store. Uncle, this is my classmate, whose father works with mine. We've grown up together. After the introduction, Lin Yan politely greets, hello, uncle. The middle-aged man, having gleaned their situation through Bainachi's description, responds. Ah, I see. You must be Lin Yan. Nanshi mentioned your Pokémon is rather shy, making it unable to participate in our store's event, correct? Lin Yan nods, a hint of helplessness on his face. The man ponders for a moment before suggesting, how about this? I can offer you a chance. After lunch, when the crowd has thinned, you can take your creature to the back for a challenge. What do you think? Elated by this unexpected opportunity, Lin Yan expresses his gratitude. Thank you so much, uncle. No problem. After all, you are Nachi's classmate. For now, feel free to browse around, and when the crowd lightens, I'll arrange things for you. Thank you, uncle. After exchanging pleasantries, they begin to explore the store. With just over an hour until lunchtime, they take the opportunity to select their desired items. And the time passes swiftly. Lin Yan is not simply benefiting from Nachi's assistance. During the process of helping her choose food for the corgi, he generously shares his knowledge, ensuring that the selections are perfect, without wasting a single penny. Nachi notices Lin Yan's thoughtfulness, and though she does not verbally express her thanks, their bond naturally deepens. When it comes time to check out, Nachi's total expenditure amounts to 28. Even after the discount, and the food purchased will last her corgi no more than 10 days. This illustrates just how financially demanding it can be to be a trainer, especially when nurturing only one Pokemon. Food and supplements are undeniably essential elements on the journey of Pokemon enhancement. While it may seem trivial to let them go hungry, the true detriment lies in inadequate nutrition, which can severely impede their growth, ultimately affecting both trainers and their Pokemon. Having deeply realized this, a notion of financial gain began to take root in Lin Yan's mind. After completing these tasks, mealtime arrived, and the foot traffic in the store noticeably dwindled. Even the bustling challenge event that had captivated patrons early that morning began to lose its fervor. However, come afternoon, a new wave of customers was expected. Nachi's uncle, Yu Haitao, a man of discerning taste, had promptly informed the staff after agreeing to their request. As the last group of customers departed, the staff, accompanied by the Dream Eater, approached Lin Yan and Nachi. Hello, are you Miss Nachi and her classmate? Upon hearing this, the two nodded. All right, please follow me to the back. The staff member wasted no time and led them toward the storage area. Upon opening the door, a central space for storing goods revealed itself, albeit somewhat dim, even with the lights on. This ambience suited Lin Yan perfectly, as Gung-Gue favored cool and shadowy spots. Without hesitation, he pressed the button of the Pokeball, and Gung-Gue materialized before them. Compared to the astonishment expressed by Lin Yan's father and Nachi during their initial encounter with Gung-Gue, the staff members' eyes widened even further. Wow, young man. What kind of creature is this? I've never seen anything like it. Is it here for the hypnosis challenge? Indeed, this is Gung-Gue. I appreciate your guidance. Lin Yan replied, offering a reassuring glance toward Gung-Gue. Given the surrounding environment and Lin Yan's demeanor, Gung-Gue appeared less timid than before. A brief introduction to the upcoming hypnosis challenge left Gung-Gue with a puzzled expression. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, the hypnosis challenge officially commenced. The Dream Eater approached Gung-Gue and began the hand motion for hypnosis. As it gazed at the swaying circular iron ring before it, Gung-Gue's confusion deepened. At the moment the hypnosis technique was cast upon it, a sense of déjà vu washed over Gung-Gue. This was hardly surprising, as Lin Yan had discerned Gung-Gue's ability to perform hypnosis when he captured it, the very technique it had used to attack Nachi. Initially, all seemed well. But what transpired next left the three observers utterly dumbfounded. 1 second passed, and not only was Gung-Gue unaffected by the Dream Eater's hypnosis, but its eyes began to emit a blue glow. Recognizing the familiar sensation, Gung-Gue assumed the opponent was engaging it in a game, instinctively channeling its internal life energy as it fixed its gaze upon the Dream Eater. Suddenly, a peculiar beam of light struck the Dream Eater directly. Lin Yan recognized it as Gung-Gue's signature move, hypnosis. With 3 pairs of astonished eyes upon them, the Dream Eater ceased its hypnosis technique. And an unforeseen scene unfolded. The Dream Eater had fallen asleep. Gung-Gue, believing it had triumphed in this game, emitted a joyful sound. Daika. The sound of Gung-Gue's delight caused Lin Yan to involuntarily twitch his lips. Ward, I asked you to endure in the hypnosis challenge, yet you ended up hypnotizing the opponent instead? Although he knew Gung-Gue was exceptionally gifted, Lin Yan had not anticipated such an impressive display of power, likely linked to the life energy it had absorbed the night of its evolution. The staff and Nachi exchanged incredulous glances. This was likely a lifetime embarrassment for the Dream Eater. Aside from Gung-Gue, who felt victorious, time seemed to stand still, until Lin Yan broke the silence. It seems about 20 seconds have passed. Does this mean I can enjoy my meal free of charge? Chapter 15. Even capitalists shed tears. Lin Yan's voice rang out. The staff, returning to their senses, regarded the boy and Gung-Gue with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Swallowing hard as they said, please wait a moment. I need to consult the boss. With that, the staff member, still in shock, dashed out. Initially, He had been skeptical that anyone could truly dine free of charge during this event. This was a scenario that would make even capitalists weep. Bainanshi could not contain her curiosity. Lin Yan, what on earth just happened? Why didn't Gung Gue succumb, but instead put the Dream Eater to sleep? You might find it hard to believe, but Gung Gue can also perform hypnosis, and it seems it managed to hypnotize the opponent, Lin Yan explained. Bainanshi fell momentarily speechless, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet the evidence stood before them. How could it be false? Soon, the staff returned, leading the boss into the room. Upon entering, Bainanshi's uncle immediately noticed the slumbering Dream Eater, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he turned to Lin Yan and Bainanshi. Uncle, what exactly transpired here? It appears Lin Yan's Gung Gue participated in the challenge, and, well, it hypnotized the Dream Eater using the same technique, Bainanshi recounted. Her uncle, well-versed in such matters, was utterly perplexed. This was undoubtedly the most formidable creature he had encountered among new Pokémon trainers in the past 2 years. The staff, nearly in tears, exclaimed, "Boss, I swear I'm not lying. This ISN team I doing. This kid's Pokémon is truly remarkable." As he listened to their respective accounts, Bainanshi's uncle wore a resigned expression before turning to Lin Yan. "Young man, what is the name of this Pokémon? I've never seen anything like it." "Hello, sir. This is Gung Gue, a ghost-type Pokémon, though not many are familiar with it yet. A ghost-type Pokémon." Upon hearing this, Bainanshi's uncle's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Could ghost types truly possess such strength? It was evident he understood some of the underlying secrets. As a businessman whose livelihood depended on Pokémon, he was privy to certain industry insights. So it's a ghost-type Pokémon. I didn't expect them to enter the public so soon. In that case, your Pokémon's prowess in hypnosis is commendable. In a sense, it has completed the challenge for free. I stand by my word. Food for Pokémon valued under 30 will be completely free. Go for it, young one. I have high hopes for you. Given that Lin Yan's Gung Gue could hypnotize the Dream Eater, this spoke volumes. As a businessman, Bainanshi's uncle was unlikely to withhold investment from promising young talents. Furthermore, since this was an event he himself had organized, he had no reason to retract his offer. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yan and Bainanshi were instantly invigorated. A full 30 units of complimentary food. For many ordinary families, this would equate to at least 2 years of expenses. Even if converted entirely to food for their cutty dogs, it would suffice for several months. After expressing their gratitude, Lin Yan returned Gung Gue to its Pokeball and began to shop exuberantly alongside Bainanshi. The shopping process did not take long, merely a few minutes. As Lin Yan had already selected the ingredients for crafting energy cubes prior to this, the components included 3 berries with the same aroma as the green energy cube, 3 portions of nutrient solution, and a specific container. The expenses incurred for these items alone consumed a substantial portion of the 20-unit complimentary quota, leaving one to wonder how long the energy cubes crafted from these materials would sustain Jengar. As for the remaining 10-unit quota, Lin Yan generously bestowed it upon Bainanshi. After all, without her assistance, he would never have participated in this complimentary challenge. This time, Bainanshi did not decline. Instead, she graciously accepted Lin Yan's goodwill. Although her debts to him would inevitably increase, she seemed to have already contemplated how she would repay them in the future. The day's extensive shopping spree left both of them in high spirits, so they took their time returning home and decided to enjoy lunch nearby. Given that Lin Yan had spent not a single cent today, it was only fitting to celebrate with a treat. Meanwhile, Bainanshi's uncle, Yu Haitao, was not at all distressed by the loss of 30 units of merchandise. Rather, he was internally elated, busily bustling in his office. To Yu Haitao, the emergence of ghost-type Pokémon represented a forthcoming business boom. Once ghost types were officially promoted, their various products would undoubtedly skyrocket in price during the initial phase. Seizing this opportunity could yield significant profits. With this in mind, Yu Haitao had already begun leveraging his network to organize his plans. As Yu Haitao orchestrated his endeavors, Lin Yan's mind flickered with a piece of data. Main quest completion, 5. For a moment, Lin Yan was taken aback. How could the progress increase without any effort on his part? What is on your mind, Lin Yan? Bainanshi inquired. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, Nanshi, I need to head back after lunch. I have some matters to attend to with Jengar this afternoon. Let us meet at school tomorrow. All right, Bainanshi responded. After finishing their meal, the two walked home together. Throughout the journey, Lin Yan pondered methods of crafting the energy cubes. Recalling previous memories along with the system's depiction of the real-world energy cube, he was able to deduce that the energy cube was essentially derived from pulverizing tree fruits for purification, followed by the addition of a special nutrient solution for blending. Once solidified, it would take on a jelly-like consistency. Following this line of thought, upon returning home, Lin Yan wasted no time in releasing Jengar. It was evident that Jengar was somewhat famished, its small eyes fixated on the last box of energy cubes on the table. However, in pursuit of creating more energy cubes, Lin Yan could only temporarily deny Jengar's cravings. Hang tight. I won't let you go hungry for long, he assured, and Jengar nodded in agreement. Lin Yan then retrieved a tree fruit, extracting its flesh and placing it into a jar for grinding. The entire process was somewhat tedious, but considering Jengar's nutritional needs, he persevered without complaint. After a full 2 hours, a durian-sized fruit had been transformed into a pool of green pulp, emitting a scent reminiscent of the ready-made energy cubes. Next came the extraction of essence, using a funnel to siphon off the excess pulp while retaining the juice essence. Ultimately, the blending phase required the incorporation of a nutrient solution to solidify the mixture, which would signify the completion of the task. As a beginner-level energy cube, the crafting process was relatively straightforward, primarily due to the correct approach, which helped circumvent many difficulties. The subsequent phase involved a trial-and-error process for blending. To achieve the perfect ratio, Lin Yan sampled an energy cube provided by the system, with one tree fruit yielding juice essence and subsequently diluted through the nutrient solution. He could produce approximately 10 energy cubes. During the ensuing adjustments, Lin Yan and Jengar personally tasted the results. The first attempt resulted in an unsatisfactory flavor. The second was too bland. By the third to fifth attempts, they finally reached a taste that closely resembled that of the system's energy cubes. Yes, this is the delightful fragrance I was aiming for. What do you think, Jengar? Jengar responded with a satisfied expression, indicating that the 6 hours of labor had not been in vain. For the time being, there was no need to worry about Jengar's food. With 2 tree fruits remaining, they could last for at least 10 days. However, after that, Lin Yan would need to devise a plan for earning some money. I'll think about that later, he concluded. After finishing the last batch of energy cubes, Lin Yan's close friend, Lin Yan, sent him a video. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a clip with over 100,000 likes and millions of views, titled, Asia's Ultimate Goddess and Her 4-second-long Lovable Dog. This title seemed somewhat peculiar. Lin Yan had no doubt that the video's popularity was partly due to the catchy title. What a clickbait title. He couldn't help but scoff. However, upon watching the entire video, he discovered it featured the challenge involving Binanshi and her corgi attempting to combat the hypnosis of the Dream Eater, which they had undertaken earlier that morning. In the brief video, the comments section had already devolved into a massive matchmaking scene. In 5 minutes, I want to know everything about this beauty. Miss, you possess a fair amount of charm. Here's your chance to pursue me. Don't let it slip away. This dog is so exceptionally white. I'm 72 years old, with a monthly pension of 8,000. Ugh, a bunch of delusional guys, Lin Yan thought, baffled by their mindset. Truly, the world is vast, and all sorts of characters exist. After sharing a few grievances with Lin Yan, Lin Yan retired early to rest and prepare for the next day's classes. Monday arrived at Lanting High School, and before one knew it, the week had flown by, bringing the start of the school term once again. Holidays always seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. On the way to school, Lin Yan walked alongside Binanshi. They soon arrived at the senior class's classroom on the first day of school. Upon reaching the doorway, they could already hear the clamor within, as students boasted about the Pokemon they had captured over the past week. The two arrived not particularly early. More than half of the class had already gathered, and compared to last Friday, the classroom was now filled with many Pokemon. Thankfully, without any particularly large ones that would have made it difficult to accommodate so many students and their Pokemon in one room. Some students were without Pokemon, their faces revealing envy and frustration, likely having missed the opportunity to capture one for free. Lin Yan and Binanshi chose not to join the commotion and instead found an empty desk to sit together, as the seating arrangement had not yet been formally assigned. Just as they settled in, an unpleasant voice called out from behind them. Hey, classmate, how rude of you. This is my seat. Get out. In response to the impolite tone, Binanshi frowned and said, Classmate, the rude one here is you. The teacher hasn't assigned seats, so sitting anywhere is random. Besides, there's no name on this seat. Lin Yan recalled similar incidents throughout his life, often stemming from having a beautiful childhood friend. No, it was primarily due to having a stunning childhood friend, which inevitably sparked jealousy among boys his age, leading to such provocations. Classmate, you can't say that. I used to sit here, and besides, this person can't even capture any exotic beasts. Why should they sit next to you? This remark blatantly revealed their intent, and Lin Yan felt a twinge of annoyance at being looked down upon. Seeing the individual confront him with a green cater pie on their shoulder, Lin Yan found it hard to contain himself. At that moment, a boy with a buzz cut and a muscular build approached. "Hey, yes, my friend. Are you looking for trouble?" The buzz-cut boy said in a low voice. Beside him was a Mac Hoke, which looked far more intimidating than the green cater pie. The troublemaker, realizing the other party was not to be trifled with, quickly shrank back and silently retreated to the back of the classroom. Bainanshi initially thought this person was merely looking for trouble again, but to her surprise, Lin Yan smiled and said, "Li Hui, I heard from your mother the other day that you were planning to transfer schools. I didn't expect it to happen so soon." It turned out that the two were acquainted, which Bainanshi had not anticipated. Not only did they know each other, but their mothers also shared a special bond. If Lin Yan and Bainanshi were childhood friends, then he and Li Hui were undoubtedly good brothers who had played together since childhood. Li Hui, seated behind them, inquired, "Lin Yan, where's your beast? That guy earlier probably thought you were easy to bully since you hadn't tamed one. But I've heard that the beast you tamed is extraordinary." Lin Yan replied helplessly, "Well, to be honest, this little guy is a bit shy and probably won't be ready to come out for a few days." As the three chatted, their homeroom teacher, Confronting, entered the classroom. "Good morning, everyone. Looking good. It seems you are all quite spirited." With a swift motion, everyone returned to their seats, displaying an unusually obedient demeanor. Noticing that most students had successfully tamed their beasts, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Gao Wanting's face. "I am Gao Wanting, your homeroom teacher for the upcoming senior year. Today marks the official start of the school year. First, congratulations to those who have tamed their beasts. You are now novice beast tamers. For those who have not yet succeeded, do not lose heart. In the coming days, everyone will have the opportunity to tame their own beasts. I will provide you with the utmost support in the early stages of nurturing your beasts, provided that you listen attentively and strive to excel, becoming a source of pride for your parents and the school. Is that understood?" "Understood." The entire class responded in unison. Gao Wanting then explained the schedule for the first week of school. Given that this year's seniors had tamed their beasts earlier, the educational approach would also undergo reform. During the first week, each student's primary task was to become more familiar with their Pokémon and classmates. Mornings would consist of theoretical classes, while afternoons would feature simple outdoor teaching sessions. However, the primary focus of the first week's lessons would be to enhance students' physical fitness alongside their beasts, primarily through basic running exercises. The following 3 weeks would entail formal instruction, with classes held in the sports field all day on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and theoretical classes all day on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The school had meticulously arranged the teaching schedule for the first month of senior year, including assessments to evaluate each class's progress. 1 month later, a small Pokémon battle would be held in each class, with the top 3 outstanding students receiving noteworthy rewards. Such beast taming academies were well funded, and the rewards offered were truly valuable. With competition comes motivation, and upon hearing this news, the entire class was eager to participate. However, for Lin Yan, the most pressing matter in this first month was to help Gungshirtong clear its name, thereby allowing him to fully possess it. Chapter 17. I just want to observe, not enter. The first week of school passed swiftly. There remained 23 days until the time agreed upon with his father. As the days slipped away, Lin Yan found himself increasingly restless. According to the fundamental knowledge and conventional training provided by the school, it would take at least 2 months for Gungshirtong to thoroughly master the life energy within its body, not to mention the subsequent need to achieve the effect of life restoration. If a regular person were to nurture it, it would roughly take half a year to accomplish. Not to mention half a year, Lin Yan did not even have 2 months to spare. Once the 23 days were up, the families of the 2 victims would deliver their final ultimatum, and at that point, Lin Yan's father would be unable to quell their anger. Fortunately, Lin Yan was no ordinary person. His thoughts were remarkably clear. The school's basic training was designed to help Gungshirtong better adapt to human society. The nurturing that followed at home was of paramount importance. In terms of Gungshirtong's developmental direction, Lin Yan focused on its special attack and speed. The special attack and speed were undoubtedly the most outstanding attributes of the Gung Ghost family. As long as the special attack was powerful enough and the speed swift enough, battles could achieve one-hit KO results. To this end, every night, Lin Yan took Gungshirtong for night runs in the nearby park. As for nurturing its special attack, Lin Yan had gleaned some insights from his interactions with Gungshirtong over the past few days. Firstly, Ghost-type Pokémon rely on 2 vital energies for survival. The first is the life energy found in flora and fauna, while the second is the shadow energy that exists in darkness. Life energy provides sustenance, while shadow energy inflicts damage. These 2 forms of energy are intricately linked to Ghost-type Pokémon and can be converted into one another. Based on this reasoning, It is not difficult to deduce that as long as the life energy within a ghost-type Pokémon is sufficiently robust, the shadow energy converted from it will also be strong, and vice versa. Therefore, the conclusion is that if Gongshirtong can skillfully master the conversion of its life energy into shadow energy and then reverse the process, it can assist those two young individuals, thereby clearing its name. In simpler terms, the first step is to teach Gongshirtong a ghost-type special attack move. However, the crux of the issue arises here, which has puzzled Lin Yan for several days. A couple of nights ago, he had inquired of Gongshirtong whether it could sense the life energy absorbed from those two young individuals the previous Saturday. At that time, Gongshirtong shook its head in confusion, as if it could not sense the life energy within itself at all. It is essential to note that this energy represented decades of life from those two young individuals. How could it not feel its presence? Eventually, Lin Yan discovered that Gongshirtong had lost all memories prior to being rescued by Jigglypuff, which was the source of his greatest perplexity. Lin Yan had a premonition that Gongshirtong's lost memories and the whereabouts of the life energy within its body were undoubtedly connected to the truth of that night. However, as time passed, the current situation was pressing. To rapidly assist Gongshirtong in clearing its name, there were only two methods. The first was to recover Gongshirtong's previous memories and understand the truth of the brief moment during which the evolutionary light lasted in the video from that night. The second was to first lead Gongshirtong to learn a ghost-type skill, allowing it to master the conversion of life energy and shadow energy within its body. Among these two methods, the first was evidently more cumbersome. If there were any missteps in the investigation, all previous efforts would be in vain, resulting in a significant waste of time. Lin Yan was unwilling to take that risk, for 20 days was far too short a time frame, and he needed to proceed with caution. He could not afford the worst-case scenario. Thus, only the second method remained. First, teach Gongshirtong a ghost-type special attack move, enabling it to master the conversion of the two energies, and then investigate the lost memories. A targeted approach was undoubtedly more suitable for the current situation. After much contemplation, to expedite Gongshirtong's learning of the ghost-type special attack move, Lin Yan decided to head to the countryside this week. In the rural area, he would not be disturbed, and the pitch-dark environment at night would be more conducive for Gongshirtong to comprehend ghost-type special attack skills. Additionally, engaging in battles with wild Pokémon would certainly yield efficient results. On the morning of September 9th, Saturday, before dawn, Lin Yan had already informed his parents the night before that he would be returning to his hometown. He boarded the long-distance bus to Lixian at 6 o'clock. Lixian, Lin Yan's hometown, boasts picturesque scenery and simple living. The recent ethnic wars had left it untouched. Now, due to its favorable environment, many wild Pokémon had migrated there, living harmoniously alongside the local villagers, making it the ideal location for this 2-day intensive training. Having disembarked from the long-distance bus, there remained but 5 minutes until 8 o'clock. In stark contrast to the morning clamor of the city, the countryside exuded a palpable tranquility. After exchanging greetings with his grandparents, Lin Yan commenced his search for a suitable location nearby where his Jengar could undergo intensive training. The chosen spot needed to be quiet and teeming with wild Pokémon. Considering these factors, Lin Yan's thoughts drifted to a particular location, prompting him to quicken his pace. Before long, with his backpack slung over his shoulders, Lin Yan arrived at the entrance of an abandoned power plant. This facility, with decades of history, had once supplied electricity to the county. However, as technology advanced, the county had long ceased to rely on such antiquated power generation methods, leading to its gradual neglect. Although humanity had moved on from this relic, it remained a favored habitat for wild electric-type Pokémon. Indeed, even before stepping inside, Lin Yan noticed several yellow figures darting about. Pikachu, an exceedingly common electric-type Pokémon. Just as Lin Yan was about to pass through the dilapidated entrance of the power plant, a woman called out to him. "Hey, young man, what are you doing? It's quite dangerous in there. You mustn't go in." The woman, appearing to be in her 30s with rosy cheeks and dressed modestly, cautioned him. "Auntie, I'm merely curious. I won't enter," Lin Yan replied, sensing a slip of the tongue and quickly rephrasing. I'll just take a look around here." Upon hearing this, the woman nodded in understanding. "By the way, isn't this just an abandoned power plant? Is it really as perilous as you say?" Lin Yan queried, somewhat perplexed. "Child, there are many strange beasts residing within. Normally, it wouldn't be an issue to observe, but today is different. Following last night's heavy rain, the creatures inside may be more irritable than usual. It would be wise not to provoke them." "All right, Auntie, thank you. I shall take my leave," Lin Yan said, feigning departure while pondering the connection between the downpour and the agitated electric-type Pokémon. A few steps later, realization struck him. I understand. Heavy rain typically accompanies thunder. Electric-type Pokémon not only absorb physical electricity, but also harness natural currents during thunderstorms. Their heightened irritability stems from the excess energy they accumulate, which they need to discharge, leading to aggressive behavior towards outsiders. Having analyzed the reasons behind the electric-type Pokémon's agitation, Lin Yan quickly scoured the internet for relevant videos to edit and subsequently synchronized the clips to his Douyin and Tieba accounts. Title: Why do electric-type beasts become agitated for several days each month? Answer: Because those days coincide with rainy weather, during which they absorb natural lightning and store it within. The surplus energy necessitates release, prompting them to attack other creatures or humans. This explains the occasional aggression of electric-type beasts. For related videos, please search Dr. Ohm's Douyin account. Uncertain if this outreach would garner more followers, he decided to include the phrase "the century-long mystery of electric-type beasts" to enhance its appeal. With a sense of anticipation, Lin Yan pressed the upload button. In the next moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for accurately disseminating knowledge about electric-type Pokémon's habits. Reward: 30 luck points. Current luck points: 56. Surprised by the sudden increase of 30 points, Lin Yan almost forgot about luck points after a week of not posting. Elated, he stowed away his laptop and released Gengar. Let us go. We have a significant task ahead of us. We must work hard to clear your name. With a determined Daika, Lin Yan strode towards the entrance of the abandoned power plant, undeterred by the potential presence of electric-type Pokémon. Today, nothing would impede his training plans for Gengar. Should he miss this opportunity, he would have to wait until next week for another chance. Pushing open the dilapidated door of the power plant, a faint current of electricity surged through the air. Gengar, seemingly gripped by an inexplicable fear of the electricity, hesitated to enter. Realizing the creature's reluctance stemmed from its past experiences as a test subject, where it had often been subdued by electrical currents, Lin Yan recognized that this fear must be conquered. After all, how would Gengar face electric-type Pokémon in battle if it were to succumb to fear? Surrendering was not an option. Resolutely, Lin Yan decided not to coddle Gengar. Gengar, come on in. I understand your past, but things are different now. I am here with you, and we will face whatever challenges arise together. Dwelling on past shadows is not beneficial, don't you agree? Upon hearing this, Gengar appeared contemplative, glancing between the abandoned power plant and Lin Yan. With newfound resolve, Gengar followed Lin Yan into the depths of the abandoned facility. Lin Yan felt a sense of gratification. Although it was merely a few steps, for Gengar, it marked a significant milestone in its growth. Together, they ventured further into the power plant. As Lin Yan intended to stimulate Gengar's potential through combat, allowing it to sense the fluctuations of energy within itself, for practical experience is the finest teacher. After traversing a short distance, Lin Yan had already identified Gengar's first opponent for the day, arresting Pikachu. A brief assessment revealed that the Pikachu was level 16, making it the perfect adversary for Gengar to confront its fear of electricity. If Gengar could defeat it, its confidence would surely flourish. Noticing their approach, the Pikachu sprang to attention, adopting a defensive stance, its body arched and emitting a low growl. Pika. The growl carried an air of warning, and Lin Yan smiled slightly. He had no intention of letting this experience slip away. Gengar, prepare for battle and use hypnosis on Pikachu. With the decision to engage in combat made, Lin Yan commanded Gengar to unleash its control technique without hesitation. In an instant, Gengar's eyes shifted to a brilliant blue, and a peculiar beam of light surged towards Pikachu. Sensing the hostility, Pikachu entered a battle stance, nimbly evading the attack. Angered by the interruption to its rest, Pikachu retaliated, electric sparks crackling around its cheeks as it summoned a brilliant golden current. Witnessing the familiar currents, Gengar instinctively recoiled, its past traumas resurfacing. Observing Gengar's reaction, Lin Yan furrowed his brow. Before he could issue another command, a sphere of electrical energy barreled towards Gengar. Dodge! He shouted urgently. Had Lin Yan not called out, Gengar, momentarily stunned, would have been struck by the electric ball when it was barely half a meter away. Nevertheless, Gengar managed to evade the attack, validating the effectiveness of the speed training it had undergone over the previous week. Pikachu unleashed several more electric balls in rapid succession, all of which Gengar deftly dodged. This newfound realization that its opponent's attacks were unlikely to find their mark instilled a burgeoning sense of confidence within Gengar. It is no wonder that there exists a significant disparity between a trainer's Pokémon and wild Pokémon, especially considering the advantages of levels. The speed of Gengar is not something Pikachu can contend with. With this realization, The ensuing confrontation could hardly be deemed a battle. It was more aptly described as a test of speed and reflexes. Lin Yan refrained from instructing Gengar to continue its assault, instead directing it to evade Pikachu's electric attacks. After several rounds, not a single one of Pikachu's long-range electric moves managed to strike Gengar, which began to adapt to the skirmish. A few minutes later, observing that the training had reached its pinnacle and further efforts would bear little fruit, Lin Yan commanded Gengar to execute Shadow Punch, swiftly incapacitating Pikachu. The fist, enveloped in ghostly energy, coupled with Gengar's ethereal movements, left Pikachu with no avenue of escape, succumbing to the might of the Shadow Punch. Gengar, splendid work. The trainer's commendation and the triumph of battle rekindled some confidence within Gengar, even altering its gaze towards Pikachu. Suddenly, as Lin Yan and Gengar celebrated their inaugural victory, several yellow figures came racing towards them. It is important to note that Pikachu is a social Pokémon. The presence of a single wild Pikachu signifies a whole cohort. Sensing numerous predatory gazes nearby, Lin Yan and Gengar surveyed their surroundings. The ground around them was soon swarmed with a multitude of yellow rodents. Faced with such a multitude of Pikachu, Lin Yan and Gengar were left bewildered, as if two large question marks had emerged above their heads. A rough estimate revealed at least 30 Pikachu in attendance. Had they inadvertently stumbled into a den of rodents? Chapter 19. Come out for a duel. Although most of these Pikachu were merely at level 10, their sheer numbers posed a considerable threat, even if Gengar were exceptionally swift. Dodging multiple electric attacks launched simultaneously would be nearly impossible. The thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down Lin Yan's spine. Moreover, lacking the resilience of Ash, a single hit would surely incapacitate him. Contemplating this, Lin Yan felt a wave of trepidation. Would you believe that we were merely passing by? He suggested weakly. However, the Pikachu were evidently unimpressed by his plea. Whether they were merely passing through or not, they were determined to protect their kin and teach him the consequences of bullying. Several Pikachu encircled Lin Yan and Gengar, their low growls sending chills down their spines. I wish I could escape, but there's no way out. With no retreat available, Lin Yan attempted to reason with them. Look, there are so many of you. Surrounding us is hardly honorable. I urge you, let us go peacefully, or you shall witness Gengar's prowess. Right, Gengar? He turned his head only to find Gengar had taken refuge behind him. Gengar seemed to convey, you promised to protect me. You cannot back out now. How could you not see that I nearly intimidated them just now? Lin Yan lamented, feeling somewhat helpless. He consoled himself, acknowledging Gengar was still young and inexperienced, and it was natural for it to be frightened by such a daunting situation. Yet, he was its trainer and bore the responsibility to protect it. Resolving himself, Lin Yan summoned his courage. Do you think you are impressive merely because of your numbers? Come out for a duel. As soon as the words left his mouth, a path opened among the Pikachu. Coming forth was a Raichu, several times larger than a typical Pikachu, with a round belly and an air of arrogance. Raichu, I hear you wish to duel? The prideful demeanor of this Raichu unmistakably marked it as the leader of the group. Lin Yan maintained a facade of calm, though internally he felt a surge of anxiety. He quickly utilized his insight ability to assess Raichu's level. Pokémon, Raichu, Electric. Nature, Arrogant, increases special defense. Decreases speed. Level, 30. Potential, Average. Ability, Static, may cause paralysis upon contact. Hidden ability, None. Moves, Thunder Punch, Volt Tackle, Thunder, Quick Attack. Indeed, this was the leader, boasting a formidable level of 30. As Raichu remained stationary, its impatience grew palpable, urging Lin Yan to engage. The brazen tone of Raichu irked Lin Yan. Even a mud doll has its fire, and considering Gengar was already level 26, it was only 3 levels shy of Raichu. Notably, Gengar had recently hypnotized a level 32 Drowsy, so how dare a mere level 30 Raichu act so presumptuously? Lin Yan felt a flicker of confidence. In a one-on-one duel, he believed they could hold their own. However, prior to commencing battle, it was essential to ascertain the terms. If they won, would Raichu allow them to leave? Raichu, are you certain about this duel? If I win, will you let us go? Raichu nodded, its gaze continuing to provoke Gengar behind Lin Yan. Gengar appeared somewhat intimidated. Despite the conditions of a duel, it was unprepared for the confrontation. This was where the trainer's guidance became vital. Lin Yan remained composed, asking Raichu to wait, vowing to deliver an exhilarating battle shortly. He then turned to reassure Gengar. Gengar, do not fear. Although they are numerous, if you defeat that hefty mouse, the others will let us go. Do you not recall how you hypnotized that Drowsy last week? And your previous battle? Know that you are strong, and I believe in you. You can certainly prevail. Lin Yan had often played both father and mother, and his words began to uplift Jengar's spirits. It seemed to realize, as Lin Yan had said, that it had indeed achieved victories in the past. With renewed resolve, Jengar flew back to Lin Yan's side, locking its determined gaze on Raichu, now fully prepared for battle. Observing its opponent finally stepping forward piqued Raichu's interest. After exchanging glances with the other Pikachu, a battleground materialized as the surrounding Pikachu retreated. The duel was imminent. With Raichu's cheeks crackling with electricity, ready to strike, Lin Yan, unperturbed, resolved to take the initiative. Jengar, use hypnosis. Upon receiving the command, Jengar unleashed a peculiar ray of light. Raichu, overconfident and lacking any intent to dodge, was struck directly by the hypnosis. It had severely underestimated Jengar's ability. This hypnosis had even worked on a level 32 drowsy. As Raichu's eyelids grew heavy, it was too late to react, and it fell asleep on the spot. To Lin Yan's delight, the initial control had yielded impressive results. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately commanded an attack. Jengar, continue with Shadow Punch. With Raichu ensnared in slumber, Jengar's confidence surged. Its fists, imbued with ghostly energy, surged forth towards Raichu. In an instant, the air was filled with phantoms, remnants of Jengar's Shadow Punch. It remained uncertain how much damage this seemingly ferocious move would inflict upon Raichu. After enduring several Shadow Punches, Raichu awoke, its proud demeanor now replaced with a distinct fury, though it appeared unscathed. This prompted Lin Yan to furrow his brow. Seizing the opportunity while Raichu had yet to fully regain its composure, he hastily commanded Jengar to retreat. Despite Jengar seemingly gaining an advantage in the first round, the evident disparity in levels remained a concern. The ability to hypnotize an opponent did not equate to victory, while hypnosis might merely require a hit. Securing a win demanded much more strategic thought. Undeterred by this realization, Lin Yan maintained his unwavering focus on the battlefield ahead. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from Raichu. But Jengar adeptly evaded it, clearly showcasing its superior speed. In Jengar's evasive maneuver, Lin Yan's gaze caught sight of the mud left behind from last night's torrential rain. He recalled that Jengar had the capability to learn the move Mud Bomb, which might prove advantageous in this moment. Without hesitation, Lin Yan instructed, Jengar, do you see the mud on the ground? As a dual-type ghost and poison Pokémon, cover the mud with your toxins and launch it at Raichu. Chapter 20. Withering Blossoms, Scattered Wounds. Responding to his trainer's command, fueled by the urgency of battle, Jengar seemed to tap into a latent potential within. It was akin to an infant taking its first steps or a fledgling learning to soar, a raw power emanating from instinct. Feeling this surge, Jengar's hands became enveloped in a violet liquid. Following Lin Yan's guidance, it grasped two clumps of mud and hurled them towards Raichu. As anticipated, the ordinary mud transformed. Now imbued with a toxic sheen, Jengar had indeed learned Mud Bomb. The battlefield proved to be the finest teacher, and Lin Yan felt a swell of pride for Jengar's progress. Yet, Raichu's arrogance was palpable. Despite being struck by hypnosis moments prior, it stood its ground, awaiting the incoming mud with an air of defiance. Only when the sensation of toxic paralysis began to wash over it did Raichu attempt to dodge Jengar's subsequent mud bombs. However, it was already too late. Jengar's toxin was no ordinary poison. It harbored the energy to corrode consciousness, far surpassing the paralysis toxins typically wielded by grass-type Pokémon. It became evident that Raichu's evasive movements began to slow. Gradually, two more mud bombs struck the charging Raichu. After a total of 4 hits, the searing pain from the toxins coursing through its body ignited an overwhelming urge within Raichu to end the battle swiftly. Without evasion, it charged towards Jengar, accelerating until enveloped in a blinding light, unleashing a swift thunderbolt aimed directly at Jengar. The surrounding Pikachu were taken aback. They had not anticipated their leader would be cornered like this. Some began to believe Lin Yan's earlier intimidation tactics. As the thunderbolt approached Jengar, Lin Yan smiled faintly, confident of the outcome without needing to issue further commands. This was the distinction between a Pokémon battling under the guidance of a trainer and one that fought alone. Such physical attacks could not hope to connect with Jengar, merely passing through its gaseous form without inflicting any damage. Raichu, bewildered from its futile charge, glanced back at Jengar, only to realize that the acceleration had exacerbated the spread of the toxins within it. In the next moment, it collapsed, succumbing to its incapacitation. The fall of one side signified victory for another. Clearly, Jengar had triumphed. It had defeated Raichu, a Pokémon of higher level. The sense of achievement surpassed that of previously conquering a Hypno. Witnessing Jengar's victory filled Lin Yan with a parental pride, much like watching a child grow. Well done, Jengar. You have successfully overcome Raichu. Upon hearing Lin Yan's voice, Jengar, who had been in a daze, finally regained awareness, likely still bewildered by its unexpected success. Scratching its head in confusion. Did I win? Indeed, it had won. Lin Yan stepped forward to assess Raichu's condition. His purpose was training, not to disrupt the ecological balance of electric-type Pokémon within the abandoned power plant. Even in victory, Gengar needed to extract the toxins from Raichu's body. But how could he accomplish this? Should he suck it out with his mouth? Casting a glance at the still-dazed Gengar and then at the unconscious Raichu, Lin Yan felt a sense of despair. Surely he couldn't do it himself? Gengar, come here quickly and help extract the toxins from Raichu. Gengar hesitated momentarily before gliding towards Lin Yan and Raichu. Good child, hurry and assist Raichu in detoxifying. It has taught you how to use Mud Bomb. And we are not villains. Leaving it unattended could be dangerous for it. Under Lin Yan's gentle guidance, Gengar sensed the sincerity of his concern for Raichu, an earnestness it had never encountered with other humans. This feeling solidified Gengar's belief that following this human was undoubtedly the wisest choice of its life. It was not merely for the delectable green energy cubes. Sometimes, the bond between trainer and Pokémon is nurtured in the most subtle of ways. Gengar nodded, gazing at the unconscious Raichu, and took a decisive bite at the most severely poisoned area. With a vigorous suck, the toxins were successfully extracted. As the toxins left Raichu's system, its pained expression gradually eased. Once Raichu was treated, the sun hung high in the sky, signaling noon. Lin Yan felt a pang of hunger. After bidding farewell to the Pikachu, he decided to return to his grandfather's house for a meal with Gengar. Having just endured 2 battles, Gengar also required rest. They would return in the evening instead. On the way back to his grandfather's house, Lin Yan took a moment to inspect Gengar's data with a keen eye. Pokémon, Gengar, Ghost, Poison. Nature, Timid, increases speed, decreases special attack. Level, 27, Potential, Legendary. Ability, Levitate, floats in the air. Immune to ground-type moves. Hidden ability, none. Moves, Shadow Punch, Hypnosis, Confuse Ray, Mud Bomb. Wow, I didn't realize this child had already reached level 27. Indeed, I am a natural-born trainer, Lin Yan mused inwardly. In merely a week, Gengar had risen from level 25 to level 27, and had just learned Mud Bomb, an achievement that surpassed all third-year students in Chinga City. While they had merely grown closer to their Pokémon over the week, Lin Yan had already forged ahead. Upon returning to his grandfather's home, the elderly couple had prepared a lavish meal for their grandson, while Gengar savored its green energy cubes. As they relished their lunch, the previously incapacitated Raichu finally regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Raichu felt something was amiss. How could a mere skirmish leave it feeling so sore? The afternoon respite passed swiftly. Though resting, Lin Yan, after a brief nap, resumed playing with Gengar in the mud. To truly master the technique of the Mud Bomb, it is insufficient to rely solely on pre-existing mud for attacks. One must create the mud oneself during the course of battle to genuinely grasp the art of the Mud Bomb. Thus, Lin Yan spent a considerable portion of the afternoon playing with Ghost Stone in the backyard. By evening, his grandparents looked at Lin Yan, covered in mud, with expressions of disdain, reminiscent of stories from his childhood, where he competed with a girl next door to see who could urinate the farthest. And the tales of his mud play. Was I truly that impressive in my youth? How come I have no recollection of it at all? Chapter 21. A night of thrilling hunts after dinner and a refreshing shower. Lin Yan picked up a flashlight and set off with Ghost Stone towards the abandoned power plant once more. The growth experienced during the day had instilled a sense of addiction in Lin Yan and Ghost Stone. With one trainer and one Pokémon, their confidence soared. Moreover, the evening atmosphere was evidently more conducive to Ghost Stone's specialized training. Not wasting a second, they reached the abandoned power plant within 5 minutes. Compared to the morning, the plant seemed to buzz with life at night, with occasional flashes of electricity illuminating the darkness. Clearly, a multitude of electric-type Pokémon resided within, far exceeding just Pikachu. In the afternoon, Lin Yan had specifically searched for the design blueprints of this abandoned power plant online. It was divided into 3 distinct areas. The first area was the lounge at the entrance, where they encountered the Pikachu earlier in the day. The second was the control room, once the site for the plant's leadership to convene, and the third area housed the generators within the factory. Naturally, in territories overtaken by Pokémon, each area would host different species, organized by their strength. Lin Yan pondered which electric-type Pokémon might inhabit the latter 2 areas. With curiosity piqued, Lin Yan and Ghost Stone pushed open the doors of the abandoned power plant. Shining the flashlight around, they found themselves surrounded by Pikachu once more. After the earlier battle between Ghost Stone and Raichu, these Pikachu were hesitant to approach and willingly parted to create a pathway leading to the control room. Upon nearing the control room, Lin Yan hesitated to rush in. His experience from the morning made him wary of being surrounded by a horde. He glanced at Ghost Stone, struck by an idea. Ghost Stone, I know you can pass through walls. Why don't you scout ahead and see what kind of Pokémon resides inside? With a nod of agreement, Ghost Stone began to phase through the wall. Moments later, it returned, and Lin Yan observed its gestures, quickly deciphering its message. Are you saying the Pokémon inside can fly, just like you? Ghost Stone nodded affirmatively, prompting Lin Yan to contemplate. Flying electric-type Pokémon? Stronger than the Pikachu? With these two critical points noted, Lin Yan swiftly identified two potential electric-type Pokémon families, the Magnemite family and the Rotom family. After all, in Dragon Country, these were the only flying electric types. If further differentiated, the Magnemite family was undoubtedly the stronger of the two. Lin Yan surmised that the electric-type Pokémon residing in the control room was most likely a Magnemite. Recognizing the need for caution, Lin Yan devised a plan. He switched off his flashlight and said, Ghost Stone, how about we refrain from entering? Let us wander nearby and see if we can find a lone Magnemite. What do you think? Dika. Ghost Stone agreed enthusiastically. I'll follow your lead, and if we find a solitary Magnemite, we strike. With their strategy settled, Lin Yan and Ghost Stone set off. Just a few steps in, flickers of electricity began to shimmer in the dark air ahead. This must be a Magnemite. Without hesitation, a shadowy figure emerged in the night, swiftly executing a series of ambushes. The Magnemite barely had time to react before succumbing to Ghost Stone's shadow punch. After a series of successful hunts, Ghost Stone demonstrated remarkable precision, embodying the essence of a nocturnal assassin. The combination of rapid speed and lethal strikes birthed a formidable shadowy warrior. This method of stealthy ambush resonated far more with Ghost Stone than direct confrontations, allowing it to begin harnessing the strength of the Jengar lineage. The insights gained from these battles led to rapid improvements in both speed and the power of Shadow Punch, surpassing the benefits of mere training. However, after several hunts, Lin Yan realized that the Magnemite here could no longer provide Ghost Stone with substantial growth. They were merely patrolling at around level 22. To achieve continued specialized training, they would need to seek stronger opponents. With this in mind, Lin Yan and Ghost Stone ceased their hunt for Magnemite, both feeling a mutual desire for greater challenges. Their gazes turned toward the third area of the abandoned power plant, the core region where the most powerful electric-type Pokémon resided. It was evident that only those Pokémon could facilitate Ghost Stone's further growth. Time was of the essence. Lin Yan had to seize this opportunity to help Ghost Stone harness its dual energies and shed its constraints. With Ghost Stone's confidence at its peak and the effects of specialized training maximized, Lin Yan felt assured that with a single opportunity, Ghost Stone could master the conversion of its life energy tonight, learning an ultimate Ghost-type special move. With this thought, Lin Yan guided Ghost Stone towards the core area of the abandoned power plant. Employing the same strategy as before, he instructed Ghost Stone to phase through the wall to observe the characteristics of the electric-type Pokémon within, allowing Lin Yan to ascertain what they were dealing with. This time, however, Ghost Stone's gestures surprised Lin Yan. It seemed to indicate that only two Pokémon resided within, providing only numerical information, leaving Lin Yan puzzled about their identities. Yet, considering that merely two Pokémon could dominate the core of this power plant and exclude the Pikachu and Magnemite families, how powerful must these two electric types be? Given that Ghost Stone was only level 27 and even the Raichu at the entrance was level 30, it stood to reason that the two electric types here must be at least level 40. While a 5-level disparity might be manageable through strategic command, a difference exceeding 10 levels would transform the challenge from training to folly. Reflecting on his youth and Ghost Stone's vast potential for growth, Lin Yan decided against confronting the rulers of the abandoned power plant. However, this did not signify a permanent retreat. He would inevitably return in the following weeks. For now, he would settle for honing his skills against the Magnemite, albeit the experience gains might be modest. Yet, even the smallest gains were preferable to stagnation at home. Before departing, Lin Yan and Ghost Stone engaged in one final hunt for Magnemite, and even managed to glean some experience from Raichu before leaving the previously haughty Raichu in a state of discontent. Chapter 22. The big shot is right before you. The night passed swiftly, and when Lin Yan awoke, it was already the following day. Thanks to a night of fervent experience grinding, his Ghost Stone had reached level 28. However, Lin Yan remained perplexed as to why, at level 28, Ghost Stone still could not comprehend even a single Ghost-type special move. Even one would suffice. Regardless, Ghost Stone was still unable to access the life energy of the two young individuals it had previously absorbed. Oh well, there was no need to rush. With 21 days ahead, he could take his time. This was the only way Lin Yan could console himself. After freshening up, Lin Yan revised his plans for the day. He decided not to visit the abandoned power plant today. Besides nurturing Ghost Stone, he also needed to gather video material on popular Pokémon to help his Professor Oak thrive in this world. Upon opening the forum backend, Lin Yan gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it was essential to combine videos with text for effective dissemination. He was taken aback to discover that yesterday's post had garnered 30,000 views, and even the accompanying video had over 2,000 likes. This was undoubtedly the best news to greet him that morning, and there were numerous comments below. Professor Oak, I never knew about this. No wonder my Electromouse gets irritable for a few days each month. I've already liked and followed 3 times. This blogger has something special. Please provide more updates on the habits of electric-type variants. The blogger is right. During those few days, one should never provoke their electric type, or they won't know what hit them. The items were purchased, and the merchant provided free shipping. They work wonderfully. Not only had the video on electric-type Pokémon habits become a sensation, but even previously posted articles had received considerable attention. Yet, many were still eager to watch videos for validation. After reading through the comments, Lin Yan felt a surge of accomplishment, affirming his confidence in the upcoming educational tasks. After breakfast, he took Ghost Stone outdoors to gather material for his next dissemination effort. The next day arrived, marking the beginning of a new school week. Lin Yan walked to school alongside Bainanshi as usual. However, given that she hadn't seen Lin Yan over the weekend, Bainanshi was a tad sulky. Finally, while still a distance from the school, Bainanshi could no longer contain herself. Lin Yan, you must confess. Did you hide from me this weekend because you were on a date with another girl? The abrupt accusation left Lin Yan momentarily stunned, and he instinctively replied, Where would I find a girl to date? This response somewhat pacified Bainanshi. Then what were you doing? You didn't reply to my messages. Lin Yan sheepishly scratched his head. He had indeed seen the messages, but had forgotten to respond due to being busy. To prevent any further speculation, he candidly explained, Nanshi, I went back to my hometown last weekend, remember? You've been there before, in Lee County. I thought the variants would prefer the outdoors. So I took Ghost Stone out for a stroll to strengthen our bond. This earnest explanation left Bainanshi speechless. However, hearing about Lee County prompted her to recall some embarrassing childhood stories, causing her cheeks to flush. Nanshi, what's wrong? Have you been feeling unwell lately? Bainanshi waved her hands in a flustered manner. No. By the way, have you been watching Doing lately? There's a Professor Oak who's quite popular. I learned that Cardito can evolve once more. Someone tried it out yesterday, and sure enough, using a Firestone infused with Fire-type energy allowed Cardito to evolve again. The evolved form, Windspeed Dog, is simply stunning. That Professor Oak is so knowledgeable. He must be a big shot. Indeed, he is a remarkable figure. Lin Yan smiled, choosing not to reveal that he was, in fact, Professor Oak. Unlike an ordinary student who might boast about such a title, Lin Yan, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, understood that exposing his identity could lead to complications, so he opted for discretion. However, he had not checked his phone that morning, and he was surprised by the positive reception of his educational efforts. Even Bainanshi was aware of his Professor Oak account. It seemed that his exhaustive efforts from the previous day had not been in vain. In addition to Professor Oak's growing fame, Lin Yan's fortune value had reached 142 points. He pondered whether this fortune might have other uses in the future. For instance, could it be exchanged for a Master Ball? Nanshi, I truly believe that the Professor Oak you mentioned is undoubtedly handsome, Lin Yan remarked earnestly. I think so too. I'm so curious to know who he really is. As they continued their conversation, the two entered the classroom. Compared to the previous week, the classmates had become more familiar with one another. As soon as they stepped inside, several students greeted them. Lin Yan, good morning. I thought you hadn't captured any variants since you never let Ghost Stone out. Not at all. This little one is quite timid. Nanshi, why is your face so red? It's just hot. No sooner had they seated themselves than a voice filled with resentment echoed from behind them. Lin Yan, you finally made it. What on earth did you do to my bouncing beast? Do you know? Ever since that day you came to my house, my bouncing beast refuses to clean its bowl or mop the floor. It spends all day dreaming of being a young, capable variant. The house is a complete mess. My bouncing beast is useless at everything except eating. It's the top eater every day. Hurry up and tell me what you did to it. With each word, Li Hui's tone grew increasingly agitated, his imagination running wild as he struggled to comprehend what Lin Yan could have possibly done to his Chansey during that afternoon alone. Upon hearing Li Hui's complaints, Lin Yan widened his eyes, reminiscent of a careless scoundrel who had forgotten his promises. Bainanshi looked at Lin Yan in surprise. Could it be? Faced with their peculiar expressions, Lin Yan could not help but explain, I swear I didn't do anything to the bouncing beast. Do you believe me? Both Li Hui and Bai Nanqi shook their heads in unison, declaring, "We don't believe you," feeling their unwavering conviction that he must have altered Chansey in some manner. Lin Yan found himself at a loss for words. "Am I supposed to tell you that Chansey will soon become an unattainable medical angel for you? I doubt you would believe that either." Suddenly, their homeroom teacher, Gao Wanting, called from the podium. "All right, students, class is about to begin. Please settle down." The teacher's arrival finally granted Lin Yan a moment to breathe. Otherwise, under the scrutiny of his two friends, he might have jumped into the Yellow River and still failed to clarify his situation. During class, Lin Yan silently pondered, "Oh, you cheeky Chansey. Just wait and see how I'll handle you in the future." Lin Yan had already devised a plan. Even if he were to help Chansey's family escape the role of human caretakers, he would make sure to teach it a lesson first. Chapter 23. The Rescuer Lin Yan. The entire day passed with Lin Yan enduring the resentful glares of Li Hui. Fortunately, the school curriculum was remarkably tight during the second week, leaving no time for Li Hui to continue his inquiries. However, a temporary calm did not imply that Chansey would refrain from causing further chaos. To prevent any damage to his reputation from recurring incidents, Lin Yan took the initiative to approach Li Hui as the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. As students departed with their Pokémon, the classroom quickly emptied, leaving only the three of them. "Lin Yan, you need to clarify this for me." Having bottled up his frustration for so long, Li Hui shouted as soon as the others left. Bai Nanqi, who was eagerly observing the two, was keen to discover the unfolding situation. Lin Yan, with a glint in his eye, remarked, "Calm down, Li Hui. After my meticulous analysis, the primary issue troubling your family is the fact that the bouncing beast has ceased to be of any use. Am I correct?" Li Hui nodded, and Lin Yan continued, "How about this? Since the bouncing beast appears to be beyond redemption, we should consider releasing it. Keeping it at your home would only be a burden, wouldn't you agree?" "Release it?" The two bystanders widened their eyes in astonishment, looking at Lin Yan in confusion. "Is this what you call a good plan?" Li Hui said through gritted teeth. Although he had grown weary of the bouncing beast, having spent so much time together, he still felt a bond. If they were to release it, he was certain it would object vehemently. Bai Nanqi concurred, "Lin Yan, it's not as simple as you suggest. A released bouncing beast would only end up at a creature shelter, and given its capabilities, it would surely be bullied by other creatures there." "Exactly. The bouncing beast cannot even surpass my strength, let alone contend with the other creatures in the shelter. Besides, my family genuinely likes it," Li Hui added. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively. "Then how about we find it a new home? It can wreak havoc in another household, and when you miss it, you could still visit. How does that sound?" Transforming the notion of release into the idea of adoption seemed feasible for Li Hui's family. They could visit whenever they wished without the worry of its future welfare. Noticing Li Hui deep in thought, Lin Yan seized the opportunity. "Li Hui, we must consider both sides. First, the bouncing beast is not working and consumes an astonishing amount of food. Rather than keeping it yourselves, wouldn't it be better to find someone to take it off your hands? It's beneficial for both you and the creature." "But would any normal family actually want to adopt a bouncing beast that does nothing?" Li Hui and Bai Nanqi shared the same concern. "Surely, who would be willing to take on such a burden?" At that moment, Lin Yan declared boldly, "Li Hui, we have grown up together since we were little. Do you trust me?" "Of course, but how does that relate to finding someone to take on this burden?" Li Hui replied without hesitation. "Since you trust me, and since this predicament is of my making, as the saying goes, if I must descend into hell, who will follow me? If you can't find a suitable adopter, let my family bear the burden of raising the bouncing beast moving forward." Lin Yan's resolute words left both Li Hui and Bai Nanqi astonished. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. Would I deceive you?" Lin Yan's declaration seemed to instill a sense of camaraderie in Li Hui, and Bai Nanqi admired Lin Yan's selflessness. In that moment, Lin Yan appeared to them as a noble figure. Well, it's indeed difficult to find someone willing to take on such a burden nowadays. "All right. I didn't expect you to be such a good friend. I'll discuss it with my parents when I get home and give you an answer tomorrow." "Agreed. It's a deal." Lin Yan secretly rejoiced. "You may think I'm merely a fool, but little do you know, I am the one standing above the fray. Once the bouncing beast becomes a Dr.'s exclusive Pokémon, ordinary individuals will no longer have the privilege of raising it. At that point, the bouncing beast will undoubtedly become a coveted treasure, significantly reducing the expenses for trainers in subsequent Pokémon treatments." To Lin Yan, this was a surefire investment. Otherwise, he would consider adopting a Pokémon that appeared utterly useless. However, Lin Yan's proposal to have the bouncing beast adopted by Li Hui's family was somewhat personal. That evening, Li Hui broached the subject with his parents. After careful deliberation, if Lin Yan's family genuinely wished to adopt the non-performing bouncing beast, they would wholeheartedly agree. Simultaneously, Li Hui inquired about the bouncing beast's feelings, and upon learning of this potential change, the creature eagerly nodded in agreement, realizing it was about to escape its plight. With both parties willingly agreeing to the arrangement, Li Hui's family consented to Lin Yan adopting the bouncing beast. Now, it was up to Lin Yan to persuade his parents. In truth, after school, Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi did not return home immediately. Their Pokemon food supplies were nearly depleted, necessitating a trip for procurement. Otherwise, Jinghost and Houndour would soon face starvation. They returned to Bai Nanshi's uncle's creature buffet. But unfortunately, this time there were no complimentary meals. The cost of a single green energy cube had drained Lin Yan's savings. On the way home, Lin Yan found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the balance on his phone. I need to make money. It's imperative. If I don't, Jinghost will be hungry in just a few days. Meanwhile, Bai Nanshi's uncle, Yu Haitao, had just returned to the shop and learned of Lin Yan's recent visit through the staff. Given the description, Yu Haitao sensed that Lin Yan was in need of financial assistance, prompting him to make a significant decision. Mom, I'm back. Little Yan is home. Your father is here too. Dinner is almost ready. You two can watch some television in the meantime. Okay. After exchanging greetings, Lin Yan dropped his backpack and headed to the living room. His father was watching television, and upon seeing his son, he inquired, Little Yan, how did it go? Today marks just 19 days until our agreement. You need to hurry up. Faced with his father's rare concern, Lin Yan felt somewhat discontented. He forced a smile and replied, Don't worry, Dad, I will fulfill our agreement. Jinghost is working hard as well. That is good to hear. By the way, you seem troubled. Have you encountered any difficulties? If so, you can share them with me and your mother. We will do our utmost to help you. Lin Yan cherished his father's support, and the warmth of family had long since solidified his determination to become the person his parents hoped for. However, given his current situation, he genuinely needed their assistance. After some contemplation, he said, Dad, to be honest, I do have 2 matters I need your help with. Oh, what are they? Please tell me. Let us wait for Mom to come so we can discuss it together. Lin Yan's father nodded, not pressing further. Chapter 24. The store's treasure at dinner time. The meal was lavish, a delightful spread of 3 dishes and a soup, a rare occasion for the family to dine together. Lin Yan's mother noticed the unusual demeanor between father and son, as they both had a habit of unconsciously rubbing their fingers together when preoccupied with thoughts. What is going on with you two? Is there something on your minds? Lin Yan nodded and said, Mom and Dad, indeed, I have 2 matters to discuss. Do you remember the bouncing beast from Aunt Chen's house last week? They feel it has become a burden and wish to transfer its care to someone else. How about we adopt it? After Lin Yan spoke, his parents exchanged glances. His mother replied, Adopting a bouncing beast is certainly acceptable, but you must provide me with a reason. Mom, you know that if Jinghost gets injured, it cannot be treated through physical means. It requires magical healing. The bouncing beast is perfect for that purpose. Upon hearing Lin Yan's justification for adopting the bouncing beast, his mother seemed unable to refuse, nodding in agreement. Seeing his mother's acquiescence, Lin Yan's father continued, Little Yan, didn't you say there was another matter? Yes, it's that Jinghost cannot tolerate regular food. It requires special nutrition, which is rather expensive. Lin Yan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Although asking his parents for money was a normal request, he had grown unaccustomed to it since he hadn't sought their financial assistance since becoming an adult in his previous life. Upon the emergence of 2 inquiries, Lin's father sighed in relief. Xiao Yan, you need not worry. Your mother and I have long prepared the funds necessary for nurturing your exotic beast. Tomorrow, I'll have your mother transfer 100,000 to you. Use it sparingly. Indeed. Just focus on raising your Jengar. Should you require additional funds, simply let us know. The straightforwardness of his parents left Lin Yan feeling a deep sense of gratitude. However, he had recently learned from Bai Nanshi that in an effort to secure a month's time for him, his father had privately compensated the families of the 2 young victims quite handsomely. Otherwise, they would have already made a scene. This entire situation stemmed from his impulsive decision to capture Jengar, and coupled with the unwavering support from his parents, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. After a brief acknowledgement, Lin Yan hastily consumed a few bites of his meal and, citing training as an excuse, took Jengar out. His parents, seeing their child's dedication, felt their efforts were worthwhile and never considered them burdensome. While other youths might struggle to understand their parents, Lin Yan was different. He was acutely aware of the sacrifices they made for him, which only fueled his determination not to let them down. With this mindset, Lin Yan opted not to engage in running training with Jengar that evening, instead striding purposefully towards T Mountain Road. Upon arrival at the exotic beast banquet establishment, He entered just before closing time at 9 o'clock. The sales associate greeted him with a smile. "Hello, welcome to the Exotic Beast Banquet. How may I assist you?" "I'm not here to purchase anything. I was summoned by your boss, Mr. Yu." Noticing the young man accompanied by an exotic beast and mentioning the boss's name, the associate refrained from further inquiries and proceeded to guide him to the office. "Mr. Yu is inside. Please, go in." "Thank you." After pushing open the office door, Lin Yan was met with a welcoming smile from Yu Haitao, who expressed, "Young man, you've made a remarkable choice." Lin Yan nodded and took a seat at Yu Haitao's desk. "Mr. Yu, is it true what you said over the phone? If I endorse your establishment, you will provide me with food for my exotic beast free of charge?" "Absolutely. However, such a generous offer comes with conditions, as any savvy businessman would understand." Lin Yan, eager for clarity, pressed on. "What are the conditions?" "The stipulations are straightforward. I require you to secure a place in the top 5 at the Wuhan Youth Exotic Beast Competition in 2 weeks' time. During the press interviews, you must publicly acknowledge the existence of ghost-type exotic beasts. If you accomplish this, we will formalize our agreement and you will officially become our spokesperson." How does that sound? Indeed, nothing of value comes without effort. Lin Yan anticipated that such an opportunity would not be easily obtained. As a small city in Hubei province, Qinghe could not compare to Wuhan, the provincial capital, which gathered the finest young talents. The caliber of trainers and Pokémon there far surpassed that of Qinghe, making it a daunting challenge to achieve a top 5 finish, a feat Lin Yan himself was uncertain he could accomplish. Noticing Lin Yan's silence, Yu Haitao reassured him, "Lin Yan, ever since you demonstrated Jengar's ability to reverse hypnotize the Hypno in my shop, I recognized its potential. Rest assured, the age limit for this youth competition is 18. Therefore, you will only face opponents who recently became trainers last year or this year. Prior to the competition, I will provide you with ample support. You need only give your all in the contest. Even if you do not place, you will not lose anything. What do you think?" At that moment, Lin Yan had made up his mind. Whether it was to alleviate his parents' burden or to promote ghost-type Pokémon, he had ample motivation to participate. Furthermore, achieving a top 5 finish would mean he would no longer have to worry about Jengar's food, making it an undeniably lucrative venture. "All right, I have no objections. But I have one condition. If I place in the top 5 and achieve an even better ranking, I will require 3 items from your shop at no cost. I wonder if you can agree to my terms." Lin Yan fixed Yu Haitao with a determined gaze, surprising him with his confidence. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Haitao replied, "Well, what items do you desire? First, the shell bell, second, a fire stone, and third, the life orb." Upon hearing the trio of items Lin Yan requested, Yu Haitao nearly leapt to his feet in excitement. These items were indeed the treasures of his establishment. The shell bell had cost him 500 to acquire and had attracted many customers. The price of the fire stone had recently skyrocketed due to online information, now exceeding 1 million each, with premium versions reaching 500. As for the life orb, it had a legendary backstory, obtained from a perilous journey by a renowned trainer, and was priceless. These 3 items were not only the crown jewels of his shop, but also held immense personal value to Yu Haitao. He could hardly believe that the young man before him would dare to make such bold demands, selecting only the finest of treasures. Were it not for Yu Haitao's composure, he would have already dismissed Lin Yan. Yu Haitao gritted his teeth. "Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. You can forget about those 3 items. Choose 3 others instead." Lin Yan had anticipated such a response. However, he was prepared for a free acquisition. "I not only want them for free, but I also want you to beg me to give them to me." Chapter 25. A midnight heist. Lin Yan's shake of the head caused Yu Haitao to furrow his brow. In his view, if this was the case, there was no point in continuing the negotiation. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Lin Yan retrieved a ball from his pocket, red on top, white on the bottom, with a button in the center. Curiosity piqued, Yu Haitao inquired, "Lin Yan, what is that you are holding?" Not rushing to reply, Lin Yan casually stated, "Just watch closely. I believe you will soon reconsider your earlier thoughts." These words instantly ignited Yu Haitao's curiosity, and he fixed his gaze on Lin Yan. Without hesitation, Lin Yan pressed the button on the ball and called out, "Return, Jengar." With a flash of red light, Jengar vanished from their sight in an unbelievable display before reappearing moments later when Lin Yan pressed the button again. Yu Haitao's jaw nearly dropped at the sight. For the people of this world, such a ball was akin to magic, allowing Pokémon to disappear and reappear in an instant. This technology had yet to be developed in their realm. Even though their advancements had reached the nanotechnology level, replicating such a ball required a prototype for reference. Suddenly, a realization struck Yu Haitao, and he gazed at Lin Yan's ball with fervent eyes. To validate his intuition, Yu Haitao asked earnestly, Lin Yan. I must inquire, was Jengar's disappearance a mere illusion, or is it a result of that ball you possess? You likely already have the answer in your mind. An illusion requires a setup. You witnessed my movements upon entering. There is no way I could have orchestrated that, don't you think? This retort struck at the heart of Yu Haitao's thoughts, confirming that the technique enabling Jengar's disappearance was entirely dependent on the ball in Lin Yan's possession. As a businessman who had built his fortune on the Pokemon industry, this revelation opened up a world of possibilities in his mind. Once this precious Pokeball is unveiled, it will resolve the significant dilemma faced by trainers in transporting their Pokemon. The issues of shipping and land transport will be effectively addressed. And even those Pokemon that are large and difficult to travel with will find their trainers willing to pay a premium for such an innovation. Yu Haitao is a clever man. Indeed, as Lin Yan remarked, after witnessing the functionality of the Pokeball, he has completely altered his previous stance. Lin Yan, how about this? Sell me this Pokeball at any price you deem fit. As long as I can afford it, I will spare no effort to meet your conditions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan smiled slightly, but shook his head. Are you unwilling to sell? At this moment, Yu Haitao felt a tinge of urgency. Such an opportunity for wealth may not come again in a lifetime. He is acutely aware of the burgeoning Pokemon industry, having built his own success upon it over the past 2 years. However, the prospect before him now exceeds 95% of the opportunities within the Pokemon industry. It is difficult for him to remain unaffected. Uncle Yu, may I call you that? You are Nanshi's uncle and have provided me with opportunities before. In my eyes, you are a good person. This Pokeball, known as the Precious Pokeball, I am willing to gift it to you. However, I need some time. I currently possess only this one. When I create the next one, I will gladly give it to you as a token of gratitude for your previous kindness. Yu Haitao was taken aback, his mind momentarily in disarray as he stared incredulously at the young boy before him. In their mutual gaze, he noticed the clarity in Lin Yan's eyes, a brilliance reminiscent of youthful exuberance. He had once possessed such light, but the harshness of life had dimmed it, leaving him focused solely on monetary gain. Reflecting on his former self, Yu Haitao felt a pang of inadequacy. While he measured worth in terms of wealth, Lin Yan valued gratitude. In this act of generosity, Lin Yan had already surpassed him by leaps and bounds. This sense of shame caused Yu Haitao to tremble. My child, are you truly willing to gift me the precious Pokeball in your possession? Of course, but it will take some time. What do you think? The confirmation made Yu Haitao's heart skip a beat, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly. I never imagined I would be outdone by a child. Lin Yan, I agree to your previous proposal. Furthermore, I am willing to offer you half the shares in the development of the Pokeball. As for the 3 items you mentioned earlier, you may take them now if you wish. What do you say? From Yu Haitao's words, Lin Yan understood that their interaction had transcended mere transaction, evolving instead into mutual recognition. Nodding in agreement, Lin Yan acquiesced. Yet he did not intend to claim the 3 prized items from the restaurant at that moment. As Yu Haitao had sensed, this young man harbored grand ambitions and would not accept handouts. He would rely on his own abilities to acquire what he desired. Uncle Yu, there is no need for that just yet. As I mentioned earlier, the prerequisite for acquiring those 3 items is that I must achieve better results in the upcoming Youth Beast competition. I will earn them through my own efforts. His resolute words concealed the lofty ambitions of a young man, eliciting a satisfied smile from Yu Haitao. Excellent. A young person should have aspirations. Rest assured, during this time, I will provide you with any resources you require. Thank you, Uncle Yu. I will not be modest. After finalizing his participation in the Youth Beast competition in Wuhan, Yu Haitao fulfilled his promise, allowing Lin Yan to select what he needed from the store without conditions. Lin Yan, in turn, did not take advantage of the situation, choosing only the necessary food items for his ghost-type Pokemon, Jingars, as well as for his other Pokemon, without emptying the store or acting excessively. Yu Haitao observed this with admiration, encapsulating Lin Yan's character in the phrase, "A gentleman values wealth, but acquires it through righteous means." As they journeyed back, a smile graced Lin Yan's face. Finally, he would not have to worry about procuring food for nurturing Jingars. Jingar, we have 19 days left to clear your name. Before that, we must adequately prepare for the Youth Beast competition in 2 weeks. Are you confident? The earnest nod from Jingar prompted Lin Yan to quicken his pace. All right, let us begin our efforts now and see who reaches home first. With that, the two, one boy and his Pokemon, set off towards home. Upon arriving at the community, Lin Yan remembered to call by Nanshi late at night, bringing her the food required for her carty dog, for without her, he would not have met her uncle. Yu Haitao, by Nanshi, still half asleep when she opened the door, was instantly awakened by the sight of Lin Yan carrying large bags of Pokemon food. Lin Yan, Did you go out to rob someone in the middle of the night? How much did all this cost? Chapter 26. Don't hide, Lin Yan. Surrender. On Tuesday morning, Nanshi relentlessly questioned Lin Yan about the source of the numerous Pokemon food items he had acquired the night before. A rough estimate suggested that the bags contained at least 50 items, a considerable sum for the two of them. Eventually, Nanshi urged Lin Yan to turn himself in. Don't hide. You can't keep so much stolen property a secret. Faced with no other option, Lin Yan recounted the entire story to her. Upon learning of his intention to enter the Youth Beast competition in Wuhan, Nanshi became even more agitated. Lin Yan, are you out of your mind? The competitors are seasoned beast tamers who captured their Pokemon last year. Their training time exceeds ours by a whole year. Isn't participating just asking for trouble? Nanshi's initial concern morphed into puzzlement as she regarded Lin Yan's sudden decision. Nanshi, I am aware of all this, but I have already promised Uncle you. I must participate in the Youth Beast competition. Lin Yan was always resolute. Once he made a decision, nothing could sway him. Nanshi, feeling helpless, finally conceded, all right. I will accompany you. Will there be a beautiful girl cheering for me at the competition? Lin Yan mused, finding the thought quite appealing, and he readily agreed. Upon reaching the classroom, Li Hui expressed his family's willingness to adopt a Jigglypuff. Lin Yan had already discussed this with his parents, so it was settled. They agreed that Lin Yan would deliver the Pokemon to Li Hui's home that evening. The day passed swiftly with theory classes, and before long, school was dismissed. For Lin Yan, the lessons served as a refresher on basic nurturing concepts, allowing him to reinforce his foundational skills. Despite being an experienced player, some fundamental knowledge had faded, and reviewing it was akin to solidifying his standing as a trainer. Per their agreement, that evening, Jigglypuff was delivered to Lin Yan's home. When Jigglypuff laid eyes on Lin Yan once more, tears streamed down its face, gazing at him with a look of reproach, as if to say, "You made me wait in agony." Jigglypuff's reaction rendered the handover somewhat awkward, with both families and Li Hui speculating about what Lin Yan might have done to cause such a transformation in the Pokemon. Under the scrutiny of 5 bewildered gazes, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming urge to dive into the Yellow River to cleanse himself of suspicion. Had there been fewer witnesses around, he would have commanded Gengar to give Jigglypuff a good thrashing to teach it a lesson. As for the beloved Jigglypuff, we shall rely on your care from now on. We will visit it whenever we have the opportunity. It is getting late, so you should head back home soon. After completing the handover process, Lin Yan welcomed a new member into his family. During dinner, to allow Jigglypuff to fulfill its true purpose and assist in the dissemination of its abilities, Lin Yan proposed that it accompany his mother to her workplace starting tomorrow, thereby commencing its duties as a medical angel. This arrangement was practical. After all, it wouldn't be realistic to let it remain idle at home. Lin Yan's mother had no objections, as the involvement of Jigglypuff in healing injured Pokemon would indeed be a tremendous help for her. Jigglypuff, too, was quite pleased with the arrangement. As long as it wasn't tasked with washing dishes or cleaning floors, healing other Pokemon seemed significantly easier. At that moment, Jigglypuff envisioned a delightful future where it could effortlessly become a benefactor to other Pokemon, a thought that filled it with joy. Seeing Jigglypuff so elated brought a smile to Lin Yan's face, though it was clear that Jigglypuff was perhaps a bit too optimistic. After dinner, Lin Yan, as was his custom, took Gengar out for a special training session. This time, he made a point of bringing Jigglypuff along under the pretense of needing its help. Lost in dreams of its promising future, Jigglypuff followed behind eagerly, unaware of the challenges that awaited. Soon, Lin Yan led both of them to the park where he had previously jogged. All right, just like before, we'll warm up by running 5 laps around the park, and then we'll proceed to our training. Gengar eagerly agreed, but upon hearing the plan, Jigglypuff immediately protested, plopping down on the ground. Running 5 laps around the park seemed like a daunting task that might very well exhaust it. Displaying its discontent, Jigglypuff sat firmly on the ground, attempting to stage a protest. Lin Yan was not about to indulge its whims. He firmly declared, "Jigglypuff, don't you wish to be a useful Pokemon? Then stand up and run with us." Was becoming a useful Pokemon truly related to running? What about the promised role as a medical angel? Realizing it had been deceived, Jigglypuff shook its head in refusal. Just as Li Hui had suggested, it seemed content to do nothing and dwell in fantasies. However, Lin Yan's resolve remained unshaken. Allowing such behavior to continue would only exacerbate it. "Jigglypuff, if you continue like this, I'll send you back to Aunt Chen's house, and you'll never have the chance to shine again. Just go back and be a nanny." Lin Yan feigned anger. Jigglypuff was taken aback. Couldn't he at least try to convince it a bit more? Perhaps a few more words would sway its decision. Ignoring Jigglypuff's plight, Lin Yan prepared to start the day's run with Gengar. Just as they had taken a few steps, Jigglypuff's weak voice called out from behind, signaling its reluctance to revert to its previous state. Are you ready to join us in the run now, Jigglypuff? Lin Yan asked with a neutral expression. Hesitant but under pressure, Jigglypuff weakly nodded. Good, then hurry up and catch up. If you slack off, I'll send you back to Aunt Chun, and you'll be their nanny for life. The mention of a lifetime of being a nanny jolted Jigglypuff, prompting it to spring to its feet and begin running behind Lin Yan and Jengar. Admittedly, its running style was somewhat peculiar, with its short legs and a wiggling rear that almost made Lin Yan burst into laughter. Chapter 27. The Transformation of Jigglypuff with Jigglypuff's Presence. Today's running training became considerably more entertaining. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yan and Jengar had completed their warm-up, while for Jigglypuff, this was undoubtedly the most intense exercise it had ever experienced. By the time Lin Yan and Jengar finished their 5 laps, Jigglypuff was still leisurely completing its first lap. Lin Yan could hardly commend this pace. Breathless, Jigglypuff collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by the exertion and nearly gasping for air. With a smile, Lin Yan approached, expressing concern. Jigglypuff? How are you feeling? Are you all right? Jigglypuff nodded, unwilling to concede defeat in front of this human. All right, if you're fine, there are still 4 laps left. Keep pushing. Beep. Jigglypuff thought to itself. What a rascal. Oh wait, I'm the one who's supposed to be the egg. I shouldn't be calling anyone a rascal. After a series of trials, the evening's training finally came to a close. Lin Yan couldn't help but admire Jengar. No matter how rigorous the training he arranged, it always persevered. However, it was Jigglypuff who truly impressed Lin Yan that night. He had merely hoped to help Jigglypuff change its mindset through exercise, yet it had managed to complete all 5 laps. While 5 laps were just warm-ups for Lin Yan and Jengar, for Jigglypuff, achieving this was indeed commendable. In fact, on their way back, Lin Yan was astonished to discover that Jigglypuff's level had risen to 19. This was a significant milestone for Jigglypuff, who had primarily served as a caretaker for humans. After all, Pokémon tend to gain levels most rapidly in their early days. If a solid foundation isn't established, subsequent improvements become nearly impossible. This is precisely why Lin Yan was dedicated to training with Jengar daily. The reason Jigglypuff managed to complete all 5 laps was that, upon finishing the first lap, it felt a long-dormant energy surging within it, an invigorating sensation that filled the once downtrodden Jigglypuff with hope. Thus, Jigglypuff successfully underwent a transformation. On Wednesday after school, as Lin Yan entered his home, he was greeted by the sight of his mother, who was beaming with joy on the couch. A banner rested on the coffee table, while Jigglypuff sat nearby with an expression of pride. Mom, what is the occasion for such happiness today? Oh, Xiaoyan, you wouldn't believe how remarkable Jigglypuff has been today. It accomplished a task in our hospital that even 10 people couldn't complete. The creatures it treated sprang back to life immediately. Look, this banner is a special gift from a beast master in recognition of its efforts. This child is simply amazing. Lin Yan's mother exclaimed excitedly. Jigglypuff puffed out its chest proudly, casting a smug glance at Lin Yan. See, I'm impressive, aren't I? Lin Yan looked at Jigglypuff with a puzzled expression. This was genuinely unexpected. Although he was well aware of Jigglypuff's abilities, he hadn't anticipated it would perform so extraordinarily, effectively becoming tenfold more capable. By the way, Xiaoyan, the hospital director, just called. He inquired if all Jigglypuffs possessed the same abilities. If they do, the hospital intends to apply for a patent from the Dragon Kingdom government to designate Jigglypuff as our exclusive creature. This would not only alleviate our workload, but also expedite the recovery of injured creatures for Beastmasters. Lin Yan's mother's words struck a chord. With Jigglypuff around, not only could the hospital's burden be lessened, but it could also advance the development of the entire trainer community. Perhaps in the past, trainers were reluctant to inflict pain upon their Pokémon during training, thereby reducing the intensity of their training sessions. However, with the presence of Chansey, their concerns were alleviated. After all, the potential within Pokémon is boundless, and only through rigorous training and battles can their maximum capabilities be unleashed. Thus, the emergence of Chansey is sure to expedite the enhancement of trainers' overall prowess. Naturally, Lin Yan wholeheartedly supports his mother in this endeavor, pondering aloud. Mom, that is truly wonderful. Your leaders are absolutely correct. Every bouncy ball Pokémon can achieve the same results, provided they undergo a series of training. However, there is one more thing I hope you can assist me with. Joyfully, Lin's mother nodded, saying, Speak up, how can I help you? It's all on me. Mom, it's this. Since bouncy ball Pokémon is no longer just a useless ball, could we possibly rename it? I believe Chansey suits it much better. Would you help me submit a request? Ah, you make a valid point. The name bouncy ball Pokémon is indeed no longer fitting. Chansey sounds quite appealing. I will certainly mention it to the leaders in the coming days. It should be feasible. With Lin's mother readily agreeing, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy within. The completion of his side quest seemed within reach. Thank you, Mom. You're welcome. Now, I shall prepare dinner for you all. A grand feast awaits this evening. Oh, and what of Dad? Why hasn't he returned yet? Your father? It seems there have been significant cases emerging at the Bureau lately. A mysterious beast thief has appeared in Qinghe City, specifically targeting this year's senior student's Pokemon. I doubt he will be home for a while. You and Jengar should exercise caution. Understood, Mom. Lin Yan shook his head in disbelief at the bizarre occurrences. Upon returning to his room, having set down his backpack, Lin reflected on how he had been unable to update his posts on forums and Douyin recently, only managing to respond briefly before meals. Following the viral success of his first video, Professor Oak now boasts an impressive following of 50,000, a truly astonishing increase. Many viewers, after watching Professor Oak's videos and authoritative posts, have begun to accept the nomenclature of Pokemon on the forum. Given this trend, Lin realized that he might indeed rectify the naming conventions for all Pokemon in this world. As long as he perseveres, this is certainly achievable. However, due to the demands of school, he has not had the opportunity to capture video footage lately, and the comments urging updates have begun to overwhelm him. There is little to be done about it. Any updates would have to wait until the holiday, when he can gather material in Lee County, which would be far more efficient than in the city. Additionally, during this time, aside from popularizing information, the priority remains to enhance Jengar's strength. With only 17 days left until the deadline, it is imperative that Jengar learns a Ghost-type move promptly. Since returning from Lee County, Lin has noticed that Jengar's level has stagnated at 27 despite consistent training. However, one thing is certain, Jengar is indeed growing each day. As for the lack of progress in leveling up or learning a Ghost-type move, Lin surmised that mere training may not suffice. They must engage in battles in the wild. With that thought, Lin recalled the two mysterious electric-type Pokemon located in the core area of the abandoned power plant. He wondered who they might be. Chapter 28. Unclean Entities. On Saturday, with only 14 days remaining until Jengar's exoneration, Lin Yan shouldered his backpack and once again boarded the long-distance bus to Lee County. Initially, he intended to bring Chansey along to provide healing support during Jengar's battles. However, the hospital operates year-round, and since Chansey has gained prominence under the hospital's leadership, it has been tirelessly attending to the front lines of Pokemon treatment. Upon disembarking from the bus, Lin made his way directly to the abandoned power plant. After a week's wait, he and Jengar had finally returned. The past few days had been sunny, with no rain or thunder. It was likely that the electric-type Pokemon in the abandoned power plant would be in a more amiable mood. As Lin stepped through the entrance of the power plant, he spotted the proud Raichu commanding a group of Pikachu. Upon noticing Lin Yan and Jengar, Raichu's smug expression faltered slightly. Don't look for me, don't look for me, don't look for me. Although Lin had intended to greet Raichu, the evasive glance led him to reconsider. Entering the second area, the Magnemites appeared somewhat lethargic, most of them still resting, until one Magnemite detected the presence of intruders nearby and quickly summoned its companions. Qua. Instantly, 5 Magnemites converged around them. But Lin and Jengar remained unfazed. Since you prefer to congregate, let this serve as a warm-up for this morning. Jengar, prepare for battle. Deka. Upon entering combat mode, Jengar's demeanor shifted dramatically. After 2 weeks of training with Lin, despite Jengar's inherently timid nature, it would charge forward as long as its trainer was by its side. Sensing Jengar's hostility, the Magnemites also entered battle mode, electric sparks crackling around them as they readied their attacks. The battle was imminent. The 2 Magnemites launched their electric shock simultaneously, sending currents straight toward Jengar. Jengar evade, then use Mud Bomb. After a week of specialized mud training, Jengar no longer needed to gather ready-made mud for attacks. The energy within it could manifest mud far superior to that of ordinary dirt. Dodging the 2 electric strikes, Jengar hurled 2 mud bombs at the Magnemites. The precise angle and impeccable timing of the attack ensured that the 2 attacking Magnemites, still in the midst of their electric assault, were struck squarely in the face by the mud. While the poisoning effect had no impact on the Magnemites, the mud obscured their vision, causing them to flail about wildly. Qua. Qua. Disoriented, the Magnemites emitted panicked sounds, and with a series of thuds, they collided with the walls. Rendered incapable of continuing the fight, the remaining 3 Magnemites were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they gazed at Jengar. What is this filthy substance? Sensing the uncleanliness, the 3 Magnemites hesitated to attack, retreating instead. Lin Yan shook his head in resignation. This was far too easy. Realizing the remaining 3 Magnemites had lost the will to fight, Lin chose not to pursue them further. His goal today was to confront the two electric-type Pokémon in the core area of the abandoned power plant, regardless of whether he could defeat them. Witnessing their true forms was imperative. After all, the previous night had not been stormy. He believed the aggression of the electric-type Pokémon would be manageable. Jengar. Let them be. We shall seek stronger opponents. Dika. Jengar nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated. Qua. Tri-Attack Magnemite. Lin Yan instantly recognized this Pokémon. Clearly, Tri-Attack Magnemite had come in response to the earlier commotion caused by its injured companions, glaring furiously at Lin and Jengar with its three eyes. Finally, a formidable contender has arrived. Lin smirked slightly, while Jengar similarly held its gaze steady on the Tri-Attack Magnemite, both sides equally matched in presence. Spirit, Magneton, Electric. Steel, Nature, Modest, Attack decreased, Special Attack increased. Level, 32. Potential, Elite. Ability, Magnet Pull, attracts Steel-type Pokémon, preventing their escape. Hidden ability, Analytic, increases power of moves when attacking last. Moves, Charge Beam, Thunderbolt, Screech, Spiral Ball, at level 32? Quite intriguing, Lin Yan mused. In the next moment, Magneton unleashed its attack first, emitting a piercing sound that caused both Lin Yan and Jengar to cover their ears. The industrial-like noise was indeed unbearable. Jengar, quickly use Hypnosis to interrupt Magneton's screech. Unfortunately, Lin Yan's command was drowned out at that moment, and Jengar, with its ears covered, could not hear any instruction. The battle, however, continued unabated despite Jengar's lack of direction. In an instant, Magneton ceased its screech and launched a charge beam at Jengar, faster than Raichu could manage. Faced with this attack, Jengar, not having heard Lin Yan's command, stood frozen in confusion. Lin Yan felt a sense of foreboding. Dodge it, Jengar. His shout came too late. Jengar was struck by the charge beam. The violent current surged through Jengar's body, evoking a sense of dread reminiscent of previous encounters. The paralyzing sensation triggered a fleeting memory within Jengar, awakening a dormant fragment of its past. Its expression shifted from one of fear to a fierce demeanor. Jengar, already ghostly in appearance, became even more intimidating with its fierce gaze, causing Magneton to shudder involuntarily. Lin Yan, with his back turned to Jengar, remained oblivious to its transformation. Just as he planned to instruct Jengar to retaliate, Jengar's hands began to coalesce a small energy sphere. This sphere gradually expanded, growing from the size of a football to that of a basketball. In that moment, a basketball-sized black energy sphere was formed. Jengar thrust its hands forward, sending the energy sphere directly towards its opponent, akin to Magneton's earlier charge beam. Momentarily stunned by Jengar's fierce stare, Magneton was unable to evade and was struck directly by the Shadow Ball. The concentrated ghost-type energy erupted upon impact, enveloping Magneton in a larger sphere of dark energy, assailing every corner of its body. Ultimately, Magneton succumbed to the onslaught of the Shadow Ball, losing its combat capability. Jengar had dispatched Magneton in a single blow. Lin Yan stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Jengar had mastered Shadow Ball during the battle. Perhaps the mechanics of Shadow Ball were akin to those of Charge Beam, condensing internal energy into a sphere to launch an attack. Given that various electric-type Pokémon had used Charge Beam in recent battles, it was only logical that Jengar could learn it as well. Lin Yan's heart surged with joy. Did this not signify that Jengar could now wield two forms of energy? Chapter 29. The Key to Jengar's Exoneration. Well done, Jengar. You learned Shadow Ball. Hearing Lin Yan's praise, Jengar turned around, fixing him with a fierce glare. Sensing the unusual intensity in Jengar's gaze, Lin Yan felt a twinge of unease. Before he could utter another word, Jengar once again gathered a Shadow Ball in its hands. But this time, the target was its trainer, Lin Yan. With widened eyes, Lin Yan found it incredulous that Jengar would dare to attack him. While it was not uncommon for Pokémon to turn on their trainers, he could hardly believe that Jengar's assault was aimed at him. Jengar, what are you doing? It's me, Lin Yan. I'm your trainer. His urgent shout prompted Jengar to halt its Shadow Ball. Suddenly, a bewildering scene unfolded. Jengar paused, appearing disoriented, clutching its head in distress, and began flying erratically. With a final cry, Jengar collapsed to the ground, closing its eyes as it slipped into unconsciousness. Lin Yan stood frozen in confusion. Had he not witnessed the bizarre event firsthand, he would never have believed Jengar could turn against him. Hastily, he approached the unconscious Jengar, calling out to it. Jengar? What happened? Wake up. What just took place? Amid his anxious pleas, Jengar slowly opened its eyes. Daika, what happened? The awakening Jengar gazed at Lin Yan's worried face with a puzzled expression. This left Lin Yan even more perplexed. Could it be that Jengar was unaware of its actions moments before? Jengar, Do you remember what you just did? Lin Yan inquired cautiously, refraining from directly mentioning the attack. Floating in the air, Jengar gestured, first covering its ears, then mimicking the approach of Magneton's attack, finally closing its eyes. After observing Jengar's mimicry, Lin Yan fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that Jengar truly had no recollection of the recent events? No, something about this felt familiar. The gaze Jengar had when attacking him resembled the one it bore when Lin Yan first encountered it in the Otherworld house, and its demeanor upon awakening was akin to how it appeared after being healed by Chansey. What could this mean? Reflecting on the sequence of events, along with a previously viewed video, a term suddenly emerged in Lin Yan's mind: multiple personality disorder. Multiple personality disorder refers to a condition where an individual possesses two distinct and separate personalities. The primary personality is typically referred to as the host, while the latent personality that emerges due to certain circumstances is termed the subpersonality. In truth, every individual harbors a latent persona or multiple personas within their subconscious. Often triggered by delusions, various environments and events can awaken these inner personalities, each functioning independently without interference. For example, some individuals appear entirely normal, yet extreme situations may evoke their latent personas, prompting instinctual reactions. This phenomenon is often seen in news stories where a spouse, enraged by infidelity, reacts violently. This represents the manifestation of an angry latent personality, disregarding all learned morals, controlled by the subpersonality. Even later, without the accounts of others, the husband may forever remain ignorant of his actions. Such phenomena, classified in psychology as multiple personality disorder, predominantly occur in intelligent beings, such as humans. However, in this world, aside from humans, Pokémon also possess profound intelligence, acquiring wisdom comparable to humans as they mature. Some Pokémon are even born with extraordinary intellect. Given Jengar's recent behavior, Lin Yan suspected that the two distinct states exhibited by Jengar were indeed indicative of a delusional multiple personality disorder. However, the emergence of the latent persona is certainly not coincidental. It must involve some extreme event under specific circumstances. Lin Yan began to carefully recall the video he had previously watched. The human's imprisonment, oppression, and assault on Groudon undoubtedly qualify as an extreme event, which often incites the awakening of latent personas. This awakening transformed the inherently timid Groudon into a fierce and enraged entity, leading to a dramatic reversal of fortune. Consequently, after its evolution, it attacked those two young individuals, absorbing their life energy. However, due to the independent nature of each persona's thoughts, Groudon completely forgot what transpired that night and could not locate the life energy absorbed by the latent persona. This elucidates why Groudon initially attacked humans upon their first meeting, and just moments ago, the pivotal factor lies in the electrical current, which stimulates Groudon to unlock its latent persona. With a sudden epiphany, Lin Yan comprehended everything. This was indeed the critical reason behind Groudon's assaults on humans. Elated at having identified the key, Lin Yan felt a surge of hope. Did this not imply that he could help Groudon clear its name? However, he soon recalled something that cast a shadow over his joy. Given that the life energy of those two young individuals was manipulated by Groudon's latent persona, it meant that only the latent persona could restore that energy. Yet, considering the latent persona's perilous nature, it was evident that invoking it would not lead to any healing for the humans. In fact, it had reached a point of loathing towards humans, as evidenced by its tendency to attack them on sight. To validate his hypothesis, Lin Yan employed his insight to examine the data of Groudon's main persona. Species: Groudon, Ghost. Poison: Personality: Timid, increased speed, decreased special attack. Level: 28. Potential: Legendary. Ability: Levitate, can float in the air, unaffected by ground-type moves. Hidden ability: None. Moves: Shadow Punch, Hypnosis. Illusion: Mud Bomb. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The move Shadow Ball was learned by the latent persona, while the main persona of Groudon had yet to acquire any ghost-type special attack skills. Lin Yan silently contemplated. However, having identified the issue, he was resolute about the next steps to restore the life energy. Relying on the latent persona for this task was simply not feasible. Hence, it would have to be the main persona that returned the life energy. Although the main persona could not pinpoint the location of the absorbed life energy, as long as the intensity of the life energy absorbed by the main persona met the required standard, it could still achieve the effect of restoration. As for where to find an equivalent to replace the original life energy, it would rely on that particular object. Chapter 30. The pricing of exotic beasts is determined by Professor Oak. With this clarity, Lin Yan's gaze became resolute. It seemed that the focus must now shift to the life gems he had arranged to obtain with Yu Haitao. By harnessing the life energy contained within those gems, he could transfer it to the two young individuals, ensuring their recovery. With a clear plan in mind, today's agenda required a complete overhaul. Let us go, Groudon. We need to gather some educational materials on other Pokemon. Daika. High-quality videos often require the simplest filming techniques. After 2 hours of bustling activity, Lin Yan finally opened other Douyin accounts and began the process of video adaptation. This round of educational content primarily focused on the starter Pokemon of the Kanto region, the Firetail Lizard Charmander, the Double Whip Frog Bulbasaur, and the blue-skinned Turtle Squirtle. The title was The Most Suitable Exotic Beasts for New Trainers in Dragon Country. Upon its release, the comment section exploded. Professor Oak, is it true these 3 exotic beasts are as powerful as you claim? Goodness, I was ready to feast, and now the blogger updates. Please, can we have more? Can the flame on Charmander's tail be used for barbecuing? What happened to the promised updates on electric-type exotic beasts? Never mind. I'll just save up to capture the starters. Once the video was published, the status of the starter Pokemon skyrocketed. Their aesthetics and potential stirred up excitement among netizens, with even the official account of Dragon Country commenting to affirm the immense potential of these 3 exotic beasts. But are you sure you're not just trying to ride the wave of popularity? Yet, with the endorsement of the Dragon Country officials, the market value of Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle surged dramatically. Initially, raising one required only 80, but following the release of the video and post, their price skyrocketed to 300. At first, the comments were cordial, but by afternoon, they were rife with disdain. Thus, a new truth emerged in the trainer community. The pricing of exotic beasts is determined by Professor Oak. Lin Yan felt somewhat helpless. His good intentions had been misconstrued as an attempt to inflate market prices. In this era of big data, certain prices do indeed rise due to online trends, but this increase was entirely rational. After all, these were the starters. A low price would have been quite unreasonable. Simultaneously, within the Fire-type Exotic Beast Research Institute of Dragon Country, a flurry of activity erupted among the researchers, triggered by the emergence of a video and a detailed post online. The post was extraordinarily thorough, detailing how the flame on Charmander's tail signifies its vitality, the personality changes it undergoes upon evolving into Charmeleon, and even clear cultivation directions. It is worth noting that the Charmander family had been a significant research focus for them over the past 6 months. How could it be so easily compromised by a single post? Damn it, who is this Professor Oak? Initially, the researchers at the Fire-type Exotic Beast Research Institute suspected a traitor within their ranks had disclosed some of their findings prematurely. However, it became evident that they were mistaken. It was not just the Fire-type Institute that was caught off guard, but also the Grass-type and Water-type Exotic Beast Research Institutes. If the appearance of a single post could be dismissed as a coincidence or a leak from within a team, then what could explain the convergence of 3 accurate pieces of information? Each research institute had stringent confidentiality protocols, and the researchers were acutely aware of the consequences of leaks, making the likelihood of such an occurrence nearly non-existent. This left only one possibility. The combined dissemination of information regarding the 3 starter Pokemon was indeed original. Thus, the critical question arose, who exactly is this Professor Oak? As the academic community surrounding exotic beast research buzzed with excitement, Lin Yan gazed at the setting sun with a subtle smile. Come on, Groudon. In preparation for next week's Youth Exotic Beast competition, we must intensify our training. Daika. Ever since learning of Gaston's dual personas, Lin Yan's focus had shifted from clearing Gaston's name to fully preparing for the upcoming Youth Exotic Beast competition. With a clear direction established, it was prudent to concentrate efforts on enhancing Gaston's strength in the coming week. He planned to lead Groudon to secure a top 5 finish in the Wuhan Youth Exotic Beast competition, after which obtaining the Life Gem would be a natural progression. Simultaneously, during this process, it was inevitable that Groudon would master Ghost-type moves, signifying its ability to adeptly manage the interplay of energies within. With the Life Gem in hand, Groudon could finally clear its name. This would also facilitate the main quest of promoting Ghost-type Pokemon, thereby endorsing Yu Haitao's shop during the competition interviews. This is undoubtedly an ingenious method that achieves multiple objectives. Indeed, I consider myself a genius. The time is now 7:30 in the evening. The sun has set, and the full moon rises. Lin Yan once again brings Ghost Stone to the abandoned power plant. Raichu is exasperated. Why are these two back? And this time they are approaching him? Raichu? Lacking his previous arrogance, Raichu weakly inquires. Do not worry, we come in peace this time. I seek your assistance in teaching Ghost Stone how to condense the energy within him to form a sphere, much like your electric ball. Can you help us? Lin Yan's innocent smile sends a chill down Raichu's spine. Do you think I dare refuse? Ultimately, under the pressure of Lin Yan and Ghost Stone, Raichu chooses to acquiesce. He has no other option. Raichu remarks, I may not be human, but you are truly not human. Alright, let us begin swiftly. Ghost Stone, you will imitate Raichu's electric ball. Sense the ghost-type energy within you and gather it in your hand, compressing it into a sphere. Do you understand? Raichu, you will conduct a few demonstrations for Ghost Stone. Rest assured, I will not treat you unfairly. The two Pokémon nod in agreement, and Raichu immediately begins the live demonstration. Soon, an electric ball forms in his hand. While Ghost Stone attentively observes Raichu's every movement, mentally reciting Lin Yan's explanation. Since the latent personality of Ghost Stone can learn Shadow Ball, it is only natural that the dominant personality can do the same. Although the two personalities are entirely independent, they share the same body and thus possess equal potential. Under Raichu's guidance, Ghost Stone begins to learn with increasing proficiency. In no time, a small black sphere the size of an egg appears in Ghost Stone's hand. Unfortunately, during this first attempt, Ghost Stone has yet to master the technique of energy compression, rendering this Shadow Ball significantly weaker than what his latent personality could unleash. This one Shadow Ball would likely struggle to defeat even a single Pikachu. However, Ghost Stone remains undeterred and continues to learn from Raichu, while Lin Yan provides insights from the sidelines. Under their tutelage, Ghost Stone makes rapid progress. Chapter 31, A Gift from the Heavens Guide, Condense, Compress, Release. Mastering these four crucial elements, Ghost Stone's potential shines through. On his third attempt, he successfully condenses a Shadow Ball the size of a soccer ball. The power of this Shadow Ball has yet to be tested, but with diligent practice, it is sure to become Ghost Stone's secret weapon in the upcoming Young Beast competition. Ghost Stone, congratulations, you have successfully learned Shadow Ball. With the praises from Lin Yan and Raichu, Ghost Stone shyly scratches his head. Please, no more compliments. I might get too proud. With the acquisition of this Shadow Ball, Ghost Stone's overall strength has significantly increased. Whether in executing ultimate moves, engaging in close combat, or striking from a distance. However, Lin Yan still intends to develop Ghost Stone's training along the lines of an assassin. Although the evolved Gengar can pursue a more aggressive path, it is evident that Gengar, with its timid nature, is better suited to become a stealthy assassin on the battlefield. Moving through the shadows. Raichu, my task is complete. May I leave now? Lin Yan shakes his head. Not so fast. You still need to assist me with another task. However, allowing Ghost Stone to learn Shadow Ball today is a great help, and this is your reward. With that, Lin Yan retrieves two electric-type Pokémon batteries from his backpack. He had specifically procured these from Yu Haitao before arriving, ensuring they were of the highest quality, as virtually no electric-type Pokémon would refuse them. Raichu is no exception. His eyes fixated on the exquisite batteries in Lin Yan's hands. Yet, despite his desire, he hesitates, considering the human's exploitation. Raichu, I would rather starve than eat from the hands of others. Seeing Raichu shake his head, Lin Yan takes out 5 more premium batteries. Now, with a total of 7 exquisite batteries in his grasp, he knows that purchasing them in a store would cost at least $10. Raichu, this is the final favor. If you agree to help, all these exquisite batteries will be yours. What do you say? As soon as the words leave his lips, Raichu's mouth waters uncontrollably. Raichu, let us proceed quickly. What are we waiting for? Raichu exclaims, I have no choice. The offer is too enticing. In truth, Lin Yan does not intend to burden Raichu. He simply asks him to collaborate on 2 educational videos, the first about Pikachu and the second about Raichu, as a response to a request from an online user earlier that afternoon. After half an hour of filming, all tasks for the day are successfully accomplished. As the 2 videos and posts are uploaded, Lin Yan suddenly hears the voice of the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the educational segments on Pikachu and Raichu. You are awarded 4 luck points. Current luck points, 152. Ding. Luck points exceed 150. Reward, 5 Pokeballs. System's blessing activated. Within 2 months, the owner will encounter a wild starter Pokemon. A wild starter Pokemon. Lin Yan is taken aback. He had previously believed that luck points permanently increased the probability of encountering rare Pokemon in the wild. It appears, however, that one must reach a certain threshold to truly harness the power of luck points. Does this mean that once luck points reach a certain height, one could even stumble upon legendary Pokemon while shopping? Moreover, he could know in advance the type of Pokemon he might encounter. This is simply remarkable. A box containing 5 Pokeballs materializes quietly before Lin Yan. After securing these Pokeballs, Lin Yan joyfully heads towards his grandfather's home with Stone. Simultaneously, all the researchers from the 3 major laboratories have just concluded a 6-hour meeting, their bodies stiff from sitting for so long. Just as they believe they can go home, a voice from behind calls them back into the conference room. Wait, Professor Oak has released more educational videos and materials. The researchers feel a shiver run down their spines. Only those who have endured such forced overtime know the discomfort it brings. Perhaps Lin Yan himself is unaware that his singular contributions have caused a multitude of others to work late into the night. I love you as you walk alone through the dark alleys. I love you for your unyielding spirit. I love you for having faced despair. Who is calling so early in the morning? Groggily opening his eyes, Lin Yan picks up his phone. On the other end, a girl's voice complains, Lin Yan, are you still asleep? Where did you run off to yesterday? Oh, it's you, Nanshi. I went to Lixian with Stone yesterday. Really? You took Stone out without inviting me? It seems our relationship has faded. Not at all. With the young beast competition approaching, I've been caught up in preparations and forgot to invite you. Next time, I promise. By the way, Nanshi, what is the reason for your early call? Lin Yan inquires with curiosity. On the other end, Nanshi pouts, dissatisfied. Excuses. My uncle is inviting us out for dinner tonight, and he asked me to check if you were free. Uncle you? Is this about the young beast competition? Considering this, Lin Yan responds without hesitation. What time? Where? 7 o'clock tonight, at the Yongchuan restaurant in the city. After relaying this, Nanshi hangs up, leaving Lin Yan somewhat bewildered. Sigh, it seems Nanshi is upset again. Fortunately, he has prepared a gift for her this time. Rising from his bed, Lin Yan doesn't dwell too much on it. Since they have an agreement for dinner at 7, he should plan to leave early in the afternoon. In the morning, Lin Yan engaged in intensive training with Stone. After hastily producing several educational videos and articles in the afternoon, he boarded a long-distance bus back to the city. 16 days had swiftly elapsed, leaving only 14 days to exonerate Stone and 6 days until the Youth Beastmaster competition. Every moment during this period was invaluable to Lin Yan. At 7 in the evening, he ventured into a restaurant. Guided by a server, Lin Yan entered a private room whereby Nanshi and Yu Haitao had been waiting for some time, along with 2 other young individuals of similar age. Uncle Yu, Nanshi. I'm here, Lin Yan greeted as he settled beside Nanshi. From the moment he entered, the 2 newcomers, a young man and woman, studied him intently. Let me introduce you, Nanshi said. This is Du Hongfei, and she is Yi Qing. They are both first-year students from the Beastmaster department at Tsinghua University and will be joining you in the upcoming Youth Beastmaster Championship. Given the fierce competition, achieving a good ranking will be quite challenging. Therefore, I have arranged a 5-day intensive training camp for you all. This training will undoubtedly be far superior to what you could achieve at school. I have already spoken to your father, and he is willing to grant you leave. What do you think? A 5-day intensive training camp? Lin Yan asked with keen interest. What will this training entail? Yu Haitao took a sip of tea and paused momentarily. Are you familiar with Secret Realms? Secret Realms? Lin Yan's expression shifted dramatically. He was all too aware of what Secret Realms entailed. Since the resurgence of Pokémon energy 5 years ago, Blue Star had been merging with another dimension, the world of Pokémon. Secret Realms were the products of this fusion, featuring entirely natural environments unlike anything on Blue Star. Within these realms, one could collect rare resources for cultivating Pokémon and might encounter some extraordinary creatures. However, with opportunity comes peril. Many energy surveyors had lost their lives while exploring these realms, and numerous elite trainers had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, this did not deter humanity or trainers from their pursuits. To obtain the resources within, trainers from various nations continuously ventured into secret realms. And those who emerged were often among the most powerful trainers of their time. Compared to the secret realms of the previous 2 years, the conditions had stabilized significantly over the last 2 years. Some realms were now accessible to trainers and posed far lesser dangers than before, though risks remained inherent. Nations had rated the peril levels of secret realms, categorizing them into ultra-micro, micro, small to medium, medium, large, and super realms. Based on the strength of the trainers, assessments were made to determine which realms they could enter. Upon learning that the location for the 5-day training would be a secret realm, Lin Yan mentally prepared himself. After all, to become an exceptional trainer, mere urban and outdoor experiences would not suffice. Each formidable Pokémon had endured trials of bloodshed to attain their strength. Uncle Yu, is this true? Which secret realm are we visiting? Lin Yan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Based on your abilities, I have selected a micro-realm for you. The creatures within are approximately equivalent in strength to Pokémon that have been raised for a year by Beastmasters. making it ideal for your pre-competition training. This realm is called the Ruined Lake Realm, classified as a Mirage Secret Realm. If you agree to go, the 4 of you will form a small team. I will begin arranging a brief training session before your entrance to the realm tomorrow morning, and you will depart for the Ruined Lake Realm early Tuesday. Faced with such an opportunity to rapidly enhance his abilities, Lin Yan readily agreed. I have no objections. Excellent. I knew I had chosen wisely. Tomorrow morning. You won't need to go to school. Meet at my shop instead. Understood. The 4 young individuals chorused in unison. After dinner, Lin Yan walked home alongside by Nanshi. Noticing she was still sulking, he called out as they arrived at the neighborhood. Wait, Nanshi, don't be upset. In a couple of days, we will be heading to the secret realm together. Uncle, you mentioned that we need to focus on teamwork. I'm not angry, she replied, though her tone suggested otherwise. Typically, when a girl claims she is not angry, there are 3 possibilities. She is genuinely not upset, she is indeed upset, or she is extremely upset. Clearly, Lin Yan detected by Nanshi's insincerity, suspecting she fell into the 3rd category. Nanshi, I didn't invite you along this time to exclude you. It was meant to be a surprise. A surprise? Bai Nanshi asked, puzzled. No girl dislikes a surprise, and Bai Nanshi was no exception. Her expression softened somewhat. Indeed. Remember last week when I promised to get you a Pokeball? I went out to prepare one for you yesterday. As he spoke, Lin Yan retrieved the prepared Pokeball from his pocket. Here, take it. Now you can carry your own cardy dog with you. As he presented the Pokeball, Lin Yan did so as if it were a trivial item. Yet, was the Pokeball trivial? Certainly not. Its function was indispensable for trainers. Bai Nanshi understood the significance of the Pokeball and was deeply touched by Lin Yan's thoughtful gesture, her earlier irritation dissipating in an instant. Under the night sky, Lin Yan was unable to discern her expression, but in the next moment, without uttering a word, Bai Nanshi silently accepted the Pokeball. Seizing the opportunity, she shyly pressed her lips against Lin Yan's cheek. The soft sensation sent a wave of warmth coursing through Lin Yan. Before he could react, a bashful Bai Nanshi had already fled, leaving behind a parting remark. Humph, you big fool, I'll let you off this time. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the neighborhood at 7 tomorrow morning. Watching Bai Nanshi's shy retreat, Lin Yan murmured to himself, unconsciously touching the spot where she had kissed him, a surge of inexplicable emotion stirring within him. Have I just been taken advantage of? After a moment of relishing the recent sensation, Lin Yan, filled with youthful vigor, hastened his pace home, eagerly anticipating their next meeting the following morning. Upon entering his house, he discovered the lights were out, likely indicating that his parents had gone to bed. He stealthily returned to his room, suppressing his inner restlessness, and began searching for information on the Ruined Lake Realm. As he searched for the relevant keywords, various details about the Ruined Lake Realm surfaced. Lin Yan clicked on the most authoritative official documentation. The Ruined Lake Realm, which had materialized in March 2020, is located in Huangzhou, Hubei Province. After a year of exploration, it was classified as a micro-realm, making it highly suitable for ordinary beast masters up to elite levels. The realm primarily hosts water and grass-type creatures. Suddenly, Lin Yan caught a crucial detail about the Ruined Lake Realm. It appeared to be no ordinary secret realm. It was defined as a Mirage Secret Realm, as there existed a distant counterpart in the west that bore an identical name, the Grand Ruined Lake Realm located in Greece, which was several tiers higher than the one in Huangzhou. The Mirage Realm, as the name suggests, indicates a connection reminiscent of a mirage between 2 secret locations, implying that various wild Pokémon from different regions can manifest in these realms. For instance, certain Pokémon exclusive to the Western Ruins may occasionally be transported to the ruins of Huangzhou. This phenomenon is referred to as the Mirage Realm. After perusing extensive information, Lin Yan's heart swelled with joy upon learning about the structure of the Mirage Realm. Recalling the system's bestowal from the previous day, he pondered the possibility of encountering a wild starter Pokémon within the ruins, perhaps even one from another region. Instantly, a surge of anticipation coursed through every fiber of Lin Yan's being. This exhilaration, paired with delight, was undoubtedly second only to the thrill of capturing a Gastly. The starter Pokémon, they embody the aspirations of every novice trainer. Chapter 33, The First Secret Realm Mission, September 18th, Monday morning. At the Beast Buffet on Chashan Road, the 4 young individuals who had met the previous evening convened once more. Aside from Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi, who had stored their Pokémon in Pokeballs, Du Hongfei and Yi Qing each accompanied a Pokémon. Beside Du Hongfei was a Shuckle, a bug and rock-type Pokémon known for its exceptional durability. Yi Qing had a Pidgey, a normal and flying-type Pokémon with remarkable vision and reconnaissance abilities. A brief glance revealed that Shuckle was at level 31, while Pidgey was at level 30, both surpassing the level of Lin Yan's Gastly by a couple of levels. However, should a confrontation arise, Lin Yan felt confident in his abilities. As Yu Haitao was delayed due to prior commitments, the young individuals engaged in light conversation while waiting. With their initial acquaintanceship from the previous night, the four found themselves getting along quite well, their personalities harmonizing. Noticing Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi without Pokemon, Du Hongfei inquired with curiosity, "Lin Yan, Bai Nanshi, where are your Pokemon? Today, in addition to the pre-mission training, we also have to undergo physical assessments for our Pokemon. You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Of course not," replied Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi in unison, producing their Pokeballs to release Gastly and Houndour. Wow! The sudden reveal startled the two, but Lin Yan, accustomed to explaining Pokeballs, quickly deflected their surprise with a few words. During their chatter, Lin Yan was astonished to discover that Houndour had reached level 26 and had learned a new move, Flame Fong, which left him in awe for quite some time. Yet, considering Houndour's exceptional potential and its previous prowess in the Beast House, reaching level 26 seemed reasonable. Even in school, Houndour was among the top Pokemon in terms of strength. The rapid advancement of Houndour could largely be attributed to Lin Yan's unique training methods, which far surpassed conventional practices in this world. Otherwise, the videos and posts about the starter Pokemon Wooden Tea have garnered the attention of 3 different beast research institutes. After a while, they heard Yu Haitao's voice as he arrived late. "Children, my apologies for the delay. This is Mr. Park Nien from the Qinghe City Beast Association. He is an elite Pokemon trainer and will be your instructor today, guiding you through basic training for the Secret Realm and assessing your Pokemon strengths." The 4 turned to him and greeted politely, "Hello, Instructor Park." "Greetings," Park Nien replied, adjusting his black-framed glasses and weighing at least 200 pounds. He briefly examined the Pokemon of the 4 young trainers and immediately noticed Lin Yan's unusual Gastly. Simultaneously, Lin Yan observed the imposing level 38 Machoke beside him. In this world, Pokemon trainers are categorized by levels. Novice trainers have not yet captured a Pokemon, requiring a level 15 Pokemon. Regular trainers need one at level 30. Elite trainers require a level 40 Pokemon. Higher tiers remain unknown to Lin Yan for now. After some casual conversation, the 4 became somewhat familiar with Park Nien. They then followed him to the Beast House in Qinghe City. Along the way, Park Nien imparted his survival experiences in secret realms, and the 4 listened attentively. In essence, survival in a secret realm revolves around 3 key points. First, food. Second, ensuring safety for both oneself and their Pokemon while adventuring. And third, teamwork. By remembering these 3 fundamentals, their journey into the secret realm would likely proceed without incident, especially since they were entering a well-explored area where the wild Pokemon had become considerably more amiable than during their initial emergence. However, they could not underestimate the wild Pokemon. Unlike the outdoors, Pokemon in secret realms often engage in battles for survival, possessing significant combat experience. Victory against Pokemon of equivalent trainer levels would not come easily. The 4 diligently absorbed Park Nien's advice, silently preparing themselves. Truth be told, it was their first venture into a secret realm, and alongside their excitement, they harbored a fair amount of apprehension regarding the unknown. Soon, they arrived at the Qinghe City Beast Association, where they had registered their Pokemon previously. The 5 entered a small conference room, and on the central screen, Park Nien had prepared an introduction to the Ruins Park, detailing its overview, regional divisions, and the Pokemon that inhabit each area. The map displayed 3 locations marked with red skulls, indicating the most perilous areas within the ruins. The objective of their special training was to venture to one of these red skull locations within 4 days and accomplish the task of defeating a Shelder and retrieving 20 pearls, meaning each individual would need to bring back at least 5 pearls. While this may seem straightforward, Shelders are social creatures, and where one is found, many others are likely present. Moreover, vanquishing a single Shelder does not guarantee the presence of pearls in its mouth, making this task rather challenging for the 4. For the remainder of the morning, Park Nien provided detailed explanations about the mission. Though the information was somewhat dry, the 4 endured the monotony for the sake of completing their inaugural Secret Realm mission. As lunchtime approached, Park Nien concluded his lengthy lecture with final reminders. Please remember all the details I just shared. Each point will significantly enhance your survival rate in the Secret Realm. Unlike the outdoors, communication devices will be rendered useless there. In the event of danger, you can only rely on one another. Is that clear? Understood. The 4 responded in unison. Park Nien was pleased with their attentive demeanor throughout the morning. All right, let us head to lunch. The cafeteria at the Beast Association provides meals. Prepare yourselves. This afternoon at 2 p.m., There will be a Pokémon assessment to select a team leader among you, establishing you as a true team. With that, Park Nyan departed the conference room with his Makoke, leaving the four exchanging glances. The prospect of selecting a team leader piqued everyone's interest, igniting a subtle competitive spirit among them during their forthcoming meal. The primary objective is to ascend to the position of team leader, which not only symbolizes a form of honor, but also bestows additional rewards upon the conclusion of the final task. For the four individuals still in their student phase, this endeavor is undoubtedly worth their effort, and Lin Yan is no exception. After their meal, with some time to spare before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi began to leisurely stroll through the Beast Association. Suddenly, Lin Yan's phone rang in conjunction with a voice echoing in his mind from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest. Completion rating, level S. The lucky egg has officially been designated as the exclusive Pokémon for doctors in this world. The host has remarkably fulfilled the task, and rewards are doubled. Doubled rewards, 120 luck points, 2 candlewood fruits. Current luck points, 280 ding. An additional side quest is now available. Type, level S task. Transform a Rockruff into the exclusive Pokémon of the police force. Reward, 60 luck points. 1 Sandscale fruit. Chapter 34. Truly generous. Oh, I did not anticipate that the paperwork at the hospital would progress so swiftly. This additional task is quite commendable. Lin Yan mused silently, then answered the call from his mother. Lin Yan, success. The beach ball Pokémon has officially been designated as the exclusive beast of the hospital. Oh wait, it's now called the Lucky Egg. His mother's excited voice resonated through the phone, and Lin Yan felt a surge of joy. That's wonderful, Mom. Indeed. Now, beast tamers need no longer worry about the severe injuries related to beast training or battles. Also, your mother is about to receive a promotion. Once that happens, feel free to ask for any rewards. This was all thanks to you. Chinanti is regretting her decisions. It's not as easy to raise a lucky egg as it used to be. This came as no surprise to Lin Yan. He could only wonder how many times he had been cursed by Li Hui in his thoughts. After hanging up, Lin Yan, holding the 2 candlewood fruits, could hardly contain his joy. Lin Yan, what is the matter? What has you so elated? Well, he began to explain the lucky egg's remarkable turnaround, leaving Bai Nanshi utterly astonished. No way. The underdog has triumphed? Don't just stand there, Nanshi. I still have something valuable in hand. Let us head to the resource recovery area of the Beast Association and see how much we can sell it for. Grasping Bai Nanshi, who was still in a daze, they hurried towards the resource recovery area. According to Lin Yan's plan, he would keep 1 candlewood fruit and sell the other. Although Yu Haitao had covered the initial expenses for cultivating the Jengar, the food in his shop was only sufficient for the early stages of Jengar's training. It is crucial to note that the expenses for nurturing a Pokémon are akin to an endless pit. No matter how much one invests, it is never enough. In the future, more advanced resources would need to be provided for Jengar, and at that point, he would have to spend his own money. Therefore, selling 1 candlewood fruit now was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. In the resource recovery area of the Beast Association, the staff wore professional smiles. Good day, beast tamers. How may we assist you today? Could you please evaluate how much this fruit can be redeemed for? Lin Yan casually handed over a bright yellow fruit adorned with green leaves. Upon seeing the candlewood fruit, the staff member's eyes widened. As a resource recovery specialist, she could not have been oblivious to its potential value. Rather than casually receiving it, she donned dust-free gloves and carefully wrapped it in a white silk cloth. Sir, please hold on. I will go to the back to assess its value. All right, please be quick. I have other matters to attend to. The staff member nodded vigorously and quickly took the meticulously wrapped candlewood fruit to the back. Bai Nanshi, observing the staff's demeanor, could not help but inquire, Lin Yan, what kind of fruit is that? It looks incredibly valuable. Where did you obtain it? From Li County. I picked it in the countryside. At that moment, Bai Nanshi felt even more bewildered. Was this the reason you didn't take me with you? After a brief while, the excited staff member returned, accompanied by a sharply dressed man, likely a supervisor. Supervisor, this is the young man who provided the fruit. The recovery supervisor assessed both Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi and immediately understood the situation. This lad is undoubtedly affluent, casually discarding a fruit worth several tens of thousands. And beside him, such a beautiful girlfriend. It seems I need to expand our business. Dear Beast Tamer, we have evaluated the fruit you provided. This fruit contains electrical energy, making it a substantial supplement for electric-type beasts. We can offer you a redemption price of 60. What do you think? 60? Bai Nanshi felt her worldview shatter in that instant. You're telling me a fruit casually picked in the countryside is worth 60? In my case, usually, ordinary fruits fetch around several thousand yuan. Those reaching 10,000 are typically considered premium. 50,000 is undeniably a watershed for fruit prices. And exceptional fruits can soar to hundreds of thousands, often being in high demand yet scarce. Although 60 may not be classified as exceptional, it certainly ranks among the finest of the fine. For a young man under 18 to casually discard a fruit valued at 60, anyone would be astounded by his wealth. Lin Yan remained remarkably composed. This price was neither high nor low for him. If he could capture a wild starter Pokémon in the secret lake, he could indeed procure some high-quality sustenance for it. All right, let us sell it. Please transfer the funds to my bank account. The recovery supervisor felt a surge of joy. His commission from this transaction would surely amount to several thousand, promptly presenting Lin Yan with paper and pen to record his bank details. After completing the registration, the supervisor handed Lin Yan a business card. It was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lin Yan. The funds will be transferred to your account shortly. Please keep an eye out. This is my card. I am Chu Chung. For any future resource recovery needs, feel free to contact me, and I will ensure you receive a high price. Thank you, Supervisor Chu. We won't take up more of your time. Of course, take care. As Lin Yan and Bai Nanchi departed the resource recovery area, Chu Chung could not help but exclaim, "Today's youth truly know how to spend. And with such a beautiful girlfriend, I envy that." Lin Yan, you're not pulling my leg, are you? That fruit really was picked in the countryside. Lin Yan staunchly insisted it was from the countryside. Bai Nanchi felt her intelligence had endured a significant blow, yet she could not find evidence of Lin Yan's deceit. So she let it go. A couple of minutes later, Lin Yan's phone chimed with a notification of a bank transfer. Upon checking, he was astonished to find an influx of 65, a sum exceeding the previously quoted price by 5. Oh, I didn't expect such a high redemption price. Supervisor Chu is quite reliable. He truly delivers, Lin Yan mused inwardly. It seems that sometimes, connections are forged without one's awareness. After a while, the clock struck 2, and the 4 individuals reconvened in the small meeting room. This time, Punyan provided a brief overview before leading them towards the Beast Association's testing area. The testing area is specifically designated for evaluating the strength of beasts, allowing for a rating based on the trainer's current stage, and this rating is highly authoritative. In just a short while, the instruments can accurately assess a Pokémon's capabilities at the trainer's present level. In this world, the power of technology surpasses that of Lin Yan's previous Earth by leaps and bounds. A myriad of high-tech inventions abound, with weaponry having evolved from ordinary firearms to laser guns, the potency of which need not be elaborated upon. This is also the reason why, when the Pokémon first began to awaken, humanity was able to contend with the formidable powers of these creatures. Chapter 35. A different approach, setting up a standard rating mechanism for ordinary beast tamers. The Pokémon of the 4 began to enter the testing apparatus under Punyan's guidance. First was Bai Nanchi's Houndour, which stepped into the machine. Its strength analyzed through the scanning red light powered by technology. 5 seconds later, Houndour emerged from the output of the device. Houndour is rated as an excellent extraordinary beast. You must have just captured it less than a month ago, right? Punyan remarked, slightly astonished. Indeed, Bai Nanchi nodded. Punyan couldn't help but take a second glance at this Houndour. Its strength assessment would undoubtedly place it among the top 5 in this year's Pokémon competition in Qinghe City. Beside them, Du Hongfei and Yi Qing also expressed surprise. Their own Pokémon, captured less than a month prior, had received much lower ratings. The disparity was evident. However, they did not dwell on it, as Bai Nanchi had the qualifications to participate in this secret realm mission, indicating her strength was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, given that this was the early stage of the spiritual awakening, each year, trainers' understanding of Pokémon would expand, significantly enhancing the capabilities of the new generation of trainers. Which was entirely reasonable. Who will go next? Punyan inquired. I will. It's Giant Wing. No, it should now be called Pidgey. Pidgey go? Yi Qing raised her hand eagerly. With all eyes upon it, Pidgey flew into the apparatus. Pidgey, no doubt a top student from Qinghe University. It won't be long before you can participate in the elite trainer assessment, Punyan praised. Yi Qing scratched her head, displaying a modest smile. Now, only Lin Yan and Du Hongfei's Pokémon remained to be tested. In Punyan's eyes, the easygoing Du Hongfei had no reason to compete for the group leader position, while Jiang Zhe's unique extraordinary beast was certainly not a match for Yi Qing's Pidgey. Although Bai Nanchi's Houndour was remarkable, it was evident that Yi Qing's Pidgey was superior in terms of current strength. Initially, Punyan thought the group leader would be decided swiftly, but the next scene caused him to furrow his brow. Red-shelled tortoise, Lin Yan, it's your turn. Lin Yan nodded, signaling Jangars to enter the apparatus. Jangars appeared somewhat timid under the gazes of the crowd, Encouraged by their reassuring stares, it swiftly flew toward the machine. What is happening? Pooh Yan observed the apparatus with confusion. Lin Yan, perplexed, replied, Instructor Pooh, what is the matter? Lin Yan, I've heard from Director Yu about your extraordinary beast. It's a ghost type, correct? It seems that this type has not yet been incorporated into the association system, and the apparatus is temporarily unable to provide a rating. Perhaps you should forego this. You know your child's strength well enough, Pooh Yan suggested. All right, Lin Yan responded with a hint of resignation. It made sense that it was not included in the system, and since he possessed a keen insight, he did not need to be overly concerned about the rating. Pooh Yan paused before saying, in that case, based on the comprehensive strength ratings, I propose that Yi Qing assumes the role of group leader. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's face lit up with joy, while Du Hongfei waved his hand in agreement. Only Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi remained silent. Sensing Nanshi's gaze, Lin Yan contemplated for a moment and said, Instructor Pooh, I have an objection. Since Jengars cannot be rated, I wish to pursue the group leader position through an alternative means. What do you think? The reticent Bai Nanshi was the first to express her support. I agree with Lin Yan, she stated. With Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi's input, Pooh Yan found himself in a quandary. He turned his gaze toward Yi Qing. As this was their group's expedition to the secret realm, and while he was merely offering a suggestion, the final decision lay with them. Yi Qing, brimming with confidence, believed that her year of nurturing Pokémon surpassed Lin Yan's experience. With this thought in mind, she suggested, Instructor Pooh, I concur with Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi's proposal. Since his extraordinary beast cannot be rated, let us select the group leader through other means, perhaps a battle? With that, Yi Qing's gaze fixed firmly on Lin Yan, displaying her youthful bravado, for her confidence stemmed from her strength. Very well, I agree to a battle, Lin Yan declared, equally filled with combat spirit. For him, battling Yi Qing was not merely about the group leader position, it was also a precursor to the upcoming Youth Beast tournament, where his opponent's strength would undoubtedly rival that of Yi Qing's Pidgey. Thus, this battle would serve as a testament to Jengar's training over the past month. The others, witnessing their readiness to fight, experienced varying sentiments. Pooh Yan saw a reflection of his youthful self, full of competitive spirit, while Bai Nanshi appeared to harbor an inexplicable confidence in Lin Yan, silently cheering him on. The easygoing Du Hongfei continued to observe silently. Soon, under Pooh Yan's guidance, the four led their Pokémon to the battle arena of the Beast Association. The arena spanned the size of 2 basketball courts, with Lin Yan and Yi Qing positioned on opposite sides. Allow me to officiate your match, Pooh Yan called out. The two nodded slightly, their gazes locked on one another. Seeing that they and their Pokémon were prepared, Pooh Yan shouted, the battle begins. In an instant, combat was imminent. Seeing Jengars display a hint of timidity, Yi Qing was the first to command Pidgey to attack. Pidgey, use quick attack. The massive bird accelerated, diving towards Jengars, its body transforming into a streak of white light. This was the birth of the quick attack. Jengars, quickly evade. Although Jengars did not necessarily need to dodge, Lin Yan was curious to see how swift this child had become. In the next moment, quick attack surged toward him, yet Jengar's speed did not disappoint Lin Yan. It effortlessly evaded Pidgey's assault. As a linear strike, if the quick attack was dodged, it would lose its intended potency. The white glow surrounding Pidgey began to fade. And now it was Jengar's turn. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yan shouted, Jengars, use Hypnosis. Then follow it up with Shadow Ball. Pidgey, quickly evade. Yi Qing's command came a moment too late. In less than a second of eye contact, Jengar's bluish eyes emitted a peculiar beam aimed directly at Pidgey. Fortunately, Pidgey's resilient spirit prevented it from succumbing to sleep immediately, as it strained against the drowsiness induced by hypnosis and began to ascend into the air. Lin Yan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that hypnosis would not immediately incapacitate Pidgey. Yet, the battle reached its climax, as a seemingly ordinary Shadow Ball followed closely behind. No matter how Pidgey attempted to accelerate, it ultimately succumbed to the pursuing Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball erupted, enveloping Pidgey and rendering it immobile. Its face contorted in agony as the ghostly energy infiltrated every corner of its being. Pie! With a pained cry, Pidgey lost its fighting capability. In that moment, everyone present was left dumbfounded. A single strike and Pidgey was defeated? Chapter 36. Taking the shortcut after effortlessly defeating Pidgey, Lin Yan remained unperturbed. Casting an encouraging glance toward Jengars, Dika gazed incredulously at her BB bird, then cast a glance at the formidable ghost stone that had effortlessly dispatched them. What on earth was that just now? Park Nyan coughed, admitting to himself that he too had failed to comprehend the situation. A senior student had been defeated by a mere freshman in a single strike? It began to dawn on him why Yu Haitao had spoken so animatedly about Lin Yan earlier. He was truly a prodigy. Cough. BB Bird has lost its combat ability, and Ghost Stone emerges victorious. With Park Nyen's declaration, the Pokemon duel for the position of team leader concluded. The strength of Ghost Stone garnered the acknowledgement of all present, and Yi Qing accepted her defeat with grace, fully aware of the chasm that lay between their abilities. If team leaders were to be chosen based on strength, there would be no dispute regarding Lin Yan's leadership. Now that the leader had been chosen, the next step was to engage in practical training for the team. They proceeded to a larger venue where their task for the afternoon was to lead their Pokemon in combat against Park Nyen's Hariyama. With the formidable level 38 Hariyama as their opponent, the training commenced. Initially, the four Pokemon struggled against Hariyama, but gradually, Lin Yan, as the backbone of the group, demonstrated his prowess in team battles once again. Under his strategic guidance, each Pokemon was utilized to its fullest potential, fulfilling their roles effectively. Hu served as the frontline tank to absorb damage, Katy Dog provided direct firepower, BB Bird engaged in harassment, while Ghost Stone awaited the perfect moment to deliver a decisive blow from the shadows. This meticulous allocation of roles placed considerable pressure on Park Nyen, compelling him to command the battle with utmost seriousness. It was evident that Lin Yan's team strategy was impeccable, leaving no room for criticism even from Park Nyen. The following day dawned clear and bright. A private bus sped along the Huangzhou Bridge, its four passengers, aside from the driver, wearing serious expressions. Their earlier tension dissipated. Confidence stemmed from their abilities. Following Lin Yan's adept command during the team battle, Park Nyen had awarded them a remarkably high rating. Keep it up, kids. This secret realm mission poses little challenge for you. Focus on adapting to outdoor combat and enhancing your battle awareness. Park Nyen's words instilled great confidence within the group, even altering the way the three others regarded Lin Yan. While Yi Qing had previously held some arrogance due to her age and training duration, at that moment, the cohesion of the team was wholly centered around Lin Yan. As the bus drew closer to the Rue Lake secret realm, Lin Yan's mind was suddenly filled with the system's notifications. Ding! Detected that the host is about to arrive at the micro-secret realm. Activating secret realm mission. Type. Level. Defeat the 3 overlords of the Rue Lake secret realm. Reward. 80 luck points. Stone of Change. 3 overlords? Stone of Change. Grasping the key points of the secret realm mission, Lin Yan smiled subtly. It seemed this would be an engaging adventure. Upon alighting from the bus, a gentle autumn breeze welcomed them. The 4 called upon their Pokemon and began making their way towards the entrance of the Rue Lake secret realm. Given that it was a well-developed secret realm, the entrance boasted a plethora of amenities, including inns, restaurants, and pharmacies. Numerous young trainers passed by, leading their Pokemon toward the Rue Lake secret realm. Sensing the vibrant atmosphere outside the secret realm, the 4 felt an increasing curiosity about their upcoming exploration. Without hesitation, Lin Yan, accompanied by Ghost Stone, was the first to step into the secret realm, followed closely by the others. Initially, the entrance resembled an ordinary forest, but after venturing 100 meters in, they found themselves among towering trees that blocked out most of the sunlight, with vegetation towering above the height of adults. Stay close. Don't wander off, Lin Yan cautioned. Understood, they replied. Lin Yan opened the map he had prepared in advance. Due to the influence of alternate dimensions, electronic devices would fail within the realm, leaving them reliant on the most primitive form of navigation. According to the markings on the map, the Red Skull Point indicating their mission lay 100 miles away, suggesting a round trip would take at least 2 days, coupled with potential encounters with wild Pokemon. 4 days seemed just right, a plan meticulously crafted by Park Nyen. However, Lin Yan soon realized that accomplishing the system's secret realm mission would be nearly impossible. The 3 Red Skull Points were far apart, and following conventional routes would prevent him from completing the task. Thus, harboring a hint of selfish intent, he sought a shortcut. Crossing the Rue Lake that divided the secret realm's 2 shores would expedite their progress. After discussing it, the others, having been thoroughly impressed by Lin Yan's previous command, unanimously agreed to take the shortcut. Following the map's guidance, they exited the densely forested area in less than 2 hours. The trees on the opposite shore appeared considerably smaller, but they had no doubt that they were just as tall as those they had encountered earlier. Lin Yan, how do we get across now? Are we supposed to rely on BB Bird to carry us one by one? Yi Qing inquired. That may not be feasible. Even if BB Bird can carry one at a time, the back and forth would consume excessive time and separate us. Furthermore, the lake likely harbors numerous aquatic beasts that could attack the flying BB Birds during the crossing. Lin Yan analyzed the risks, and the group found his reasoning sound. but it left them pondering how to proceed. Casting his gaze upon the water's reflection, Lin Yan had already made up his mind. There were indeed precedents of water-type Pokémon ferrying humans across rivers. If they could tame a suitable water-type Pokémon, the problem would be easily resolved. Nanshi, did you bring the fish bait cookies I asked you to? I did. All right, hand them over now. After receiving the bag of thumb-sized fish bait cookies from Bai Nanshi, Lin Yan tossed them into the lake. The others began to grasp his intentions. This action, traditionally known as baiting, was akin to scattering feed in the water to attract fish before fishing, thereby enhancing their chances of success. After a while of baiting, dark shapes began to appear on the lake's surface. Hong Fei, quickly, grab the fishing rods. Each of us will take one, and we'll assign the captured creatures to battle positions as we did yesterday. Understood. Under Lin Yan's direction, they set up their fishing rods and commenced fishing. As soon as a rod with bait hit the water, a water-type Pokémon bit the hook. Unfortunately, the first catch was an ordinary Magikarp, which they dismissed without a second glance and released. One cannot expect it to evolve into a Gyarados just yet. Before long, they had caught over a dozen water-type Pokémon from the lake, most of which were relatively weak. The only slightly stronger one, a Masquerain, was swiftly overwhelmed by the combined efforts of 4 Pokémon. Chapter 37. Crossing the river after several rounds of fishing and battling, suddenly, Bai Nanshi's fishing rod was yanked with tremendous force. Lin Yan, come help me. I've hooked a big one. Bai Nanshi's face flushed as she struggled to maintain her grip. Lin Yan swiftly took over the rod, feeling the immense strength on the line, and his face lit up with joy. Indeed, it's a big one. Everyone, come help. We've got something here. As soon as he spoke, the 3 others and their 4 Pokémon sprang into action. Under the combined efforts of 4 humans and 4 Pokémon, the colossal creature in the water gradually ceased its resistance. The fishing line was reeled in further, revealing a massive dark silhouette on the surface of the lake. The 4 held their breath, eyes brimming with anticipation. Finally, after a final struggle of strength, the shadow emerged from the depths. A blue water monster. Du Hongfei immediately identified the Pokémon in the water, dubbing it the blue water monster due to its resemblance to the Loch Ness monster from old films, coupled with its azure skin. However, in Lin Yan's eyes, this Pokémon, towering over 2 meters with a back spacious enough to carry 4 people, was none other than Lapras. With a splash of water, the group exerted their utmost strength to haul Lapras onto the shore. Although Lapras was known for its gentle nature, being pulled ashore in such a manner left it quite displeased, as evident from the anger glinting in its small eyes. Lapras, facing this magnificent creature, the group refrained from immediately commanding it to battle, patiently awaiting Lin Yan's next instructions. Please remain calm. We are not here to cause trouble, merely seeking your assistance. Lin Yan spoke soothingly while examining Lapras's Pokédex data. Pokémon, Lapras, Water, Ice, Character, Calm, increases special attack, decreases speed, level, 26, potential, average, ability, Water Absorb, takes no damage from water-type moves, instead restores health. Hidden ability, none moves, Water Gun, Ice Shard, Growl. Sing, Lin Yan's resonant voice, paired with his clear gaze, seemed to soften the anger in Lapras's eyes, preventing an immediate attack. Had it been a Gyarados, the situation would have likely ended in destruction. Besides Lapras's innate temperament, the presence of the other Pokémon nearby also played a significant role in its decision to refrain from attacking. A 1-against-4 confrontation was clearly not wise. Lapras, with its high intelligence, would not engage in a futile battle. Lapras? The creature's mildly irritated voice inquired, which the 4 understood to mean, if you have something to say, say it quickly. Apologies for disturbing your life in the lake, but we truly require your help, Lin Yan insisted, adhering to his principle of diplomacy before conflict, preferring reasoning over force. Lapras could sense the genuine apology on the human's face and the sincerity in his words. After weighing its options, Lapras nodded. What do you need from me? Seeing that it had not refused, Lin Yan smiled and replied, we wish to cross to the other side of the river. Would you be so kind as to carry us? I would gladly offer you this box of energy cubes as a reward. With that, he opened a wooden box in his hand, releasing an alluring fragrance that wafted through the air. The delightful aroma was appealing not only to humans but also irresistible to Pokémon. Lapras's small eyes fixated on Lin Yan's left hand, pointing its fin at the box of green energy cubes and then back at itself. Lapras, indeed, as long as you take us across. This box of green energy cubes will be yours, Lin Yan generously assured. With Lapras's intelligence, it readily agreed, leaping into the lake and gesturing for Lin Yan and the others to climb onto its back. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Hoo-hoo. Sit on Biber Bird, and Gung Ghost will follow us, while Catty Dog joins us on Lapras's back. While Lin Yan meticulously organized the crossing, the others were filled with disbelief. We can do it this way? Given the recent resurgence of Pokémon, many wild ones were often branded as aggressive and combative. After all, the initial encounters involved territorial disputes, inevitably leading to battles. It was only in the past 2 years that humans and Pokémon began to coexist harmoniously, slowly leading to acceptance. Thus, most humans still subconsciously perceived wild Pokémon as fierce and hostile, a sentiment underscored by the lack of publicly known ghost-type Pokémon. Yet, Lin Yan's approach differed. He understood that recognizing each Pokémon correctly was essential for achieving true harmony, a quality sorely lacking in this world. Perhaps this was the very reason he had traversed into this realm. With Lapras's assistance, their journey across the lake was smooth sailing. Pokémon, devoid of human deceit and betrayal, would not renege on their promises. If Lapras had desired revenge, it could have easily cast all the humans into the lake's depths, reducing their survival chances to near zero. However, Lapras did not act in such a manner, highlighting the distinct nature of Pokémon compared to humans. What would typically take a day to reach the opposite shore now only took Lin Yan and his companions half an hour. The time was still not yet noon, and at this rate, they might accomplish the task of collecting Shelder Pearls today. Lin Yan specifically directed Lapras to land near a spot where Shelder gathered, allowing them to commence their task without delay. After bidding farewell to Lapras, Du Hongfei couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin Yan, you truly are impressive. I initially thought we would have to battle, but you resolved it with just a few words." Not only Du Hongfei expressed heartfelt admiration, Bai Nanxi and Yi Qing shot him looks of respect, having initially shared Du Hongfei's thoughts. "You're too kind, Hongfei." This is largely due to Lapras's gentle nature and remarkable intelligence. Otherwise, had it been a different creature, I assure you it would have attacked us immediately. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that such docile Pokémon as Lapras were rare in the wild. What a pity I didn't know this earlier. If I had, I would have definitely tried to capture it, Du Hongfei insisted, clearly enamored with Pokémon that mirrored his own temperament. After a few casual exchanges, the trio's respect for Lin Yan deepened as he began organizing the upcoming task of collecting pearls. This area lay close to the Shelder population. Thus, fishing here would yield an 80% chance of catching Shelder. The four commenced their fishing endeavor, starting with baiting the area, followed by casting their lines. They collectively handled the caught Shelder, effectively avoiding direct confrontation with the Shelder swarm while allowing all 4 Pokémon to participate in battle, thereby ensuring their safety while achieving the desired training effect in this secret realm exploration. Truly, well done, Lin Yan. Chapter 38. Reckless Actions at Noon. With the sun blazing overhead, the 4 by the lakeside were thoroughly engrossed in their fishing, enjoying not only the pleasure of angling, but also enabling their Pokémon to engage in combat. The Shelder's strengths ranged from levels 25 to 32, and battling them allowed the Pokémon to accumulate valuable combat experience. In an hour of fishing, they caught a total of 15 Shelder, averaging 1 every 4 minutes, including battle time, showcasing the speed of their teamwork. Based on the pearl yield ratio, it was estimated that out of every 5 Shelder, 1 would possess a pearl, indicating that to obtain 20 pearls, they would need to defeat approximately 100 Shelder. Although it required considerable time and effort, everyone was filled with zeal at this moment. Such rare training opportunities before a competition are not easily found, and for the upcoming Wuhan Youth Monster competition, the group did not dare to waste a single moment. The sun above gradually shifted westward with the conclusion of each battle. Before they knew it, the clock struck 7 in the evening. Aside from their breaks and meals, Lin Yan's team had already accomplished the task of collecting tongue shell pearls on the first day. Over 100 tongue shells yielded 20 pearls, sufficient evidence of their Pokémon's rigorous training today. During dinner, Lin Yan pondered and said, "Everyone, our secret realm mission has successfully concluded. We simply need to return the pearls to the Monster Association. What are your plans for the remaining time?" When asked about their intentions, the other 3 appeared somewhat bewildered. Originally, they had a 4-day plan, but they had completed it on the first day, disrupting their subsequent arrangements. For the youth, they clearly preferred a steady approach over meticulous time management. Seeing that the others remained silent, Lin Yan continued, "In truth, our primary goal in entering the secret realm was not just to complete the task, but to enhance our strength before the youth monster competition. Now that we've finished our task in a day, we face 2 choices. The first is to exit immediately and pursue other forms of pre-competition training. The second is to remain in the ruined lake secret realm and battle wild monsters. I wonder what you all think." After Lin Yan's analysis, the 3 fell into contemplation, carefully considering their next steps. Lin Yan did not press too hard. After all, the secret realm harbored many unknown dangers, and leaving was a wise choice. However, he was different. Besides needing to complete the system task, he also hoped to encounter the wild starter Pokémon mentioned by the system. He was determined not to leave until he achieved these two goals. After a moment, the three made a unanimous choice that took Lin Yan by surprise. Lin Yan, I know you will choose to stay in the Ruined Lake Secret Realm for the full 4 days, so I will join you, Nanchi spoke first. With the first decision made, Yi Qing and Du Hongfei exchanged determined glances, indicating their intention to stay as well. Through several days of camaraderie, although they had not yet reached the depth of lifelong friends, they had already come to see one another as companions. Especially under Lin Yan's leadership, they believed they could face any danger together. All right, since you've all made your decision, I have a plan. After outlining his intention to explore 3 Red Skull locations, the 3 widened their eyes in astonishment. They had anticipated an adventure, but they had not expected Lin Yan's target to be the leaders of these 3 wild Pokémon clans. The 3 Red Skull locations were home to the Tungshell clan, the Beedrill clan, and the Arbok clan. Among these 3 groups, the Tungshells were relatively moderate in both strength and temperament, making them more manageable. In contrast, the Beedrills and Arboks were notorious as ruthless predators in the wild, having caused many novice trainers to stumble. The atmosphere around the campfire fell silent once more. Nanchi was unfazed. She would follow Lin Yan no matter what. The easygoing Du Hongfei chose to align with the group, leaving Yi Qing's decision hanging in the balance. After a moment of internal struggle, Yi Qing ultimately resolved to join Lin Yan on this true adventure. While this afternoon had merely been a warm-up, what lay ahead promised to be an unforgettable journey. At this moment, the 4 united once more. They were all young, and having made their decision, retreat was not an option. With their bags packed, they prepared to meet the leader of the Tungshell clan that very night. By the dark lakeshore, devoid of streetlights, only their faint flashlights illuminated the path ahead. Lin Yan's next plan was simple yet audacious. He intended for the 4 of them to lead their Pokémon into the territory of the Tungshells, as long as they engaged in battle there. The leader of the Tungshell clan would surely appear. Only by defeating the leader would they truly complete their task for the day. After walking a few hundred steps along the lakeside, the moonlight revealed a small beach shimmering with a star-like glow. Everyone, turn off your flashlights. Do you see the light on the small beach ahead? That must be the resting place of the Tungshells. The glimmering ones are Tungshells with pearls in their mouths, lying on the sand. We will approach slowly, and Nanchi, when I give the signal, throw the flashlight. We will challenge the entire Tungshell clan near the flashlight. Understood. Once Lin Yan finished speaking, the others realized that the shimmering lights were indeed all Tungshells. If each glowing point represented a Tungshell with a pearl, then there were at least 50 or 60 shimmering points ahead. Given the ratio from their earlier fishing, it meant there could be 200 to 300 Tungshells resting on this small beach. After calculating this simple math, the 3 of them gasped in awe. It was utterly mind-blowing. Even Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement within. However, this did not hinder their progress. Instead, it ignited a thrilling sensation that grew with each step they took. Under the influence of this exhilaration, the 4 of them felt their nerves tighten, their bodies trembling, as if all their senses were heightened in this moment. Even their Pokémon trembled with excitement, a natural response to the impending tension. In this heightened state, they would undoubtedly perform better than during the day, especially Jengar's, whose naturally timid disposition made it even more stimulated. The more it feared, the faster it would become. In the cover of night, Jengar's would surely showcase its prowess. This was precisely why Lin Yan chose to challenge the Tungshell clan at night, as time was of the essence, and only in the darkness could Jengar's unleash its full potential. Now, Nanchi, throw the flashlight. Everyone, prepare for battle. Chapter 39. Confronting one of the 3 dominators of the secret realm in an instant, a brilliant light illuminated the entire beach. This made the pearls in the mouths of the Tungshells reflect even more dazzling brilliance. Before them lay hundreds of Tungshells, all lying in perfect alignment on the sand, a spectacular sight that overwhelmed the visual senses of Lin Yan and his Pokémon. Excitement, tension, and thrill surged within them, amplifying these emotions manifold. Yet, they did not falter in the face of the wild Tungshells. Rather, their silhouettes appeared particularly imposing against the backdrop of the flashlight's reflection. The nearest Tungshells sensed the intruders, momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that outsiders dared to invade their territory in the dead of night. Seizing the opportunity while the surrounding Tungshells were still recovering, the Pidgey flapped its wings, whipping up a storm of sand on the beach, employing the wind and flying debris to create a disruption among the Tungshells. Amidst the chaos, several Tungshells, unable to open their eyes, were struck down by Jengar's Shadow Balls and Hounder's Fire Fong, collapsing to the ground, and losing their combat ability. Lin Yan's team caught the nearby tongue shells off guard with their surprise attack, and more than 10 tongue shells had lost their ability to fight before they even realized what was happening. If only Jingars and Houndour had learned area attacks, the impact of their assault would have been even greater. The small beach erupted with explosions and the cries of tongue shells, instantly transforming into a lively battleground. Awakened from slumber, the large tongue shell Pokemon was oblivious to the chaos unfolding around it. All it could perceive was a blinding light ahead, accompanied by 8 towering figures assaulting its comrades. Faced with such overwhelming force, the distant tongue shells, startled from their slumber, were gripped by terror. In their panic, they hastily fled towards the lake, hardly comprehending the events that had transpired. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembled humans and Pokemon felt their confidence surge. They could scarcely fathom that merely 4 Pokemon could instigate the flight of hundreds of tongue shells into the night, a feat they would boast about for a lifetime. Amidst the turmoil of the tongue shell swarm, a singular entity adorned with the most resplendent pearl advanced towards Lin Yan's team. Its dark visage was etched with fury. While its kin might escape, as the leader of the clan, it was imperative to ascertain the truth of the situation. Accompanying this prominent figure were 2 other Pokemon, each slightly less formidable, also making their way toward the luminous source. In less than 2 minutes, the area surrounding Lin Yan and his companions was cleared of tongue shells. Some had fled, while others succumbed to the attacks of Jingars and their allies, leaving the small beach eerily vacant. Having experienced such a grand spectacle, pride beamed from the faces of the 4. Lin Yan, we were absolutely fantastic. Who could have imagined that we would drive all these tongue shells away? Now we can boast to our classmates. Wow, what an exhilarating experience. Truly remarkable, Lin Yan, to think of such a strategy. As they gazed at the now empty beach, their admiration was palpable. Suddenly, amidst their exclamations, 3 spike shell Pokemon emerged, towering 5 times higher than the average tongue shell. These 3 were none other than the evolved form of tongue shells, the Shellmet. Prepare yourselves for the final battle of the night, Lin Yan announced, and the smiles on their faces vanished as they swiftly transitioned into combat mode. A brief glance at the levels of the 3 Shellmets revealed that the central one was at level 35, flanked by 2 at level 32. With such capabilities, it was no wonder the Tongue Shell clan ranked among the 3 dominators of the Lake of Secrets. Nanchi, Hongfei, you 2 handle the left Shellmet. Hetching, you take the right one. Understood, came the synchronized responses, their focus shifting to the other 2 Shellmets, while Lin Yan remained fixated on the formidable level 35 Shellmet. With their opponents allocated, the final showdown commenced, as the companions directed their Pokemon to engage, despite the Shellmet's level advantage. The cumulative experience from the day's numerous battles had elevated each of their Pokemon by 1 level, ensuring they were not without the means to fight back. Before long, the other 3 began to clash with their respective Shellmets, while Lin Yan remained unhurried. You must be the leader of the Tongue Shell clan. Look no further. Your opponent awaits, he called out to the level 35 Shellmet. The Shellmet, displaying a modicum of surprise, assessed Lin Yan with a discerning gaze. Seeing him alone, it dismissed him with disdain. Is this a mere offering of a head? Scoffed the central black-bodied Shellmet, clearly unimpressed by Lin Yan's challenge. Yet, undeterred by the mockery, Lin Yan maintained a serene smile. Now Jingars, utilize Mud Bomb followed by Shadow Ball. With his command, a spectral form emerged from the shadows. Assassins of the night never attack from the front. Their strength lies in striking swiftly from the dark. Caught off guard, the exposed Shellmet failed to retract its shell in time, as a purple blob of mud followed by a shadow ball struck its core with precision. With a piercing cry, the corrosive toxin combined with the explosive shadow ball engulfed the Shellmet's essence. While its physical defense was formidable, its special defense proved to be its Achilles heel. In a mere exchange, the leader of the Tongue Shell clan collapsed onto the beach without even witnessing its opponent. Congratulations, host, for defeating one of the 3 dominators of the Lake of Secrets. Current progress, 13, as the Shellmet fell. The remaining 2 sensed the absence of their leader and became agitated, scanning their surroundings in a frantic search. They too could not discern the source of the attack, only witnessing the downfall of their leader. The horrific scene extinguished their fighting spirit, prompting them to retreat within their shells, unwilling to emerge. With their leader inexplicably fallen, they had no desire to continue the battle. Lin Yan had initially contemplated sending Jingars into their shells to frighten them out, believing that since Jingars could pass through walls, these shells would pose no obstacle. However, his conscience prevailed, sparing the Shellmets from a fate of terror. The battle concluded, it was now time for the reward phase. The benefits of battling wild tongue shells extended beyond enhancing Pokemon battle instincts. They also yielded equipment. A common pearl is valued around 3, with more exquisite specimens fetching between 5 and 8. With over 40 tongue shells lying on the beach, they could expect to gather at least 7 or 8 pearls. A considerable fortune to share. No one ever scoffs at money, especially the 4 ordinary trainers at this stage, as every Pokemon's enhancement is intrinsically linked to resources and finances. As per their initial agreement, each person would draw lots, with whoever drew a pearl claiming it, thereby ensuring fairness and infusing the process with an element of surprise. Before long, Du Hongfei was the first to extract a pearl from the unconscious tongue shell, instantly invigorating the others, who hastened in their attempts to draw. With the first pearl secured, a second soon followed. In no time, they had scavenged half of the fallen tongue shells, each pocket brimming with treasures. However, the other 3 were astute, focusing solely on the ordinary tongue shells, leaving the Shellmet leader untouched. Lin Yan recognized their goodwill. He was not one to be coy, for if merit were to be assessed, his contributions far surpassed those of the others combined. Thus, the pearl of the Shellmet leader rightfully belonged to him. Let us go, Jingars. Leave the other tongue shells to Nanshi and the others. We must seek out that creature we encountered earlier. Together, they approached and pried open the Shellmet leader's shell. Upon doing so, they discovered not only the dark core, but also a pearl shimmering under the moonlight. At first glance, it resembled an ordinary pearl, yet its luster and size indicated it surpassed a common pearl by 3-fold, easily measuring the size of 3 eggs. Particularly, when Lin Yan lifted it, its weight was evidently greater than that of 3 ordinary pearls combined. Estimating its value, this pearl was worth at least 30. The precious pearl was safely tucked away as the others completed their foraging of the giant clam, with the first day yielding a bountiful harvest. The 4 companions were all smiles, enjoying a particularly sweet slumber that night. The following morning, rejuvenated, they set off towards another Red Skull location within the secret Lake Mystique. Along the way, they seized every opportunity to battle wild Pokémon. They struck at the green caterpillars with their fists and kicked the walking grasses. These basic combat exercises enabling them to adapt increasingly to the wilderness, adding considerable enjoyment to their journey. Several Pokémon also improved during the skirmishes, their skills and evasions becoming more adept, exhibiting at least a 30% increase in strength compared to when they first entered the Mystique. By afternoon, the group traversed an ancient forest and arrived at a rather damp swamp where the vegetation was not particularly tall, yet the thick thorns were abundantly present. This should be the place, Lin Yan cautioned. This is the territory of the purple venomous snake, so everyone should avoid straying too close to the swamp or thorny bushes. Understood. Upon hearing Lin Yan's warning, the group heightened their vigilance, scanning their surroundings. The purple venomous snake, known as the arbor snake in this realm, retained the habits of serpents, preferring to dwell in moist, cool environments. Conversely, due to their natural aversion to birds, the presence of a team of Pidgeys meant that they had not yet encountered a single arbor snake despite walking several dozen meters. The afternoon sun was warm, and the rustling sounds emanating from the thickets created an ambience reminiscent of a tropical rainforest. The team, led by the Pidgeys at the forefront, had Lin Yan and his companions positioned centrally, with the Houndour on the left and the Ghoulpin on the right, while the Gastly guarded the rear to prevent ambushes. After walking along the rainforest periphery for about 50 meters, Lin Yan halted in thought. Never mind, let's not delve deeper. Currently, the arbor snakes are refraining from attacking due to their fear of the Pidgeys. But should we venture into the center and find ourselves surrounded by a horde of arbor snakes, we would not enjoy the same fortune as last night. Lin Yan's warning prompted the group to stop. Indeed, if a few hundred arbor snakes were to suddenly appear, they would face the risk of death. What should we do then? Nanshi inquired. All eyes turned to Lin Yan. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yan proposed, how about this? Arbor snakes tend to be gluttonous. We should find a suitable ambush spot nearby and use food to lure them. With that, Lin Yan produced a glass vial, each with a capacity of 500 milliliters. The others looked on in confusion as Lin Yan clarified, this vial is not for drinking water. It is for collecting the venom of the arbor snakes. Their venom is highly valuable and is used in various surgical procedures. If we can fill this vial, selling it for 15 would be a breeze. Wow. The others' eyes widened in astonishment. What they initially thought would be a simple adventure unexpectedly turned into a lucrative venture as they realized that snake venom could also be sold. A revelation none of them had anticipated. With the prospect of earning money, the 3 eagerly took the glass vials, already envisioning them brimming with venom worth its weight in gold. This insight enlightened them as to why so many were undeterred by danger in their pursuit of the mystique. Even a casual visit could yield resources exceeding several years' income for an ordinary family. Indeed, high risks corresponded to high rewards. In no time, The pursuit of wealth spurred the four to discover an ideal location to hunt arbor snakes. Lin Yan wasted no time in organizing their positions and opened a pre-prepared box of green energy cubes. A fragrant aroma began to waft through the air, which, combined with the Pidgeys flapping their wings to subtly alter the wind direction, directed the enticing scent towards the swamp. Having completed these preparations, the group and their Pokémon concealed themselves in hiding spots, patiently awaiting the arrival of their first prey. Suddenly, rustling emerged from the thickets. It was the sound of arbor snakes moving swiftly. The group held their breath, uncertain of how their initial hunting attempt would fare. In an instant, 5 arbor snakes burst forth, writhing as they slithered towards the green energy cube. As they drew within a meter of the cube, simultaneous commands rang out. Gastly, use Shadow Ball. Pidgey, use Quick Attack. Houndour, use Fire Fang. Gulpin, use Rock Slide. In a flash, the 5 arbor snakes were caught off guard. And with their previous cooperation, they accurately identified their respective targets, swiftly dispatching 4 of the arbor snakes. The last one attempted to flee, only to be struck down by Gastly's Shadow Ball. This first round of hunting was successfully defended. The group quickly collected the venom, discarding the unconscious arbor snakes to the side as they awaited the next wave. Chapter 41, Earning Money. Time flew by as the group continued their hunting endeavors. With swarms of arbor snakes charging forth in succession, Lin Yan's team systematically harvesting each arbor snake that entered their line of sight. To them, these arbor snakes were no longer mere targets for combat training. They resembled stacks of red bills, money. The arbor snakes were all low level, below level 20, making them easy prey for the 4 Pokémon. 3 hours later, the perimeter was cleared of arbor snakes, and they had lost track of how many waves had come. The glass vials were half filled with venom, with ample space remaining. To expedite the collection of venom, they shifted to a new spot, moving closer to the swamp's center. After locating a suitable hunting ground near the center, they replenished their supplies and commenced a new wave of hunting with the same strategy as before. In this new round of hunting, the arbor snakes were nowhere to be found. Instead, the energy cubes attracted arbor monsters. These arbor monsters bore facial-like patterns on their heads and were significantly larger than the arbor snakes, with levels around 25. However, even with the increased strength and quality of the arbor monsters, Lin Yan's team could not contain their joy as the venom began to accumulate rapidly in their glass vials. Compared to the venom from the arbor snakes, the venom from the arbor monsters was evidently more abundant. After 3 rounds of hunting, all 4 vials were completely filled. As they gazed at the ample supply of venom, they realized that it was all thanks to Lin Yan. Without him, no one in the team would have known that snake venom could be sold. In the subsequent hunting expeditions, each member filled 2 large vials with venom. Just from these vials, combined with the pearl from the previous night, each of them was worth at least 4 to 50,000. While it may not seem like much, for students still in their academic phase, it was undeniably a significant sum. Seeing that the arbor monsters had been sufficiently hunted, Lin Yan decided it was time to delve deeper. The group once again ventured into the depths of the swamp, employing the same tactics as before, officially commencing the 3rd phase of their hunt. This time, however, the arbor monster's strength had escalated once more. Where previously 1 Pokémon could handle a single arbor monster, it was now time to demonstrate their teamwork. With improved cooperation among their Pokémon, they managed to hold their ground, but this would likely be their limit. Should they venture further, they would likely be unable to withstand the increasingly formidable arbor monsters. Although the venom belongs to the Arbok, one's life is one's own. Those who are greedy shall meet a dire fate. After much contemplation, Lin Yan resolved to eliminate this final wave of Arbok before departing. If he could not encounter the Arbok leader, so be it. With the sun gradually setting, the snake population would become increasingly aggressive at night, necessitating their exit from the swamp before dusk. After dispatching the last 3 Arbok, Lin Yan began to lead his companions in wrapping up their endeavors. Today's spoils were even more bountiful than yesterday's, with each person acquiring nearly 3 large vials of snake venom, all eagerly anticipating the opportunity to sell them for a handsome profit. However, crises often emerge at the peak of joy. Suddenly, as Lin Yan prepared to retrieve the green energy cube he had set as bait, a piercing scream abruptly caught the attention of the 4. They turned their gazes toward the thorny thicket, Lin Yan's brows furrowing in concentration. Had the Arbok leader finally arrived? In the next instant, an Arbok exceeding 4 meters in length sprang forth. The size alone could indicate the Arbok's strength. A non-evolved Arbok typically measures around 20 levels. A 25-level Arbok around 35 meters, and a 30-level Arbok approximately 4 meters. The creature before him, however, measured at least 45 meters. Undoubtedly stronger than any Arbok they had encountered thus far. Adorned with patterns reminiscent of a human face and a gaping maw, it was undoubtedly the tyrant of this generation. As the formidable adversary emerged, the quartet swiftly transitioned into battle mode, their Pokémon fixated upon the Arbok. The target of this Arbok was clear. Its gaze locked onto the green energy cube in Lin Yan's hand. Its avaricious stare prompted it to launch the first attack, its massive form surprisingly swift. Like a gust of wind, the Arbok lunged at Lin Yan. In a flash, Du Hongfei commanded his Pokémon to shield Lin Yan from the assault. The Arbok's venomous fangs sank into the protective shell of the Pokémon, which absorbed the impact without suffering damage, as one of the most resilient types. It was impervious to mere biting. With the Arbok's assault commencing, the battle ignited. Fortunately, this time there was only one Arbok, and under the circumstances, Lin Yan's team swiftly regained control. The four Pokémon exchanged blows with the Arbok leader, unleashing a flurry of skills and techniques. Had it not been for the tenacity of snake Pokémon, it would likely have succumbed long before under their relentless onslaught. After a grueling 10 minutes, they finally vanquished the Arbok leader. Though a mere 10 minutes, it had nearly exhausted the energies of Jengars and their companions. The resilience of snake Pokémon, coupled with their level advantage, made it evident that a wild Pokémon of level 34 would struggle to endure even 5 minutes in a similar situation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating one of the 3 tyrants of the secret lake ruins. Current progress, 23. Alright everyone, let us take a breather. This Arbok leader is no longer combat capable. Upon hearing the system's announcement in his mind, Lin Yan called for a halt to their attacks. Next came the division of spoils, marking the Arbok leader's appearance as the culmination of their day's endeavors. Its venom filled a 3rd vial, and without hesitation, Lin Yan also extracted its venomous fangs. Only those with a keen eye can reap the greatest rewards in the wild. Lin Yan belonged to this category. He estimated the value of those fangs to exceed that of 3 vials of snake venom. After extracting every last drop of venom from the Arbok, the group reluctantly departed from this treasure trove. As they exited the swamp, the sun dipped below the horizon, and they sought a relatively safe location to set up camp. With 2 days remaining until their planned departure, Lin Yan intended to confront one of the 3 tyrants of the secret lake ruins, the Beedrill family, the following day. Upon hearing of the impending challenge against the Beedrill leader, the other 3 members were filled with excitement. Yi Qing voiced the question that lingered in the minds of the others. Lin Yan, since we can profit from the Shelmet and the Seviper, is there anything of value on the Beedrill? Of course. The Beedrill are just as valuable as pearls and snake venom. Just wait until we go out to trade. Upon hearing this, the group's eyes widened with enthusiasm, exclaiming that their venture had been worthwhile. Resolutely, they vowed not to leave the ruins until they had thoroughly plundered the Beedrill. Chapter 42. Carrying what one cannot consume. The following morning, the 4 set out early on their journey to the final location marked by the Red Skull. The territory of the Beedrill family was not far from where Lin Yan's team was situated. They estimated it would take about 3 hours to reach the Beedrill's domain. Compared to pearls and snake venom, the Beedrill's most valuable offering was the royal jelly they produced, which served as a potent supplement. Not only was it beneficial for humans, but it also enhanced the physical strength of Pokémon. In terms of immediate utility, royal jelly was the most advantageous resource for the 4 of them at that moment. While they could sell pearls and snake venom for money to purchase strength-enhancing supplements for their Pokémon, royal jelly could be consumed immediately to bolster their Pokémon's capabilities, providing an edge in the upcoming youth exotic beast competition. The 4 were determined not to miss this opportunity. However, the Beedrill family was not as easily dealt with as the Shelmet and Arbok families. Obtaining royal jelly as effortlessly as before was nearly impossible. Their cohesion far surpassed that of the other 2 Pokémon families. Upon sensing an enemy, they would unite and fiercely defend their territory, earning them a fearsome reputation for aggression. As the saying goes, better to provoke a snake than a bee, and there was wisdom in this adage. Hence, to procure royal jelly this time, they could not rely on brute force, but rather on cunning strategies. Throughout their journey, Lin Yan pondered how to acquire the royal jelly until Du Hongfei inadvertently posed a question that sparked a revelation in Lin Yan's mind. Lin Yan, you mentioned that royal jelly is so nourishing. How much strength can our exotic beasts gain from consuming it? This simple inquiry ignited Lin Yan's creativity. Hongfei, you're a genius. I have a plan to easily acquire the royal jelly. Upon hearing this, the 3 leaned in, filled with curiosity as Lin Yan elaborated on his scheme. The plan involved strategically placing food around the Beedrill's territory to attract other Pokémon from the forest, inciting a conflict between them and the Beedrill family. In the ensuing chaos, the 4 could seize the opportunity to access the Beedrill's royal jelly reserves. The trio nodded in agreement, refining the plan further. Lin Yan allocated tasks, and the four, alongside their Pokemon, would stealthily place enticing food in 8 areas within the Beedrill's territory. Once the scene descended into disorder, their plan would be deemed a success. Upon solidifying their plan, a few individuals immediately sprang into action, envisioning the luxurious bottle of royal jelly they would soon indulge in. The excitement surged through them like a shot of adrenaline. In no time, Lin Yan and his companions had strategically placed 8 food points around the perimeter of the territory inhabited by the large Beedrill swarm. Upon returning to their rendezvous point, the anticipation was palpable. All that remained was to wait. Gradually, hidden among the grass, the four watched as various wild Pokemon made their way toward the food points they had set. Beedrill, Butterfree, Scyther, and Sandslash began to converge, their numbers swelling and confidence growing. Amidst the commotion, a few Beedrills quickly launched an assault on the wild Pokemon encroaching upon their territory. However, despite being from different species, the wild Pokemon adhered to a natural rule that forbids attacking creatures engaged in feeding. Clearly, the Beedrills had transgressed this unspoken law, prompting the wild Pokemon to retaliate against them. Overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of their foes, the Beedrills were forced to retreat. As expected, they returned to summon reinforcements. Lin Yan and his companions refrained from acting prematurely. The opportune moment would arise only when a genuine skirmish transpired. Before long, as Lin Yan had anticipated, the beleaguered Beedrills returned with dozens of their comrades, igniting a fierce battle. This was not limited to just one food point. The others soon followed suit. Encounters among Pokemon over food in the wild were not uncommon, and at this moment, the flames of conflict were ignited. Witnessing the wild Pokemon clashing with the Beedrills, Lin Yan's team sprang into action. They approached a pre-identified entrance devoid of food points, and with the surrounding Beedrills distracted by the melee, the quartet effortlessly infiltrated the Beedrill's territory. Their journey proceeded smoothly, guided by the keen sense of smell of their Houndour as they rushed toward the location where the Beedrills stored their royal jelly. After a brief sprint, a delightful sweetness wafted through the air, leading them to a colossal beehive, from which cascaded pure, top-tier royal jelly. Gazing at the magnificent hive, they couldn't help but swallow hard, pondering the potential fortune if they could transport it all. The quartet, brimming with excitement, swiftly directed their Pokemon to deal with the Beedrill sentinels guarding the hive. After several rounds of combat, the Beedrills found themselves outmatched by Gengar and the others, ultimately succumbing to defeat. With the path cleared, Lin Yan and his companions set about plundering the hive. While taking everything was impractical, they aimed to maximize their spoils from this venture. They began to indulge in the royal jelly, savoring the sweet essence, which was deliciously refreshing rather than cloying. It was truly a culinary delight. The four of them, along with their Pokemon, relished this moment of sweetness until they could consume no more, at which point they began to package the royal jelly. Each person managed to secure 4 substantial jars of the exquisite substance, promising a lucrative return upon their exit. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the hive's total yield, upholding the tradition of not letting any morsel go to waste. They took their bounty and began their orderly retreat from the Beedrill territory. However, as they exited, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The area that had previously lacked food points now harbored over a dozen Beedrills, all hovering around level 33. Lin Yan initially contemplated circumventing them, but upon observing their actions, he abruptly halted his hurried steps. Lin Yan, what's wrong? Why are you dawdling? We need to leave, Nanshi urged. Wait, Nanshi. I think I need to confront these Beedrills, Lin Yan replied, his gaze fixated on the wild Pokemon being pursued by the Beedrills. Yiqing and Du Hongfei, noticing the two had stopped, began to urge them to hurry. Nanshi, Lin Yan, let us go. If those Beedrills realize we've taken so much royal jelly, they won't let us off easily. Despite knowing the risks, Lin Yan remained rooted in place, unable to abandon the striking yellow figure among the wild Pokemon. Combuskin, one of the starters from the Hoenn region. Lin Yan instantly recognized the exceptional yellow Pokemon. This was undoubtedly the wild starter described in his fortune. Reluctant to miss this opportunity, Lin Yan turned to his companions. Could you help me? I wish to defeat those 9 Beedrills and save the wild Pokemon they are chasing. The others hesitated, surprised by his sudden altruism. Initially, they had intended to persuade him to flee, but seeing the determination in Lin Yan's eyes and recalling how much he had contributed to their resources, they had no grounds for refusal. All right, we'll join you. Yiqing was the first to agree. Nanshi and Du Hongfei nodded in agreement, and their Pokemon shared in the newfound resolve. In an instant, under the guidance of the quartet, their Pokemon positioned themselves in front of the 9 Beedrills. The Beedrills, not oblivious to the recent consumption of royal jelly by Jengar and the others, were drawn to the scent wafting from the 4 Pokémon. Without hesitation, the 9 Beedrills launched their assault. Perhaps earlier, Lin Yan's team would have struggled against a level 49 encounter, but the present circumstances were markedly different. After days of battles and the recent boost from the royal jelly, their Pokémon had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, Howdar had reached level 28, an increase of 2 levels since their last encounter, while Yiqing's Pidgeotto had soared to level 32, with a trainer directing them. The overall strength of Lin Yan's team was no longer inferior to that of the 9 Beedrills. Initially, there was a sense of tension as the battle commenced. Yet the performance of their Pokémon astounded the 4. Watching as one Beedrill after another fell before Jengar and the others, they began to feel a surge of confidence. Is this really happening? With the final Beedrill's defeat, Lin Yan's team successfully rescued the wild Pokémon that had been chased. While the other wild Pokémon scattered in response to their intervention, one particular Pokémon observed the entire battle with unwavering determination. Its eyes gleamed with ambition as it clenched its fists. I must be a chosen Pokémon. Fate has not abandoned me. I shall bear its weight. Just wait. One day I too shall grow stronger. Combusken, invigorated by the battle, made a vow as its resolve solidified. Suddenly, a voice interrupted its daydreams. Combusken, are you all right? Lin Yan scrutinized the robust chicken before him. As he approached, he couldn't shake the feeling that the creature's gaze was rather peculiar, stirring a sense of unease within him. Could this vigorous chicken be suffering from a bout of adolescent delusion? In truth, Lin Yan's conjecture was misguided. It was not merely a phase, but rather a severe case of it, one that was beyond redemption. The robust chicken lifted its head, gazing up at Lin Yan, who had just assumed the role of battle commander, its eyes glimmering with admiration. Whoosh, whoosh. The simple gestures and tone of the chicken seemed to convey its message to Lin Yan. Oh, are you complimenting my prowess? The robust chicken nodded, mimicking the motion used by Ghost Stone during its shadow punch. This was a common trait among fighting-type Pokémon. They were inherently combative and drawn to flamboyant techniques. Meanwhile, Lin Yan began to examine the data of the robust chicken. Pokémon, robust chicken, fire, fighting. Nature, brave, increases attack. Decreases speed. Level, 24. Potential, master. Ability, blaze. The lower its HP, the stronger its fire-type moves. Hidden ability, speed boost. Increases speed each turn in battle. Moves, ember. Double kick, scratch. The system does not deceive me. A starter Pokémon with master potential. This surpasses even Ghost Stone's potential. Lin Yan felt an overwhelming joy swelling within him. The more he observed the robust chicken, the more he favored it. Seeing it continue to throw punches, Lin Yan remarked. Robust chicken, that's merely a standard jab. Did you see Ghost Stone's punches earlier? They were enveloped in a layer of ghostly energy, which is what gives them power. You need to concentrate the flames in your fists to achieve the same effect as Ghost Stone's shadow punch. Do you understand? Upon hearing Lin Yan's explanation of the shadow punch, the robust chicken glanced at its fists, displaying a contemplative expression. What had initially been a casual remark took an unexpected turn. In the next moment, Lin Yan was taken aback as he watched the robust chicken begin to sense the fire-type energy within itself, following Lin Yan's instructions to gather the flames in its hands. Indeed, just as he had said, flames began to envelop its hands. Whoosh, whoosh. Am I doing it right? The robust chicken extended its hands, eager to showcase its newfound skill. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Had it truly mastered the flame punch so effortlessly? Was master potential truly this terrifying? Subsequently, the robust chicken tested its new ability, striking a tree with the flame punch. Compared to its earlier efforts, this attack was significantly more powerful, leaving a charred mark upon the tree's surface. Whoosh, whoosh. The robust chicken could not suppress its joyous sounds. Lin Yan, snapping back to reality, smiled broadly and asked, "How does it feel, robust chicken? Was I right? Don't you wish to learn more skills to grow stronger?" The chicken nodded vigorously. Indeed, it aspired to become the strongest Pokémon. Without a moment's hesitation regarding its adolescent delusions, Lin Yan decisively stated, "Then how about you come with me? I promise I will teach you more skills and help you grow stronger. What do you say?" It seemed there was no reason to refuse. Recalling Lin Yan's guidance and the skills he had imparted, the robust chicken eagerly agreed. Whoosh. All right, then let us go, and rest assured, I shall treat you well. Lin Yan now had every reason to make such a promise. He had already planned that half of the resources acquired from their recent expedition would be invested in training Ghost Stone, while the other half would be devoted to nurturing the robust chicken. Without delay, Lin Yan tossed a Pokeball, and the compliant robust chicken was successfully captured. I have captured the starter Pokémon. Chapter 44. Never give up. Early Friday morning. For young individuals emerged from the secret lake ruins, their arms laden with spoils. As they passed by several trainers, curious glances were cast their way, questioning why they bore such heavy loads. Shouldn't they have consumed the provisions brought into the ruins before exiting? Were they, perhaps, restocking supplies from within? It seemed the onlookers were not entirely off the mark. They had indeed gone in to stock up. Preliminary estimates suggested that each of them had emerged with resources worth at least 1 million, not accounting for the large pearl and the venoms. As Lin Yan stepped out of the secret lake ruins, the system's task completion notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the secret ruins task. Completion rating. Level. Rewards are being processed. Ding. 80 fortune points. The stone of permanence has been issued. Current fortune points. 520. Upon conclusion, Lin Yan found an oval-shaped stone in his pocket, and his fortune points had increased to 520. This was quite a lucrative venture. He wondered how many points would be needed to trigger the system's divine blessing next time. Lost in thought, the electronic devices returned to normal as they exited the ruins. Simultaneously, all 4 phones chimed. In perfect synchrony, they lowered their heads to check their phones. 5 seconds later, Lin Yan's expression shifted abruptly upon reading the latest message from Yu Haitao. Xiaoyan, there's bad news. The age limit for the Wuhan Youth Beast Tournament has been revised from 18 to 19 years old, as per the latest competition rules. Lin Yan, taken aback, looked up in confusion, while the other 3 mirrored his shock. This meant that not only first-year trainers and this year's senior high school trainers could participate in the Youth Beast Tournament, but also second-year trainers. This was hardly just bad news, it was pure torment before the competition. Suddenly, the initial confidence bolstered by their Pokémon's improved strength waned, plunging the 4 into deep contemplation. Compared to first-year trainers, second-year trainers had at least 2 more years of experience in capturing Pokémon. During those 2 years, they had ample opportunity to nurture and understand their Pokémon. Lin Yan recalled an encounter at the Beast Association, where he had met a second-year trainer whose small fire horse had reached an astonishing level of 36. What did this imply? It indicated a minimum level gap of 5 or 6 levels between him and them, not accounting for the affluent second-year trainers from Wuhan, who might have Pokémon already at level 40 due to lavish investments in training. Just the thought of it left the 4 feeling suffocated. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yan furrowed his brow and asked, "Did you all receive Uncle Yu's message?" The others, their faces pale, nodded in agreement. "What are your thoughts? Are we going to give up? We can't compete. You have no idea how terrifying the second-year beast tamers from our school are. At least one could take on 5 of me," Yi Qing declared, her frustration evident, insisting there was no exaggeration in her words. This illustrated just how formidable second-year trainers truly were. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Yi Qing and Du Hongfei, recognizing their inferiority to the second-year trainers, promptly decided to withdraw from the Youth Beast Tournament. After all, when faced with an inevitable defeat, choosing to forfeit was also a viable option. Would they willingly seek out humiliation? Seeing Yi Qing and her companion back down, Bai Nanqi wavered as well. "Lin Yan, perhaps we should reconsider. We have only captured Ghost Stone and Katy Dog for less than a month, while their Pokémon have been nurtured for over a year, even 2. Maybe we should wait until next year to participate." Bai Nanqi's advice was both pragmatic and astute. However, Lin Yan felt a lingering dissatisfaction. For him, this competition was not solely about rankings, but rather about fulfilling his promise to Yu Haitao. He was determined to acquire the Life Gem. Without it, Ghost Stone would remain unjustly accused, potentially ending up in a beast containment facility or, worse, a more dire fate. Reflecting on the myriad experiences shared with Ghost Stone, Lin Yan could not bear the thought of it departing from his life so easily. Nanqi, Yi Qing, and Hongfei had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. Their withdrawal was indeed a sensible decision, yet Lin Yan felt compelled to persist. "I shall continue to participate in this Youth Beast competition," he declared, summoning his courage to voice his convictions. Perhaps it was a rash decision, but only he understood that he had no alternative. Participation was imperative. Yi Qing, known for his forthrightness, intended to offer further counsel, but upon gazing into Lin Yan's resolute eyes, his words faltered. "Lin Yan, have you truly made up your mind?" Bai Nanqi sought confirmation. Lin Yan managed to muster a smile. Yes. The trio silently admired his bravery. However, the atmosphere on the journey back to Qinghe City grew somewhat somber. Upon their return, the 4 friends visited the Beast Association to complete the handover of their secret realm task. After submitting 20 giant tongue shell pearls, each received a reward of 15, with Lin Yan, as captain, earning an additional 5. It seemed that only during the exchange of monetary rewards could smiles grace their faces. Nevertheless, the sum of 15 felt rather meager, prompting them to head to the recycling area of the Beast Association. The recycling supervisor, upon witnessing the resources presented by the four young individuals, was rendered speechless. This was undoubtedly the largest collection he had ever received in his tenure. As he accepted the items, Supervisor Chu's hands trembled, as though he could already envision a promotion and raise on the horizon. Ultimately, Lin Yan's resources fetched a remarkable price of 190, by Nanqi 135, Yiqing 142, and Du Hongfei 137, staring at the impressive digits appearing in their bank accounts. The quartet realized they had never encountered such wealth before, which finally alleviated the oppressive atmosphere following their forced withdrawal from the competition. After concluding the resource handover, the afternoon arrived, signaling it was time for the four to part ways. Lin Yan, I truly admire your courage. I will be cheering for you on television. Captain Lin Yan, thank you for your leadership this time. I hope we can embark on another Secret Realm adventure together. Rest assured, there will be opportunities. After their final farewells, each embarked on their respective paths. Lin Yan, resolved to continue competing, did not dwell on the matter further. He had already booked his ticket to Wuhan for that evening. Although Bai Nanqi chose not to participate, she decided to accompany him nonetheless. As time passed, the two boarded the train to Wuhan. During the 30-minute journey, Lin Yan pondered deeply, his mind flooded with fragments of memories shared with Ghost Stone, solidifying his determination. Regardless of the circumstances, he must secure a place among the top 5. As they disembarked, the streetlights sparked a thought in his mind. Chapter 45, My dear guest. Do I not display cleverness? The glaring lights made Lin Yan's eyes dry. Bai Nanqi observed his contemplative demeanor without interruption, silently offering her presence. Once Lin Yan shifted his gaze, they resumed their journey towards the vicinity of the Youth Beast competition venue, Wuhan Sports Center, where the upcoming 3 days of events would be held. As night approached and the clock neared 9, considering they needed to attend the preliminary selection early the next morning, the two decided to find a hotel for the night. Having emerged from the secret realm with substantial funds, they did not entertain the idea of a small inn and instead sought out the largest hotel nearby. Lin Yan's dry eyes caused him discomfort, prompting him to blink repeatedly. Upon entering the hotel, the young woman walked ahead while the young man followed. Hello, may I inquire if there are any rooms available for tonight? Upon noticing the beauty before him, the front desk attendant donned a professional smile, inwardly envious. What type of room do you require? We would like 2 of your finest king-sized rooms, please. Bai Nanqi presented her ID, indicating the luxurious suite priced at $19.98 per night. The attendant, noting her lavish request, felt a sense of incredulity. At that moment, he noticed Lin Yan, who was still blinking, and his expression shifted. Ah, I see. This young man knows how to enjoy life. I apologize, but due to a high volume of guests over the next few days, we only have 1 king-sized room left. Would you like to proceed with that? The front desk attendant cast Lin Yan an understanding glance. My dear guest, do you not find me clever? Sensing the attendant's gaze, Lin Yan could not suppress a cough. There's only 1 king-sized room. Are you certain you are not jesting? Just as he contemplated pressing for more information, Bai Nanqi turned back, her cheeks flushed. Lin Yan, what should we do? Given the late hour, all nearby hotels are likely fully booked due to the Youth Beast competition. Shall we settle for 1 night? Momentarily taken aback, Lin Yan remained silent. Bai Nanqi assumed he had acquiesced and turned back, blushing as she continued with the check-in process. In less than a minute, they were handed the key card for the hotel's premier king-sized room. As they entered the elevator, Lin Yan noticed a gesture from the front desk attendant. What the heck? Are we buddies now? As the elevator ascended, Lin Yan's heart raced with anxiety, and he dared not look directly at Bai Nanqi. Perhaps I'm overthinking this. Nanqi is not that type of person. At worst, I can sleep on the sofa. He reassured himself. When they opened the door, the azure-hued ambient lights made both of them blush deeply. Goodness, is this a themed room? After a brief silence, Lin Yan suggested, Nanqi, why don't you stay here tonight while I find a nearby hotel to make do? What do you think? No worries. You can sleep on the sofa. We can't waste money just because we have it now, and since we'll be staying for several days, I believe this place is suitable. Bai Nanqi stated earnestly, initially not considering the implications. However, upon seeing the themed room, her heart began to race. That does seem to have some merit, Lin Yan conceded. The two entered the room, which proved to be quite spacious, featuring a standard layout of 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom, with decor befitting its price tag of $19.98 per night. They then released their Pokémon, and once Ghost Stone and its companions emerged, the awkward tension began to dissipate. In the late hours, Lin Yan lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, his body and mind restless, preventing him from falling asleep. Never mind. I'll just go with the flow. After glancing at the peacefully sleeping ghost stone and righteous chicken, Lin Yan subconsciously engaged in a lengthy dream through self-psychological suggestion. The following day, after enjoying breakfast at the hotel, the pair promptly made their way to the registration area for the Youth Beast competition at the sports complex. The registration windows were crowded with young people from across the province, all eager to participate in this prestigious competition. The Youth Beast competition was undoubtedly one of the most esteemed events for the younger generation in Hubei province. The rewards offered were remarkably generous, with prizes for the top 10 contestants ranging from 10 to 100. While the top 3 would receive various Pokémon items, the first place would earn a majestic cape, the second place an appeasement bell, and the third place a miracle seed. Such events primarily attract elite students, as the average student rarely dares to participate, especially after the age limit was raised by a year. Nevertheless, the registration area today was still bustling with young individuals. An initial estimate suggested that at least 1,000 trainers under the age of 19 had signed up, accompanied by a diverse array of Pokémon, far exceeding the variety seen in schools or within Qinghe City. Generally, those with confidence in their abilities would not be lacking in strength. After much effort, Lin Yan finally reached the registration desk. Under the guidance of the staff, he and his Jengar underwent a series of tests, similar to those conducted by the Beast Association previously. However, once again, the instrument failed to scan and assess Jengar's abilities, leaving the staff in a quandary. Lin Yan felt equally helpless. After all, the Ghost-type Pokémon had yet to be officially recognized, and his purpose for attending was precisely to unveil the Ghost-type beasts. Reluctantly, Lin Yan requested the staff to seek permission from the organizers to allow him to compete. It wasn't until he offered 2 packs of cigarettes that the staff begrudgingly agreed. Thankfully, he had come prepared. Lin Yan quietly praised his own foresight, as he had navigated social intricacies quite adeptly. In the event's back office, a man resembling a leader was orchestrating the arrangements. At that moment, someone entered and whispered a few words in his ear, piquing his interest. "Are you certain he is a ghost-type beast?" "Indeed," he stated it himself. The man nodded. "Very well, let him compete." Once the registration formalities were completed, the time had reached 11 o'clock. Throughout the journey, Lin Yan employed his keen insight to gauge the levels of the other trainers' Pokémon. After observing several hundred Pokémon, he began to form an understanding of the competitive strengths present. If categorized into ranks of 0, 1, 2, and 3, Pokémon at levels 36 to 38 fell into rank 1. However, considering their species, a rank 1 Pokémon with high base stats could be comparable to a rank 0, while rank 2 Pokémon ranged from levels 34 to 35, and rank 3 was below level 34. The pressure was immense, but fortunately, there were no demigods. Otherwise, the competition would be futile. Lin Yan mused. Although he had mentally prepared himself, overcoming a 5-level gap in strength was no simple feat. Glancing at his Jengar, which had remained at level 31 since emerging from the secret lake, he realized the likelihood of a rapid breakthrough was slim. His best chance lay in surprising others with the unknown capabilities of Ghost-type Pokémon, which would likely be his only opportunity to break into the top 5. However, another possibility lingered. While other competitors might possess higher-level Pokémon, in this world where Pokémon energy had only begun to revive in the past 5 years, they might still struggle to command their full potential. Considering these 2 critical points, Lin Yan found clarity. Perhaps the system intended for him to accurately popularize Pokémon and foster a flourishing era of the creatures. Yet, it was his past memories that would allow him to swiftly surpass others, relying on those recollections to achieve unexpected victories in battles. This was his unique advantage. With newfound determination, Lin Yan hastily exited the crowd, as if the clouds above began to disperse. He turned earnestly to Jengar. "We must give it our all this time. You understand the significance of this competition, don't you?" Jengar. Seeing Jengar's serious demeanor, Lin Yan affectionately ruffled its little head, uncertain if he should allow the child to unleash the power hidden within. However, perhaps it was better to refrain. A few minutes later, Lin Yan and Jengar arrived at a milk tea shop, whereby Nanchi awaited them with a drink in hand and her phone. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Nanchi. We successfully registered, and the competition will officially commence at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We'll be here for the next 3 days." With a sense of preparedness, Lin Yan appeared considerably more cheerful as Nanchi handed him the milk tea she had prepared. "That's great. I heard online that the registration process was quite stringent, with only 1/5 of the beasts qualifying." She was not mistaken. Although the number of applicants exceeded 1,000, the final participant count would not surpass 500, a realization Lin Yan had grasped during his time at the registration desk. At precisely noon, a sea of young people sat in the milk tea shop, fixated on their phones. Every screen displayed the same page, the official account for the upcoming Beast competition. As the clock struck the hour, everyone simultaneously refreshed their screens. The total number of registered participants is 356, with 294 officially qualifying. Relieved by the ratio, Lin Yan thought he might be the only one without a spot. Indeed, with over 2,000 applicants, it's astonishing that fewer than 300 made the cut. Others remarked, expressing their disbelief. This could only signify one thing. The competition held immense value, likely attracting major corporations and institutions seeking talent. Lin Yan located his name among the list. Group 3, number 28. As one of the 294 finalists, the pressure to excel weighed heavily on him. Yet, he found motivation in the challenge. Convinced that a mere group of trainers who had only recently begun their journey with Pokémon could not possibly rival someone with over 2 decades of experience. He was eager to witness the strength of the competitors in the first match this afternoon. As he bolstered his spirits, Nanshi interrupted, "Let us go, Lin Yan. There's just over an hour until the competition begins. We should grab a bite." Agreed. After their meal, the two returned to the Wuhan Sports Center. The venue was now packed, filled with spectators and Pokémon alike. As the clock struck 2, a booming voice resonated across the arena. "Welcome to the second Wuhan Youth Beast competition. We will divide the contestants into 10 groups, with simultaneous battles until we identify the top 3 from each group. Now, let us welcome." As the opening remarks commenced, Lin Yan, seated in the preparation area for Group 3, was fully prepared. Since entering, he had not ceased observing the strengths of his group. Group 3 consisted of 30 participants. According to his previous assessments, there was only one rank 0 trainer, Wan Lu, who possessed a Snorlax at level 37, a wealthy second-generation individual whose profile Lin Yan had encountered online. As for rank 1 competitors, there were 3, Jiang Yi with a level 37 Graveler, Xiao Mingyao with a level 38 Gloom, and Wang Yang with a level 37 Scyther. The remainder of the group consisted of rank 2 and 3 trainers, all showcasing relatively average abilities, primarily due to their prior experiences with Pokémon being somewhat lacking, resulting in the capture of only the more common species. This realization brought a sense of relief to Lin Yan. After all, Gengar possessed a significant advantage in species, and coupled with the others' unfamiliarity with Ghost-type Pokémon, they would likely be unaware that most physical attacks would not affect Gengar at all. Unless the attacks contained Psychic or Dark-type energy, Gengar would remain virtually invincible. With this realization, Lin Yan's confidence soared. Unlike before, when he perceived his opponents as formidable figures, a careful comparison revealed that those hailed as exceptional trainers in this world were, in fact, rather mediocre. It appeared that as long as he avoided making any fundamental mistakes, Lin Yan was quite assured of securing a place among the top 3 in his group. After casting an encouraging glance at Jinkstone, a staff member entered the preparation area. "Are contestants number 6 and 28 present? Please proceed to battle arena number 3 to prepare for the match." With that announcement, Lin Yan stood up, and a boy across from him rose simultaneously. A level 34 Hitmonlee, was it? Lin Yan thought with a faint smile. "Let us go, Jinkstone, it's our turn to shine." Soon, Lin Yan and the boy, who was significantly shorter than him, arrived at the command area of battle arena number 3, where their Pokémon stood at the center. As the referee completed the rules, the moment of their first match arrived. "I declare the match to begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the opposing trainer issued his command. "Hitmonlee, use low kick. Jinkstone dodge." Hitmonlee's sweeping kick came rushing towards Jinkstone. But unfortunately for the opponent, Jinkstone easily evaded the attack. From a speed perspective, Jinkstone maneuvered with remarkable finesse, exhibiting neither luck nor panic. Its speed and reflexes were extraordinary. However, Lin Yan didn't even need to instruct Jinkstone to dodge, as he was well aware that this fighting-type Hitmonlee would never be able to land a hit on Jinkstone. Thus, the outcome of the match was all but certain. The opponent simply lacked an understanding of the Ghost-type Pokémon's characteristics. This was the advantage of possessing knowledge. Yet, to avoid revealing their true strength too early, Lin Yan opted for Jinkstone to evade. In the ensuing battle, Lin Yan and Jinkstone engaged with a light touch, while the opposing trainer and Hitmonlee found themselves utterly ineffective, lacking the speed to match their opponent and unable to make contact. Throughout the match, both Lin Yan and Jinkstone experienced only one sensation: torment. Observing that Hitmonlee could not touch Jinkstone, Lin Yan chose not to end the battle immediately. Instead, he regarded the opponent's futile attacks as a training session for Jinkstone's speed and reaction. Although the duel lacked spectacular moves and exquisite techniques, Lin Yan and Jingstone took great pleasure in it. The satisfaction derived from building joy upon another's suffering was intoxicating. Ultimately, they secured an effortless victory in the first match, revealing not a hint of their true capabilities, defeating Hitmonlee with a mere shadow punch. However, this method of play could easily incite public ire. Upon returning to the preparation area, Lin Yan noticed the discontent in the eyes of others, who felt sympathy for Hitmonlee. Were it not for the prohibition against private battles in the preparation area, Lin Yan might have feared a confrontation. Yet, the attention of the others soon shifted back to the battle arena, as few regarded Jingstone seriously, believing it merely to be a fast and relatively uncommon Pokemon, given that it had not yet demonstrated its true potential. This effect pleased Lin Yan immensely. He resolved to bide his time until the finals, where he would make a stunning entrance. With this thought in mind, Lin Yan turned his attention away from the competitors in his group and instead focused on those from other groups. With 10 battle arenas and 294 contestants, the preliminary rounds concluded around 6 o'clock in the evening, with each match lasting approximately 10 minutes. After a full afternoon of observation, Lin Yan had hoped to identify several worthy opponents, but the more he looked, the more invincible he felt. Aside from a few Pokemon capable of Dark-type moves, none posed a threat to Jingstone. Ultimately, Lin Yan grasped the truth. Ghost-type Pokemon were unparalleled in the early stages of competition, especially when their characteristics remained undisclosed. As the first day of the competition came to a close, no one noticed this ordinary high school senior, yet the scales had already begun to tip in his favor. Lin Yan's sights were firmly set on that coveted championship cloak. Initially, he had not thought much of it, but now it was clear that only the top 3 prizes were worth pursuing. Nevertheless, upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yan chose not to rest. After exchanging greetings with Bainanchi, he took Jingstone and Blaziken out for training. After all, no one knew the characteristics of Ghost-type Pokemon yet. But once he revealed them, Ghost types would undoubtedly become the hottest Pokemon for a time, and his advantage would vanish. Thus, he could not afford to be complacent. Soon, Lin Yan arrived at a quiet park, releasing Jingstone and Blaziken. It seemed that the afternoon's observations had invigorated the 2 Pokemon, particularly Blaziken, who felt a strong desire to grow stronger after witnessing so many powerful Pokemon. Jingstone, too, understood that Lin Yan's efforts were all for its benefit, and thus it could not allow itself to falter in the slightest. During the ensuing training, both Pokemon worked exceptionally hard, persevering through any exercise Lin Yan assigned them. Chapter 47. A fame achieved in battle unbeknownst to them. The park had emptied, leaving only Lin Yan and his 2 Pokemon. After more than 3 hours of intense training, Jingstone and Blaziken were utterly exhausted. Even in an unfamiliar setting, Lin Yan remained meticulous about the evening's training, focusing on Jingstone's speed and its mastery of Ghost-type energy. As for Blaziken, Lin Yan's expectations were not as high at the moment. It simply needed to become proficient in using Flame Punch. After training, Jingstone and Blaziken consumed some supplements before collapsing onto the ground, immediately falling asleep. It was evident that they were truly tired. Thankfully, there were Pokeballs, for otherwise, he would have had to carry them back to the hotel. Watching the 2 sleeping Pokemon, Lin Yan murmured to himself, "Am I being too harsh in their training?" However, he quickly shook off that thought. The current rigor was necessary to prepare them for future challenges. If they encountered stronger Pokemon or dangerous environments, there would be no room for regret. Much like his own past, where neglecting his studies led him to a life of unfulfilled potential, he had countless opportunities to start anew. Yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow, extinguishing the hope in his youthful eyes. If given a chance to relive his life, no one would wish to remain idle. Gradually, Lin Yan's resolve solidified once more. This Youth Beast tournament was his first step toward popularizing Pokemon, and he had to ensure success. In the following day, the original 294 contestants dwindled to 147, and by the end of the day, only 30 would remain on the battlefield. Lin Yan and Jingstone faced 3 more matches, winning each without revealing the true nature of their Ghost-type abilities. However, consecutive victories made it impossible for Lin Yan to remain inconspicuous. Even if others had yet to comprehend Jingstone's true strength, many had already taken note of this unknown Pokemon, for only the worthy could survive until the end. That evening, many individuals began to investigate Lin Yan's Pokemon. Fortunately, time was limited. Although some young people came from influential backgrounds and could uncover information beyond what ordinary folks could access, such as unreleased characteristics of Ghost-type creatures, a single night was hardly sufficient for preparation. Even if they managed to gather some insights, what could they accomplish in such a short time? Could they truly learn to counter Ghost-type Pokemon's ultimate moves overnight? Clearly, this was unrealistic. On the final day of the competition, a few remaining contestants had begun to grasp some weaknesses of Ghost-type Pokémon, but alas, it was too late, and Lin Yan had no intention of going easy on Gengar. Even the Pokémon previously rated as level 0 by him appeared inadequate when faced with Gengar's full might, particularly considering Gengar's continuous improvement after each battle. Coupled with a substantial accumulation of resources, Lin Yan had invested at least $1 million in nurturing Gengar over this period. Now, Gengar had reached level 32. This accumulation of resources, combined with rigorous daily training and Lin Yan's expertise, rendered them a nightmare for any opponent on the battlefield, with every young trainer reluctant to face him. On the third day of the competition, mere hours had passed when several battle videos of Gengar were uploaded online. This marked the first time many had witnessed the existence of Ghost-type Pokémon. Gengar's elusive form and eerie ghostly attacks sent the internet into a frenzy. With the current speed of online dissemination, various headlines were plastered with posts about Lin Yan and Gengar, this year's most powerful senior beast tamer, creature with unknown powers. New type of attribute creature emerges. A plethora of trending topics flooded the internet, and the audience present was enchanted by this peculiar, purple, ghost-faced Pokémon. Meanwhile, the understanding of ghost-type Pokémon was rapidly increasing among the spectators, achieving a completion rate of 60% even before any interviews or official announcements. Simultaneously, news of Lin Yan's participation in the Wuhan Youth Beast Competition reached Qinghe City, causing a sensation at Blue Pavilion Beast Taming High School. Compared to Lin Yan's Gengar, this generation of trainers was still learning to walk while he had already taken to the skies, making Lin Yan a source of envy among parents, who often compared him to their own children. Ultimately, in the afternoon, Lin Yan and Gengar encountered the most formidable Pokémon of the tournament, a Charizard boasting a staggering level of 38. An intense battle was imminent. This was undoubtedly the most challenging opponent Lin Yan had faced thus far. He possessed far more strategies than other trainers. Although Charizard's flames could not harm Gengar, the prolonged high-temperature environment still posed a threat. It was this very advantage that allowed Charizard to compete evenly with Gengar. After several rounds where Gengar began to falter, Lin Yan was compelled to reveal his final trump card. Gengar, bite this battery. As soon as the words left his mouth, he hurled a super battery toward Gengar, containing enough electrical charge to power a household for a week. Without hesitation, Gengar clamped down on the super battery. Instantly, electricity surged through Gengar, causing its vision to blur under the overwhelming current. This seemingly suicidal act left the audience and opponents alike in a state of shock, utterly bewildered by Lin Yan's actions. As the electrical energy coursed through it, Gengar gradually lost consciousness, teetering on the brink of collapse. But the next moment, when Gengar reopened its eyes, it had transformed into a completely different Pokémon, its gaze now filled with fury as it locked onto Charizard. Unaware of the bizarre transformation Gengar had undergone, the opponent continued to command Charizard to attack. However, in front of Gengar's activated second personality, it now housed the life energy equivalent to decades of vitality from two young individuals, far surpassing Charizard in terms of attribute quality on the battlefield. This was Lin Yan's ultimate trump card, Gengar's second personality. Upon activation, Gengar immediately unleashed a Shadow Ball exponentially more powerful than before. The energy contained within this Shadow Ball transcended the boundaries of this level of battle. No matter how Charizard responded, it could not avert the assault, only enduring the agony inflicted by the ghostly energy. Ultimately, Charizard collapsed on the battlefield, marking the emergence of the champion of the Wuhan Youth Beast Competition. I declare, the match is over. Gengar emerges victorious. With the referee's voice echoing, the entire stadium erupted in cheers. It was unlikely anyone had anticipated that a high school senior could claim the title in this Youth Beast competition. Lin Yan forcibly retracted Gengar's second personality, relishing in the moment of glory. Meanwhile, Yu Haitao, who had been in Qinghe City, had arrived at the scene the previous day, astonished that the young individual he had invested in had achieved such remarkable success. On the awards stage, the top 10 contestants stood in a line, with Lin Yan holding the trophy at the forefront. At that moment, he had become the new generation champion of Hubei. If one could define a moment of fame, Lin Yan's battle undoubtedly marked a true rise to prominence. In an era where Pokémon had only recently begun to revive their spiritual essence after 5 years, each breakthrough was a historic milestone, with these pioneering figures setting the standard for the new age. Ultimately, the crowned Lin Yan received $1 million in prize money and a grand cape. During the subsequent interview, Lin Yan took the microphone, stepping toward the spotlight for the first time. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Yan, a senior student from Qinghe City. Many of you are probably curious about what kind of creature I possess. In everyday life and on television, you may have seen this child for the first time. Its name is Gengar. Unlike the 16 attributes of creatures already published in the Dragon Kingdom, it belongs to a different category. But I shall keep you in suspense for now. First of all, I believe many of you are still in disbelief, not understanding how a high school student could defeat those second-year beast tamers who have trained their creatures for 2 years. However, anyone who watched my matches should have noticed the reason. My ability to triumph over their creatures stems from Gengar's unique characteristics. It can immunize itself against numerous attacks, such as punches and water guns. Additionally, many individuals are unfamiliar with it, leading to incorrect judgments or commands during battles. These two factors were pivotal in securing my victory in this competition. Of course, Gengar is not invincible. While many skills and moves may not affect it, there are still numerous abilities capable of countering it. Thus, I hope everyone can develop a proper understanding of this type of creature. In the interest of fostering peaceful coexistence between humanity and the otherworldly creatures, I am here to formally announce their existence. They are known as ghost-type creatures, aptly named for their spectral nature. In truth, there are numerous ghost-type beings in this world, with Gengars being merely one classification among them. However, due to misunderstandings regarding their fearsome appearance, the authorities have refrained from disclosing the existence of these ghostly entities during the past 2 years of human-beast interaction. Today, I stand before you primarily to convey that beyond the known 16 attributes of these creatures, there exists a plethora of others. With that said, I conclude my address, hoping that from now on, everyone will gain a proper understanding of each unique creature. Our comprehension of them is still in its infancy. Only through mutual understanding can we achieve genuine harmony between our two races. As Lin Yan set down the microphone, he turned to the host beside him, who appeared utterly dumbfounded, as did the audience watching the interview. This revelation about ghost-type Pokémon sparked an immediate uproar. Initially, the Dragon Kingdom officials had no intention of revealing ghost-type creatures in the near future, for traditional beliefs had long led them to perceive such spectral beings as perilous. Yet, a young boy boldly stepped forward, declaring to the world that ghost-type Pokémon could not only coexist with humans but also possess remarkable potential. The existence of ghost-type Pokémon could no longer be concealed. Lin Yan's emergence had undoubtedly ignited a fervor surrounding these ethereal creatures. While it is crucial to uphold traditional beliefs, breaking from convention requires a certain audacity. This was not merely a successful dissemination of knowledge by Lin Yan. It represented a significant advance in the mutual understanding between humans and Pokémon. Ultimately, the Dragon Kingdom authorities decided to comprehensively disclose all information about ghost-type Pokémon. Lin Yan had successfully fulfilled his mission of popularization, culminating in a remarkable completion rate of 105%. In truth, achieving just 60% sufficed for the full reward, yet Lin Yan had exceeded the basic requirement by more than double, leaving him curious about the nature of the rewards that awaited him. However, he chose not to claim his rewards directly in Wuhan. Instead, he opted to wait until he had completed one final task. That evening, Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi boarded Yu Haitao's vehicle, traversing the highway homeward. Throughout the journey, Bai Nanshi gazed at Lin Yan with disbelief, struggling to comprehend that this young man had indeed emerged victorious in the recent youth Pokémon tournament. Yu Haitao, upon learning of the age adjustment for the competition, had long abandoned the idea of having Lin Yan participate. Yet, the boy had surprised him immensely. And true to his word, he presented Lin Yan with 3 prized possessions from his own collection. In contrast, Lin Yan remained remarkably composed, unaffected by the sudden fame, for he understood that this step toward popularizing ghost-type Pokémon was merely the beginning. To establish the 8 major gyms and initiate the league championship, he knew that he could not rely solely on the title of a youth tournament champion. Greater strength and influence were imperative. By the time they returned to Qinghe City, it was already past midnight. At Lin Yan's behest, Yu Haitao did not take them directly home. Instead, he drove them to the headquarters of the Judiciary Bureau in Qinghe City. Lin Yan, I will take my leave now. Remember your promise to endorse my store. I will notify you before we begin filming the advertisement, Yu Haitao reminded him as he departed. Absolutely, Lin Yan replied eagerly. Subsequently, Lin Yan and Bai Nanshi entered the Judiciary Bureau, where Lin Shi and Bai Chengfeng awaited them. Both had already learned of Lin Yan's triumph in the Wuhan Youth Pokémon Tournament, and their serious expressions softened with pride. Father, Uncle Bai, Lin Yan greeted, and both fathers nodded, offering encouraging glances. Congratulations, Xiaoyan. It's a pity I couldn't cheer for you in person, Lin's father expressed with a hint of guilt. Lin Yan understood, having heard from his mother that the case involving the Pokémon thief remained unresolved, leaving his father with little time to return home. It's all right, Dad. As long as I didn't let you down. By the way, What about those two young individuals attacked by Jengars? I can now have Jengars restore them to their original state, Lin Yan inquired. Hearing this, Lin's father beamed with joy and promptly drove them to the hospital where the victims were being treated, while Bai Nanshi and her father headed home. During the car ride to the hospital, Lin's father revealed some troubling news, explaining why he had been so busy lately. Xiaoyan, has your mother not informed you about the missing Chansey? He asked solemnly, revealing that he had been tirelessly investigating the case. What? Chansey is missing? Lin Yan's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated such news. He had assumed his father was joking. Yet, given his father's steadfast nature, he would never jest about such matters. The implication was clear. Chansey had truly vanished. As the image of Chansey's plump, pink form flashed through his mind, Lin Yan could not help but ask, Dad, does Chansey's disappearance relate to the case you've been investigating? After a moment of silence, Lin's father disclosed that Chansey's disappearance had been communicated to spare him from distress upon his return, but he remained tight-lipped about the details of the case. Realizing his father was withholding information, Lin Yan deduced that the case involved significant implications. Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of anger. While Chansey had occasionally been bothersome, Lin Yan had long regarded it as family. If he had any boundaries, family would undoubtedly be his last line of defense. Upon receiving this news, the atmosphere in the car grew somber as they approached the hospital. However, considering the urgent matters at hand, they resolved to first clear Jengars of any wrongdoing before investigating Chansey's whereabouts the following day. Before long, Lin Yan and his father arrived at the city center hospital. Upon entering the ward, Lin Yan recognized the two elderly patients lying in the beds. They were indeed the same individuals featured in the earlier video. Lin's father uttered a brief remark before leaving the room to give Lin Yan some privacy. Xiaoyan, good luck. Now it's up to you and Jengars. Without hesitation, Lin Yan released Jengars, who had reverted to its original personality and did not recall that the two elderly individuals were its creations. Daika, where am I? Jengars inquired. Jengars, I need your assistance. This is the life orb. Take it, and see if you can sense the life energy within. Lin Yan handed Jengars the life orb, which Yu Haitao had previously gifted him. As Jengars accepted the orb, it immediately felt a wave of comforting energy. This life energy was a substantial boon for ghost-type Pokémon. It's your turn, Jengars. Remember what I said before? Energy absorption, transfer, and feedback. Let's begin. Chapter 49. Rejuvenation in the hospital room. Under Lin Yan's guidance, Jengars, holding the life orb, closed its eyes to meditate on the life energy contained within. The hospital was particularly quiet at night, as if time had momentarily halted, allowing Lin Yan to hear the rhythm of his own breath. Suddenly, the lights in the room began to flicker. With a series of 5 blinks, a miraculous scene unfolded. The life orb in Gaston's hand began to envelop itself in a layer of white mist, which flowed like ethereal smoke into Gaston's very being. Perhaps it was the magnetic field reaction triggered by the activation of the life orb that caused the lights in the ward to flicker erratically. This absorption process lasted for approximately 5 minutes, during which Gaston, with closed eyes, became enveloped in a layer of white energy, while the life orb in its grasp gradually dimmed. Once all the life energy within was consumed, Gaston opened its eyes. At that moment, 2 pairs of piercing eyes appeared in the ward, and Lin Yan tentatively called out its name, Gaston. The immense life energy coursing through Gaston's body brought an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to an inexhaustible wellspring of strength. Without hesitation, it soared towards the bedside of an elderly gentleman, opened its mouth, and the same white mist emerged, flowing into the elder's mouth and nostrils. The sensation was reminiscent of ancient films depicting creatures siphoning the essence of humans, but now the roles were reversed. Lin Yan held his breath, fixated on the elderly man in the bed, and in the ensuing seconds, the transformation became visibly apparent. The wrinkled skin began to smooth, the multitude of wrinkles diminished. The once sallow complexion turned rosy, and at that moment, the hair regained its dark luster. This scene of rejuvenation left Lin Yan utterly astonished. In merely 30 seconds, an old man had reverted to the appearance of a youthful lad, more extraordinary than anything depicted in science fiction films. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would hardly believe such marvels could exist in this world. Once Gaston had replenished the life energy of one young man, it appeared somewhat fatigued. Yet it did not pause. It immediately flew to another elder's bedside to bestow life energy in the same manner. As the seconds passed, the 2 elderly figures in the ward truly transformed into youthful beings. Not only their appearances, but the readings on the nearby ECG also indicated a restoration of their bodily functions to their prime. Overjoyed, Lin Yan could not help but exclaim praises. Gaston, you are truly remarkable. You have cleared your name. At that moment, however, Groudon was utterly exhausted. It glanced at Lin Yan, smiled, and closed its eyes. The life energy required to rejuvenate the two elders was immense, and as Groudon expended its last reserves of strength, it collapsed to the floor. Witnessing Groudon fall, Lin Yan felt a pang of shock. Had the creature overexerted itself? Simultaneously, the two young men on the beds awoke, bewildered as they examined their rejuvenated bodies. Hey Rome, where are we? Are you alright? I feel invigorated. Lin Yan chose to ignore them. Given their previous treatment of Groudon, he was reluctant to involve himself unless it was to vindicate Groudon. Fortunately, all was well now. After ensuring Groudon was safely resting, Lin Yan stepped outside to inform his father that the two young men had recovered. His father gazed at him with a mix of surprise and pride, realizing his son had indeed fulfilled their agreement. Well done, my boy. I'll notify their families and head back to the station shortly. If you have nothing else to attend to, you may return home. With a nod, Lin Yan entrusted the subsequent matters to his father, knowing that he and Groudon had accomplished what was necessary. As for the unconscious Groudon, it was merely fatigued and would awaken after a night's rest. In the taxi home, Lin Yan felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. Arriving home in the early hours, he quietly retreated to his room, careful not to disturb his mother. Though late, he felt no weariness, his mind consumed by thoughts of the missing happening. Alas, if only his father would disclose more details about the case. Otherwise, he was determined to track down that Pokemon thief. Lin Yan sighed softly, mentally preparing for the worst in regard to his family. Unable to sleep from frustration, he suddenly had an epiphany and quickly opened his phone. Sure enough, similar cases of disappearances had been reported in the news. With just a few keywords, a plethora of articles about the Pokemon thief in Qinghe City emerged. Most of the reports focused on the missing Pokemon, as the true details of the case would not be shared with the media until after a resolution had been reached. After gathering several useful snippets of information, Lin Yan fell into deep contemplation. According to the news, over the past week, a total of 25 Pokemon had vanished, all of different species, with no discernible pattern, save for the fact that they all disappeared at night. He also spotted the news regarding his own Happany's disappearance, which had occurred just a couple of nights prior, alongside a Pikachu and a Meowth. The information available was scant, but growing up in a family of detectives, Lin Yan immediately noted several anomalies. Firstly, how was the perpetrator able to abduct these missing Pokemon? In a world devoid of Pokeball technology, it would be no simple task to stealthily remove a Pokemon. With surveillance cameras everywhere, should someone truly have employed some method to abduct these creatures, the cameras would certainly have captured it. Especially given the frequency of these incidents, it seemed implausible that the cameras were unable to document the suspect's movements. Yet, in a landscape rife with surveillance, the cases continued unabated, leaving one perplexed. Moreover, considering his father's relentless busyness since the onset of the cases, it seemed the cameras might have been ineffectual in this instance. How, then, were these Pokemon taken? With 25 missing Pokemon, the situation was nothing short of fantastical. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed Lin Yan's mind. To abduct the Pokemon without a trace and evade capture by the Regulatory Bureau. Could it be that the culprit was not human? Perhaps only such a supernatural explanation could make sense. After all, among the numerous abducted Pokemon, many possessed formidable abilities that ordinary humans could not hope to conquer. It seemed the more he pondered, the more bizarre the truth behind this affair became. Yet, in order to rescue his Happany, Lin Yan was resolved not to allow the perpetrator to roam free. He wondered if there were any breakthroughs from the Regulatory Bureau. Just as Lin Yan continued to review the case in his mind, a voice from the system echoed in his head. Ding. Side quest activated. Type. Level. Uncover the truth behind the disappearance of the Pokemon. Reward. 80 luck points. Beginner system backpack. A level quest. Lin Yan was taken aback. The assignment's classification as a level quest was indeed unexpected, judging by the magnitude of previous tasks. The case involving the Beast House had been rated as level, while the unveiling of Ghost-type Pokemon had also been designated as level. How could this capture mission bear the same difficulty rating? This sudden classification made Lin Yan realize that he might have underestimated the complexity of the situation. Perhaps a far greater secret lay concealed beneath it all. To uncover the underlying truth, Lin Yan resolved to embark on a quest. In the latter half of the night, the tribunal was bustling with activity. Two young individuals, along with their families, expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Captain Linchi for his assistance, as he had indeed fulfilled his promise to restore them to their original state. In return, the families upheld their commitment not to pursue any charges against Gizitong, thereby bringing this peculiar case from the House of Extraordinary Beasts to a conclusive end. The head of the tribunal was exceedingly pleased with Lin Yan's contributions, not only offering verbal commendation but also promptly announcing the matter to the media to showcase the tribunal's investigative prowess. The following day, Lin Yan woke up to find that it was already noon. Upon awakening, he was astonished to discover that the completion rate of his task promoting Ghost-type Pokémon had reached an impressive 108%. Checking his phone, he learned that the tribunal had disclosed the supernatural case from 2 weeks prior to the media to enhance their reputation, which in turn bolstered public belief that, with proper nurturing, Ghost-type Pokémon could seamlessly integrate into daily life. Satisfied with his achievements, Lin Yan deemed it time to settle the rewards for his task. With a completion rate of 108%, he was curious about the potential additional rewards, akin to winning a mysterious grand prize. Eagerly, he initiated the task settlement with the system. System, please process the settlement for the task promoting Ghost-type Pokémon Ding. The system detects that the host has completed the task of promoting Ghost-type Pokémon. Completion rating. Due to the host's completion rate of 108%, the system triggers a super reward. Ding. 80 luck points have been awarded, along with a premium Thunderstone, 3 Pokeballs, and a blue energy cube. Super reward. 100 luck points, 5 Ultra Balls, 2 rare candies, and 2 chocolate fruits. Current luck points, 750. Upon completion of the settlement, the rewards mentioned by the system indeed materialized on his bed. After a cursory glance, Lin Yan began to contemplate how to best utilize these resources. The premium Thunderstone, while indeed exquisite, was of little use to him at present. It could merely be exchanged for currency, with one fetching around 120. If sold, combined with the over 300 in his bank account, he would have a total exceeding 400. A considerable sum. Lin Yan considered 2 potential avenues for expenditure. The first was to save up to 1,000 and purchase a dragon-type Pokémon egg, colloquially known as a dragon egg. Regardless of the era, dragons are revered as the noblest of creatures, and dragon-type Pokémon eggs command prices starting at 800. The second option was to invest fully in acquiring top-tier resources to nurture Gizatong and Lizuanji. After much deliberation, Lin Yan concluded that enhancing his strength took precedence over purchasing a dragon egg, which was less economical than using his luck points to capture Pokémon in the wild. Next, his attention shifted to the 2 Ultra Balls. Compared to ordinary Pokeballs, these Ultra Balls were visibly more refined, providing a more comfortable environment for Gizatong and Lizuanji. Without further hesitation, Lin Yan retrieved the 2 from their previous Pokeballs and released them. After a night's rest, Gizatong awoke, albeit still appearing somewhat weak, while Lizuanji was brimming with energy. As if sensing the aroma of new food, both Pokemon's eyes fixated on the box of blue energy cubes. With 4 cubes in a box, Lin Yan handed 2 to each, reserving the remaining 2 for future development. The Pokémon relished their meal, and Gizatong gradually regained its vitality. Once they had finished, Lin Yan presented them with 2 rare candies. Here, these are also for you. Unwrapping the candy, they promptly swallowed it whole. Lin Yan recalled that such rare candies could instantly elevate a Pokémon's level without any adverse effects. As the candy slid down their throats into their stomachs, both Pokémon felt a surge of power coursing through them, their bodies taking on a radiant sheen. After consuming the candies, Lin Yan used his insight to observe them. Indeed, both Pokémon had leveled up, with Gizatong reaching level 33 and fully recovering, while Lizuanji attained level 26. Are you both full? With joyful nods, the 2 Pokémon responded exuberantly, feeling invigorated. Lin Yan then attempted to confine them within the Ultra Balls, receiving feedback that confirmed their comfort was significantly enhanced compared to ordinary Pokeballs. After ensuring their well-being, Lin Yan refrained from rushing into other activities and instead dialed his father's number. On the other end, Lin Dad was still at the tribunal. Intending to inquire about the Pokémon thief, Lin Dad, upon learning that his son wished to investigate, promptly reprimanded him. Xiaoyan, you must stay at home and rest today. You will return to school tomorrow. Leave the matter of the beast thief to me. I will bring back the happening. With his father's authoritative tone, Lin Yan was unable to respond before the call was abruptly disconnected. This left him somewhat dejected. However, he reflected that his father likely forbade him from involvement due to the case's dangers. Despite his father's insistence, Lin Yan felt an insatiable curiosity about the truths concealed by the tribunal regarding the case. Simultaneously, within the tribunal, Lin Shi appeared somewhat agitated after hanging up the phone. Beside him, Bai Chengfeng casually offered a cigarette, chuckling, "Old Lin, calm down. Actually, Lin Yan is quite a capable kid. Did you not always wish to cultivate him into an exceptional detective? It's rare for him to show interest in casework. Perhaps you could teach him a thing or two." Lin Shi remained silent, quietly igniting the cigarette Bai Chengfeng handed him. Exhaling a puff of smoke, He frowned. Old Bai, while I understand your sentiment, this case is exceedingly bizarre, and you know the intricacies involved. Can we truly allow him to intervene? What if something goes awry? Bai Chefeng was well aware of his concerns, as it was a common worry for parents, fearing for their children's safety. However, he shook his head. We've been partners long enough for me to understand your thoughts, but young people must experience challenges to mature. Moreover, Lin Yan is no longer a child. Since he became a Beastmaster, he is no ordinary person. His current strength is formidable. Do not underestimate him. Given that this case is likely not of human origin, only Beastmasters can uncover the truth. Besides, if you prevent him from investigating, do you really believe he will refrain from doing so? Bai Chengfeng's final words struck a chord with Lin Qi, prompting him to realize that Lin Yan would likely pursue the matter regardless of his objections. This prompted a reconsideration. Perhaps it would be wiser to provide him with some information about the case, lest he inadvertently place himself in danger through blind investigation. Sighing with resignation, Lin Qi conceded. You make a valid point. I may need to trouble you for a favor. The two veteran detectives exchanged glances, and Bai Chengfeng immediately grasped his intention. All right, leave it to me. If this kid Lin Yan truly manages to solve the case, you can claim 2 major breakthroughs in one go. Let us hope so. Happiny, wait for me. I will come to rescue you. With a resolute determination to save Happiny, Lin Yan gathered his belongings and prepared to venture out. Intending to visit the locations where each Pokémon had gone missing, hopeful of uncovering some clues. After all, with his father unavailable to assist, he had no choice but to seek clues on his own. Just as he was examining the map of the first Pokémon disappearance point, a phone call interrupted him. Uncle Bai? Lin Yan was taken aback by the caller's identity. He never expected Bai Chefeng would reach out to him. Without hesitation, Lin Yan answered the call. Hello. Is this Xiao Yan? I'm on my way to the entrance of the community. Please come down. I need to discuss something with you. Huh? Right now? Yes, right now. Hurry up, I'm almost there. With that, Bai Chefeng, who was driving, hung up, leaving Lin Yan at the door feeling somewhat bewildered. Without any indication of what it was about, he couldn't even ask for clarification. Reluctantly, Lin Yan made his way anxiously to the entrance of the community. Upon arrival, he indeed spotted Uncle Bai's car parked by the roadside. Bai Chefeng gestured for Lin Yan to get in. What on earth could this be about? Lin Yan's mind was filled with questions. Once inside the car, Bai Chefeng got straight to the point. Xiao Yan, I heard you're looking into the Pokémon theft case. Is that correct? Lin Yan perked up at Uncle Bai's inquiry. Was he here to dissuade him from getting involved in the case? But in the next moment, Bai Chefeng pulled out his phone, displaying a video from the night in question. Lin Yan, puzzled, asked, Uncle Bai, what is this? Isn't this exactly what you need? It contains video footage of the street where the Pokémon went missing, 8 segments in total. Take a good look, it might help you. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was quite the unexpected twist, yet it was clear that Uncle Bai was serious. He swiftly took the phone, carefully examining the 8 video clips of the streets from the night the Pokémon disappeared. Bai Chefeng watched Lin Yan's focused expression with a sense of pride. Reminiscent of his younger self and Lin Qi, it reinforced his belief that providing clues to the case was the right decision. Keep it up, Xiao Yan. You might just crack the case, Bai Chefeng thought eagerly. Time passed swiftly, and after more than 20 minutes of accelerated playback, Lin Yan had watched the videos twice. After finishing the second viewing, he couldn't help but lift his gaze, his expression one of shock. Uncle Bai, what on earth is going on? Why does the video show it like this? You're asking why the Pokémon seem to leave home on their own and go missing, correct? To be honest, I don't know either. The case is stuck here. If we could understand why they left, perhaps it would have been solved by now. Lin Yan fell into deep thought upon hearing Bai Chefeng's explanation. In the 8 video segments, none of the Pokémon were abducted. They all left home on their own during the night. This phenomenon was utterly perplexing. No wonder the Judgment Bureau had made no progress for over a week. It turned out they had left voluntarily, not forcibly taken. Yet, this raised further questions. Why would they choose to leave home, if just one Pokémon left at night? It might be due to disappointment with its trainer or some other reason, but it seemed implausible that so many would leave for the same reason. Lin Yan found himself utterly baffled. Xiao Yan, do you see anything? You're a beast tamer. Do you know why this might be happening? Lin Yan shook his head. Uncle Bai, this is truly strange. So many Pokémon leaving home defies logic. Has the Judgment Bureau come up with any theories? There is one theory, that these Pokémon were somehow hypnotized during the day, causing them to leave home at night. However, we've thoroughly checked the places these Pokémon were during the day, and some hadn't even left their homes. Hypnotized without leaving home? It seems that theory is undoubtedly flawed. Then where could they have gone? Lin Yan pondered and then asked, Uncle Bai, have there been any leads in the subsequent video footage? None. We've reviewed all the footage from the city over the past few days. The only appearances of the missing Pokémon were in those segments. It's possible they evaded the monitored areas, which is why we haven't tracked their whereabouts afterward. However, we can be certain they are still within Qinghe City. When the first Pokémon disappeared, we had personnel stationed at the city's exit. They couldn't have left. You also needn't worry too much. Our bureau is taking this case very seriously and is currently awaiting provincial approval. Once we receive it, we'll conduct a thorough search of Qinghe City, and at that point, the truth will surely come to light. Given the situation, Lin Yan felt that they would likely need to comb through the entire city to find them. Alright, that's all I can provide you with. If you find a way to locate those Pokémon, remember to call me and your father immediately. If you can't find them, then we'll wait for our comprehensive search. Okay, thank you, Uncle Bai. I'll take my leave now. Yes, go ahead. It's great that you're interested in investigating the case. But be careful not to put yourself in danger. After giving his final admonition, Bai Chengfeng drove away from the community entrance. Lin Yan shook his head in disappointment. Although he had obtained some clues, they seemed rather futile. Chapter 51. Dropping out since he couldn't figure out why the Pokémon had left home. Lin Yan decided to set the matter aside for the time being. After all, solving a case cannot be rushed. The more one hurries, the more time is wasted. With the afternoon still early, Lin Yan planned to visit Yu Haitao, hoping to procure some fruit to experiment with making blue energy cubes. As for the case, the key developments would occur at night. He could only wait and see if he might encounter one or two of the runaway Pokémon. Having made up his mind, Lin Yan hailed a taxi and headed towards the Beast Buffet restaurant. As he stepped on a Chashan road, he spotted a giant poster hanging outside the restaurant. The poster featured a handsome youth holding a trophy, and seeing his triumphant expression, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Not to boast, but I do look quite dashing as the champion. Along the way, a few people even recognized the youth from the poster and immediately began snapping photos. Encountering the young Beast competition champion amidst the crowd's attention, Lin Yan entered the Beast Buffet restaurant. With him being a walking advertisement and the poster highlighting his championship moment, it instantly brought a wave of excitement to Yu Haitao's establishment. The sales associate also recognized Lin Yan as the spokesperson for the restaurant and greeted him warmly. Mr. Lin Yan, welcome. Oh, by the way, is Uncle Yu around? I need to talk to him. Yes, right this way. The sales associate led Lin Yan to Yu Haitao's office. At that moment, Yu Haitao was engrossed in his computer, contemplating how to maximize the benefits of Lin Yan's endorsement for the store. The sales associate gently tapped on the office door, announcing, "Boss, Mr. Lin Yan is here." Upon hearing Lin Yan's arrival, Yu Haitao quickly shut down his computer and personally opened the door to greet him. Seeing Yu Haitao approach with a warm smile, Lin Yan politely said, "Uncle Yu, sorry for the intrusion." "Not at all. Come in and take a seat. I thought you might be resting today, so I didn't reach out. So what do you think of the poster outside? Isn't it handsome?" "Very." The two chatted amicably as they stepped into Yu Haitao's office. In a few casual exchanges, Lin Yan expressed his intentions and casually handed over the precious Pokeball he had prepared in advance. As Yu Haitao gazed at the Pokeball on the table, his eyes sparkled with greed. In his mind, possessing this Pokeball would undoubtedly enable him to become the wealthiest individual in Qinghe City. No, he mused. He could potentially become the richest in Hubei province or even the entire Dragon Country. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. The goal of 100 million was now insignificant to him. Suppressing his inner joy, he said, "Lin Yan, thank you. As per our agreement, you may take whatever you wish from my store, and you shall receive half of the shares from the development of the Pokeball." With Yu Haitao's emphatic assurance, Lin Yan nodded, feeling no need for hesitation. After all, that half of the shares rightfully belonged to him. Even though the technology in this world was advanced, developing the Pokeball without a prototype would still require a few years. By the way, Lin Yan, how do you use this thing? It's quite simple. I will teach you. Lin Yan proceeded to enlighten Yu Haitao on the usage of the Pokeball. Unlike its virtual counterpart, in reality, one only needed to press the central button to release or battle with Pokémon rather than throwing it. Under Lin Yan's careful guidance, Yu Haitao threw the Pokeball towards Meowth, which he had raised and therefore would not resist being captured. "Meowth, are you ready? Please do not resist." Upon receiving a nod from Meowth, Yu Haitao threw the Pokeball. As it made contact, a red light enveloped Meowth, and it was successfully captured within the Pokeball. No matter how many times Yu Haitao witnessed this scene, he remained astonished. He picked up the Pokeball that contained Meowth and pressed the central button. Instantly, Meowth reappeared before them. "Meow," he exclaimed, "what a marvelous item." Not only was Yu Haitao elated, but Lin Yan was equally thrilled. He could already envision the immense reaction that the Pokeball would incite post-development. It would undoubtedly become the hottest commodity in the Dragon Country. At that moment, he would instantaneously transform into a millionaire. After handing over the Pokeball, they engaged in idle chatter for a while, during which Lin Yan collected the resources he needed from Yu Haitao's store. Regardless of what he chose, Yu Haitao would not object, even stating that he would have no qualms if Lin Yan took everything. Lin Yan, not one to be polite, gathered some fragrant berries akin to the blue energy cubes before taking his leave. By the time he returned home, it was already past 4 o'clock. His plan for the day was to develop the formula for the blue energy cubes and then stroll around Qinghe City in the evening, hoping to encounter any Pokémon that had mysteriously run away from home. Without delay, Lin Yan immediately commenced his research on the blue energy cubes. Jengars and Talonflame assisted him, with Lin Yan focusing on the formulation. Drawing from his previous experience with the green energy cubes and having a sufficient supply of berries this time, he diligently set to work. After 5 arduous hours and numerous erroneous attempts, Lin Yan, alongside Jengar and Talonflame, finally concocted a flavor closely resembling the system's blue energy cubes, enhanced by some supplementary modifications. Thus, Lin Yan's blue energy cube was born. By the end, Lin Yan was utterly exhausted, but the sight of satisfaction in Jengar and Talonflame's eyes made it all worthwhile. Compared to the green energy cube, this new blue energy cube was evidently more favored by them, albeit at a higher cost, ensuring quality during their absorption. After ensuring they were well-fed and content, Lin Yan recalled his previously neglected online posts and videos. Since his last adventure in the Lost Lake Secret Realm and participation in the Youth Exotic Beast competition, he had not updated his posts or videos. Unsurprisingly, upon logging in, he found a swarm of trolls berating him, demanding he send blades and inquire about his home address. It was understandable, such a long hiatus warranted backlash. However, amidst the trolls' comments, he discovered that his follower count had reached an astonishing 23. Motivated by the urging of his newfound followers, Lin Yan resolved to disseminate information about ghost-type Pokémon and the data on Jengar and Talonflame before midnight, hoping that this would prevent an avalanche of criticism. Without hesitation, he gathered his equipment and made his way to the nearby lake with Jengar and Talonflame, with over 2 hours remaining until midnight. And considering that Pokémon typically ventured out after that hour, he had ample time to complete his educational task. During the filming process, Jengar and Talonflame were remarkably cooperative, enabling Lin Yan to successfully upload their instructional video and data online, while his luck stat increased to 754 points. However, only half an hour had passed since the video was published, and although the views and likes surged, Lin Yan realized that relying solely on this method was insufficient. He needed to promote in secret realms or wilderness areas for better efficiency. Recalling the multitude of Pokémon in the Lost Lake Secret Realm, he recognized that a single visit could yield the promotion of 30 to 40 species, significantly faster than his current approach. If he continued with the present method, it would take eons to promote all 905 Pokémon. However, in order to promote in secret realms, he faced a significant obstacle. All electronic devices would be rendered useless within those domains, making it impossible to even power them on. This was undoubtedly the greatest challenge. Acknowledging this limitation, Lin Yan reluctantly shelved the idea of promotion in secret realms. Moreover, his current strength was inadequate. He could only venture into the previous miniature secret realm. To access more advanced realms, he required corresponding strength. Otherwise, he would be courting disaster, especially considering the presence of legendary Pokémon in these realms. As described in this world, each possessed the power to obliterate a city at will, and Lin Yan was not keen on encountering them before he was adequately prepared. Lost in thought, the alarm he had set earlier rang, signaling midnight. According to his prior plan, Lin Yan began patrolling the city with Jengar and Talonflame. However, as Qinghe City was vast, he found himself patrolling for over 2 hours without encountering anything unusual. Ultimately, he had to return home, uncertain if there would be news of more missing Pokémon the following day. In the days that followed, reports of missing Pokémon emerged daily, prompting Lin Yan to persist in his nightly patrols, though luck was not on his side, and he encountered no errant Pokémon. During school hours, he often felt that being in class was a waste of time and life. Despite having become a prominent figure at school, garnering admiration from classmates and receiving an abundance of love letters, he felt a profound emptiness within. The quality of education at school failed to stimulate him, and even the training sessions were far less effective than his own methods. On Friday afternoon, Lin Yan made a determined decision and knocked on the principal's office door. Knock. Knock. Who is it? Come in, came the principal's voice from within. As Lin Yan entered, the principal welcomed him without hesitation upon recognizing him. Now, he is the pride of Lanting High School, and the principal feels a great sense of pride for having such an exceptional student. Lin Yan, is there something you wish to discuss? The principal inquired kindly. Hello, principal. I have something I would like to say. Oh, what is it? I wish to withdraw from school. After much contemplation, Lin Yan felt that the education offered by the school was diminishing his potential. Had it not been for the time wasted in recent days, his Pokemon, Groudon and Lichuanji, could have easily leveled up by at least 2 ranks. However, training alongside other students' Pokemon at school had yielded no progress for them. The principal's face was a portrait of shock. A student actually expressing the desire to drop out? In a world where many would fight tooth and nail to gain admission to the Beast Academy. Lin Yan's choice was utterly incomprehensible to the principal. Furthermore, he could not allow such an outstanding student to leave. After all, once Lin Yan graduated, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence, becoming a paragon of excellence, thereby bringing prestige to the school. No, absolutely not. This matter is of great consequence. It is not solely your decision to make. I offer you a chance to retract your previous statement, and I shall pretend I heard nothing. Despite the principal's words, Lin Yan's resolve to withdraw remained unshaken. To contribute to the rapid advancement of this world, remaining at school would only serve to stifle his potential. I apologize, principal. I believe I may have been under too much pressure lately. I suppose I will not withdraw after all. However, I would like to inquire about the tallest building in our school. I wish to see it. Upon hearing Lin Yan's change of heart regarding his withdrawal, the principal felt a sense of relief. Yet, when asked about the tallest building, he was momentarily taken aback. Could this child possibly be under so much stress that he is contemplating jumping? This unsettling thought caused the principal to break into a cold sweat as he struggled to comprehend the mindset of a genius, particularly one who might indeed take such drastic measures. Considering the implications of a prominent student like Lin Yan jumping, the principal's legs quivered with fear as he stammered. Lin Yan, how about this? Let us postpone the discussion of your withdrawal. I can grant you a period of leave to rest at home. As for the withdrawal, we can deliberate on it at a later time. What do you say? Seeing that the principal was genuinely intimidated by his feigned suicidal gesture, Lin Yan felt a surge of triumph within. A holiday sounded quite appealing. Very well, thank you, principal. I shall commence my leave starting tomorrow. Upon exiting the principal's office, Lin Yan successfully secured a year-long leave of absence, with the stipulation that he must return to Lansing High School to take the college entrance examination after 1 year. This condition posed no issue for him, and he readily agreed. As for his plans during this leave, he had already devised a strategy. The first priority was to accelerate the dissemination of knowledge, particularly in regions where certain Pokemon thrived. A complete understanding would herald an adventure around the world, an enticing prospect indeed. Of course, this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was one he had meticulously contemplated. Not until the end of the school day did Lin Yan share the news of his leave with Bainanshi, his childhood friend. It was imperative that he confide in her. However, upon learning that Lin Yan intended to travel the world, Bainanshi immediately protested. Lin Yan, I cannot agree to this. I absolutely refuse to let you leave. What will happen to me if you go? Chapter 52, Naming the Pokemon at the School Gate. A gentle autumn breeze wafted through the air. For some reason, Lin Yan could distinctly sense that Bainanshi's anxiety exceeded even that of the principal earlier. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Why don't you come with me?" As the words left his mouth, both stood at the school gate, momentarily stunned. Neither understood the implications of their statements. And Bainanshi averted her gaze from Lin Yan, her tongue seemingly tied. Was that a jest? Clearly, it was not. At this moment, both began to comprehend each other's feelings. After all, one cannot conceal the gaze of affection. Reflecting on their shared memories from childhood, Lin Yan began to confront his own emotions. Although his decision to take a leave was motivated by the desire to advance the world, emotions are an inextricable part of human existence. Should she choose to accompany him, he would undoubtedly protect her at all costs during their journey. At least, this was his conviction. Yet, this revelation was evidently too sudden for the naive young girl, and Bainanshi was unable to respond immediately. Aware of this, Lin Yan refrained from pressing her, opting instead to soften the atmosphere with a soothing tone. Nanshi, do not overthink it. Let us return home. After all, the National Day holiday is approaching, and I must wait until after the holiday to leave. Upon learning the precise timing of his departure, Bainanshi's heart became increasingly tumultuous, and she found the courage to speak. Lin Yan, let me think it over. All right. On their way home, the two fell into silence, reflecting on their futures. Lin Yan was particularly insightful regarding this matter. Through the recent Beast Youth competition, he had come to understand the caliber of trainers in this world. In truth, he had previously overestimated others. In a world where Pokemon had only recently regained their vitality after 5 years, Humans had spent 2 of those years engaged in territorial disputes with Pokemon. It was not until the year 2019 that the wars between the two factions finally concluded, ushering in a period of peace. During these 3 years of tranquility, the most seasoned trainers had managed to capture Pokemon in just over 2 years. One must ponder whether such rudimentary training methods and lack of understanding could truly yield powerful Pokemon. The answer was evidently negative. Thus, the trainers who participated in the recent Youth Beast competition could be deemed representatives of the world's elite combatants. Although Lin Yan himself found this notion somewhat absurd, it was nonetheless the truth. Otherwise, he would not have willingly neglected his studies. The pace of progress in this world was simply too sluggish, lacking a mature Pokemon system. Even though each year brought advancements in understanding Pokemon, a century of experience would be required for genuine comprehension. And even that might not suffice. Contemplating the extensive time humans needed to properly engage with Pokemon sent shivers down Lin Yan's spine. By the time all systems were perfected, he would likely be long gone. As the saying goes, circumstances create heroes. To foster the development of an era, one cannot tread the ordinary path, a belief Lin Yan held firmly. Unbeknownst to them, the two, lost in thought, had arrived at the entrance of their community. The journey home today seemed particularly prolonged, and they both slowed their pace. Yet, every road has its end. As they parted ways, Lin Yan, with other matters to attend to, cast a lingering glance at Bai Nanshi as she entered the community. He then hailed a taxi, setting off for the office building where he had arranged to meet Yu Haitao. Driver, to Wangfu Building, please. All right. As the engine roared to life and the taxi navigated the bustling streets, the familiar surroundings evoked memories of his childhood. Gazing out the window, Lin Yan realized that this reality diverged significantly from the Pokemon world he had envisioned. The streets were devoid of the Pokemon that should be commonplace. Only a scant few integrated into daily life. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged the painfully slow rate of development. In a moment of reflection, as he stepped out of the taxi, Lin Yan's determination solidified. Let me create a prosperous era for Pokemon. Filled with ambition, he ascended to the 25th floor of Wangfu Building. Here lies the newly registered company of Yu Haitao, which is said to have secured a patent for the development of the baby ball. A renowned investor has shown great enthusiasm for this technology, providing all the funding for its subsequent development. Today, Lin Yan has come to collect his share of the equity contract. Upon arriving at the company reception, the charming receptionist guided him to Yu Haitao's new office. Once inside, the spirited Yu Haitao already bore the demeanor of a seasoned business mogul. The recent collaborations had made him both fulfilled and busy, transforming him as he ventured down the path of high-end entrepreneurship. It is no wonder, for creating a technology capable of altering the existing world would invigorate anyone. President Yu, Mr. Lin has arrived, announced the receptionist before returning to her duties. Upon seeing Lin Yan, Yu Haitao promptly set aside his tasks and welcomed him. Lin Yan, please come in and take a seat. I've been waiting for you. The business meeting yesterday went splendidly. Our company has secured an investment of 1 billion, and we have booked the finest laboratory in Longhua. I believe it won't be long before the baby ball is produced in large quantities. Yu Haitao spoke, his excitement palpable. That is truly wonderful, Uncle Yu. I have faith that your new company will surely thrive. Lin Yan sincerely congratulated him. Once the baby ball is launched, it will undoubtedly propel the development of this world for several years. Yu Haitao then retrieved a contract from his drawer. Lin Yan, oh no, once you sign this contract, you will be Manager Lin. From now on, we will be partners. As I promised, regardless of the circumstances, you will have a stake in the development of the baby ball. This is your rightful share. Faced with Yu Haitao's unwavering commitment, Lin Yan felt a deep sense of worth. Such principled businessmen are indeed a rarity. Without hesitation, he inscribed his name on the equity contract. During their ensuing conversation, Yu Haitao elaborated on his future business plans and developmental direction, while Lin Yan listened intently, sharing some of his insights as well. Their dialogue seemed to foreshadow the birth of a future Fortune 500 company, expanding Lin Yan's horizons in that moment. Considering the future influence of their company, Lin Yan voiced a long-held thought. Uncle Yu, I would like to make a suggestion. I wonder if you could assist me in realizing it. Go ahead. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will accommodate, Yu Haitao replied confidently. Thank you, Uncle Yu. I believe the term, exotic beasts, sounds rather unappealing. As we aim to become a global enterprise, everything should lean towards internationalization. I feel the name diminishes the industry's stature, so I would like to propose a renaming. What do you think? A renaming for the exotic beasts? Yu Haitao's face registered surprise. In truth, this idea had crossed the minds of others before. Yet their influence or renown was insufficient to unify the term for Pokemon, hence the continued use of to describe them. However, since Lin Yan had brought it up, Yu Haitao felt compelled to consider it seriously. Renaming seemed reasonable, as leading companies in traditional industries often create brand names to establish their brands. As a promising company within an emerging industry, they could indeed contemplate this ahead of time. Not only would it enhance their company's reputation, but it could also serve as effective promotion for the Pokemon. Especially post-renaming, the new name would likely evoke immediate recognition of their company. After deliberation, Yu Haitao solemnly nodded. Lin Yan, I hadn't anticipated your insight. The term is indeed lackluster. Perhaps changing their names could encourage more people to capture them, which in turn would positively impact our company's revenue. I believe this endeavor is worthwhile. But what should we rename them? How about Spirit Pokemon? Lin Yan suggested spontaneously. He had already contemplated several names, including Miraculous Treasure and Pocket Monsters, but ultimately deemed as the most melodious. Yu Haitao murmured, seemingly entranced. It felt as though destiny had guided him. He was thoroughly pleased with the name and felt no need to consider alternatives. He readily agreed. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, I will instruct our staff to promote this name. They shall no longer be referred to as they will be called. Chapter 53. Dawn Group. This renaming. From both Yu Haitao's commercial perspective and Lin Yan's aim for correct dissemination was a logical rectification. They now awaited the emergence of the baby ball, which would undoubtedly revolutionize the era. At that time, Lin Yan and Yu Haitao's company would stand proudly on the global stage, becoming a preeminent enterprise on the Blue Planet. With a highly popular product alongside the influence of a large corporation, the renaming would be effortlessly accomplished. Even if there were dissenters, they would be powerless in the face of a major corporation. Contemplating the new era they were about to create, both Lin Yan and Yu Haitao felt immense excitement. Lin Yan, you truly have a knack for this. The name you conjured is far more pleasing than is indeed a magnificent name. Yu Haitao could not help but praise. Lin Yan smiled modestly, appearing as if he had simply decided on a trivial matter. Not at all, since you, Uncle Yu, also find it feasible. Let us proceed with joy. However, I fear I may not have much time to manage the company alongside you in the future, so I will rely on you to invest considerable effort. Seeing Lin Yan's desire for independence, Yu Haitao refrained from dissuading him, understanding that young people cherish freedom and resist confinement. All right, I shall take charge of the company from now on. But should you have any remarkable innovations akin to the baby ball, do not forget to bring them forth, as this is our joint enterprise. Naturally, I will ensure that any significant research is shared with the company, Lin Yan promptly affirmed, echoing Yu Haitao's sentiment that this was indeed their shared venture. By the way, Lin Yan, since you possess such creativity in naming, could you help us devise a prominent name for our company? Well, let me ponder that. Lin Yan replied, immediately engaging in thoughtful contemplation regarding an impactful name for the company. Observing his earnestness, Yu Haitao chose not to interrupt. In his heart, he recognized that this young man had already ascended to his level, transcending their previous uncle-nephew dynamic, a truth evident from Lin Yan's attitude upon his arrival today. After a brief moment, Lin Yan began to formulate an idea for the company name and spoke. What do you think of Dawn Group? Dawn. Upon hearing this, Yu Haitao's eyes lit up once more. Dawn, the sunlight at daybreak, symbolizes the advent of a new era following the arrival of Pokemon. As a future titan in Pokemon research, the term Dawn encapsulates the essence of a new epoch, and Dawn Group will undoubtedly become the harbinger of this new age. At that moment, Lin Yan and Yu Haitao exchanged solemn nods. I concur. Henceforth, our company shall be named Dawn Group. With the names for both the Pokemon and the company settled, the two men were filled with joy, their eyes brimming with visions of boundless potential for the future. By the way, Lin Yan, do you have any other plans? Are you going to continue your studies to become a beast master? Lin Yan shook his head. No, I've already withdrawn from school today. I plan to travel the world and learn more about the Pokemon that inhabit it. What? Are you serious? Yu Haitao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, I am serious. I intend to explore the hidden realms and wilderness around the globe. Upon receiving Lin Yan's confirmation, Yu Haitao took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He wanted to persuade Lin Yan in a tone befitting an elder, yet found that the words caught in his throat, as he realized he could not fully comprehend the young man before him. Perhaps, just as a fierce beast ought not to be confined to a cage, a genius should not be limited to the mundane world. Since Lin Yan had made such a declaration, it was undoubtedly a well-considered decision. What reason did he have to dissuade him? Coming to this realization, Yu Haitao refrained from offering counsel and, surprisingly, chose to support him instead. Go for it, Lin Yan. Since you have made up your mind, pursue your aspirations. Young people should have dreams. Lin Yan was taken aback by Yu Haitao's words, momentarily speechless. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Now, let us set aside this discussion. Since you've decided to travel the world, I believe you should first obtain a Spirit Examiner certification. Without it, you won't be able to access certain hidden realms. Spirit Examiner certification? Lin Yan echoed. Indeed, you need this document to traverse freely, otherwise, the various procedures in Longwa can be quite troublesome. This statement awakened Lin Yan to reality. As Yu Haitao had pointed out, many hidden realms were inaccessible to ordinary people. Even with the identity of a Beastmaster, meeting the entry requirements involved navigating numerous bureaucratic hurdles, which would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. Considering this, Lin Yan resolved his next steps. Initially, he had planned to set off right after National Day, but it seemed he would have to remain in Qinghe City for a while longer. Uncle Yu, do you know how to obtain this Spirit Examiner certification? Well, it might be a bit complicated. Spirit Examiners do not belong to Longwa or any national organization. They are completely independent and respected by all nations, as they risk their lives to explore hidden realms, contributing to the current harmony of humanity. This organization has liaison points in every country, and the one in Longwa is located in the imperial capital. You will need to inquire there about the specific assessment methods. The imperial capital. It sounds like becoming a Spirit Examiner is not so simple. Of course not. They are individuals who traverse the most dangerous regions and must possess formidable skills. From what I understand, before the revival of spiritual energy, most Spirit Examiners were elite soldiers from various countries, selected for their exceptional physical and combat abilities. However, now, many rely on the strengths of Pokemon in their endeavors, though some still brave the realms armed solely with weapons and their own physical prowess. Can one truly confront wild Pokemon relying only on physical strength and weapons? Surely, that's not a common occurrence? Lin Yan mused, a vivid image forming in his mind. Yet, he still felt that relying on modern weaponry for exploration was far more sensible. After all, who would dare to match strength with Pokemon? A fully grown Tyranitar could easily shake a small mountain, and Lin Yan found it hard to believe anyone could engage such a creature in a contest of strength. He had gathered some information about Spirit Examiners, and paradoxically, the more challenging the pursuit seemed, the more intrigued he became. Ultimately, it boiled down to possessing strength, and Lin Yan felt quite confident in that regard. After all, he had managed to cultivate a Gengar in less than a month, defeating a trainer who had spent 2 years nurturing their Pokemon. A remarkable feat, even if he took his time and gradually trained his Gengar and Fletchinder. He believed that within a year, they would undoubtedly surpass all Pokemon in this world. Moreover, this was not mere fantasy. A month of effort was equivalent to 2 years of cultivation for others. Wouldn't he becoming the world's top trainer be a matter of course? Though somewhat exaggerated, Lin Yan had no doubt about his abilities, especially after grasping the current state of the world. He felt completely unburdened. Chapter 54. More disheartening than an unsolved case. After some casual conversation, Lin Yan bid farewell to Yu Haitao. On his way home, his thoughts were consumed by the prospect of becoming a Spirit Examiner. Currently, his Gengar was at level 33, while Fletchinder was at level 26. Compared to a month ago, when he had just captured Gengar at level 25, this progress was commendable. Now, seeing that he had raised Gengar by 8 levels in just 1 month, he believed reaching level 40 for Gengar next month was entirely feasible. By then, Fletchinder would also be in the 30s. He was confident that he could indeed become a Spirit Examiner. With no classes to attend and a singular focus on training, a month was ample time for both Pokemon to significantly enhance their capabilities. With this thought in mind, Lin Yan began to devise a training plan for the upcoming month when a phone call from his father interrupted him. Xiaoyan, do you have time to come to the Judgment Bureau? We found the Happiny. Happiny was found. All right, I'm on my way. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yan immediately instructed the driver to turn towards the Judgment Bureau. Just yesterday, he had learned about the Bureau's extensive search operation in Qinghe City, and he was pleasantly surprised that they had located the missing Pokemon so quickly. Before long, Lin Yan arrived at the Judgment Bureau by taxi. Sure enough, trainers were arriving with their Pokemon, the very ones that had been missing during this period. This scene piqued Lin Yan's curiosity. Beyond the excitement of finding these lost Pokemon, he was eager to understand the case's origin. Upon entering the Judgment Bureau, Lin Yan quickly located his father in his office, where Happiny was sitting obediently nearby. Yay, you're finally here. Take me home. Happiny exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lin Yan. Sensing Happiny's eagerness, Lin Yan chose to disregard its plea and gently guided it back to its seat. Hold on. Let me figure out what happened first before I take you home. With that, Lin Yan approached his father and Uncle Bai. Xiaoyan, everything is fine now. You can take Happiny back. Your mother has been quite anxious these past few days, his father instructed. Hearing his father's words, Lin Yan did not rush to take Happiny home. Instead, he could not help but voice his curiosity. Dad, What exactly happened? Now that you found them, what about the culprit? Have you apprehended them? What transpired? At this question, Lin Yan's father's expression darkened. Uncle by side beside him. Ah, don't mention it. Your father and I have been troubled by this matter. When these Pokémon were found, they were in the basement of a family's house. We initially suspected that family might be the kidnappers, but upon investigation, it turned out they had not been home during that time. Moreover, when our team discovered them, each Pokémon was found unharmed, peacefully sleeping on the ground, showing no signs of injury. We even attempted to extract information from these peculiar creatures, but they seemed to retain no memories at all. Consequently, we are left with no leads. The more we spoke, the more troubled Feng's expression became. Although a case had been solved, the method and process employed by the perpetrator remained a complete mystery, which was an utter disgrace for the judging bureau. This sense of resolving a case was far more disheartening than failing to solve it entirely. Observing their distress, Lin Yan felt reluctant to interject, as he too found the situation unbearable. All right, Xiaoyan, you've no further business here. You should head home. Your mother is waiting for you. I have matters to attend to, so I won't see you back. Upon hearing his father's urging voice, Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Let us go, Jigglypuff. It's time to return home. As they made their way back, Lin Yan inquired once more about the events surrounding Jigglypuff's disappearance. However, through its descriptions and gestures, it became evident that its account aligned with what Uncle Bai had said. It could recall nothing of the occurrences. It was as if it had merely experienced an extraordinarily long dream. Dream? This pivotal piece of information sparked a thought in Lin Yan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. It seemed improbable that it was the case. Otherwise, this incident would not have involved merely 30 Pokémon. After dispelling this notion, Lin Yan finally arrived home with Jigglypuff. Upon seeing Jigglypuff return, Lin Yan's mother immediately embraced it, her eyes glistening with tears. Where have you been these past few days? You had me worried sick. While his mother expressed her emotions towards Jigglypuff, Lin Yan chose not to interrupt them, since Jigglypuff was back. There was no point in overthinking the situation. Nevertheless, the previous system task had yet to display as completed, so he would have to set it aside for now. Perhaps when the judging bureau uncovered the truth, he could still claim the reward. Back in his room, Lin Yan released Gengar and Blaziken. The two seemed a bit listless, likely due to the rigorous training at school. Here you go. This is your energy cube for today. After you finish, make sure to rest early. Once he prepared their energy cubes, Lin Yan began to research information regarding the spirit energy inspectors online. However, this scene left Gengar and Blaziken feeling somewhat disgruntled. They had anticipated training that evening, only to find Lin Yan absorbed in his computer instead. Decline. This is utterly disgraceful. Blaziken could barely contain its frustration. If this continued, how long would it take to realize its heroic aspirations? No, it must inspire its trainer to regain his vigor. Whoosh, whoosh. From behind Lin Yan, Blaziken voiced its protests. This then made it difficult for Lin Yan to focus on his research, and he turned to see what it was up to. What is the matter, Blaziken? Upon Lin Yan's inquiry, Blaziken began to express its thoughts through gestures. With a hint of comprehension, Lin Yan seemed to grasp that the creature wished to train. Hold on. Today's rest is for your better training tomorrow. Don't you want to battle? I'll take you to a great spot for a fight. You must give it your all. Battle? The mere mention of this word invigorated Blaziken. Since becoming Lin Yan's Pokémon, it had yet to engage in a single battle. Always watching Gengar fight, the prospect of being able to battle filled its face with uncontainable excitement. Whoosh whoosh. All right, play for a while and then rest. We'll set off early tomorrow. Blaziken blinked, nodding its head, already envisioning its opponent for the next day. Chapter 55. The Pokémon of the Abandoned Power Plant in Li County. At the abandoned power plant, a Raichu, reeking of burnt odor, sat sulkily on the ground, expressing its dissatisfaction with a gaze full of resentment. Don't be disheartened. Here, this is a super battery I prepared for you. It should have a decent effect. As I see, your strength has improved somewhat. Upon receiving the super battery as a reward for sharing its experience, Raichu's expression softened slightly. At least it was not a complete waste. Accepting the super battery, Raichu waved its hand, signaling them to leave promptly. Lin Yan shook his head in exasperation. It remained as proud as ever. However, the super batteries were indeed worth the investment, as they provided insight into Blaziken's current capabilities. Though Blaziken had sustained some injuries during the recent battle, its opponent had been a formidable Raichu of level 31, even surpassing the level of the Gengar it had previously battled. Under such circumstances, it was quite impressive that Blaziken had triumphed. Casting a glance at Blaziken, whose fur stood on end from the electric shocks, Lin Yan felt a sense of satisfaction. Blaziken, how does it feel to battle? Can you endure more? With a hard-earned first victory, Blaziken nodded, indicating its readiness to continue fighting. Lin Yan silently admired Blaziken's determination, but maintained a serious demeanor. Good, you still have spirit. But I must inform you that I am quite dissatisfied with your performance in this battle. Throughout the numerous rounds, you were hit by Raichu's attacks 3 times. And once you narrowly avoided its thunderbolt. Do you understand the consequences had you been struck by it? I assure you, you would have collapsed right there. Blaziken stood frozen in place, while Gengar, who had been observing, was equally stunned. Normally, trainers would praise them for victories, so why was it different this time? With this thought, Gengar voiced its discontent on behalf of Blaziken. Dika, shouldn't it be encouraged? Why speak in such a manner? Lin Yan understood Gengar's sentiment, but chose not to explain, merely observing the dejected Blaziken. Trust that you will understand my intentions in time, Lin Yan thought. Perhaps nurturing the timid Gengar required encouragement for growth, whereas Blaziken's boldness and ambition necessitated refinement through critique to foster its rapid development. Indeed, as Lin Yan had anticipated, Blaziken, with its head bowed, began to reflect on the recent battle. Could it have performed better? After a moment of contemplation, Blaziken had an epiphany. Yes, I can certainly do better. Raising its head, it voiced its newfound determination. Whoosh! Hearing the resolve in Blaziken's words, Lin Yan's face transformed into a smile of encouragement. I'm glad you understand. Remember, you must exert yourself even more in future battles. This approach of delivering a reprimand followed by praise was Lin Yan's method of nurturing Blaziken. In the future, this technique would undoubtedly yield great benefits for Blaziken. After bidding farewell to Raichu at the outskirts of the abandoned power plant, Lin Yan began to lead Gengar and Blaziken towards the territory of Magnemite. However, this time he refrained from disturbing the Magnemites and instead ventured into the core area of the abandoned power plant. After all, the ultimate goal was to challenge the Pokémon residing in the core with Gengar, while the battle with Blaziken and Raichu was merely to showcase its need for improvement. Standing outside the core power room, Lin Yan took a moment to compose himself, as he had been curious about which 2 Pokémon inhabited this space since his first visit. Previously, Lin Yan had refrained from venturing into danger due to insufficient strength. However, the situation had changed. Ghost Stone had now attained level 33. As long as the opponent did not exceed level 40, there was a chance of victory. Eager to uncover the truth, Lin Yan pushed open the final door to the core area of the abandoned power plant, accompanied by his 2 Pokémon. Contrary to his expectations of darkness, the control room was brightly lit. In the next moment, Lin Yan's gaze instantly captured the figures of 2 electric-type Pokémon. They possessed yellow skin, white bellies, and red orbs on their tails and foreheads, resembling miniature dinosaurs. Electrode! Lin Yan exclaimed in surprise, for he had not anticipated that the final guardians of this abandoned power plant would be a male and female Electrode. Upon calling out their names, both Pokémon turned their attention towards the 3 figures at the doorway, simultaneously emitting inquisitive sounds. Boo! What brings you here? Upon recognizing them as 2 Electrode, Lin Yan felt an immense sense of relief. Before entering, he had speculated about which 2 Pokémon resided within. Had they been mischievous Voltorb or Electabuzz? Those electric-type Pokémon would undoubtedly have attacked any intruders without hesitation. However, Electrode seemed to embody a gentler disposition, their adorable appearance suggesting a more amiable nature. Since they did not launch an immediate attack, Lin Yan saw no reason to engage in battle, considering he was intruding upon their territory. Following a friendly exchange, Lin Yan and the 2 Electrode established a harmonious rapport. Initially intending to battle, he ultimately decided against it upon discovering that both Electrode were at level 37. Considering the possibility that the fighting might activate Ghost Stone's second personality and endanger them, he opted for restraint. Although he did not engage in combat, he had at least identified the Pokémon inhabiting the core area of the abandoned power plant. Thus his visit was not in vain. As he prepared to depart, Lin Yan found himself forming a bond with the 2 Electrode. With their cooperation, he successfully completed a promotional video and article. Thus, the morning passed, and given the thorough exploration of the electric-type Pokémon in the abandoned power plant, along with the knowledge that electricity could trigger Ghost Stone's second personality, Lin Yan decided to relocate his training to the largest mountain surrounding Li County. While this mountain may not rival the number of Pokémon found in the Secret Realm, it certainly housed a fair number of wild Pokémon, making it an ideal location for the upcoming week of intensive training and outreach. After enjoying lunch at his grandfather's house, Lin Yan set off for town, as his plan required him to spend the next week on the mountain, necessitating ample provisions. After a round of shopping, he gathered food, water, tents, jackets, flashlights, and other essentials before embarking on his journey to the mountain with Ghost Stone and his sturdy chicken. Chapter 56. Deception training on the mountain was both monotonous and fulfilling. Each day, Lin Yan and his two Pokémon engaged in two primary activities. The first was battling. As the most effective method for enhancing strength, real combat was the ultimate truth. Daily battles, combined with proper nutrition, led to remarkable transformations in Ghost Stone and the sturdy chicken. The second activity was outreach. Over the course of the week, Lin Yan, Ghost Stone, and the sturdy chicken traversed the entire mountain, discovering that it was home to 37 distinct Pokémon, of which they had successfully reached out to 13, leaving 24 yet to be engaged. By the end of the week, Ghost Stone had reached level 36, a remarkable increase of 3 levels. While the sturdy chicken had attained level 30, Lin Yan could confidently assert that such progress would have been impossible within the confines of home or school, where half a year would scarcely yield similar results. However, the week's training was not solely about strengthening. On the final day, during a particular battle, a notification from the system brought Lin Yan immense joy. Ding! Congratulations, host luck value has reached 1,000 points. Current luck value, 1,002. Ding! With the luck value exceeding 1,000, the system's divine favor is automatically activated. Within 2 months, the host will encounter a wild rare Pokémon. Upon learning of the system's divine favor, Lin Yan initially considered staying in the mountain to test his luck further. Yet, the mountain's limited expanse had been thoroughly explored, and he had yet to discover the rare Pokémon referenced by the system. This left only one possibility. The rare Pokémon was not present in this mountain, which was why Lin Yan was reluctant to linger. He was not willing to miss the opportunity within the 2-month time frame. On the evening of October 7th, as the National Day holiday concluded, Lin Yan returned to Qinghe City. Without an official Spirit Energy Examiner certificate, he chose not to disclose his decision to drop out of school to his parents. He feared their reaction would be one of panic. Once in his room, Lin Yan contemplated how to concoct an excuse to avoid returning home. For maintaining the FAA of his absence would require him to spend his days outside and return only at night, making training elsewhere quite challenging. In the city, there were hardly any suitable spaces for nurturing Ghost Stone and the sturdy chicken, let alone conducting outreach. The streets were populated mainly by a handful of beast tamers with Pokémon, leaving ordinary citizens largely disconnected. Even if some of those Pokémon were yet to be engaged by Lin Yan, he could hardly approach the subject without revealing his identity as Professor Dowman. No, he needed to venture into the wilderness. However, that would mean he could not return home daily, and his parents would surely discover his withdrawal from school. Just as Lin Yan was grappling with his predicament, a phone call from Yu Haitao offered a glimmer of hope. Lin Yan, are you still awake? Apologies for calling so late, but I have exciting news. Our Pokeballs have been developed. The Dawn Group's headquarters is established in Modu, and tomorrow our Pokeballs will launch in Longhua. Other countries have already begun placing orders upon learning about our product. I believe it won't be long before our Dawn Group dominates the entire market. Upon hearing Yu Haitao's enthusiastic words, Lin Yan devised a brilliant plan. That's fantastic. Uncle Yu. During their conversation, he asked Yu Haitao to assist him in fabricating a story about conducting research on the Pokeballs, necessitating his stay at Yu's place each day. Initially surprised, Yu Haitao ultimately agreed to help Lin Yan deceive his parents. He informed them that Lin Yan was participating in the Pokeball research, allowing Lin Yan to seamlessly supplement his family's finances. Previously, he had attempted to leave some of his earnings for his mother, but she had outright refused his generous offer, insisting she would never accept money from her son. Perhaps they understood that the expenses associated with becoming a beast tamer were unrelenting. However, with a business venture, they would likely be more amenable to accepting his financial contributions. That evening, Yu Haitao called Lin Yan's father, sharing the news, and Lin Shi readily agreed without hesitation. Thus, Lin Yan's daily requirement to return home before becoming a Spirit Energy Examiner was resolved. Yu Haitao's actions had proven immensely beneficial. To fully enhance the abilities of Ghost Stone and promote its widespread acceptance, 2 additional tasks must be accomplished. The first involves considering the feelings of Binance, who has not reached out during the recent National Day holiday. Lin Yan surmises that she has been contemplating whether or not to embark on this journey with him. According to their prior agreement, today marks the time they had settled upon. To alleviate any pressure on Binance, Lin Yan reassures her that he will not depart until next month, allowing her ample time for reflection. Meanwhile, Binance, lying awake in bed, mirrors Lin Yan's thoughts. She has found it impossible to focus on anything else, her mind consumed by images of him, as she wrestles daily with the decision of whether to travel the world together. The short span of 7 days seems inadequate for such a significant commitment. Relieved to learn she has over 20 days to ponder this choice, Financier quickly replies to Lin Yan, finally able to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Upon receiving her prompt response, Lin Yan perceives her emotional state, which he suspects aligns with his own. They are both reluctant to part ways. Yet crossing that threshold requires immense courage. With the extension of time, both individuals can now attend to their respective matters, and the remaining 20 days offer sufficient opportunity for contemplation. This brings us to the second task Lin Yan must address, overcoming the challenge of using electronic devices within the secret realm. He first conceived a solution during his visit to the abandoned power plant a week prior. There exists a Pokemon, Groudon, which can inhabit electronic devices, potentially resolving this issue by integrating Groudon with his phone and allowing it to adapt to the device's functionalities. He could not only navigate the electronic restrictions of the secret realm, but also carry a supercomputer with him. On the morrow, Lin Yan intends to procure the most advanced smartphone available and subsequently capture a Groudon. Chapter 57. Advanced technology of this world with Yu Haitao assisting in maintaining his ruse. Lin Yan's progress accelerates significantly. The following day, he ventures to the mall to purchase the most versatile smartphone, confident that financial constraints will not hinder his acquisition. Next on his agenda is the search for Wholesome. He focuses his attention on the Beast House, where the majority of wild Pokemon in the city are housed, rather than embarking on a blind search. With this strategy in mind, Lin Yan promptly arrives at the largest Beast House in Qinghe City. Compared to the previous establishment he visited, this one boasts an area several times larger, suggesting a greater variety of wild Pokemon. Upon reaching the entrance registration desk, the staff adeptly begins explaining the capturing process. Previously, due to policy changes in Dragon Country, high school seniors could capture Pokemon for free with their student IDs. However, today is different. Capturing Pokemon now requires purchasing tickets, with prices varying for access to different areas. Ultimately, Lin Yan pays a deposit of 30 and opts for the Mechanical Power Zone, where electric and steel-type Pokemon reside, as this is the most likely area to encounter Wholesome. Sir, we offer assistance services. If you are unsure about capturing, our specialists can accompany you for a small fee. The staff member offers. No, thank you. I will manage on my own, Lin Yan responds, declining the support service as the staff leads him toward the Mechanical Power Zone. Upon entering, Lin Yan is struck by the stark contrast to the previous Beast House. While the former resembled a pure ecological park, this one exudes a palpable sense of technology. His gaze is drawn to several large hemispherical structures, each a high-tech marvel, capable of simulating various ecological environments suitable for different Pokemon types. Upon realizing this, Lin Yan is astonished. He never anticipated the technological advancements in this world would reach such heights. Initially perplexed by the necessity of a 30 deposit for entry, he now understands that it is, in fact, a reasonable price. Guided by the staff, Lin Yan arrives at a hemispherical building adorned with symbols of screws and lightning. Sir, this is the Mechanical Power Zone. You need only scan your wristband to enter. You have a total of 3 hours, with a deduction of 10 from your deposit for each hour. Once your deposit is exhausted, you must exit unless you choose to pay again, the staff member explains kindly, inquiring once more whether he requires assistance. Are you certain you do not need assistance? Lin Yan shakes his head and strides directly toward the metallic entrance of the Mechanical Power Zone. Upon entering the metallic door, it feels akin to stepping into a futuristic elevator, the technological ambience leaving Lin Yan in awe. The surrounding blue light rings and flowing beams resemble a scene straight out of a cyberpunk narrative. Before he can fully comprehend his surroundings, a large screen materializes before him, accompanied by the voice of an artificial intelligence. Greetings, esteemed Beastmaster. I am the AI Xiao AI. You may select the Pokemon you wish to capture from the display. Once chosen, I can teleport you directly to their location, or you may opt to enter and explore on your own. This revelation leaves Lin Yan utterly stunned. The ability to precisely locate and teleport Pokemon is astonishing. Reflecting on his previous visit to the Beast House, he feels as though he has traversed into a world of the future. Although he was aware of the advanced technology in certain domains, witnessing it firsthand renders it almost unbelievable. It is no wonder that humanity has managed to coexist with Pokemon for 3 years without succumbing to defeat. There are indeed compelling reasons behind this. The presence of legendary Pokemon, with powers Lin Yan is well aware of, underscores the necessity for humanity to possess significant strength to negotiate peace. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yan gains a renewed appreciation for the technological prowess of this world, which elucidates many previously perplexing matters. Having grasped the general state of contemporary technology, Lin Yan resolves to focus on his primary objective. He begins to search the blue screen for the presence of Groudon. After an extensive search, he successfully identifies two Rotom, one inhabiting a refrigerator and the other a television. Recognizing that capturing within the beast house does not permit combat, but rather requires communication, Lin Yan notes the location of the television Rotom and decides to have Xiao AI teleport him to the refrigerator Rotom first. Having made his decision, Lin Yan clicks on the icon of the refrigerator Rotom. "Hello, please teleport me to the location of this Pokémon," he requests. Xiao AI acknowledges your request. Estimated time of arrival is 23 seconds, comes the response. No sooner had the words left Xiao AI's virtual lips than Lin Yan experiences a sudden sensation of acceleration. It feels akin to riding the Pride of Dragon Country's high-speed trains. Although the movement is rapid, the environment remains remarkably stable. After a brief interval, once the sensation of acceleration ceased, a familiar feeling akin to an elevator's ascent enveloped Lin Yan's body. As this sensation subsided, a metallic door began to materialize in the enclosed space around him. Beyond this door lay a street reminiscent of the industrial aesthetic of the 1980s, adorned with various charging devices, truly a paradise for electric-type Pokémon. With the recent experience of advanced technology still fresh in his mind, Lin Yan gradually acclimated to the astonishing sights before him. Esteemed beast tamer, you have arrived at your destination. After successfully capturing your Pokémon, simply press the departure button on your wristband, and Xiao AI will promptly escort you, wishing you a delightful capturing experience. Upon hearing the artificial intelligence's reminder, Lin Yan strode confidently towards the 1980s-inspired industrial street. After a few steps, a massive refrigerator came into view, moving as if it possessed a will of its own. If his instincts served him right, this must be the Rotom he sought. Rotom? Lin Yan instinctively called out its name, and indeed, the refrigerator Rotom halted upon hearing his voice. Rotom? The refrigerator Rotom responded, its expression one of surprise. As one of the most underrated Pokémon in this world, few humans sought out its company. After all, who would desire to capture what appeared to be a mere refrigerator or television? Yet Lin Yan was well aware of Rotom's potential, and he understood that capturing a Rotom was essential for his success in the secret realm. Thus, he had come prepared, with blue energy cubes, Rotom's favorite snacks, safely tucked in his pocket. Utilizing food to lure Pokémon was a widely practiced technique among beast tamers in this world. He promptly retrieved a wooden box from his pocket, and as he opened it, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. These blue energy cubes had been specially modified, infused with the life energy that ghost types adored. In addition to Gengar, Rotom, possessing a ghostly essence, would find them irresistible. As the refrigerator Rotom caught a whiff of the blue energy cube, it instinctively began to approach. "Here, this is a treat I prepared just for you. I hope it delights your palate," Lin Yan smiled. Rotom wasted no time, opening its refrigerator door and gesturing for him to place the energy cube inside. The feeding process was remarkably harmonious. The Rotom devoured the energy cube from Lin Yan's hand, its expression radiating satisfaction. Indeed, no Pokémon could resist the allure of delectable treats. While Rotom savored the energy cube, Lin Yan took the opportunity to inspect its data with his insight. Species: Rotom, electric, ghost. Nature: modest, increases special attack, decreases physical attack. Level: 27, potential: legendary. Ability: levitate, can float in the air. Immune to ground-type moves. Hidden ability: none. Moves: shadow clone, scare, shock, strange light. It appeared promising, with legendary potential. This would be the one, Lin Yan thought to himself, growing increasingly fond of the refrigerator Rotom. Drawing from his previous experience in capturing Gengar with an energy cube, he found it effortless to bond with this Rotom through a few casual exchanges. The next step was to facilitate its transformation from a refrigerator to a smartphone. Based on Lin Yan's prior knowledge and conjecture, it seemed there was only one feasible method to induce Rotom's transformation: through electrical current. By connecting the refrigerator Rotom with his smartphone using high-voltage electricity, he could enable the metamorphosis. Clarifying his thoughts, Lin Yan chose not to rush the transformation process. Considering the limited equipment at hand, it would be best to wait until they were outside. Having successfully captured Rotom, Lin Yan exited the Pokémon Sanctuary with a beaming expression. His entire experience, from entry to exit, had taken less than half an hour, much to the astonishment of the staff. Meanwhile, it was the inaugural day of the Pokeballs launch in Longhua. The advent of Pokeballs was met with widespread promotion, inundating the nation with advertisements that informed 30% of the populace about the capability of utilizing nanotechnology to store Pokémon. The nation erupted in excitement. This was undoubtedly a groundbreaking advancement in the relationship between humans and Pokémon. Shopping malls brimming with Pokeballs witnessed overwhelming crowds, and within mere hours, The 50,000 Pokeballs prepared by the Dawn Group were swiftly depleted. The emergence of this technology began to shed light on this newly established giant company. And it was believed that, in no time, the Dawn Group would ascend to the pinnacle of super enterprises in Longhua. Simultaneously, during the press conference for the Pokeball's launch, Yu Haitao solemnly announced its new name, Pokemon. Chapter 58, Jarvis at your service within a hotel. Lin Yan introduced the refrigerator Rotom to his companions. Gengar, Talonflame, allow me to introduce our new partner. This is Rotom. Rotom appeared delighted to meet new friends, initiating a friendly greeting. Gengar and Talonflame were momentarily taken aback by the animated, speaking refrigerator. Fear not, this is merely one of its forms. Rotom can inhabit any electrical appliance, so rest assured, it is a genuine Pokemon. Under Lin Yan's explanation, Gengar and Talonflame scrutinized the refrigerator Rotom and, upon realizing it was indeed a Pokemon, they returned to their senses and warmly greeted it. After a brief introduction among the three Pokemon, Lin Yan recalled Gengar and Talonflame into their respective Ultra Balls. Initially, he intended for them to observe Rotom's transformation, but considering the required electrical current, he decided against it, not wanting to give the impression of mistreatment. Once he had stored them away, Lin Yan produced a dual-headed plug he had purchased in advance and signaled for Rotom to come closer. Come on, Rotom. Soon you shall be the very first smartphone Rotom in the world. He couldn't contain his excitement at the thought of the capabilities it would possess post-transformation. Having learned about the situation, the refrigerator Rotom was equally curious about the myriad of wondrous functions contained within the rectangular electronic device, which also motivated its willingness to transform. Rotom, let us begin. With that, the refrigerator Rotom stepped forward, and Lin Yan proceeded to connect it to the plug, linking the other end to his newly purchased iPhone 18. With both ends connected, it was time to witness a miracle. Are you ready, Rotom? Rotom. All right, let us commence. In the next instant, Lin Yan inserted the terminal connecting the refrigerator Rotom and the smartphone into a power outlet. In an instant, a tremendous surge of electricity coursed through the wires, entering both the refrigerator Rotom and the smartphone simultaneously. Surrounded by crackling electricity, the refrigerator Rotom was enveloped in a shimmering electrical barrier. As it felt the current flow through its body, the expression of the refrigerator Rotom radiated delight. Gradually, the refrigerators standing in the room returned to normal, the electrical sparks dissipating to reveal a yellow orb of light beneath the black wires. This yellow orb began its journey along the wire, moving towards the smartphone. At this moment, Lin Yan felt his heart leap into his throat. His eyes fixated intently on the dual-headed plug before him. At the moment that the dark sphere of light entered the phone, the latest iPhone 18, which had been resting on the table, levitated. Had it succeeded? Rotom, how do you feel? Suddenly, a voice resonated within the room, emanating from the artificial intelligence. I feel extraordinary. It turns out this device is called a phone, and now my brain is assimilating all of its functionalities in approximately 10 minutes. I will fully comprehend this new form. Wait, did it just speak? The clear female voice momentarily stunned Lin Yan, though he vaguely recalled that phone Rotom could communicate directly with humans. However, experiencing it firsthand was nothing short of enchanting. This not only implied that he could converse directly with it in the future, but also suggested that with phone Rotom present, it could translate what other Pokemon were saying. How splendid! Lin Yan was overwhelmed with excitement, as this breakthrough resolved the issue of electronic devices being unusable in secret realms, alongside the challenge of humans accurately discerning the inner thoughts of these beings. Its advantages were evident. During the ensuing 10 minutes, he refrained from interrupting phone Rotom, while the latter underwent a complete transformation, evolving from a refrigerator into a phone. Its Pokemon existence was about to experience a monumental shift. As time swiftly passed, 10 minutes had elapsed, and phone Rotom retained the same size as the original phone. Thus eliminating the need for a Pokeball, it could be carried with ease. The transformed phone Rotom hovered before Lin Yan, and the artificial intelligence's voice echoed once more. Trainer, I am now at your service. I have integrated all functionalities of this phone. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask me directly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan nodded earnestly, cradling it in his hands. He recalled that previously, phone Rotom was primarily used to access the Pokemon Encyclopedia. Nevertheless, considering the enhanced capabilities of this device, he had no doubt about its practicality in his future endeavors. How wonderful, Rotom! Allow me to bestow upon you a new name. The title phone Rotom hardly does justice to your capabilities. Henceforth, shall we call you Jarvis? Jarvis. That sounds rather appealing. I shall henceforth be known as Jarvis, and I will wholeheartedly serve you. To be frank, after integrating with the phone, Rotom resembled a true artificial intelligence. Perhaps due to the very essence of the phone, It was not only more human-like, but possessed independent thought, an ability that no electronic device had achieved, even in this era of advanced technology. In the subsequent conversation and familiarization, Lin Yan explored all of Jarvis's functions, and indeed, it proved to be as convenient and efficient as he had imagined, far superior to a standard phone. With Jarvis by his side, the pace of advancement was sure to accelerate exponentially. In the afternoon, Lin Yan tucked Jarvis into his pocket, packed his belongings, and embarked on the next leg of his training journey to Huangzhou City, the ruins of the lake. Although he had visited once before, he had yet to encounter any Pokémon there. However, with Jarvis now accompanying him, the scenario was different. He could not only extensively explore wild Pokémon, but also engage in specialized training with Jinghost and Lijianji, including the rare Pokémon mentioned in the system's bestowal. After careful consideration, it was clear that the ruins of the lake were indeed the most suitable location. After more than an hour of travel, as nightfall approached, Lin Yan arrived at the entrance of the ruins of the lake. The surrounding amenities remained unchanged as before, with vendors selling supplies and inns dotting the area. However, this time, the group of 4 had dwindled to just him. After replenishing his supplies for the upcoming 10-day expedition, Lin Yan strode confidently into the depths of the ruins of the lake. Unbeknownst to him, this iteration of the ruins of the lake was vastly different from his previous experience. Due to the mirage-like properties of the realm, numerous new Pokémon had been transported from distant large secret realms. The 3 previously marked red skull points on the map had long since transformed. Dazue Bei, Abai Shi, and Dajin Feng were no longer the dominant trio. Today, a different Pokémon ruled the ruins of the lake. As he stepped into the entrance of the secret realm, a sudden voice resonated in his mind. Initially, he assumed it was merely a routine system task. However, upon reviewing it, Lin Yan's expression changed dramatically, and his pupils dilated. Are you certain this isn't a jest? A divine beast? Chapter 59, The Sleeping Divine Beast Ding. Detection of host entering the divine beast territory. Please exercise caution. Activating hidden divine beast task. Type. Due to the mirage effect of the secret realm, a sleeping divine beast has been transported to the ruins of the lake. The host must locate it before it awakens completely and lead it back to its original realm. Reward, sealed divine beast egg. What? A high-level task? This involves a sleeping divine beast and a sealed divine beast egg. What on earth has transpired here? Gazing at the ruins of the lake he had previously visited, Lin Yan fell into contemplation. The surrounding trees remained unchanged. Yet the sudden emergence of this system task was profoundly unsettling. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yan organized his thoughts. According to the system, the mirage effect had caused a sleeping divine beast to be transported here. This implied that the divine beast had not yet genuinely appeared, and his mission was to locate it and escort it back to its original realm. As for why it was crucial to find it before it fully awakened, that must be the crux of this task. Since the system explicitly stated the need to locate it before it awakens, what consequences might arise if he failed? Could it lead to an unimaginable crisis? As he pondered this, Lin Yan's expression grew grave. Given the distribution of the ruins of the lake, it was one of the earliest secret realms to manifest in the city, integrating into Blue Star and human society. If an incident were to occur, even on a smaller scale, it could result in the secret realm being thrown into chaos by this divine beast. On a larger scale, the entire city could be affected. No, that could lead to widespread devastation. After all, this secret realm was situated right in the heart of the city. In the brief span of 5 minutes, the more Lin Yan contemplated, the more apprehensive he became. The ramifications of a divine beast descending upon the city were far too severe. Human society could not endure such a test. He recalled a past incident in Zyrihua country, where a divine beast inexplicably appeared in a city, creating an unprecedented crisis. Nearly half of Tokyo was obliterated, and the losses were incalculable. Ultimately, it set back Zyrihua country's economy by over a decade, and they had yet to recover. If the divine beast had not departed voluntarily, there was no doubt that Zyrihua country would have faced extinction during that crisis. Reflecting on the previous crisis in Zyrihua country, Lin Yan suddenly grasped the gravity of the current situation with the divine beast. He now faced 2 choices. First, promptly report to the relevant authorities of Longhua and urge them to initiate preventive measures. In a determined effort, Lin Yan resolved to locate the slumbering mythical beast within the shortest span of time, articulating his intentions to it before guiding it back to the previous secret realm. Should he first report to the Dragon Kingdom's authorities to avert the situation from deteriorating further? He pondered aloud. However, he swiftly dismissed this line of thought. No, that would not do. If he were to notify the relevant departments of the Dragon Kingdom, it was uncertain whether they would take immediate action. Should they neglect the matter, Precious time in the search for the mythical creature would be squandered. Furthermore, the awakening of the beast remained an unknown variable. Even with proactive measures, it would be impossible to evacuate the entire population of Huangzhou in a brief time frame. Moreover, even a large-scale evacuation would require significantly more than just a day or two. Thus, Lin Yan found himself left with but one alternative, relying on his own strength to seek it out. With newfound resolve, his gaze became unwavering. This endeavor was not solely for the reward of the mythical egg bestowed by the system, but, more importantly, for the entire populace of Huangzhou. Once his decision was made, Lin Yan did not dare to delay. Though night was approaching and he had initially intended to casually catch a few Pokémon around the entrance, it became evident that he had no time to spare. "Let us go, Gizitong and Lizuangji. We must hasten," he urged. In unison, Gizitong and Lizuangji responded, their voices echoing with urgency. Though they were unaware of the specifics, they could clearly sense the urgency in their trainer's tone and hurried to keep pace with him as they ventured deeper into the Ruins Lake's secret realm. Gradually, the sun began to set as they pressed onward. Before long, the moon illuminated the night sky. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yan, accompanied by Gizitong and Lizuangji, had journeyed for 2 hours within the Ruins Lake's secret realm. Throughout this time, he had not engaged in battles or casual encounters, instead focusing solely on searching for locations resembling ancient ruins. Aside from a wild Sharpedo and several Victory Bell that had approached, Lin Yan had no time to attend to other wild Pokémon, propelling himself forward at maximum speed. However, the human body ultimately has its limits. Lin Yan had not dined before entering and had spent the past 2 hours racing through the overgrown wilderness, leading to considerable exhaustion. Gizitong and Lizuangji, being Pokémon, possessed a resilience far beyond that of a human. After another half-hour of travel, Lin Yan and his Pokémon reached the lakeside where they had previously fished for Lapras. At this moment, Lin Yan was panting heavily, collapsing onto a rock by the water's edge. He had long been fatigued, yet the urgency in his mind compelled him to keep moving, contemplating which mythical beast could potentially descend upon the Ruins Lake's secret realm. However, it was perhaps premature to deliberate on the identity of the creature. Sitting down, Lin Yan took a moment to regain his composure and opened a map to examine the layout of the entire Ruins Lake's secret realm. Upon reviewing the map, he let out a sigh of exasperation. After nearly 3 hours of frantic searching, he discovered that he had traversed only 1/20th of the entire Ruins Lake's secret realm. To explore the entirety of it would surely require close to 60 hours. Considering the previous frantic pace, paired with breaks and meals, Lin Yan estimated that to fully traverse the Ruins Lake's secret realm would take at least 100 hours, roughly 4 days. Did he truly have 4 days to spare? This thought brought to mind the last time he had come with 3 others. In 4 days, they had accomplished so much. Nighttime raids on Shelmet, hunting for Ekans, and coordinating with Beedrill. However, such endeavors necessitated a clear objective. Otherwise, success was merely a distant dream. While this task was indeed clear, without knowing the destination, he was left to chance. Perhaps luck would favor him, and he could uncover the resting place of the mythical beast within a day or two. But should fortune be unkind, that time frame could easily double. If only I could ascertain the resting place of the mythical beast more swiftly, he lamented. As he gazed at the rippling surface of the lake, stirred by the evening breeze, he munched on his provisions to restore his energy, all the while contemplating how to expedite the search for the slumbering creature. Suddenly, a kingler leaped from the lake, practicing its splash technique, the sound of water drawing Lin Yan's attention. As he settled his thoughts, the familiar chorus of crickets serenaded him, reminiscent of his childhood summers. Eureka! He realized he knew how to quickly locate the slumbering mythical beast. Inspired by the night's wilderness, Lin Yan swiftly rose and retrieved his fishing rod from his backpack, a determined smile gracing his face. Chapter 60, Psychic Assault. The Flame Demon at midnight. The familiar hour and location awaited Lin Yan as he crossed the lake, aided by wild water-type Pokémon, returning to the vicinity of the Shelmet colony. However, this time, he was not there to collect pearls. Instead, he had a mission of greater importance. On the sandy beach, clusters of Shelmet lay on their backs. Compared to the dazzling pearls illuminated by starlight before, the moonlit pearls appeared considerably diminished. It seemed that the previous raid by 4 individuals had taken its toll. Each had collected dozens of pearls, resulting in a drastic decline in the number of Shelmet with pearls in their mouths. Lin Yan, accompanied by Gizitong and Lizuangji, positioned themselves approximately 30 meters from the Shelmet colony, the ideal vantage point for both observation and action. Are you ready? Do you remember our plan? Lin Yan inquired of Gizitong and Lizuangji beside him. In solemn agreement, the 2 Pokémon nodded, signaling their preparedness. Seeing them ready, Lin Yan exchanged an encouraging glance with them before retrieving his Rotom phone from his pocket. Jarvis, I'll rely on you to ensure the scene is as well lit as possible. Received, Jarvis acknowledged. With a meaningful glance at the Shelmet sprawled on the sand, Lin Yan murmured, I hope you won't hold this against me. Scanning the surroundings, he identified the largest rock along the shore. Standing atop it, he positioned Gizatong in front of him, effectively shielding his handsome visage, while Lizuangji remained at a distance, with Jarvis hovering behind Lin Yan and Gizatong. All right, let us begin. Upon Lin Yan's command, the three Pokémon sprang into action. In an instant, Jarvis unleashed a torrent of electricity, illuminating the area with a brilliant flash. Simultaneously, Gizatong launched 3 shadow balls towards the center of the slumbering Shelmet colony. With 3 explosive thuds echoing through the night, Lizuangji unleashed a fiery torrent. Though their intent was not to attack, rather, they aimed to maximize the visual spectacle. Startled by the sudden onslaught, the Shelmet on the beach instinctively turned towards the source of the light, catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure atop the rock, its form obscured and indistinct. The creature possessed a head reminiscent of a demon, its body adorned with human-like limbs, capable of emitting flames and shadowy spheres. This was the most visceral impression that the clan of Shelders had. Although the attacks did not inflict physical harm upon them, the psychological terror of such midnight assaults proved to be far more lethal. To them, it was akin to the flames of a hellish demon. Ever since the nocturnal ambush by Lin Yan's team, they had been engulfed in paranoia, perpetually sensing the emergence of unfathomable monsters. Now, a creature resembling a fiery demon had indeed appeared, plunging the entire Shelder clan into chaos. Concurrently, Jengar, following Lin Yan's command, began to emit an eerie laughter, its chilling tones enhancing the carefully orchestrated atmosphere of dread. Many Shelders were rendered unconscious from fright, while some, driven by a desperate instinct for survival, hastily made their way toward the lake in an attempt to evade the fiery demon's onslaught. However, only a handful of Shelders remained capable of movement, far fewer than 1/10 of their entire population. Standing upon the rocky outcrop, Lin Yan beamed with satisfaction at the success of his strategy. As he had anticipated, these Shelders were exceedingly timid, a realization he had made during their previous encounter. With his plan bearing fruit, he wasted no time directing his 3 Pokémon to commence the next phase. Let us advance. We must locate the leader of the Shelder clan. With an affirmative response from his Pokémon, the trio surged toward the disarrayed Shelder group. The strength of the 3 Pokémon alone was sufficient to dismantle the entire clan, a strategy that only Lin Yan could have conceived. Under the cloak of night, Jengar led the charge alongside Blaziken and Jarvis, plunging directly into the heart of the Shelder throng. The Shelders remaining on the beach were devoid of combat capability, allowing the trio to infiltrate with ease. The shrouded darkness did not hinder their search for the leader of the cloister. Drawing from his memory, Jengar swiftly pinpointed the cloister that was hastily retreating toward the lake. To prevent its escape, Jengar unleashed a shadow ball while Blaziken conjured flames, effectively obstructing its path. The cloister was taken aback, pondering whether the monster had come for it. In that moment, it succumbed to despair, closing its eyes and retreating into its shell, motionless. Hearing the explosion, Lin Yan rushed over and immediately spotted the cloister encircled by his 3 Pokémon. The once mighty leader of the cloister now exuded none of its former bravado. Previously, it had dared to resist, yet now, curled within its shell, it trembled. Lin Yan couldn't suppress a smile as he stepped forward, calling out, "Do not hide, cloister. It is I, the one you have encountered before. Do you not remember?" Startled by the human voice, the cloister hesitated, its memory stirring as it recalled that fateful night 2 weeks prior when a human commanded its Pokémon to obliterate it. Realizing this, the cloister felt a mix of anger and fear. It's him. Understanding that it was not the fiery demon that had come to claim it, the cloister gradually opened its shell, prepared to assess the situation. After all, it was the leader of its clan, and perhaps there was a chance to fight back. Yet, upon revealing itself, it saw not only the human, but also 3 Pokémon closing in around it. Resistance seemed futile. The humble cloister dared not speak, and quickly retreated into its shell once more. "Do not be alarmed. They will not harm you. We are not here to fight, but rather to seek your assistance regarding a matter of dire importance that affects the entire secret realm. Without your help, we cannot avert this crisis." Lin Yan's persuasive words resonated with the cloister leader. Initially skeptical, the cloister's composure faltered upon hearing of a fearsome deity awakening in the Lost Lake realm. As the leader of a long-established clan in this territory, it had felt an inexplicable unease for days, akin to an animal sensing impending danger. The cloister began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. If what this human spoke was true, it was imperative for it to lend its aid. Enlightened, the cloister leader emerged from its shell once more, and as Lin Yan had assured, he refrained from commanding Jengar and the others to attack. Very well. Speak. How may I assist you? With the cloister leader's support secured, Jarvis acted as a translator as Lin Yan unfolded his plan. First and foremost, we must locate the slumbering deity before it awakens. We need to inform it of the current circumstances to prevent it from becoming enraged upon finding itself in an unfamiliar environment. This is the first and most critical step. Therefore, I require the collective strength of the Shelder clan to search for the resting place of this deity, as it could awaken at any moment. We must hasten our efforts. Upon hearing this, the cloister leader nodded in agreement. Let us not delay. We must spring into action. Jarvis translated. Patience. Now that you have agreed, the subsequent tasks will be manageable. I need you to divide the Shelders into 2 teams, one to search for the deity's remnants in the lake, while the stronger among you accompany me. There are more significant matters to attend to. Understood. I shall gather my companions right away. Please wait here. After Jarvis translated, the cloister leader promptly took action. It began emitting a unique ultrasonic wave, a call to its allies. Before long, under the influence of the cloister leader's special signal, the previously panicked Shelders returned to the shore. Lin Yan surveyed the scene and noted that there were over a dozen cloisters and more than 20 Shelders nearby, likely representing the most formidable warriors of their clan. Seeing its companions gathered, the cloister leader commenced assigning the tasks Lin Yan had outlined. 2 Shelders remained behind to oversee the situation, ready to guide their kin to the lake and shoreline once they awoke. Meanwhile, the leader approached Lin Yan, eager to inquire about the next steps. Speak. What must we do next? It is quite simple. We shall journey to the territories of Arbok and Beedrill to convey our intentions and seek their assistance. With their aid, you will handle the search in the lake, while they will cover the land and forest. I believe that together, we shall swiftly uncover the remnants of the deity. With the subsequent tasks laid out, the cloister leader offered no further objections and began to accompany Lin Yan toward the domain of Arbok. A grand procession of large-tongued clams swiftly traversed through the forest, their objective clear as they headed directly towards the marshlands inhabited by the Arbok. Soon, the clock struck 2 in the morning. After 2 hours of relentless advancement, Lin Yan and his entourage found themselves perilously close to the territory of the Arbok. As serpent-like Pokémon, the Arbok were most active at night, hunting for prey. Upon reaching the outskirts of the marsh, Lin Yan caught sight of several solitary Arbok in search of their next meal. However, he paid them no heed. For the ordinary Arbok were not his intended quarry. He sought the mighty Arbok king. As Lin Yan led his legion of large-tongued clams deeper into the marsh, encounters with both Arbok and their formidable leader became increasingly frequent. The sight of so many large-tongued clams and armored clams encroaching upon their territory bewildered the serpentine Pokémon, who instinctively recoiled. Yet, the invasion did not go unnoticed. Some Arbok could no longer sit idly by and began to follow the intruders, eager to discern their intentions. Unbeknownst to them, the humidity in the air intensified, signaling that the legion of large-tongued clams was approaching the core of the marsh. Suddenly, a piercing scream drew the attention of Lin Yan and his clam battalion. This distinctive cry, characteristic of serpent-like Pokémon, bore a resemblance to the frequency emitted by the armored clam leader when summoning its companions. Could it be? Lin Yan mused inwardly. All right, everyone, hold your position. The creature we seek is about to emerge. Upon hearing his command, the legion halted, awaiting further instructions from Lin Yan. In that moment of stillness, they heard the rustling of a creature moving through the dense underbrush, accompanied by the distinct sound of a serpent Pokémon flicking its tongue. Soon, a throng of Arbok and their leader began to materialize before them. Unfazed by the increasing number of Arbok surrounding him, Lin Yan remained composed at the center of his clan battalion. As the last of the Arbok and Arbok king emerged, a formidable specimen measuring over 4 meters in length advanced to the forefront, glaring at the intruders. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened. This was indeed the Arbok king from whom he had previously extracted its fangs. With resolute strides, he approached, undeterred by the overwhelming numbers of his adversaries, exuding an aura that overshadowed both factions present. The Arbok king, recognizing Lin Yan as the one who had humiliated it, seethed with rage. Yet, it refrained from immediately commanding its allies to attack, for it understood the necessity of discerning the intentions of these intruders before engaging in battle, a principle of the natural world. However, this time, Lin Yan had audaciously led his clam legion into their domain, and suppressing its fury, the Arbok king demanded an explanation. Arbok, Lin Yan. Without the need for Jarvis' translation, grasped the essence of its words. He then proceeded to articulate his intentions to the Arbok King, mirroring the clarity he had employed when addressing the armored clam leader. After a brief yet thorough explanation, the Arbok King's fury transformed into astonishment. Its reaction was more intense than that of the armored clam leaders upon hearing the news, as its anger dissipated in an instant, leading it to promptly enlist its kin in the quest to locate the slumbering divine beast. With the Arbok King's inclusion, the three dominant factions of the ruins of the lake awaited only the Beedrill to be informed of the divine beast's arrival. In the pressing atmosphere of urgency, the Arbok King had no choice but to comply with Lin Yan's directives. Some Arbok began searching the forest for traces of the slumbering divine beast, while a select few accompanied Lin Yan and the Clam Legion towards the Beedrill's territory. After a sleepless night, as dawn's light had yet to break, Lin Yan successfully coordinated the three major Pokémon factions within the ruins of the lake. Under his meticulous guidance, the three groups commenced a systematic search for the traces of the slumbering divine beast. The leaders of the three factions recognized the gravity of the situation and dared not be negligent, diligently supervising their subordinates as they scoured every nook and cranny of the ruins of the lake. The large-tongued clams were tasked with combing the lake and its shores. The Arbok were assigned to the left bank forest, and the Beedrill were responsible for the right bank forest. With the assistance of these three factions, the search progressed rapidly, and it was anticipated that within half a day, they would uncover the remnants of the slumbering divine beast. Chapter 62. The calamity and the savior times swiftly passed, and noon approached. Lin Yan, his eyelids heavy, dared not rest, fearing he might miss the first signs of the divine beast's remnants. Accompanying him were Jengars and a Machoke, along with the leaders of the three factions of the ruins of the lake, who were gathering together for the first time, having previously maintained a cautious distance. The leaders, now united, remained tense and vigilant, their attention unwaveringly focused on three directions. To expedite the acquisition of news from their companions, Lin Yan led them to a central location within the ruins of the lake, the most suitable point for communication. After their midday meal, fatigue began to weigh on Lin Yan, prompting a resigned sigh. Alas, it seems the human body has its limits. Perhaps one could recover from an all-night gaming session, but after a night of continuous exertion and contemplation, my body is truly at its breaking point. Jengar, Machoke, I shall take a moment to rest. Please alert me should anything arise. The two Pokémon nodded in agreement. With his instructions given, Lin Yan settled onto a stone to recuperate. Time trickled by slowly. An hour later, a large-tongued clam approached in a state of panic, prompting the armored clam leader to rush over and inquire about the situation. Upon hearing the news from its companion, the armored clam leader's eyes widened, and it began to shout, "Found it! Found it!" At this proclamation, the Arbok King and the Beedrill leader converged, while Jengar and Machoke called out to Lin Yan. After a brief hour of light slumber, Lin Yan awoke feeling significantly refreshed and alert. He patted his cheeks to invigorate himself. Subsequently, he learned through Jarvis that a peculiar structure had emerged by the lakeside, one that the large-tongued clam family had never encountered before. Instantly, excitement surged among them. This must be the remnants of the slumbering divine beast that had descended upon the ruins of the lake. The three Pokémon faction leaders turned their gazes towards Lin Yan, awaiting his next plan of action. Let us proceed, everyone. We must investigate this lakeside structure. With that, the large-tongued clam led the way to the location it had discovered. They were not far from the lakeshore, approximately 20 paces away. Filled with anticipation and trepidation, Lin Yan pondered which divine beast would emerge. The first step of locating the slumbering divine beast had been accomplished. The next challenge would be communication and guiding it back to the previous sanctuary, thus fully resolving the situation. He silently prayed for a gentle divine beast, for they could not withstand the wrath of a tempestuous one. Soon, a flurry of swift figures darted through the primeval forest, arriving at the lakeside. Under the direction of the large-tongued clam, they could now behold the enigmatic structure. The edifice exuded an ancient and mystical aura, resembling a small palace with an estimated volume of around 100 cubic meters. Though seemingly modest in size, as one draws near, an overwhelming aura becomes palpable. Upon stepping closer, Lin Yan's attention was instantly captivated by the pale blue symbols and murals adorning the stone doors of the palace. An inexplicable force seemed to draw his focus to that blue emblem. In a fleeting moment of daze, Lin Yan beheld an astonishing scene. The murals on the door came to life. Flames erupted along a coastal stretch, vast sheets of crimson fire engulfing the sky, as if determined to consume all life upon the island. In the face of this calamity, the Pokémon scattered in all directions, desperately evading the onslaught of flames. Lin Yan's heart tightened at the sight. Amidst disaster, the frailty of life appeared so helpless, with only the option to flee, utterly powerless. Gradually, the ferocious fire intensified, accompanied by countless despairing gazes, as they could only watch their home succumb to destruction, their hearts silently beseeching the arrival of a savior. Yet, in moments of dire crisis, self-rescue often emerges as the clearest choice. At that juncture, 3 figures stepped forth. Though small in the face of the flames, their courage was commendable. These 3 figures made the ultimate sacrifice for the numerous Pokémon on the island, using their meager strength to hold back the inferno, striving to facilitate the escape of more lives. They might face death, might be mercilessly consumed by the flames, and their power might be insignificant, yet at that moment, they were the saviors among the many frail Pokémon, for they stood tall in the face of adversity. However, the strength of mere mortals is inherently limited. They were not deities, but ordinary Pokémon unafraid of life and death, daring to contend with nature's wrath. Ultimately, those 3 silhouettes fell amidst the relentless flames. The harsh reality was that, before their fall, they had given their all to aid the other Pokémon, and their sacrifice heralded a turning point in this tragedy. Suddenly, amidst the prayers of the Pokémon, 2 figures, one red and one blue, made a spectacular entrance. A savior may arrive late, but never absent. One was a creature adorned with colorful feathers, reminiscent of an eastern phoenix, while the other bore wings resembling immense hands, possessing transcendent power. Upon seeing them, Lin Yan's pupils widened in recognition. They were none other than Ho-Oh and Lugia, legendary beings of the highest order. With their arrival, the overcast sky parted, and a deluge descended, as Lugia summoned a tempest powerful enough to command the seas. This timely rain swiftly extinguished the raging inferno. Subsequently, Lugia took its leave, entrusting the final extinguishing of flames to Ho-Oh, which began to quell the last remnants of fire. Thus, under the divine intervention of the 2 legendary beasts, the disaster was entirely vanquished as sunlight pierced through the clouds. During the aftermath, Ho-Oh discovered the 3 Pokémon that had bravely stood against the flames. Understanding everything from their noble sacrifice, Ho-Oh, possessing the power of resurrection, felt a pang of compassion for the 3 Pokémon who could not depart this world in such a manner. 3 feathers fell gently upon them. In a breathtaking moment, the combination of Ho-Oh's resurrection abilities and the selfless spirit of the 3 Pokémon ignited a brilliant light of evolution, a fusion of power transcending the very essence of life itself. As the radiance faded, the 3 Pokémon were reborn, and their evolved forms were starkly different from before, exuding an awe-inspiring strength with every movement. At this juncture, the murals on the stone doors returned to their original state, and Lin Yan emerged from the mesmerizing vision. Now deep in contemplation, fully aware of which legendary beast had graced the Lake of Ruins with its presence. Chapter 63. Lin Yan and the Pokémon. Lin Yan, now aware of the identity of the descended deity, felt assured. The power of this deity was indeed capable of obliterating the entire Lake of Ruins and even impacting Huangzhou, but he trusted that it would not act in such a manner. All he needed was to explain the situation. With this resolve, Lin Yan began to approach the palace doors, perhaps guided by an instinctive sixth sense, as he placed his right hand upon the blue symbol. As he did, a crackling sound erupted, and the blue emblem began to spin clockwise upon the stone door. The rotation quickened, and the door gradually shifted in response to the emblem's movement. Instantly, a fierce wind began to swirl, sending ripples across the lake and causing the leaves to sway. At this moment, Lin Yan suppressed his excitement, inhaling deeply as he silently summoned the impending deity. "Come forth, O embodiment of the Northwind, Suicun." As he called out within, the shifting stone door swung open, unleashing a blue aurora that pierced the heavens, revealing a pair of sharp eyes within the palace. Suicun had arrived. As the embodiment of the North Wind, one of the legendary 3 beasts, the sovereign of water-type Pokémon, Suicun emerged from the palace, radiating an imposing aura. The overwhelming presence rendered the elders of the 3 clans present pale, paralyzed with fear. Standing at 2 meters tall, Suicun possessed a slender frame, its body a striking blue adorned with white diamond-shaped spots, and a blue gemstone-like adornment atop its head, from which flowed ethereal purple mane, adding to its majestic allure, while white, wind-like streamers floated around it. Lin Yan stood merely 2 meters away from Suicun, his heart pounding audibly in his chest. Witnessing the real Suicun at such proximity stirred a profound exhilaration within him. So magnificent, truly too magnificent. Lin Yan internally marveled. If tasked with judging which of the legendary 3 beasts was the most handsome, he would undoubtedly choose Suicun without hesitation. It was undeniably the embodiment of beauty among the legendary trio. Suicun paused upon seeing the human before it. This was its first encounter with humanity since awakening. Given that 5 years had passed since the spiritual energy of Blue Star had revived, it was reasonable that Suicun had been dormant far longer than that. Having never encountered a human, puzzled, Suicun opened its mouth, astonishingly capable of speech. "Who are you?" Upon hearing Suicun's articulate inquiry, Lin Yan's face reflected utter bewilderment. Instinctively, he replied, "I am Lin Yan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Suicun." After he spoke, Suicun appeared equally perplexed, initially assuming Lin Yan was another Pokemon. Given that he could also speak, was Lin Yan perhaps a deity from a different region? However, as Suicun began to scan Lin Yan's internal energy waves, it discovered that he possessed no elemental energy whatsoever, appearing merely as an ordinary life form. This realization made Suicun cautious, suspecting that this Pokemon might harbor powers greater than its own, which was why it couldn't discern any energy within Lin Yan. Fortunately, Lin Yan remained oblivious to Suicun's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been unable to suppress his laughter at the absurdity of being regarded as a legendary beast in his lifetime. "Lin Yan, what business do you have in awakening my slumber?" Suicun continued, surveying its surroundings, quickly realizing that the scenery was entirely different from what it had known before its slumber, particularly the energy and humidity in the air, leading it to understand that it had arrived in an unfamiliar place. The unfamiliar environment, combined with the presence of an unknown deity whose powers it could not detect, heightened Suicun's alertness, its crimson eyes fixed intently upon Lin Yan. Under the intense gaze of their mutual scrutiny, Lin Yan discerned the hostility lurking within the eyes of Suicun. Gradually, he regained his composure, and his expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Suicun, I am aware that you hail from another realm. My purpose in awakening you is to escort you back to your original abode," Lin Yan stated earnestly. This was precisely the mission bestowed upon him by the system. However, to Suicun's ears, it resonated as a decree of expulsion, akin to an intruder being banished from their territory. Fortunately, it was Suicun that had awakened, not the temperamental NTI. For had the latter been present, Lin Yan might have already faced the wrath of divine flames. Understanding that it had encroached upon another being's domain, Suicun refrained from launching an attack. It recognized its error and began to sincerely apologize to Lin Yan. "I am sorry for intruding upon your territory. I will depart swiftly." Lin Yan, wide-eyed, found himself utterly astounded. Why was Suicun suddenly apologizing? This bewilderment was shared by Ghost Stone, Lijuan Chicken, and the leaders of the 3 major clans, all of whom were equally perplexed. They had no inkling of what had transpired. But witnessing a formidable divine beast apologize to a mere human elevated Lin Yan's status in their minds significantly. After this encounter, Lin Yan could rest assured that Ghost Stone and Lijuan Chicken would no longer defy him. Who could believe that even Suicun would yield to his presence? Such prestige was not something one could easily attain. Amidst the brief astonishment, Suicun, having expressed its apology, prepared to turn away, recognizing the impropriety of trespassing. Lin Yan could not help but call out, "Suicun, wait. You cannot return just yet. You require my assistance to make your way back. If you leave now, it could take an eternity. Allow me to aid you." Lin Yan's reasoning was straightforward. Should Suicun depart, the journey back to the distant realm of the Sea of Strings would be perilous and time-consuming. Moreover, unforeseen events could arise along the way, a scenario he dreaded. The only feasible method to facilitate Suicun's return was through the mirage effect of the 2 secret realms, which would enable a reverse transportation, a far more expedient solution. Without such assistance, traversing mountains and oceans would be an arduous endeavor. Lin Yan's plea to halt Suicun was purely motivated by concern for its well-being. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Suicun recognized the offer of help and paused, somewhat taken aback. "Really? Are you willing to assist me in returning?" Suicun inquired. Lin Yan nodded resolutely, embodying a noble demeanor. "Of course. Did you think I awakened you for any other purpose? I am here to escort you home." The sincerity in his words and demeanor moved Suicun deeply. Despite having intruded upon Lin Yan's domain, he bore no anger and instead proposed to help it return. This kindness would not be forgotten by Suicun. In a few exchanged words, Lin Yan could scarcely fathom that he had just rendered a favor to one of the 3 sacred beasts, a favor that, given Suicun's reasonable nature, would undoubtedly be repaid in kind. "Thank you, Lin Yan. I accept your assistance. What shall we do next?" Upon hearing this, the Pokemon present were left utterly dumbfounded. Who is this person? He has made a divine beast apologize and express gratitude. This defies reason. Chapter 64. The remarkable functions of Jarvis amidst the astonished gazes of the nearby Pokemon. Lin Yan patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility for escorting you back. You should rest while I devise a plan. With that, Suicun ceased its hasty departure, choosing instead to wait for Lin Yan to facilitate its return. Meanwhile, Lin Yan began contemplating how to create the mirage effect in reverse, while also feeling compelled to assess Suicun's level with his insight. Pokemon, Suicun, Water. Nature, Careful, Special Attack decreased. Special Defense increased. Level, 150. Potential, Leader. Ability, Pressure, imposes a strong pressure upon entry, significantly reducing the frequency of opponents' moves. Hidden ability, Inner Focus, through mental training. It remains unfazed by opponents' attacks. Moves, Blizzard, Water Cannon, Rain Dance, Quick Attack, Wind, Mirror Coat, Psychic, Surf, Goodness. A staggering level of 150? This is a Pokemon of the leader tier. Lin Yan gasped internally, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at Suicun. A level of 150 was undoubtedly the highest he had encountered in this world. Previously, he had seen documentaries illustrating that even Pokemon at levels 60 or 70 could obliterate the highest combat capabilities of the Kuin-style fighter jets. Given this world's advanced technology, the Kuin-style jets were among the elite, their power comparable to that of an aircraft carrier, especially with their missile capabilities, which could annihilate a building in an instant. Yet, even the formidable Kuin-style jets could not rival the might of powerful Pokemon, excelling in both lethality and agility. It was evident just how immense Suicun's strength was at level 150, capable of summoning winds and rains with ease. Lin Yan couldn't help but ponder the might of other legendary Pokemon like Rayquaza or Lugia. Their powers could likely decimate an entire nation with but a gesture. Fortunately, there had been no reports of multiple legendary Pokemon awakening. It seemed that aside from Rayquaza's recent arrival in Japan, the other deities remained dormant or had reached a truce with humanity, information that had not been disclosed by the authorities. Let us not dwell on that, Lin Yan thought. His own strength was still lacking, and Ghost Stone and Lijuan Chicken had a long way to go. With his training, it was not impossible for them to rival legendary beings in the future. With that mindset, Lin Yan turned his attention to Jarvis, seeking to understand the principles of mirages. With Jarvis's assistance, a wealth of information regarding the phenomenon flooded his vision. According to the explanation, mirages arise when humidity and air density reach a critical threshold, allowing sunlight to refract and manifest at a distant location, constituting a series of optical phenomena. Upon reviewing this information, Lin Yan surmised that the unique temporal and spatial conditions of the secret realms enabled the mirages to facilitate transportation, creating a connection between the two realms. Thus, the key lay in manipulating air density and sunlight refraction. Lin Yan glanced skyward. The day was sunny, but it was already past 2 in the afternoon, and the sun's intensity would not be as strong as at noon. If he hoped to utilize sunlight refraction to activate the mirage effect, it would not be feasible to send Suicun back today. He would have to wait until noon tomorrow when the sun was at its zenith. After considering the influence of sunlight, Lin Yan quickly identified another crucial point. Although the two secret realms were connected like mirages, it appeared from his prior knowledge that every instance of transportation had originated from the larger secret realm. With no known cases of Pokemon being sent from the Lake of Remembrance, is the sun in the west warmer than in Longwa? Lin Yan pondered. The only plausible explanation seems to be this, as I have yet to visit the west myself. However, I have heard that the weather there is indeed considerably warmer than that of the Dragon Kingdom. In light of this, I must consider the insufficient sunlight within the Lake of Remembrance, for without the proper air density and sunlight, the mirage effect would be unattainable. Regarding the issue of inadequate sunlight, Lin Yan does not perceive it as a significant problem. He recalls that certain fire-type Pokemon can learn a powerful move called Sunny Day, which is primarily utilized in team battles to enhance the power of fire-type moves under intense sunlight. Thus, by leveraging sunlight, it seems feasible to overcome this challenge, provided he can locate 2 fire-type Pokemon capable of executing the Sunny Day move within the Lake of Remembrance. Now, resolving the issue of sunlight leaves only the matter of air density, which confounds Lin Yan. He is uncertain about the humidity and density of the air in that region, and to replicate the precise effect, some investigation is necessary. Turning to Jarvis, he conceives a plan. Given that Jarvis is the first Rotom phone in this world, essentially a super artificial intelligence, it may be capable of directly gathering data regarding air density from the internet. Jarvis, could you assist me? Please search for the air density at the Sea of Lyre in Greece today. Initially, Lin Yan approached this with a sense of skepticism, uncertain if Jarvis could fulfill his request. However, Jarvis's capabilities soon surpassed Lin Yan's expectations. perhaps due to the advanced technology in this world and the luxurious model of the phone it was equipped with. It was able to measure the air density from tens of thousands of kilometers away. This sensation reminded Lin Yan of checking the time in other countries using his phone in a previous life. He was pleasantly surprised by Jarvis's efficacy. Jarvis is currently analyzing. Today's temperature at the Sea of Lyre has reached 45 degrees Celsius, with an air humidity of 86. Jarvis, you are truly remarkable. Lin Yan could not help but praise. By the way, can you also detect the temperature and air humidity at our current location? The current temperature is 32 degrees Celsius, with a maximum of 35 degrees Celsius today, and the air humidity is at 60. Upon hearing Jarvis's findings, Lin Yan compared the temperatures of the two locations and confirmed that, as he suspected, the air temperature and humidity in the West were indeed significantly higher than in the Dragon Kingdom. However, with Jarvis's ability to monitor the temperatures of both locations at any time, Lin Yan felt assured about initiating the Mirage Effect. Chapter 65. Please recognize Professor Oak with a clever idea in mind. Lin Yan strode confidently towards Suicun. Suicun, it seems you'll have to wait until tomorrow to return. You should rest well tonight. I will send you back by noon tomorrow. Suicun nodded appreciatively. Thank you so much, Lin Yan. You're welcome. After a brief conversation, Lin Yan and Suicun began to bond, hinting at the formation of a friendship. Once their chat concluded, Suicun returned to its palace to meditate, preparing for its journey home the following day. Following Suicun's departure, Lin Yan began organizing the next steps. He approached several Pokémon and paused briefly, addressing them. Everyone. Now that Suicun is awake and has no animosity towards us, we must escort it back to its territory, and I will need your assistance. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the three major clans within the Lake of Remembrance regarded him with utmost respect, nodding gravely. Lin Yan's words held the weight of a royal decree. Devoid of their usual arrogance, they expressed their willingness to comply with his every directive. Seeing their obedience saved Lin Yan considerable effort, and the subsequent task distribution proceeded smoothly. The first order of business was to locate several Fire-type Pokémon capable of using Sunny Day. Once found, most issues would be resolved. This task was naturally assigned to the leaders of the three clans. Upon receiving the assignment, the Beedrill, Arbok, and Shelmet immediately set off to their respective territories to gather companions in search of Fire-type Pokémon. Once they departed, the lakeside fell silent, leaving Gengar and Blaziken feeling somewhat at a loss. What about us? Daika? Shua? Perceiving their boredom, Lin Yan contemplated. Why don't we find some fun? Don't you want to battle as well? How about we search for Fire-type Pokémon capable of Sunny Day while battling along the way? Daika, Shua, Gengar, and Blaziken eagerly agreed, brimming with excitement. All right, let us set forth. With that, Lin Yan, accompanied by Gengar and Blaziken, vanished from the lakeside, heading towards the primeval forest. Throughout the afternoon, he sought Fire-type Pokémon in the Lake of Remembrance, simultaneously taking the opportunity to educate Gengar and Blaziken about the Pokémon within the area. Given their current strength, they were not merely formidable in the Lake of Remembrance. They could dominate most adversaries, reveling in their battles while Lin Yan diligently executed his tasks. Time swiftly passed into the evening. Although they did not encounter any Fire-type Pokémon that afternoon, both Gengar and Blaziken gained significant experience from their confrontations with wild Pokémon. Gengar had reached level 37, while Blaziken attained level 32. Their combat experience, combined with Lin Yan's adept guidance, enabled them to tackle many battles successfully. However, aside from their progress, Lin Yan was most pleased with the outreach achieved during this time. In just a few hours, Professor Oak's forum and Doshing had disseminated information about over 20 wild Pokémon. His luck value concurrently rose to 1048 points. Thanks to Jarvis, Lin Yan saved considerable time. Not only could it maintain a signal within the secret realm, but it also handled editing and publishing tasks. Watching his follower count soar, Lin Yan found joy in the process, especially with the comments from netizens, which brought him immense amusement. Autumn Breeze, Professor Oak, Professor, you have finally appeared. The last information on electric-type Pokémon was incredibly useful. My Pikachu has grown remarkably. However, I have been raising it for over a year now. How can I evolve it into Raichu? I really like that proud Raichu from last time. Professor Oak replied, you need to acquire a Thunderstone, which contains the power of lightning. With it, your Pikachu can evolve into Raichu. High school student who loves basketball. Professor Oak, have you heard about the new Pokeballs that have recently come out? Why have I been unable to capture wild Pokémon despite using them several times? Is there an issue with their quality? Can you help me out? Professor Oak replied, when using Pokeballs to capture wild Pokémon, you first need to battle and weaken them. Only when they gradually lose their ability to resist can you throw the Pokeball to capture them. Unless the wild Pokemon is very fond of you, you will need to engage in battle to capture them. General U's little fanboy, Professor Oak. What kind of Pokemon can I capture to enhance my prestige? Professor Oak replied. Unbeknownst to him, the sun dipped below the horizon, ushering in the evening. It was only after dinner that Lin Yan managed to respond to the first batch of questions from netizens. Observing the thousands of posts awaiting his responses, a sense of helplessness washed over his face, yet he also felt a strange delight in the task. It was evident that a greater effort in public education was necessary. Otherwise, he would be replying indefinitely. Lin Yan pondered silently. Ultimately, he refrained from addressing each post individually and instead pinned a post along with a video. Dear friends, there's no need to rush. For those wishing to learn about various Pokemon, please trust the authoritative account of Professor Oak. He will accompany you in exploring this world. Until next time, let us meet again in the next video. At that very moment, the esteemed scholars from the 3 major research institutes of Longhua found themselves deep in thought after watching Professor Oak's video. They had been aware of this newfound figure online since last month. While they could not deny the precision of his outreach and explanations, it simultaneously threatened their own research. A middle-aged man, adorned with spectacles, furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. Everyone, you must have noticed. We now have but one choice, to find him and invite him to join the Longhua Research Institute. If such a luminary were to ally with another nation, it would undoubtedly lead to significant losses for us. I concur. So do I, echoed the scholars of the 3 institutes in unison. Once he had posted, Lin Yan wore a satisfied smile. At this pace, the completion of his educational campaign on all Pokemon was within reach. Moreover, thanks to the emergence of the Dawn Group, the majority of people had begun to accept the terms Pokeball and Pokemon, discarding the previous term anomalous beasts. This convenience greatly facilitated his mission. Witnessing the world gradually align with his modest efforts filled Lin Yan with a profound sense of fulfillment. He likely remained unaware that, beyond the digital realm, even greater transformations were occurring in reality. After the renaming, people were not only more accepting of the arrival of Pokemon, but their ability to correctly articulate their names also deepened the bonds between many Pokemon and trainers. With the afternoon's outreach efforts largely successful, Lin Yan estimated that the Pokemon within the Ihu secret realm had been sufficiently educated. He figured that once he returned Suicun, he could depart within a day. Reflecting on the 800-plus Pokemon still awaiting his education, he felt a surge of anticipation rather than burden. However, first and foremost, he needed to swiftly enhance the abilities of Gengar and Blaziken, as well as attain the status of a spirit investigator. Only then could he expand his educational endeavors, thereby ushering in an unprecedented era of Pokemon prosperity. Resolute, Lin Yan brimming with determination. Yet for the moment, he had to prioritize returning Suicun to the Qihai secret realm. Chapter 66, a blink of an eye in the face of threats at 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yan arrived at the lakeside, where he had arranged to meet with the leaders of the 3 major clans. The leaders acted with remarkable efficiency, bringing forth more than 10 fire-type wild Pokemon within just a few hours. Had Lin Yan searched the Ihu secret realm alone, he could have been occupied for an eternity. Such is the advantage of collective effort. However, upon employing his inside heart, he discerned that among them, only one Charizard could utilize the move Sunny Day. It was no surprise, considering the Ihu secret realm was a micro-realm with generally low-level Pokemon, predominantly water and grass types. Thus, having even one fire-type Pokemon capable of using Sunny Day was commendable. Lin Yan instructed the leader of the Shelmet to return the other fire-type Pokemon, retaining only the Charizard. He intended to observe the effects of its Sunny Day move. Once everything was prepared, he approached the level 35 Charizard. The creature appeared quite docile, perhaps intimidated by the 3 leaders' threats, and was surprisingly compliant, markedly more so than Lin Yan's previous impressions of Charizards. Next, Lin Yan briefly explained his plan to the Charizard. He aimed to use its Sunny Day move to evaporate the lake water tomorrow at noon, thereby increasing the humidity of the surrounding air. The Charizard seemed to grasp the concept, appearing relieved as it realized the task was not as formidable as it had anticipated. It readily agreed. Very well, let us see the effects of your Sunny Day move, Lin Yan commanded. Charizard, use Sunny Day? With remarkable cooperation, the Charizard initiated the move. Steam began to emanate from its body, and the surrounding air grew increasingly warm. Flames flickered from the peaks of its back. In the next moment, a searing red orb of light charged from the Charizard's hump and soared into the sky. Under the illumination of this orb, the temperature below became notably intense. This was the fire-type move, Sunny Day. The red orb above persisted for about 5 minutes before gradually dimming, restoring the temperature to its normal state. After witnessing the Charizard's sunny day, Lin Yan gained insight into its capabilities. However, relying solely on this one Charizard would likely not suffice to evaporate the lake water and achieve the desired humidity. He would need several more Fire-type Pokémon capable of using Sunny Day. At that moment, his gaze shifted to his Blaziken. He vaguely recalled that Blaziken could also learn Sunny Day. Blaziken, come over here. Woo. Blaziken appeared somewhat puzzled, but nevertheless approached Lin Yan and the Charizard. Once it arrived, Lin Yan examined it closely, assured that it would be capable of learning Sunny Day. Blaziken, did you see the skill that Charizard just used? I'll have it teach you how to do it as well. How does that sound? Upon hearing the trainer's suggestion, Blaziken readily agreed without hesitation. For it, acquiring more skills was undoubtedly beneficial, and there was no reason to refuse. I aspire to be the leader of the fire types. With its enthusiastic response, Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Then you shall start learning Sunny Day from Charizard now. Charizard, I leave this child in your capable hands. With that, Charizard indicated its agreement, primarily out of fear of the three clan leaders, and promptly began instructing Blaziken. Given Blaziken's potential, Lin Yan had no doubt that it would master Sunny Day without difficulty. Having arranged their training, Lin Yan turned his attention back to the leaders of the Shelmet. Excuse me, may I inquire if these are the only fire-type Pokémon in the Ihu secret realm, or are there others nearby? Lin Yan asked. In response to his query, the three leaders fell into contemplation and then nodded in unison. Seeing them agree indicated that the previously mentioned Pokémon were indeed all that resided in the Ihu secret realm. Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. This was problematic. Would he have to venture out to seek assistance from other trainers with fire-type Pokémon? Lin Yan briefly entertained the thought of seeking other trainers' help, but quickly dismissed the idea. The moment Suicun's arrival was announced, it would undoubtedly incite a wave of panic. If humans reacted with hostility towards Suicun in their fear, he could not guarantee that this level 150 divine beast would not retaliate. Considering this, the idea of seeking assistance outside the mystical realm was promptly dismissed. It seems that the only course of action is to search for wild fire-type Pokémon within the confines of the realm. However, since this domain belongs to the Pokémon, Lin Yan was uncertain whether the fire-type Pokémon dwelling in the Lake of Remembrance were as they had been described. In order to ascertain this fact, he decided to inquire once more, with a mindset of experimentation. When Lin Yan posed his question for the second time, the leaders of the Shelmet and Arbok families immediately shook their heads, indicating they were unaware of the whereabouts of other fire-type Pokémon. At that moment, however, the leader of the Beedrill fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that it knew where to find wild fire-type Pokémon within the Lake of Remembrance? Holding on to this thought, Lin Yan asked, Beedrill, do you perhaps know where there are fire-type Pokémon? The Beedrill nodded in response. Lin Yan hastily began to translate with Jarvis. Through Jarvis's translation, he learned that there were not just the three leaders present in the Lake of Remembrance. Since the last Mirage transport incident, many foreign Pokémon had arrived, and to survive in this unfamiliar territory, they had banded together to claim a certain area as their own. It was said that the Pokémon leading this group possessed remarkable strength. Currently, the Pokémon that once inhabited the Lake of Remembrance could not enter that territory, including the three leaders present. Therefore, if they wished to find other fire-type Pokémon, they would need to venture into that area. Upon receiving this encouraging news, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming joy. It was as if the heavens had provided him with a glimmer of hope. This seemed like a feasible solution. However, when he suggested that the Beedrill leader guide him there, the Beedrill hesitated in place. What was the matter? Let us hurry, gather your companions. I believe they will not pose a threat. The Beedrill appeared to recall something, a flicker of terror crossing its face. Sensing the fear in its expression and tone, Lin Yan furrowed his brow. Could it be that the Pokémon in that territory were exceptionally strong? The Beedrill nodded vigorously. Confirming the formidable strength of the Pokémon in that territory, Lin Yan fell into contemplation, stealing a few glances at the three leaders in front of him. Noticing their evasive gazes and their previous reluctance to discuss the matter, Lin Yan took a deep breath. From the demeanor of the Beedrill and the others, it was evident that the combined strength of the Pokémon in that territory might surpass even that of the Shelmet, Arbok, and Beedrill families combined. Yet, having promised Suicun to return it to the Qinghai realm the following day, Lin Yan found himself with no alternative. He had to investigate that territory of foreign Pokémon. Resolving his thoughts, Lin Yan declared, "Let us go. Fear not, for I am here with you. You shall come to no harm. Allow me to witness just how strong those Pokémon are." Jengar, prepare for battle. Chapter 67. Have we encountered a ghost? Under Lin Yan's command, the three leaders had no choice but to agree to venture into the territory in search of fire-type Pokémon. However, Relying solely on Gengar and the three leaders would not suffice. They needed to bring along some of their elite companions, for seeking out trouble was not Lin Yan's style. After half an hour of organizing, the Shelmet family dispatched over a dozen Shelmets. The Arbok family sent forth over a dozen Arbok, and the Beedrill family contributed more than 20 Beedrills. With this formidable force at his side, Lin Yan led them towards the territory of the newly dominant Pokémon in the Lake of Remembrance. The group of dozens of Pokémon traversed through the dense forest for over an hour until the Beedrill leader halted, pointing ahead and sounding a warning. Lin Yan understood that they were approaching the territory occupied by the foreign Pokémon. Fear not. We are numerous, and we are all elite. Just follow my lead. After reassuring them, Lin Yan began to survey the surrounding environment. Within the Lake of Remembrance, the landscape was predominantly composed of water and primordial forests. However, this particular location was distinct. Lin Yan discovered it to be a rare rocky area, filled with various stones, resembling a miniature Stonehenge, enveloped by an assortment of boulders. Given this, it was likely that the area was predominantly inhabited by rock-type or ground-type Pokémon. Otherwise, they would not have chosen this site as their stronghold. With this in mind, Lin Yan felt more assured. There was a natural rule in the wild. To prevent excessive casualties from brawls, disputes were often settled between leaders. Much like ancient battles where champions were sent forth to determine the victor, Lin Yan had already devised a plan. If negotiations failed, he would have Gengar challenge the opposing leader to a duel. He felt confident in this approach, with Gengar's current level of 37. It surpassed the levels of the three leaders present, and with his guidance, overcoming such a challenge would be far from impossible. Even in the worst-case scenario of engaging in a battle with the opposing leader, Lin Yan felt no fear. With this resolved in his mind, he began to direct the Pokémon beside him to step into the rocky area. The movement of dozens of Pokémon inevitably caused a considerable commotion, attracting the attention of the resident Pokémon. Soon, a towering Pokémon, leading a group of others, emerged from the rocky expanse, filled with fury. At that moment, both sides confronted one another, and the resounding roar from the imposing figure brought Lin Yan and his companions to a halt. Upon turning to investigate the source of the sound, Lin Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a Boskage. He immediately recognized the towering figure, standing over 2 meters tall. Resembling a monstrous beast, clad in metallic armor, it was indeed a Boskage. The roar was a warning from the Boskage. Now, he understood why the three leaders of the Lake of Remembrance dared not provoke it. This was a battle they could not win. Whether it was the Shelmet, Arbok, or Beedrill, none could hope to breach the defenses of this Boskage. It was no wonder he had sensed their trepidation prior to their arrival. Now it all made sense. However, Lin Yan remained unfazed. Every Pokémon has its weaknesses, and Boskage, despite its size, was relatively cumbersome. Moreover, given its strengths in physical attack and defense, it posed minimal threat to Gengar. If it came to a fight, Lin Yan was confident he could prevail. Yet, combat was not his intention. He had come to seek out the fire-type Pokémon capable of summoning clear skies. Casting a glance at the Pokémon flanking Boskage, Lin Yan quickly spotted 2 Colossals. Remarkably, it seemed his journey had not been in vain. Those 2 Colossals were precisely the fire-type Pokémon he sought. Confirming his objective, Lin Yan signaled for the Pokémon behind him to remain in place while he approached Boskage alone, accompanied only by Gengar. Seeing that a human dared to approach without fear, accompanied by just one Pokémon, Boskage felt a twinge of admiration, yet it issued a questioning roar. Roar? Without needing Jarvis to translate, Lin Yan grasped that it was inquiring about his intentions. Greetings, Boskage. We mean you no harm. We simply seek the assistance of the 2 Colossals behind you. Lin Yan spoke politely. However, Boskage was not inclined to relent. Regardless of your intentions, if you threaten my companions, you shall face my wrath. A pair of piercing eyes fixated on Lin Yan, radiating an unmistakable air of disdain. Impossible. The disdainful expression conveyed its thoughts, prompting Lin Yan's lips to twitch slightly. It seemed this creature was resolutely unwilling to grant him any semblance of respect. Although Lin Yan had intended to engage in further conversation, the next moment, Boshikadora began emitting a cacophonous noise to drive away the creature before him. Realizing that further dialogue was futile against such a stubborn Pokémon, Lin Yan understood that force would be necessary to handle this obstinate foe. Covering his ears, he shouted, Boshikadora, is this all you're capable of? Merely making noise to intimidate? Do you dare to challenge my Jing host? If we win, we dictate the terms. As the final syllable left his lips, Boshikadora ceased its metallic clamor, casting a scornful glance at Lin Yan. After a moment's contemplation, it nodded in agreement. Very well. Show me your prowess. Such arrogance was intolerable. Lin Yan could no longer restrain himself, nor could Jinghost. The two exchanged a determined glance, and in an instant, the atmosphere transformed, lending an air of seriousness to Bashikadora. Let us settle who the true leader is through battle. Jinghost, utilize the odd light. As the command echoed, Jinghost's eyes turned a brilliant blue, unleashing a peculiar beam directly towards Bashikadora. Lin Yan had presumed that Bashikadora's substantial bulk would render it unable to evade the attack. Yet its speed surpassed his expectations, allowing it to dodge Jinghost's odd light with astonishing agility. In the moment Lin Yan was taken aback. Bashikadora had already charged towards Jinghost, its head lowered, evidently intending to execute a steel headbutt. Were a typical Pokémon to confront Bashikadora's steel-like horn, they would surely suffer grave injury. However, this tactic proved utterly ineffective against Jinghost. Lin Yan need not even direct Jinghost to evade. The outcome unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Bashikadora, employing its steel headbutt, passed right through Jinghost's ethereal form. This bewildered Bashikadora, experiencing its first encounter with a ghost-type Pokémon. It turned, eyes wide with disbelief, gazing at the undamaged Jinghost floating effortlessly in midair. Perhaps it considered its initial failure a stroke of luck. But it soon charged at Jinghost once more with another steel headbutt. Yet, the result remained unchanged. It could inflict not a single scratch on Jinghost. Seeing its opponent fail repeatedly to land a hit, Jinghost could not suppress its laughter. The sound of its mirth only incensed Bashikadora further, leading it to abandon rational thought and launch a series of reckless assaults against Jinghost. Yet, against Jinghost, these attacks were so ineffectual that they barely registered as a tickle. Unbeknownst to them, several rounds passed in their fierce clash. All surrounding wild Pokémon were taken aback by Jinghost's abilities. Regardless of how Bashikadora attacked, it could not touch the levitating Jinghost. Soon, Bashikadora, having exerted itself to the limit, began to pant heavily. Its relentless offensive had drained its stamina significantly. While brute strength often prevailed in most battles, it was wholly insufficient against Jinghost. For Jinghost would demonstrate that sheer power meant little when pitted against innate physical immunity. With Bashikadora's final attack missing its mark, it could no longer maintain its composure, succumbing to Jinghost's onslaught. How am I supposed to fight back? Bashikadora plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath, its demeanor akin to a disgruntled child. Lin Yan could not help but chuckle at the sight. This Pokémon possessed considerable strength. It was likely that even the combined might of Sharpedo, Gyarados, and Beedrill would pale in comparison. Alas, encountering Jinghost this evening was indeed unfortunate for it. Lin Yan contemplated the impressive display of prowess Bashikadora had exhibited. He had no doubt that, had it participated in the last Wuhan Youth Beast competition, it would have emerged as the undeniable champion. Its speed was astonishing, a remarkable contrast to its hefty frame. It was known that such heavyweight Pokémon inherently boasted formidable destructive capabilities. Coupled with its speed, it compensated for its deficiencies while dealing tremendous damage in battle. Moreover, Lin Yan realized he had yet to utilize the Insight Heart to assess Bashikadora's level and potential. If its potential were suitable, he might consider capturing it. Resolutely, Lin Yan activated the Insight Heart. Pokémon, Bashikadora, Steel, Rock, Nature, Cheerful, Special Attack Reduced. Speed increased, Level, 42, Potential, Legendary, Ability, Sturdy, cannot be knocked out in one hit. Regardless of the opponent's strongest attack, Hidden Ability, Heavy Metal, its weight doubles. Moves, Metal Claw, Harden, Tackle, Steel Headbutt, Metal Sound. Wow, this is an absolute weapon. Upon reviewing Bashikadora's stats, Lin Yan perceived it as a formidable entity capable of overturning a tank with ease. Especially notable was its hidden ability, Heavy Metal. The implications of doubling its weight were staggering. An adult Bashikadora typically weighed around 700 pounds, and with double the weight, it would reach a staggering 1,500 pounds. Nearing a ton. By contrast, an adult Tyranitar weighs merely around 400 pounds, meaning this Bashikadora's weight was approaching that of 4 Tyranitars. Lin Yan had no doubt that Bashikadora's potential surpassed that of most Tyranitars, making it a Pokémon that could rival demigods in the future. Reflecting on the extraordinary luck bestowed upon him by the system, Lin Yan was increasingly convinced that this Bashikadora was the rare Pokémon destined to cross his path. In terms of both potential and strength, it was more than deserving of the system's 1,000 luck value. Sometimes, fortune itself is a form of power. Elated, Lin Yan approached Bashikadora, already contemplating how to capture it. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that Jinghost had emerged victorious, and Bashikadora, now seated on the ground, had evidently conceded. Yet, he wondered whether it truly accepted this outcome. What is the matter? Bashikadora, Do you wish to continue battling? Lin Yan feigned nonchalance, though his mind was already strategizing the next steps. Impossible. Bashikadora grunted dismissively, shifting its gaze elsewhere, clearly still maintaining an air of defiance. Very well. If you still possess strength, shall we have another go? Otherwise, tonight, we are the victors. Lin Yan struck at Bashikadora's pride. For it, the prospect of losing the title of leader this evening was the ultimate humiliation. Feeling a tug at its heart, Bashikadora glanced once more at Jing Host. However, it was utterly exhausted. The weight of its own mass coupled with the exertion from battle left it incapable of continuing the fight, leading it to express its dissatisfaction with a forlorn gaze. Yet, in the Pokémon world, defeat is simply that, defeat. It was not that Bashikadora could not accept losing. It merely struggled with the notion of conceding the battle in such a manner. Yet, in the end, it was indeed a defeat for oneself. Regardless of any lingering dissatisfaction within, Bashikadora could only adopt a demeanor of acquiescence. Compared to the initially arrogant Kadora, it now resembled a fierce tiger stripped of its fangs, compelled to relinquish its position as the leader for the night. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction and turned to his Pokémon, addressing them with enthusiasm. Everyone, tonight I am the boss. Take those 2 cold tortoises away. As soon as he finished speaking, the leaders of the 3 major clans sprang into action, directing their companions to escort the 2 cold tortoises away. With Ghost Stone's recent victory, both teams of Pokémon now understood who the boss for the evening was. Although reluctant, the 2 cold tortoises dared not voice their anger and could only follow the lead of the armored shell Pokémon. With the first objective of the night accomplished, only one remained, to capture the Kadora before him. The defeated creature rose to depart, but at that moment, Lin Yan called out to it, retrieving Jarvis to prepare for translation. Kadora, halt. You may have lost today, but do you know why you lost? Hearing his voice, Kadora turned back. If it were any other question, it would have ignored him, but the query posed by Lin Yan was undoubtedly the one it yearned to understand most. Dora? Kadora paused. Intrigued, Lin Yan replied coolly, it is because you are simply too weak. As a heavyweight Pokémon, you should not be bested by one that has yet to reach its final evolution. Do you not find this a humiliation? Kadora was taken aback. It had expected this human to genuinely explain the reasons behind its defeat. Instead, it was met with a rather scathing remark. Dora. An unrelenting roar erupted once more. Yet now Kadora noticeably lacked its former conviction. Do you believe this is useful? Is it so difficult to admit your weakness? Let me tell you, if you continue to hold yourself in such high regard, oblivious to others, your journey will reach an inevitable conclusion. I have heard you were transported from the Qinghai secret realm, and I trust you understand that here, while you may dominate a small territory as a leader, within the Qinghai secret realm, you are likely just an ordinary entity, correct? Lin Yan's words, though devoid of direct commentary on strength, were nevertheless steeped in implications of power. Kadora's face flushed with indignation. Chapter 69, Capturing the Elder Kadora. It found itself at a loss to counter the truths articulated by Lin Yan. Just as he had stated, in the Qinghai secret realm, it was indeed a rather commonplace Pokémon. Recalling the might of the true powerhouses, it felt utterly insignificant. In order to survive and obtain more food and resources, it had tirelessly strived to overcome its own cumbersome form. Yet even now, with its speed at its peak, it could barely sustain itself, for in the Qinghai secret realm, it still fell woefully short of the true giants. After a moment of silence, Kadora offered no reply, merely gazing intently at the human and ghost stone before it, a burning desire to grow stronger flickering in its eyes. It had imagined that upon arriving in this region, it would reign supreme, only to be swiftly schooled in the inadequacies of its own power. Lin Yan sensed the spark of ambition in Kadora's gaze and asked deliberately, "Do you wish to become stronger? Do you aspire to be a true leader?" This time, Kadora nodded without hesitation. "Dora, very well, since you desire strength. Why not accompany me? You have just witnessed that this child, despite lacking in raw power compared to you, was able to defeat you by leveraging its physical advantages. This is what you currently lack. You require a strong human who understands you to aid your development. I can assure you that if you join me, within a year, I will undoubtedly facilitate a transformation beyond your imagination. During this time, I will generously provide you with all the resources I obtain. What do you think?" At this moment, Kadora hesitated. The sting of defeat coupled with its previous inadequacies fueled an intense yearning to grow stronger, for in the wild, only the powerful could thrive. It understood the significance of becoming formidable. Lin Yan's stirring words awakened the latent potential within this Pokémon, instilling a sense of clarity as if invisible hands were guiding it toward a destiny of strength. In pursuit of grasping its fate, Kadora turned to Lin Yan with resolute determination in its eyes. "Dora, Can you truly guarantee that I will become stronger? Through Jarvis's translation, Lin Yan grasped its inquiry and nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, as long as you believe, I will help you grow stronger. Such unwavering assurances often ignited boundless hope. Under Lin Yan's promise, the aspiring Kadora found no reason to refuse and began to approach him. Faced with this colossal creature, whose weight nearly approached a ton, Lin Yan exhibited no fear. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. After all, if he were to fear even his own Pokémon, what right would he have to be their trainer? As Kadora drew near, its immense presence was still formidable, leaving those around in awe. While Ghost Stone prepared for any eventuality, yet in the next moment, to the astonishment of the gathered Pokémon, the once dominant Kadora of the Forgotten Lake bowed its head and knelt on one knee before Lin Yan. Surprised by such a show of submission, Lin Yan paused momentarily until Kadora's deep voice broke through his reverie. Dora, the rich, resonant sound was laden with allegiance, prompting Lin Yan to reach out and gently stroke its two pairs of sharp horns. Kadora offered no resistance. This was its declaration of loyalty to Lin Yan. Now, standing side by side, they resembled a knight who had tamed a powerful beast, an image that felt entirely fitting. Rise, Kadora. I can sense your unwavering desire to grow stronger. From now on, rest assured, if I, Lin Yan, cannot help you attain strength, I shall present my head to you. Under the moonlight, both human and Pokémon expressed their resolve to one another. A Pokémon yearning for power and a human brimming with potential, marking the beginning of their bond. The subsequent capture unfolded seamlessly, with Kadora entering Lin Yan's Pokéball, thus officially becoming his fourth Pokémon. Clutching the newly captured Pokéball, Lin Yan was unable to contain his excitement. I have captured Kadora. The following day, the sun shone brightly, and the warmth of the morning light hinted at a splendid day ahead. Early in the morning, Lin Yan began arranging for the activation of the Mirage at noon. He, along with his Pokémon, the Fire Camel from the previous night, and the two Coal Tortoises made their way to the palace of Suicun. At that moment, the awakened Suicun was drinking by the lakeside, and Lin Yan greeted it with enthusiasm. Good morning, Suicun. I will be able to send you back by noon today. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and upon hearing his voice, Suicun appeared before Lin Yan in an instant. The nearby Pokémon, encountering Suicun for the first time, were taken aback, feeling a palpable sense of pressure emanating from this superior being, which made it difficult for them to breathe. They began to understand why the armored shell Pokémon had not dared to approach. Lo and behold, a divine beast was present. Amidst the astonishment of the Pokémon, Lin Yan engaged Suicun in casual conversation. I am truly grateful to you, Lin Yan. I am also prepared. After exchanging a few words with Suicun, Lin Yan began to lead the nearby Pokémon in earnest. With the appearance of Suicun, the following arrangements saw each of them displaying an extraordinary level of seriousness, not daring to exhibit even a hint of carelessness, especially for the newly captured Blaziken. Witnessing its trainer engaging in jovial conversation with a legendary beast only solidified its resolve to follow him, certain that it was the right choice. Subsequently, among the arrangements, the four Pokémon capable of using the Sunny Day move took their positions. Since the early morning, they had been unleashing the Sunny Day technique by the lakeshore, aiming to elevate the humidity of the atmosphere surrounding the Lost Lake to match that of the Melody Sea. Although the combined efforts of the four Fire-type Pokémon were insufficient to raise the temperature of the entire secret realm, Lin Yan could gradually sense the heat waves rising around him, with steam evaporating from the lake under the influence of their Sunny Day move. To enhance the efficacy of their technique, he generously retrieved previously prepared berries and energy cubes from his backpack, ensuring the Pokémon could recover after using their skills. He even distributed Sharam berries evenly among the four Fire-type Pokémon. The value of these precious resources alone exceeded millions, indicating that Lin Yan was indeed investing heavily in sending Suicun back. Observing the diligent Fire-type Pokémon executing their Sunny Day move, Lin Yan envisioned the scene after Suicun's return, his heart swelling with anticipation for the rewards outlined in the system task. A sealed legendary egg, perhaps? This time, I must secure it. Chapter 70. Farewell. New task. With the relentless efforts of the four Fire-type Pokémon, the lake water gradually evaporated under their Sunny Day move. The humidity along the lakeshore surged dramatically. The scorching temperature combined with the damp air created a stifling atmosphere reminiscent of a summer day long devoid of rain. This was precisely the effect Lin Yan desired. He had been closely monitoring the detailed temperature and humidity statistics provided by Jarvis, estimating that by noon, they would achieve conditions akin to those of the Melody Sea. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 11:30. Lin Yan encouraged the four Fire-type Pokémon. Keep up the good work, everyone. Noon is almost here. Once we reach that point, your task will be complete. Upon hearing the news that the end was in sight, the fire-type Pokémon, nearly exhausted, summoned the last vestiges of their strength. Initially, they had approached the sunny day task with a mere sense of duty. However, as they continued, they were astonished to discover the fire energy within them surging. With the consumption of energy supplemented by abundant resources, they felt their internal energy gradually expanding. The enhancement they experienced was far greater than a month's worth of regular training, transforming the task into a profound training session, with each skill release infused with all their might. Notably, Blaziken, who had learned Sunny Day just last night, began to understand her trainer's intent. He sought to conduct special training through this method, which she found utterly fantastic. Reveling in the experience, Blaziken admired Lin Yan's unique training approach, acutely aware of the elevation of her fiery energy. However, Lin Yan himself might not realize that allowing them to continually unleash Sunny Day could yield significant training benefits. Perhaps it would take another battle for Lin Yan to notice Blaziken's progress in mastering fire energy. Before long, the sun ascended to its apex, heralding the arrival of noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, casting golden ripples upon the lake's surface, accompanied by 4 crimson orbs resting upon the water. Lin Yan called for Suicun to join him at the lakeshore, preparing to witness the miraculous spectacle that was about to unfold. Although Suicun was uncertain of Lin Yan's intentions, it too sensed the environmental changes and could hardly contain its anticipation for the surprises this human would bring. At that moment, Lin Yan intently focused on the temperature and humidity readings displayed by Jarvis. The temperature had already soared to 46 degrees, but the humidity still required a slight increase. With the blazing midday sun now present, the humidity percentage fluctuated rapidly. Current temperature, 46 degrees. Current humidity, 80. Current temperature, 46 degrees. Current humidity, 81. Gradually, the humidity in the surrounding air reached an astonishing 90%. This humidity level was on the verge of triggering a mirage. Suddenly, as the temperature and humidity aligned, the sky manifested a large curtain of water vapor, shimmering in a pale blue hue. It appeared at times like delicate satin, and at others like frost on a winter morning. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded as an incredible image materialized in the center of this large water curtain. It showcased a landscape reminiscent of a primordial forest. Having seen the vista of the Lost Lake, Lin Yan realized that the image was indeed an enlarged depiction of the Lost Lake. Overcome with excitement, his body trembled. He could hardly believe he had succeeded. That was the Melody Sea. Not only did Lin Yan recognize the scenery within the water curtain as the Melody Sea, but Suicun also felt a profound connection, realizing that was its true home. It gazed gratefully at Lin Yan. "Thank you for everything you've done for me, Lin Yan. That is my home. I can feel that if I pass through this water curtain, I will return to the place where I once lived," Suicun expressed earnestly. Feeling Suicun's joy at the prospect of returning home, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming happiness on its behalf. "You're welcome. Hurry along, though. I suspect this water curtain won't last long. You must pass through before it vanishes." Suicun nodded but did not rush to leave. Instead, it approached Lin Yan, and a blue light emanated from the adornment on its head. In the next moment, a droplet-shaped gemstone appeared, suspended a meter above the ground. Lin Yan looked on with some confusion as Suicun spoke. "Take this. It is an elemental gem infused with my energy, a gift to express my gratitude for your assistance. I hope we have the chance to meet again." Before Lin Yan could respond, a gust of wind swept by the lakeshore, and Suicun's form began to dissolve into a shimmering illusion. It offered Lin Yan one last smile before vanishing with the wind, taking the nearby palace with it. As Lin Yan gazed in the direction where the wind had blown, he silently accepted the Suicun elemental stone. Although he was uncertain of its purpose, he knew it must be a treasure, given its origin from a legendary beast. A few minutes later, the winds by the lakeshore subsided, and the water curtain in the sky gradually faded into illusion, with steam transitioning from droplets into clouds. In just a few breaths, the water curtain transformed into dark clouds, heralding a torrential downpour. Raindrops pelted the lake's surface, creating a rhythmic patter. However, Lin Yan, holding the Suicun elemental stone, remained untouched by a single drop of rain, as if all the water was avoiding him. "Safe travels, Suicun. I believe we will meet again someday," he silently vowed amidst the downpour. This heavenly rain continued within the Lost Lake for a full half-hour. Once the storm passed and the skies cleared, the lake returned to calmness, the temperature normalized, and all seemed as if nothing had transpired. It was as though Suicun had never been there, and the mirage connecting the two secret realms had not appeared at all. Yet the memory of this encounter remained etched in the depths of Lin Yan and Shui Jun's hearts. No matter how far apart they may be in the future, their reunion would surely be as amicable as it once was. Lin Yan held this belief with unwavering certainty. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within the mind of the fully accomplished Lin Yan. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task regarding the divine beast. Completion rating. Level. The host successfully located it before Shui Jun's awakening and returned it to the secret realm of Qinghai. The task's completion was remarkably outstanding. Double rewards, sealed divine beast egg, 2 fragmented relic maps, system backpack functionality. Ding! Additional hidden divine beast task commencing. Similar to level task. Utilize the 2 fragmented maps to discover the whereabouts of the Fire Emperor and Thunder Lord and obtain the coordinates of Phoenix King and Lugia from them. Rewards, Spirit Realm Key, a vial of luminous potion, Phoenix King's Feather. Chapter 71. Infiltrating the 11 bureaus of all nations. Ding! System backpack functionality has been activated. Current backpack, sealed divine beast egg, 2 fragmented relic maps. Gazing at the newly appeared backpack and hidden divine beast task in his mind, Lin Yan fell into contemplation. What kind of divine beast is sealed within this egg? How can one unlock the seal? Furthermore, finding the Fire Emperor and Thunder Lord is quite a monumental undertaking. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Yan gradually regained his composure. When considering the priority of his needs, it was evident that unlocking this divine beast egg was of utmost importance. Having witnessed the immense power of divine beasts, Lin Yan was certain that possessing one would elevate his status in the Dragon Kingdom, if not allow him to walk unchallenged, at least to become a revered figure. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. Unable to contain his joy, Lin Yan stood there grinning foolishly at the sealed divine beast egg in his system backpack, while a few nearby Pokémon looked on in bewilderment. Surely, he must be enchanted. Just as Jengars was about to inquire, the curious Lin Yan could not resist clicking on the sealed divine beast egg in his backpack. Item: Sealed divine beast egg. Status: Retrievable. Description: Collect the 3 elemental stones of the sacred beasts to activate it. Then combine with the Phoenix King's Nirvana Fire attribute and Lugia's Tsunami power to hatch. Upon catching the small print of the description, Lin Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. What a revelation! It seems that everything is intricately connected. Could this system be employing some sort of trickery? Lin Yan mused internally. However, if it is a trick, then so be it. At least it is better than nothing. The allure of acquiring an additional divine beast was simply too great. Moreover, since he already possessed a Shui Jun elemental stone, he now only needed to locate the Fire Emperor and Thunder Lord. Right. Let's first examine those 2 fragmented relic maps. Perhaps they will yield some clues. With this thought, Lin Yan tapped on the 2 fragmented relic maps in his backpack, but this time, no descriptive text appeared below. Item: 2 fragmented relic maps. Status: Retrievable. Without hesitation, Lin Yan selected to retrieve them. In the next moment, 2 maps, roughly the size of a computer screen, materialized before him. Although labeled as fragmented, the integrity of the paper was remarkably high. Aside from some wear at the edges, they were largely intact. Holding these 2 maps, reminiscent of ancient parchment, Lin Yan was apprehensive about causing any damage, gripping them delicately, as if they were fragile. However, as he held them, an invisible force surged into his mind, revealing 2 formidable figures. One Pokémon, entirely brown, stood at the mouth of a volcano, and with a resounding roar, the volcano's impending eruption was quelled, returning to a state of tranquility under its might. The other, a Pokémon of pure yellow, stood beneath a thundercloud, as the sky crackled with electricity, embodying the very essence of lightning. In a moment of daze, Lin Yan found himself witnessing the silhouettes of the other 2 sacred beasts. They exuded an aura of majesty and power, commanding flames and wielding thunder, their presence entirely eclipsing that of the previously encountered Shui Jun. As the images in his mind began to fade, Lin Yan fixated intently on the 2 relic maps in his hands, scanning every corner of the maps with his gaze. Through the maps and the visions that had just appeared in his mind, Lin Yan deduced that the map indicating the location of the Fire Emperor seemed to point towards a volcanic region, while the map denoting the Thunder Lord's location directed him to an elevated area frequently besieged by storms. Armed with this information, although he could not immediately pinpoint their exact locations, Lin Yan's subsequent thoughts became clearer. Wait, isn't there Jarvis? Let it compare the locations on the maps with known areas. That should be feasible, right? Considering that Jarvis could detect data from the Qinghai secret realm thousands of miles away, this should be a piece of cake. Lin Yan carefully placed the 2 relic maps on the ground and summoned Jarvis, prepared to utilize its technological prowess for a search. Jarvis. Can you help me identify which locations in this world resemble the landscapes depicted on these two maps? Understood. Jarvis is at your service, conducting a search now. As Lin Yan spoke, Jarvis floated in the air, directing its cameras at the two relic maps to scan them. Employing its advanced technology to scour the global network for any traces of the map's imagery. Simultaneously, alarms blared in the archives of the 11 bureaus across various nations. Beep beep. In a state of panic, the officials seated in the archives were bewildered until high-ranking leaders burst through the door, delivering a singular response. Director, it's over. Our database has been breached by an outsider, and it is systematically stealing all our data. The high-ranking officials of the 11 bureaus were stunned. How could someone infiltrate their database? This was utterly intolerable. Whatever it takes, halt the intrusion. Spare no effort to identify the intruder. The high-ranking officials of the 11 bureaus unanimously issued a death order. However, the technicians in the control room wore expressions of despair. Director, I've tried. Their technology is too advanced. Our equipment is utterly ineffective. In an instant, the 11 bureaus nationwide fell into chaos. What? The National Defense Grade Firewall is ineffective? Who exactly is this intruder? Jarvis detected that there are currently 6 locations worldwide that bear similarities to the landscapes on the maps. Specifically, the Oro volcano region in the United States, the Zongqing electric plains in the Dragon Country, the Selda Flame mountain range in Cambodia, the Avada volcano in the Battle Nation, and the Thunder Lake in Indonesia. Upon hearing the detected regions from Jarvis, Lin Yan committed them to memory. However, merely hearing the names of these places revealed the inherent dangers. Among these 6 locations, due to the current fusion of time and space, all fall within the realm of secret realms, with the safest designated as a medium-sized secret realm, and not everyone can gain entry. One must obtain local permission or some form of access. Otherwise, ordinary individuals need not even think about it. Thank you, Jarvis. Lin Yan expressed his gratitude. It is my honor to serve you. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, Jarvis had gone to great lengths to acquire this information, directly hacking into the confidential archives of the 11 bureaus. Now, chaos erupted within the 11 bureaus as they descended into panic, fearing the consequences of the data breach. Fortunately, Lin Yan and Jarvis are not malevolent individuals. Otherwise, countries around the world would face dire consequences. Certain revelations, once made public, could lead to irreversible repercussions, consequences that no nation could bear. Subsequently, Lin Yan committed these geographical names to memory and, without delay, set forth towards the locations he was destined to visit. In pursuit of the divine beast, he was undeterred by the prospect of entering the lion's den. Resolute, he stowed the 2 relic maps into his backpack and commenced the final mission within the secret lake ruins. Chapter 72. The Revelation of Elemental Power on October 26th. Under the brilliant sun, Lin Yan emerged from the secret lake ruins, his spirits soaring. Initially, after bidding farewell to the Water Lord, he intended to remain for merely a day or 2 to familiarize himself with all wild Pokémon. However, on the very day he planned to depart, a mirage effect manifested once more, and an influx of wild Pokémon was teleported from the Qinghai ruins. This new batch of wild Pokémon exhibited exceptional prowess, compelling Lin Yan to extend his stay by several days for both training and battles. During this extended sojourn, he reaped significant rewards, successfully familiarizing himself with an astonishing number of over 80 Pokémon. His fan base on Professor Oak's forum and Doshing surged to over 90, with the milestone of 100,000 fans looming on the horizon. The accumulated fortune from training and battles reached a remarkable total of 200 points. Although he remained uncertain about the required points for the next system-bestowed blessing. Yet, what truly elated Lin Yan was the considerable progress made by his Pokémon through these days of battling and specialized training. His Gengar had ascended to level 39, having learned the techniques Shadow Clone and Surprise Attack, showcasing marked improvement. Now, even without relying on its physical immunity, it could triumph over a Bastiodora in a direct confrontation. Similarly, his Torchic had significantly enhanced its fiery capabilities after frequently employing the Sunny Day move, achieving a flame purity that doubled the damage of its previous fire-type attacks, and reaching level 35, just 1 level shy of evolution. Nevertheless, Lin Yan had no intention of hastening its evolution into Blaziken, recognizing the importance of accumulating strength prior to transformation. He believed that holding back its level would allow for greater potential post-evolution. Aside from these two, neither Bastiodora nor Jarvis displayed significant growth in levels. Jarvis had recently become engrossed in video games, discovering the virtual realm akin to unearthing a new continent. Within a matter of days, the top spots on various gaming charts were claimed by a player named Jarvis. although Lin Yan initially hesitated to allow this indulgence. He soon found himself wholeheartedly supportive of Jarvis's endeavors, especially as Jarvis immersed himself in science fiction games and even began plotting the creation of Iron Man-like armor in reality. With the blueprints for the Iron Man suit taking shape, Lin Yan found it impossible to dissuade him. The thought of engaging in a battle against divine beasts while donning an Iron Man suit was exhilarating. Given the technological advancements in this world, Lin Yan held a firm belief that Jarvis would soon be able to construct the armor. Lastly, Lin Yan turned his attention to the newly captured Bastiodora. As a heavyweight Pokémon, he discerned that its relentless pursuit of speed had transcended its physical limits. Entering an extraordinary realm he referred to as elemental power, a transformation brought about by Pokémon's comprehension of elemental energy. He delved into extensive research online, confirming that many Pokémon in this world could harness various natural elements to enhance their abilities. For instance, Steel-type Pokémon could significantly bolster their defenses, while Earth-type Pokémon could draw strength from the soil. Lin Yan noted that his Bastiodora generated gusts of wind while moving, coining its newfound elemental power as Gale Element. Although he had yet to explore other potential elemental powers in depth, he was certain that each Pokémon could attain elemental strength through diligence and personal insight, thereby enhancing their physical capabilities with different elemental energies. He generously shared his remarkable discovery, publishing his findings online, which sparked a significant uproar within the Pokémon community. Professors and researchers began to emulate Professor Oak's approach, ultimately confirming that many powerful Pokémon indeed possessed unknown elemental forces. Thus, the discourse surrounding Pokémon's ability to comprehend elemental power erupted throughout the trainer community. The advent of Pokeballs had already accelerated the advancement of trainers' abilities. But this new understanding of elemental power propelled Pokémon's strength to unprecedented heights. All of this stemmed from the enigmatic Professor Oak, whose rumored divine intervention was said to benefit the world and foster the development of the bond between humans and Pokémon. Such an extraordinary feat had resonated deeply within the hearts of many trainers. As Lin Yan observed the discussions circulating online, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, he refrained from revealing his identity amidst this fervor, recognizing that the benevolent figure was merely an ordinary person. There remained countless undiscovered facets of the Pokémon world, and he preferred to let the notion of Professor Oak linger in the minds of others, allowing him to exist as a virtual deity illuminating the path for every trainer. With humanity and Pokémon coexisting harmoniously, Lin Yan's resolve to create a flourishing era for Pokémon intensified. The dream of humanity, after all, is never destined to cease. That evening, Lin Yan boarded the high-speed train home, before embarking on a new journey to the capital to become a spiritual energy inspector. He seized the opportunity to visit his parents. Time passed swiftly. On the train, Lin Yan reflected on the progression of the era. In the past, travel was slow and arduous, requiring considerable time to reach another city. Yet now, with merely a train ticket, one could arrive in a different city within the same day. Upon disembarking, as he walked along the path home, he contemplated his forthcoming plans. First, to become a spiritual energy inspector in the capital, followed by an expedition to regions suspected of harboring the legendary Fire Emperor and Raikou. As dusk fell, Lin Yan arrived at the entrance of his neighborhood, where a familiar silhouette caught his attention, prompting him to halt. Instantly recognizing the exquisite figure, he called out, "Nanshi." The long-haired girl turned at the sound of his voice, her expression a mix of surprise and emotional warmth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The longing of the past half-month surged within her heart as she murmured, "You fool. You finally remembered to come back." Chapter 73. A call from an ordinary high school student. Lin Yan hurried forward, unable to contain his joy, and began inquiring about by Nanshi's recent circumstances. "It has been a long time since I last saw you, Nanshi. How have you been lately? Is your studies causing you stress? How is your cultivation of the Cardi dog progressing?" Lin Yan's barrage of 3 questions left by Nanshi somewhat speechless. She pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction over his recent absence. "I'm doing well. Perhaps you should focus on yourself. Everyone is curious about your whereabouts. The teachers at school claim you were gravely ill and recuperating at home, but you certainly have them fooled. Uncle Lin and Aunt Yin are still in the dark about it." After a few casual exchanges, their initial banter evolved into an engaging conversation. Lin Yan gleaned amusing anecdotes from Bai Nanshi regarding school, while he recounted his own adventures in the secret lake. Although the emergence of divine beasts sounded fantastical, Bai Nanshi believed every word Lin Yan spoke, even if she playfully teased him. "Divine beasts? Lin Yan, you're just exaggerating," she quipped, sitting on the bench. Lin Yan merely chuckled, not feeling the need to elaborate further. He could easily discern whether she believed him or not. By the way, Lin Yan, are you really planning to continue hiding this from Uncle Lin and the others as you head to the capital? Have you thought about what you intend to do next? Bainanshi casually remarked. The two were already quite close on the community bench. Suddenly, upon hearing her question, Lin Yan leaned in, their cheeks brushing against one another, creating an intimate closeness that made Bainanshi's cheeks flush a deep crimson. Yet Lin Yan gazed at her with unwavering determination, asking, Nanshi, do you believe in light? Huh. Bainanshi's heart raced, leaving her flustered and her gaze wavering. I plan to transform into a beam of light and become a great hero who saves the world, Lin Yan declared, his eyes narrowing, a smile gracing his lips, exuding youthful exuberance. Who wouldn't he be enamored by such a sunny boy? Though Lin Yan's jest seemed juvenile, Bainanshi found it impossible to resist his smile. Regaining her composure, she studied the contours of his youthful face, attempting to etch that smile into her memory, unable to suppress her own laughter. Lin Yan, why do you keep being so ridiculous? At this rate, Ghost Stone and the others will be influenced by you. Transforming into light? You've been watching too many anime, perhaps you should cut back a bit. As they laughed, Bainanshi inquired about the Pokémon from the image he had sent her previously, eager to see it. Time slipped away as they chatted, and after introducing his Basti, Bainanshi showcased her evolved wind speed dog. 2 hours swiftly passed, filled with an abundance of stories to share. However, as night deepened, the two knew it was time to part ways. Before they said goodbye, Lin Yan asked the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Nanshi, do you have any plans for the future? Bainanshi hesitated momentarily. She had intentionally avoided this topic during their conversation, but since Lin Yan broached it, she felt compelled to share her thoughts. Lin Yan, I'm preparing to apply to the Dragon Kingdom's Judgment Academy. Didn't you just mention that windspeed dogs are suitable for police work? Oh, that sounds great. We're almost at your doorstep. It's getting late. You should hurry back, Lin Yan replied casually. Yet, as he watched Bainanshi ascend the stairs, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. Ever since they both revealed their feelings for one another, an inescapable image had taken root in his heart. He had fallen for his childhood friend. As he walked home, Lin Yan found himself whispering words of self-reassurance. Perhaps it's for the best. Nanshi needs to live her own life, and it would be too perilous for her to accompany me to the secret realm. I shall complete my tasks and return to her. Under the night sky, the young man resolved to keep his feelings concealed within, for aside from pursuing love, he had the monumental task of revitalizing the Pokémon realm to attend to. Before long, Lin Yan arrived at his home. He opened the door to find the lights aglow and enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. Mom, I'm back. Oh, Xiaoyan, you're back. I heard you've been doing remarkable research on Pokeballs. Hurry in and take a seat. Your father is in the living room. I'll be there as soon as I finish this last dish. Okay, Mom. After greeting his mother and removing his shoes, Lin Yan walked into the living room, where his father was engrossed in a police drama, and Jigglypuff sat nearby, munching on snacks, having seamlessly integrated into the family. However, upon seeing his son return, Lin Yan's father, a seasoned police officer, wore a rare smile. Ah, Xiaoyan, you're back. Come sit with me. You've made quite a name for yourself. Wee heard about your research with Yu Haitao. His company is booming now, and he mentioned you are a genius, praising you endlessly. As his father spoke, pride shone brightly on his face, filled with admiration for his son's accomplishments. At that moment, Lin Yan felt like his parents' pride, openly accepting their compliments and assuring them he would never bring them shame. The warmth of returning home filled Lin Yan with fulfillment, especially as his mother prepared a grand feast, and the family gathered together in joyous harmony. However, that evening, Lin Yan informed his parents that he would be leaving again the next day. They didn't press for details, simply advising him to stay safe and to eat and sleep on schedule. After dinner, Lin Yan returned to his room and promptly booked a flight to the capital for the following morning. Yet, before heading to the capital, he dialed Yu Haitao, now a mogul in the Pokeball industry, seeking additional information about the Department of Spiritual Energy Inspectors. On the other end of the line, Yu Haitao was in a meeting close to 10 o'clock, and as the head of the Dawn Group, a colossal emerging enterprise, he was often working late into the night. Though such a demanding schedule would overwhelm most, he thrived in it. Originally, the meeting was not to be interrupted, but when he saw Lin Yan's name flashing on his phone, he immediately answered, disregarding the ongoing discussion. The corporate executives in attendance were stunned. It was the first time they had witnessed their boss take a call during a meeting, as he usually ignored calls from high-ranking officials of other nations. This unexpected action sparked curiosity among the employees, wondering who this caller could possibly be. They speculated wildly, perhaps a key figure from a collaborating firm? The newly appointed president of the Dragon Kingdom Beast Association, Xin Yanfei? Or maybe a top tycoon from an oil-rich nation? Uncle Yu, you're still awake at this hour? I just emerged from the secret lake and am preparing to head to the capital tomorrow. I called to inquire about how to become a spiritual energy inspector. On the other end of the line, Lin Yan could sense Yu Haitao's surprise and concern, as if the latter had not let his high position affect their relationship. Oh, this matter, Yu Haitao continued. Ever since you mentioned wanting to become a spirit inspector, I've been keeping an eye out for you. I hear the department for spirit inspectors is called Bureau 11. They are shrouded in mystery and possess the most advanced data on Pokémon in the world. Gaining entry into their ranks is quite challenging. However, I recently made the acquaintance of one of their members. I will send you her contact information shortly. Just let her know I referred you. When you arrive in the capital, she should provide you with more detailed information about becoming a spirit inspector. From Yu Haitao's words, Lin Yan felt a warm current. He was taken aback by how genuinely concerned Yu was about his affairs. Thank you, Uncle Yu. I appreciate your help. Not at all. Didn't we agree before that we are all family now? Your matters are my matters. By the way, when are you planning to visit Magic City? The senior executives have yet to meet our enigmatic CEO, despite the apparent distance and age gap. Such barriers seemed non-existent between them. Lin Yan paused before replying, probably before the new year. I will definitely make a trip to Magic City. Excellent. I shall await the esteemed visit of President Lin, Yu Haitao jested. After some light conversation, Lin Yan realized that Yu Haitao was still the same Yu Haitao, the best candidate for entrusting the popularization of their venture. He did not hold back and immediately proposed providing the company with the technology for the Ultra Ball. Initially, he had planned to wait a while before unveiling the Ultra Ball, but Lin Yan was genuinely surprised that Yu Haitao, who was currently thriving and steering their company towards becoming a leading enterprise in the Pokémon industry, still retained his original intentions. Thus, what reason did he have not to contribute more to the group? As a product superior to the standard Pokeball, the Ultra Ball could significantly enhance the capture rate of wild Pokémon, while also rapidly increasing the bond between trainers and their Pokémon once captured. This revelation shattered Yu Haitao's previous perception of Lin Yan. Upon learning about the existence of a product even better than the Pokeball, he was nearly rendered speechless with excitement. Though the Dawn Group had been thriving in the Pokémon market thanks to the Pokeball, the world was never short of wealthy individuals eager for higher-end products. Many had previously expressed interest in acquiring more advanced Pokeballs. Now, Lin Yan's Ultra Ball technology perfectly addressed the Dawn Group's challenge of entering the high-end market, laying a solid foundation for the company's international aspirations. Given the emergence of the Ultra Ball, Yu Haitao, having witnessed numerous grand events amid the rise of capital, suddenly conceived an ambitious plan for promoting the Ultra Ball. Xiaoyan, I have a bold idea. The launch of the Ultra Ball will undoubtedly create a sensation in the market, but aside from the company's promotions, I have another initiative to propel the Pokémon industry forward. What do you think? Oh, Uncle Yu, what do you have in mind? Lin Yan inquired with curiosity, imagining the excitement on Yu Haitao's face. Do you remember the Wuhan Youth Beast competition you participated in some time ago? On the surface, it seemed like an ordinary event, but its true intent was to promote the Pokémon education system in Hubei province, thereby fostering its development. Ultimately, the growth of our group parallels that of the city. Only by elevating the overall standard of our community can we expand our market. Thus, I propose holding a Pokémon League as a promotional event for the launch of the Ultra Ball. This will not only raise awareness of the Dawn Group, but also accelerate societal progress. I plan to invest in several promising beast tamers during the competition, allowing them to become ambassadors for our group in the future. What do you think? A Pokémon League? Ambassadors for the Dawn Group? These two keywords instantly sparked a complete vision in Lin Yan's mind. The scale of this league would surely be grand, attracting exceptional talents and strong trainers, reminiscent of his own envisioned master tournament. However, Lin Yan did not intend to treat this Pokémon League as a master tournament, primarily due to Yu Haitao's final remarks about selecting promising trainers to serve as ambassadors. If they were to choose 8, wouldn't he that directly form the structure of 8 gym leaders? From Yu Haitao's perspective as a businessman, this initiative aimed to enhance the company's visibility while also improving the overall competency of trainers. From Lin Yan's quest to refine the Pokémon world, this was essentially a competition to select the 8 gym leaders. The thought of soon establishing a gym leader system sent Lin Yan's blood racing. He became invigorated. With this dual approach and a systematic development trajectory, how far could he be from realizing his dream of a Pokémon renaissance? Once they had 8 gym leaders, sending them to 8 regions to establish gyms would naturally lead to the Master Tournament and the Championess Challenge. After all, only with a comprehensive system could the rapid development of trainers and Pokémon be fostered, a belief Lin Yan held firmly. He had previously contemplated how to build gyms. He never expected a solution would present itself so readily. After a brief silence, Yu Haitao on the other end of the line sensed Lin Yan's hesitation regarding the Pokemon League and instinctively asked, Xiaoyan, what's on your mind? How do you feel about this proposal? Snapping back to reality, Lin Yan's expression was vibrant as he decisively replied, this proposal is splendid. Let us hold a Pokemon League. I believe we should find 8 ambassadors from the Dawn Group and let them establish a system across 8 different regions, serving as a standard for assessing the abilities of beast tamers and promoting development in each region. Then we can host even more advanced competitions. What do you think, Uncle Yu? At this, Yu Haitao's eyes lit up. Exactly. The Pokemon industry is not solely about selling products. If we could dominate all major competitions in the future, it would be phenomenal. Both men smiled on either end of the phone, and in perfect harmony. They decided that the Pokemon League would be scheduled for just before the new year. After hanging up, Lin Yan felt invigorated, his spirit soaring. He could almost envision the emergence of the 8 gym leaders, knowing that the entire trainer system worldwide would soon align with his vision. By the way, once they truly selected 8 gym leaders, which regions should the gyms be named after? Kanto? Sinnoh? In preparation, Lin Yan lay in bed, pondering which regional names would be most fitting for the upcoming 8 gyms. Meanwhile, Yu Haitao sent a series of numbers, the contact information for the spirit inspector in the capital. 159, Yiqingyao. After saving the number, Lin Yan found himself at a loss for which regional gym names to choose. He decided it was best to get some rest and prepare for his journey to the capital the next day. After all, with over 2 months until the new year, there was no rush. He thought to himself, and soon, he lay back on his familiar bed and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, after enjoying the breakfast prepared by his mother, Lin Yan suddenly had a thought as he left the house. He left behind a bank card containing 200 Dragon Kingdom coins along with a note before hastily making his way to the airport in Qinghe City. The flight from Qinghe City to the capital would take just over an hour, significantly quicker than the 3-hour train ride. Upon arriving at Qinghe Airport, with half an hour remaining until departure, Lin Yan dialed the phone number given to him by Yu Haitao the previous night. Hello, is this Yiqingyao? The voice on the other end was curt, only articulating a single word. Who? I am Lin Yan, sent by President Yu to contact you after arriving in the capital. The previously frosty Yiqingyao paused for a moment. Where are you now? I've just reached the airport, and the flight is set to take off in half an hour. So I expect to arrive in the capital by around 11. All right, contact me upon arrival. With that, Yiqingyao abruptly ended the call, leaving Lin Yan somewhat bewildered. Wow, are the people from the 11th Bureau always this aloof? They are certainly economical with their words. He couldn't help but mentally critique her demeanor. Yet realizing he was the one seeking assistance, he resolved to brush it off. Sitting in the waiting lounge, Lin Yan felt a bit bored and began to scroll through the news on his phone. As he opened the app, a headline that dominated the internet caught his eye. Dawn Pokemon League. Starting today, Dawn Group will host a national Pokemon League on January 1st, 2024, selecting 8 exceptional trainers to serve as Dawn ambassadors. Those who earn this title will be granted lifetime resources for Pokemon cultivation. The registration link followed. If you're a brother, come join the Dawn Pokemon League. Lin Yan was surprised at the speed of the promotion. He admired Yu Haitao's marketing prowess, not expecting to see such a bold advertisement so early in the morning. Without hesitation, he clicked the registration link and signed himself up for the Pokemon League. After all, he would be attending the event, so he might as well enjoy himself and engage with other trainers. Moreover, with no age limit, it was certain that many gifted trainers would be present. Given the vast population of Longhua, it was reasonable to expect at least a few outstanding trainers to showcase their skills. With a spirit of camaraderie in mind, Lin Yan began to look forward to the Pokemon League in 2 months. He hoped there would be many formidable competitors, otherwise, it might not be sufficient for his ghost-type Pokemon to shine. He silently affirmed this thought and clicked the confirmation button for his registration. Unexpectedly, the registration process was incredibly popular, causing a 2-minute delay before the success message appeared on his screen. He surmised that most participants were attracted by the enticing rewards, as 8 trainers would be chosen who would no longer have to worry about resources for Pokemon cultivation. It is known that raising an exceptional Pokemon incurs astronomical costs, not to mention that a trainer usually nurtures more than one Pokemon. Even those with considerable wealth might struggle. The prospect of obtaining resources for life would naturally entice many trainers to participate. Additionally, he acknowledged that some self-assured trainers, confident in their abilities, sought to test their prowess in competition. They were not financially burdened, as their cultivation relied on monetary investment, purely seeking the thrill of battle. Considering these 2 types of contestants, Lin Yan's anticipation grew. Soon, half an hour passed, and he boarded the flight to the capital. His mind filled with aspirations for the future. The aircraft flew swiftly, mirroring the rapid advancements in today's world. Lin Yan firmly believed that, following this trajectory, it would not be long before the world entered an era of Pokémon jubilation. Gradually, the hour-long flight came to an end. Upon disembarking, Lin Yan found himself in the capital for the first time. As the capital of Longhua, this metropolis was bustling, the airport teeming with people, reminiscent of the scenes witnessed during the spring festival travel rush. It was no surprise, given that this city is rich in historical culture, attracting talented youth from all over to seek opportunities that could propel them to greatness. Anyone who could stay here, Lin Yan was certain, was no ordinary individual. Amidst the throng at the airport, he found a corner to call Yi Qingyao. "Hello, I have arrived at the capital airport. Where should I go now?" "East exit. Red vehicles, I will wait for you there." True to form, the cool demeanor of Yi Qingyao did not allow for any further elaboration. Lin Yan shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that it was already quite generous of her to come and pick him up. He promptly tucked away his phone and made his way towards the eastern exit she had mentioned. Upon reaching the east exit, Lin Yan surveyed the crowd for red vehicles. Suddenly, a striking red Porsche caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the Porsche 918, which cost over 1,000 Longhua coins just to land. He paused momentarily, thinking it highly improbable that such an extravagant sports car was meant to pick him up, and began searching for other red vehicles. However, after scanning the surroundings, it seemed that this was the only red car at the airport's eastern exit. With a tentative spirit, Lin Yan approached the eye-catching Porsche 918. As he drew near, he spotted a short-haired, sunglasses-clad goddess in the driver's seat, exuding an aura of cool sophistication. Could she be Yi Qingyao? Lin Yan felt uncertain. After all, it would be awkward if he were mistaken. She certainly appeared to be a figure of significance, considering the luxury of her vehicle. While he stood there in a daze, Yi Qingyao rolled down the window and sized up the seemingly youthful boy before her. "Lin Yan?" Upon hearing her call his name, Lin Yan immediately confirmed that this frosty tone belonged to the Yi Qingyao from the phone call. "Yes, that's me." "All right, get in." Amidst the envious gazes of many men at the east exit, Lin Yan stepped into the luxurious car of a wealthy woman. Wow, who is this kid? Being chauffeured by a beautiful woman in a luxury car? He doesn't even seem to be more handsome than me. No, he definitely looks more handsome than you. Chapter 76. You're not involved in any corruption, are you? As Lin Yan settled into the multi-million-dollar supercar, Yi Qingyao drove through the streets of the capital. This was Lin Yan's first experience riding in such an elite supercar, fulfilling a dream he had harbored since his previous life. No, this was also a dream for this life. The roaring engine commanded the attention of other vehicles on the road, which graciously yielded. What does it mean to have presence? This is what it means. Especially with the exhilarating thrust one feels in a low-slung supercar, it was enough to evoke a sense of speed and passion. Lost in the exhilaration of the supercar, Lin Yan momentarily forgot the purpose of his visit, reveling in the thrill of the high-end vehicle. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he couldn't help but glance at the cool-faced Yi Qingyao beside him. She must be just a year or two older than me, at most 21. How can she be so wealthy? Could it be that the 11th Bureau was engaging in corruption? Gripping the seatbelt tightly, Lin Yan widened his eyes in shock, struggling to find words to describe the 11th Bureau. The fact that someone of similar age could drive such a high-caliber supercar was hard to believe without some form of corruption involved. But in the next moment, Yi Qingyao, holding the steering wheel with her left hand, removed her sunglasses with her right, her delicate face turning to gaze at Lin Yan in surprise. Locked in a gaze, Lin Yan noticed the bewilderment and skepticism in her eyes, giving rise to an astonishing thought. Could she hear me questioning her about corruption? Just as he pondered this internally, Yi Qingyao's icy voice followed suit. "Please show some respect. Our Bureau 11 is not what you think. There is no such thing as corruption here. If you think like that again, do not blame me for being impolite, cold, and unyielding." This tone instantly startled Lin Yan. What? Could she really hear my thoughts? Foolish me. With a reckless spirit, Lin Yan lingered on the edge of danger. Suddenly, as the supercar sped down the road at 160 miles per hour, Yi Qingyao slammed on the brakes, and Lin Yan felt as though his soul had momentarily detached from his body, though he remained in place. His spirit soared far beyond reach. His mind seemed to lose consciousness, plunging into a state of paralysis, while a tempest brewed in his stomach. When the car came to a halt on a desolate road, Lin Yan, clinging to the last vestiges of awareness, unbuckled his seatbelt and stumbled outside. Everything from the morning and the night before was expelled at that moment. Sitting on the ground, Lin Yan felt a sense of relief in his stomach. Yet his mind required a moment to reboot. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyao calmly exited the vehicle and approached Lin Yan. Hey, are you alright? With such physical condition, do you even think you can join Bureau 11 as a spirit investigator? I wonder what General Yu from the Dawn Group was thinking when he recommended you to us. Yi Qingyao showed no restraint as she ruthlessly mocked Lin Yan, who was still seated on the ground. Faced with the woman's icy derision, Lin Yan's indomitable spirit began to reawaken. No, I cannot allow her to underestimate me. With a shaky stand, Lin Yan, despite his trembling legs, held firmly onto the railing by the roadside. It seemed there was still some fight left in him, but remember this, do not let your thoughts wander in my presence. Consider this your punishment. Next time, it will not be as simple as an abrupt stop. With that, Yi Qingyao turned and returned to the car, not sparing Lin Yan a second glance. In her eyes, this 18-year-old youth had no right to be in Bureau 11. So there was no need for her to be overly courteous. This was merely a favor sold to Yu Haitao. After the earlier incident, Lin Yan gradually understood that this aloof woman possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of perceiving the thoughts of others. No wonder she was aware of his internal complaints. Initially furious at Yi Qingyao's actions, Lin Yan contemplated sending his companions to teach her a lesson, but then realized he had insulted her first in his mind. It was only natural for her to retaliate. Seeking revenge would only diminish his own dignity. Better to let it go. Why quibble with a woman? Gradually calming down, Lin Yan unwillingly returned to the passenger seat, but to secure his position as a spirit investigator, he began to apologize for his earlier ignorance. I apologize, Miss Yi Qingyao. I did not know you possessed the ability to see into others' hearts. I regret my previous behavior, and I hope you can overlook it. Women are quick to anger, but also quick to forgive. Hearing the sincerity in Lin Yan's words and knowing his apology was genuine, Yi Qingyao decided not to dwell on the earlier incident. All right, let us leave it at that. No further incidents. Fasten your seatbelt. I will now take you to meet the head of our Bureau 11 in Longhua. As long as he agrees to your joining, you will become a spirit investigator. Seeing that she bore no ill will, Lin Yan gratefully accepted the opportunity, nodded, and fastened his seatbelt as they continued driving toward the city center of Emperor City. Throughout the journey, he dared not let his mind wander, not out of fear of offending Yi Qingyao again, but rather out of concern for exposing his secrets. If certain matters were revealed, he could very well end up confined in a laboratory as a test subject. The thought of his brain being dissected into countless pieces for research sent chills down his spine. As a red Porsche 918 entered the city, it soon parked in an underground garage. Noticing Yi Qingyao exiting the vehicle, Lin Yan could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Where is this?" This is the headquarters of the Longhua Exotic Beast Association. The newly appointed president, Chen Yanfei, is the head of our Bureau 11. Surprised by Yi Qingyao's thorough explanation, Lin Yan felt a surge of respect. He had not anticipated meeting such an influential figure upon his arrival. This was likely due to the connections of Yu Haitao from the Dawn Group. Otherwise, he would never have enjoyed such treatment. To be honest, this feeling of having connections was quite pleasant. Following that, the two entered an elevator, and as the anxious Lin Yan took deep breaths, he recalled seeing the name Chen Yanfei online before. His background was shrouded in mystery, with the first half of his life marked by a blank slate. It was said he participated in the negotiations that concluded the war between humans and Pokemon, after which he began to appear frequently in the public eye. As Lin Yan prepared to meet this important figure, he felt both nervous and excited. Just through Yi Qingyao's extraordinary ability, he could already sense the might of Bureau 11. It was clear that not just anyone could gain entry. He just hoped he could successfully become a spirit investigator this time. Chapter 77. Youthful Arrogance. Filled with anticipation and anxiety, Lin Yan followed Yi Qingyao into the 88th floor of the Longhua Exotic Beast Association headquarters. Although the elevator ride took less than a minute, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Yan's mind during that brief moment. By the way, this Yi Qingyao wouldn't be continuously peering into my thoughts, would she? Lin Yan glanced at her thoughtfully, but this time she showed no reaction, which put him at ease. It seemed she was not a voyeur. Ding! You have arrived at the 88th floor. Hearing the elevator's announcement, Lin Yan's heart raced as he followed closely behind Yi Qingyao. They soon arrived at a visually striking metal door infused with a sense of technological advancement. Yi Qingyao stepped to the left and removed her sunglasses. The next moment, an artificial intelligence voice rang out. Identity confirmed. Yi Qingyao. As the words fell, the metal door opened with a resounding sound, passing through a corridor. They arrived at the door of the innermost office. Upon reaching the entrance, without knocking, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue suit, with sharp brows, a prominent nose, and full lips, swung the door open from within. He wore an enigmatic smile, the kind that seemed to mask a deeper intention. Typically, individuals like him were shrouded in mystery, radiating a heavy aura that suggested he was anything but ordinary. This was Lin Yan's first impression of Chen Yanfei. "Welcome, Qingyao. This must be Lin Yan, as mentioned by General Yu. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Chen Yanfei. Please, come in and have a seat." At his invitation, the two nodded. Yi Qingyao appeared quite casual as she strode confidently to the upscale sofa, while Lin Yan felt extremely constrained. He did not wish to offend anyone before understanding their abilities and personalities. Once seated, Chen Yanfei snapped his fingers, and a complete tea set emerged from beneath the table. Had this been before, Lin Yan would have exclaimed at the high-tech marvel, but now, he had gained some understanding of the technological capabilities of this world. After brewing a pot of fine black tea, they each took a cup and began discussing business. "Now, Lin Yan, let us get straight to the point. You were introduced by General Yu, and I met him briefly last week. He is quite the entrepreneur, and I'd like to inquire about your relationship with him." Chen Yanfei, with a wise gaze, fixed his eyes on Lin Yan, who was lifting his teacup. In truth, he too found it perplexing why the emergent Dawn Group would send a senior high school student before him. Could it be that Yu Haitao had dispatched his illegitimate son for training? If that were the case, Chen Yanfei would certainly refuse Lin Yan's entry into the 11th Bureau. As the role of a spiritual energy investigator entailed far more than merely exploring secret realms, it bore the weight of sacrifice and a spirit of dedication. Lin Yan did not shy away from Chen Yanfei's penetrating gaze. He understood the unspoken implications and paused before responding. "President Chen, my relationship with General Yu is solely one of collaboration, with no other special connections." His calm and genuine answer deterred further inquiry from Chen Yanfei, who recognized that if the young man were lying, Yi Qingyao would be quick to expose him. "You clearly belong to the promising young generation," Chen Yanfei remarked. Having briefly reviewed Lin Yan's credentials, "You have recently made a name for yourself. From the supernatural events in Qinghe City to becoming the Dark Horse champion of the Wuhan Youth Beast competition and the first to announce achievements in Ghost-type Pokémon. Frankly, such accomplishments at your age are commendable. It would not be surprising if you were to be exempted from admission into any university. Why then would you choose to forsake your studies to become a spiritual energy investigator?" This was a straightforward conversational tactic of flattery followed by inquiry, and Lin Yan merely smiled in response. "President Chen, it is not that I wish to join the spiritual energy investigators. Rather, it is because you require my assistance that I am here." The unexpected candor of his statement left an enigmatic impression, even on Yi Qingyao, who found herself unable to discern Lin Yan's true intentions. Could it be that he genuinely believed what he had said? Audacious. Both Chen Yanfei and Yi Qingyao could only summarize their thoughts with that single word. Yet, it was precisely Lin Yan's audacity that piqued the president's interest. It had been a long time since a young person dared to speak so boldly in his presence. With a squint, Chen Yanfei observed Lin Yan with keen interest. "Young man, I can sense your youthful exuberance. It seems you possess considerable confidence. Indeed, if one is not somewhat arrogant, can they truly be called young? However, since you have posed so many questions, I too wish to inquire. Do you believe my age might lead you to dismiss my application to the 11th Bureau?" Their dialogue was sharp, each word probing without addressing the core subject. Yi Qingyao, standing nearby, was taken aback, realizing that the young man beside her, younger than herself, displayed a maturity that was somewhat unsettling. "Certainly not. What we seek in the 11th Bureau is talent. We evaluate solely based on capability and strength. Here, you either possess extraordinary prowess to undertake challenging investigative tasks or possess exceptional abilities that contribute to the team. Those are the only criteria for recruitment," Chen Yanfei asserted with conviction. Lin Yan successfully elevated himself to their level through his succinct responses. This exemplified the art of negotiation. A lack of initial presence did not preclude the possibility of regaining it later. Ultimately, only the victor claims true success. Satisfied with the response he received, Lin Yan decided against beating around the bush. "Then let us get to the point, President Chen. What assessments must I pass to join the 11th Bureau as a spiritual energy investigator?" "There's no rush. Before the assessment, I wish to understand your abilities. Although the work at the 11th Bureau is flexible and imposes no constraints upon you, there will come a time when you must step forward. Thus, before that, we must ascertain your capabilities." Chen Yanfei's inquiry was entirely reasonable. However, Lin Yan did not rush to answer. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether to rely on his strength or his knowledge of Pokémon to impress them. During this period of reflection, Chen Yanfei and Yi Qingyao refrained from interrupting, recognizing that this question required careful articulation. After a moment, Lin Yan raised his head and spoke deliberately. My ability lies in my profound knowledge of all Pokémon, enabling me to retrieve the most accurate data during explorations of secret realms. Ultimately, Lin Yan chose not to validate his worth through strength, but rather through intellect in his quest to become a spiritual energy investigator. Upon hearing this response, however, Chen Yanfei and Yi Qingyao's expressions darkened. In their eyes, for words summed it up, unabashedly boastful. If he had relied on his prowess as a trainer, Chen Yanfei had already envisioned a position for him in the 11th Bureau as a preparatory spiritual energy investigator, anticipating that 4 years later, upon graduating from university, he would undoubtedly become a full-fledged investigator. Yet, unexpectedly, this young man not only exhibited arrogance, but audaciously claimed to accomplish what even the entire 11th Bureau could not. Chapter 78. Delegation Chen Yanfei furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Lin Yan's response. Confidence in youth is commendable, but a penchant for grandiose claims was something he detested. Chen Yanfei spoke candidly, his words laden with disapproval. Yet, Lin Yan remained remarkably composed. He had a principle, to only speak of what he could achieve and to accomplish what he had stated. Clearly, boasting had no place in his life trajectory. President Chen, if one were to dismiss a talent based solely on a fleeting encounter, there would be no need for me to join the 11th Bureau. Let us rely on facts instead. I am willing to take responsibility for my statements and accept any assessments from the 11th Bureau. If I fall short in any regard, without you needing to say a word, I shall promptly take my leave. Lin Yan spoke with dignity, as if the office were his own domain, matching the imposing aura of Chen Yanfei. This display of courage led Chen Yanfei to reconsider his perception of Lin Yan, no longer viewing him as just an ordinary high school student. He proposed, how about this? Tomorrow, let Qingyao bring you back for another round. I will prepare examination materials from the 4th-year curriculum of the Imperial Capital University, along with specific questions selected by the 11th Bureau to assess you. The total score will be 100 points. If you score above 80, I will consent to your joining the 11th Bureau as a trainee spiritual energy investigator. Should you achieve a score of 90, you will receive the same treatment as a formal investigator, including a base salary of 2,000 Dragon Kingdom coins and assistance with your household registration in the Imperial Capital. How does that sound? Becoming a formal spiritual energy investigator with a base salary of 2,000 Dragon Kingdom coins? Lin Yan was astonished. He finally understood why Yi Qingyao could afford luxury supercars worth millions. Who could resist a salary of 2,000? Could it be that the 11th Bureau is engaging in corruption? Noticing Yi Qingyao's expression darkening once more, Lin Yan hastily quelled his thoughts. After a moment, he replied, that sounds agreeable. However, I would like to propose a condition. If I score above 95, I hope to be directly recognized as a formal spiritual energy investigator, requiring only the permit to enter large secret realms. The base salary is of little concern. Confident in his knowledge of Pokémon, Lin Yan was eager to secure the privileges of a spiritual energy investigator, even if it meant foregoing the base salary to unlock the sealed divine beast egg, the value of which far surpassed mere monetary considerations. Before Chen Yanfei could respond, Yi Qingyao, feeling quite anxious, could no longer contain herself and interjected, Lin Yan, have you thought this through? The qualification to enter a large secret realm requires one to become a senior aura examiner. Even if you pass the exam, at best, you will only become a trainee aura examiner tomorrow, which is already a significant improvement over a preparatory examiner. I advise you to be content, otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits without even realizing how it happened. Although Yi Qingyao's tone was rather brusque, Lin Yan discerned that her concerns stemmed from a place of care, as if she feared he might recklessly venture into perilous territory. In contrast, Chen Yanfei fell silent, refraining from directly answering Lin Yan. After all, as Yi Qingyao pointed out, the higher one's position, the greater their authority as an aura examiner to access various secret realms. However, Chen Yanfei was exceedingly curious about why Lin Yan would consider relinquishing a lucrative annual salary of 2,000 to gain entry into a large secret realm, a decision that seemed utterly irrational and hardly befitting a sane individual. Yet, upon reflection, it appeared that none of the aura examiners in Division 11 could be deemed entirely normal. They all possessed extraordinary abilities. Now, with this audacious individual daring to make such a request, Chen Yanfei found himself even more intrigued by Lin Yan's true potential. Notably, when Lin Yan confidently mentioned achieving a score above 95 and his audacious demeanor regarding entering the large secret realm, these aspects further fueled Chen Yanfei's contemplation of granting him authority. After all, empowering a capable individual is the wisest decision, and such a being must possess remarkable talents. Amidst the silence, Chen Yanfei's curiosity ignited fervently. He genuinely wished to see what extraordinary accomplishments this audacious young man could achieve. Lin Yan, have you made your decision? Are you certain that your desire to become an aura examiner is solely to gain entry into the large secret realm? Could you share your reasons with me? Perhaps we can assist you. Chen Yanfei spoke in a serious tone. Lin Yan nodded without hesitation. Of course, but everyone harbors secrets. Until I achieve my goals, I wish to keep this secret to myself. Is that acceptable? Not a problem. Then it is settled. If you achieve a score above 95 tomorrow, I will personally approve your promotion to a full aura examiner and grant you the authority to enter the large secret realm freely. However, I must caution you. As Yi Qingyao mentioned earlier, the large secret realm is far from simple. The fate of each individual is not something one can control. Even I face significant risks of death when entering such realms. I hope you are prepared. Furthermore, the exam will be of the highest difficulty, and I will personally supervise your assessment tomorrow at this very location at 2 p.m. After confirming the examination time for the following afternoon, the trio exchanged a few casual remarks before Yi Qingyao escorted Lin Yan away from the headquarters of the Dragon Country Exotic Beast Association. As they departed, Yi Qingyao booked a nearby hotel for Lin Yan, advising him to notify her in advance before his arrival the next day, and then she left. Now alone on the bustling streets of the imperial capital, Lin Yan felt an unexpected sense of ease. He had anticipated that joining Division 11 would be more challenging than he had imagined, but he was relieved to find that it only required knowledge assessment. He felt no anxiety regarding his capabilities. Bring on any questions, Lin Yan silently affirmed. Subsequently, he found a large shopping mall, procured some food for crafting energy blocks and rare metals, and soon returned to the hotel that Yi Qingyao had reserved for him. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Lin Yan was astonished to discover that Yi Qingyao had booked a 7-star hotel for him, especially when he provided his name at the front desk. He was assigned to a presidential suite. Stepping into the opulent suite, Lin Yan felt an overwhelming sense of luxury. I can't believe that woman was so generous as to secure a presidential suite for me. It seems I must not let them down tomorrow, he mused. However, he couldn't shake the thought of whether any misconduct had occurred. It seemed wise to forego a base salary to avoid any future complications. After admiring his decision, Lin Yan released his Pokémon companions. This was their first encounter with such lavish accommodations, and they were all ecstatic. Our trainer has finally made it. P.S. living in a grand house. Noticing the peculiar expressions of his 3 Pokémon, Lin Yan dismissed the thought and fed them before commencing his review for the upcoming exam. Although he felt no pressure, he knew he should not be complacent. Preparation was essential, after all. Chapter 79. The 3 Gods of Fengyuan on the evening of October 27th. Lin Yan was diligently reviewing various Pokémon data in his hotel room. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of Division 11 in the imperial capital, within an archive room, a young man with thinning hair and glasses, unmistakably a science and engineering type, voiced his complaints. Qingyao, are you certain this is the boss's order? Is it really necessary to make such difficult questions for an 18-year-old high school student? I doubt even you could achieve a high score on these questions. They are utterly outrageous. Shouldn't we consider lowering the difficulty? I genuinely do not believe anyone can score above 95 on such advanced material. Adjusting his glasses, the science-oriented young man remained firmly convinced of his assessment. Yi Qingyao glanced at the exam paper and found the first question to be quite challenging, indeed confirming the young man's assertion that the questions were excessively difficult. Well, let it be. The boss insists that the harder, the better. He likely wishes to challenge that young man's resolve. All right, I understand what to do. With that, the science-oriented young man resumed crafting the examination questions for Lin Yan's Pokémon knowledge assessment. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyao pondered Chen Yanfei's psychology. As someone with the ability to read minds, psychology was naturally her forte. She had no doubt that the boss's integration of all the Pokémon data from Division 11 was intentional. He was reluctant to let Lin Yan go and even less inclined to allow him to enter the hazardous large secret realm from the outset, hence resorting to such a strategy. When Lin Yan inevitably struggled with the questions, the boss could then offer him a reluctant acceptance into Division 11, fostering goodwill while simultaneously highlighting Lin Yan's shortcomings. Truly, the boss is astute, Yi Qingyao thought to herself, fully comprehending Chen Yanfei's approach. The following afternoon, prepared and resolute, Lin Yan accompanied Yi Qingyao back to Chen Yanfei's office. Upon entering, Lin Yan immediately caught sight of the examination paper on the coffee table. It was a staggering 3 pages long. Glancing over it, the first question read, "Detail the evolution process of Milotic." This was evidently no ordinary question. It would likely confound anyone else for a lifetime. However, Lin Yan, equipped with an advantage, had already formulated his answers in his mind for questions that would stump others. Did you rest well last night? This is the exam paper prepared for you. The questions are designed to assess your knowledge of Pokémon. You have 2 hours to complete it, during which I will be waiting with Yiqingyao. If you find it too challenging, you may opt to withdraw, and we will devise an alternative method to assess your qualifications. Chen Yanfei offered a cultured smile while mentally devising contingency plans should Lin Yan struggle. Without hesitation, Lin Yan nodded and promptly entered writing mode. In less than a minute, he had pinned the correct answer to the first question, which had perplexed even Yiqingyao the previous night. Venus evolved from the water-type Pokémon known as the ugly fish. Before the evolution, it was essential to enhance its perception of beauty, which could be achieved by feeding it fruits like coconut wood. Once the ugly fish's beauty index surpassed a certain threshold, it could finally evolve into meanness by combining with beautiful scales. Amid the astonished gazes of Chun Yanfeng and Yiqingyao, Lin Yan answered the questions with remarkable speed. Before long, half an hour had passed, leaving only the final question on the 3-page exam. This last question was undeniably the most challenging, featuring the relic patterns of 3 legendary Pokémon, requiring identification of their attributes or abilities. Despite the ancient and vague pictograms, Lin Yan immediately recognized them as the 3 deities of Hoenn, Rayquaza, Kyogre, and Groudon. In truth, this final question had no fixed answer. Even the 11th Bureau, which set the questions, was uncertain about the identities of the other 2 legendary Pokémon, as the images were taken from a mural on a certain relic wall. Aside from Rayquaza, which had appeared in the country of Ri, it seemed no one in the world could name Kyogre or Groudon. Therefore, as long as Lin Yan provided the attributes of Rayquaza, he would likely pass. However, Lin Yan chose not to take the easy route. Since the 11th Bureau had included these pictograms in the exam, it suggested they were actively searching for Kyogre and Groudon. Thus, he reasoned that by offering them valuable insights, he might also become involved in the quest for their whereabouts. The thought of encountering the real Hoenn deities thrilled him immensely. He began to articulate his insights in the answer section below. The first Pokémon, Rayquaza, had appeared 2 years ago in Tokyo, belonging to both the flying and dragon types. Revered as the god of the sky, it resided above the ozone layer. Had it not been for the complexity of the last question, Lin Yan would have completed the exam in just 20 minutes. When he finally set down his pen, the confident expression on his face instilled a sense of trepidation in Chun Yanfeng and Yiqingyao. Is he truly a high school student? Finished so quickly, surely it can't be mere scribbling. No, he flawlessly answered the first question. The subsequent responses can't possibly be random. Could it be he genuinely knows every Pokémon? As they pondered, Lin Yan handed his freshly completed exam paper to Chun Yanfeng. President Chun, I have finished. Please find someone to score it. Confronted with the vast knowledge of this young Pokémon enthusiast, Chun Yanfeng regained his composure, took the exam paper, and then glanced at Yiqingyao. Call Huabufan and have him come over immediately for the grading. Without hesitation, Yiqingyao dialed Huabufan's number. Chun Yanfeng cast a deep look at Lin Yan, who was sitting calmly on the sofa. From the moment he took the exam paper, Chun realized he had underestimated this young man. He understood that even he would struggle to score above 80 on such an exam. Yet Lin Yan had merely skimmed through it and provided detailed and accurate answers. Chun felt a sense of inadequacy, his perception of the previously boastful young man shifting dramatically. Soon, Huabufan arrived at the headquarters of the Exotic Beast Association from the 11th Bureau in less than 10 minutes. Besides the urgency from the boss, he was intrigued to discover who could complete the exam so swiftly. I was told to arrive at 3:30. This is an hour earlier than expected. This is unusual. With skepticism in mind, Huabufan strode into Chun Yanfeng's office. Upon his arrival, the visibly impressed Chun Yanfeng introduced Huabufan. Lin Yan, this is Huabufan, also a member of the 11th Bureau. He is an aura archivist responsible for organizing Pokémon data gathered from mystical realms. Despite his unassuming appearance, he possesses the highest IQ in our bureau, with a score of 210 and an extraordinary photographic memory. Chapter 80. You must not lose a single point. Hello, I am Huabufan, the one who set this exam. They say you have completed it? Huabufan feigned calmness as he scrutinized the young man before him. Lin Yan appeared young, standing at around 6 feet tall, with a bright and handsome demeanor, resembling an ordinary high school student. Huabufan found it hard to believe that a high school student could finish his exam, especially within half an hour. Indeed, I have completed it. My name is Lin Yan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yan greeted him briefly, but Huabufan did not pursue further conversation. He walked over to the sofa, removed his glasses, and began to meticulously examine the entire exam paper. For the next 10 minutes, Huabufan reviewed each question he had carefully crafted the night before. However, With each question he assessed, his expression grew increasingly animated. Finally, he could not help but murmur to himself, "Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Some of these insights are ones I only discovered yesterday. I never expected someone to articulate them more comprehensively than my own research." Chen Yanfeng and Yi Qingyao overheard this muttering, both filled with confusion. Who on earth is this individual? Their curiosity about Lin Yan's extensive knowledge grew, and they eagerly awaited the final score of the exam. At last, after thoroughly reviewing the exam, Huobufan adjusted his glasses and approached Chen Yanfeng with a serious expression. "What is the verdict? How many points did he earn?" In response to Chen Yanfeng's inquiry, Huobufan glanced at Lin Yan, who was sipping tea, and took a deep breath. "Boss, the response rate is an astounding 100%, with an accuracy rate of 99%. I can confidently award him a score of 98 or even 99. Huobufan's voice was loud enough for all three present to hear. At that moment, Chen Yanfeng and Yi Qingyao were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to Lin Yan. "Goodness, this guy is impressive." Then Huobufan approached Lin Yan, unable to contain his curiosity. "Who exactly are you? How did you arrive at such an answer for the final question?" Lin Yan had already deduced why Huobufan had only given him a score of 98 or 99. It seemed he was uncertain about the correct answer to the last question. This was understandable, for in a world where Pokémon had only recently awakened, humans could not possibly know about so many legendary beings, which were likely in a dormant state, similar to Suicun from the past. "I am Lin Yan, an ordinary high school student," he replied calmly, enunciating each word. In that moment, Lin Yan's genuine knowledge captivated everyone present. The three members of the 11th Bureau were left with one singular thought: a prodigy, a natural talent born to research Pokémon. Lin Yan himself shared this belief, for it was Pokémon that had brought him to this world, and the heights of his future accomplishments were beyond even his own estimation. In the brief silence that ensued, the three, having witnessed Lin Yan's true capabilities, no longer dared to underestimate him. The first to regain his composure, Chen Yanfeng spoke up. "Congratulations, Lin Yan. You have successfully passed the test and become one of us." Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yan's lips curved into a smile. Although it was anticipated, being able to join the 11th Bureau signifies a deeper understanding of this world. "Thank you, President Chen. I wonder if you still remember our arrangement from yesterday?" "Of course. I remember. I will grant you special permission to enter the large secret realm, but you cannot go alone. You must apply to me in advance, and I will assign combat personnel from the 11th Bureau to accompany you." "Bodyguards, you say? That sounds rather appealing." Lin Yan nodded in agreement. "By the way, regarding the matter of your annual salary from yesterday, we at the 11th Bureau do not differentiate between any of our team members. You will receive the full annual salary of 2,000 without a single penny less." Suddenly, Chen Yanfeng's dignified words left Lin Yan momentarily stunned. To be candid, the prospect of an annual salary of 2,000 was quite enticing. But could it be that I am being led astray? Oh well, if I am to be led astray, so be it. After all, we will all be part of the same organization going forward. In the event of any issues, we all share the responsibility. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to hold it up. If there is money, then let us spend it. "All right. Thank you, President Chen. I graciously accept your kindness. May I inquire where I may collect the funds?" Lin Yan felt somewhat reluctant, yet Chen Yanfeng appeared more agreeable. "Rest assured, you will not receive a single penny less. Once the formalities for joining the Bureau are completed, your funds will be transferred to your account by noon tomorrow. Before that, all you need to do is complete the registration. Shortly, Yi Qingyao will take you to the headquarters of the 11th Bureau in the capital, where she will formally introduce you to our organization." "Qingyao, is that acceptable?" With that, Yi Qingyao affirmed, and Lin Yan began to accept the reality of being pulled into this venture. Since resistance was futile, he might as well enjoy it. After a few casual exchanges, Chen Yanfeng began to outline the upcoming procedures for Lin Yan's entry. "All right, Qingyao, Lin Yan, you two can go ahead and take care of your tasks." "Not a problem." The two replied in unison and swiftly departed from Chen Yanfeng's office. Once they left, only Chen Yanfeng and Huobufan remained in the office. "Bufan, to be honest, if you had not reviewed other materials from the 11th Bureau, how many points could you score?" Huobufan replied without hesitation, "A maximum of 85 points. Is that so? Today truly is a day of surprises," Chen Yanfeng said with a tone of earnestness. "However, Lin Yan is now one of us, and with a clean background. There is no need to ponder over the secrets of this young man. The truths will be revealed in due course." Meanwhile, Lin Yan was seated in Yi Qingyao's red Porsche, making his way to the headquarters of the 11th Bureau. Following his earlier display of talent, Yi Qingyao's previously frosty demeanor had softened considerably. On one hand, He was now one of their own. On the other hand, she admired his abilities. The emergence of such talent signified boundless possibilities, and given that he could achieve what even Chun Yinfeng could not, Yi Qingyao secretly speculated that perhaps he could one day become the director of the 11th Bureau. While in the car, Lin Yan did not rush to inquire about the 11th Bureau. His objectives had been met, and he began to strategize which secret realm to explore first in search of the whereabouts of the Fire Emperor and Thunder God. According to the coordinates provided by Jarvis, the nearest location was the Tsangqing Electric Plain in Longhua, followed by several areas in Southeast Asia, with the farthest being in the United States. Based on this distribution, Lin Yan chose the Tsangqing Electric Plain as his primary target. However, before proceeding, he recalled an exceedingly important matter. If he did not resolve this issue, his journey to the Tsangqing Electric Plain would be anything but smooth. Chapter 81. Life and Death. Here we are. This is it. Get out of the car. Coming back to his senses, Lin Yan looked around. Wasn't this just a junkyard near the 5th Ring Road of the capital? He asked no further questions and alighted from the vehicle, following Yi Qingyao to an old-fashioned telephone booth. It appeared to be an antique from the 1990s, and Lin Yan was surprised it still existed. Let us go. This is the entrance to the 11th Bureau. From now on, when you enter the telephone booth, input a series of codes, and you will be able to access the 11th Bureau via the elevator, Yi Qingyao explained as she approached the antiquated booth, with Lin Yan closely behind. However, this atmosphere, are we sure this isn't the 13th district? The code is 4038, do not forget. After inputting it, you will also need to verify your iris. I will assist you with that shortly. Facing these novel procedures, Lin Yan dutifully took notes. Although he joined the 11th Bureau solely to gain the privileges of a spirit energy investigator, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the organization, especially with the mention of Kyogre and Groudon in today's topic. Perhaps in the future, the 11th Bureau's research could indeed encounter them. With anticipation, after a sensation of the elevator descending, when the doors opened again, the two found themselves in a secret underground base. The space was exceptionally spacious and bright, with a visible area of at least 10,000 square meters, predominantly filled with unfamiliar equipment and modern weaponry, such as Kuan-style fighter jets and large laser cannons similar to tanks, alongside high-end firearms. Good gracious, are we certain this isn't an armory? Yet, aside from the vast array of military weapons, the area was eerily empty, amplifying its desolation. The cold machinery and weaponry made Lin Yan feel somewhat uncomfortable, and Yi Qingyao seemed to sense his unease, explaining, "This is our strategic area at the 11th Bureau. You can call upon these large weapons and equipment as needed without approval, but modern weaponry does not significantly aid in exploring secret realms. As a beast tamer, you should be aware of the prowess of those powerful Pokémon. Even a single Kuan-style fighter jet would not stand a chance against certain flying-type Pokémon. Hence these large weapons remain underutilized." Lin Yan nodded in understanding. She was indeed correct. Even if one were to pilot the most advanced Kuan-style fighter jet into a secret realm, the outcome would be nothing short of being torn to shreds by flying-type Pokémon. Unless a military force deployed numerous similar weapons in the wild, they might stand a chance against the Pokémon. By the way, why is there not a single soul around in such a vast area? If I may be so bold, how many members does the 11th Bureau currently have? This was undoubtedly the question Lin Yan was most curious about, as he had only encountered 3 members of the 11th Bureau and was surprised to find the headquarters devoid of personnel. We currently have a total of 47 official members in the 11th Bureau of Longhua, and with you, that makes 48. Most of them are engaged in field work within secret realms, with only a few technical staff stationed at headquarters. Otherwise, do you think we call ourselves spirit energy investigators for no reason? Most members are, of course, in realms rich with spirit energy. Ah, I see. Now I understand. However, with only 48 members, the numbers are indeed quite sparse. I will explain other questions to you in detail later. For now, let us head to the registration area. After Yi Qingyao spoke, she began leading Lin Yan towards the member archive room. Soon, they traversed the strategic area and arrived at a metallic door marked archive room. Yi Qingyao opened the door to reveal a standard office desk, with a filing cabinet filled with documents behind it. Nothing particularly novel. "Elder Yan, are you there?" Yi Qingyao called out. At this moment, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 80s, lazily stood up from behind the desk. His limbs were thin, and his eyes slightly sunken. He looked to be at least in his 80s. Lin Yan was somewhat incredulous. Did the 11th Bureau really place such emphasis on respecting the elderly by specifically hiring an old man? Elder Yan stretched and squinted at the two standing at the door. "Ah, Qingyao, you're here. Is this the newcomer beside you?" "His name is Lin Yan, and he has been granted special permission to join us." Please assist him with the necessary formalities. Yi Qingyao appeared exceedingly respectful. Subsequently, Elder Yin scrutinized Lin Yan from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. A rare young talent. Come here, sign this agreement, and you shall become a member of the 11th Bureau. With that, Lin Yan stepped forward to accept the document from Elder Yin. Glancing over it briefly, the agreement primarily consisted of confidentiality clauses, alongside sections designated for signatures and personal information. Finding no discrepancies, Lin Yan began to fill in his details. Name, Lin Yan. Occupation, Beastmaster. Once completed, he returned the agreement to Elder Yin, who reviewed it for any issues before handing him another document. However, upon seeing the bold letters on this second document, Lin Yan felt a wave of unease. Must I also fill out this declaration of life and death? The concept of mortality instilled fear in anyone, including Lin Yan, who had never contemplated such matters deeply. After all, who among normal people would frequently discuss life and death? Instantly, this declaration transformed the previously light-hearted atmosphere of registration into one of solemnity. Young man, since you have decided to join the 11th Bureau, you must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. I am not jesting. Our mortality rate here is an astounding 80%. Once, we had a team of hundreds, yet only a fifth of them have survived these past few years. If you have not fully considered this, you still have the opportunity to reconsider. We can erase your memories of joining the 11th Bureau. Elder Yin calmly articulated these startling statistics, revealing a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Upon hearing Elder Yan's description, Lin Yan felt a chill run down his spine, and his resolve began to waver. An 80% mortality rate, what does that even signify? In a group of 10, only 2 would survive. Such odds were terrifying. Now he understood why the 11th Bureau was willing to offer a high salary of 2,000 annually to recruit capable individuals. It was entirely reasonable. However, having wealth is meaningless if one does not have the life to enjoy it. Life presents numerous choices. Minor missteps may allow for a fresh start. But a grave error in a significant decision leaves no room for redemption. Unlike a game where death merely requires a brief wait for resurrection. If he were to lose his life in the secret realms, the wait for resurrection could stretch to 18 years. At this moment, Lin Yan faced a choice that was undoubtedly the most significant he had ever encountered. It was a matter of life and death. He had never envisioned sacrificing his life for a cause, being an unadulterated idealist who always inclined towards the positive. Yet, the beauty of ideals is often built upon a foundation of sacrifice and bloodshed. Without the contributions of those fallen spirit investigators, humanity and Pokémon would never have reached this point of coexistence. To achieve great things, sacrifices must be made. Grasping the declaration of life and death in his hands, along with Elder Yan's startling revelations, Lin Yan experienced a moment of awakening, transitioning from idealism back to reality. Perhaps it was the hand of fate, perhaps youthful impulsiveness, or perhaps the burden of a dream to popularize Pokémon and create a prosperous era for them. In this moment of clarity, countless images flashed through Lin Yan's mind. If even the most skilled spirit investigators faced such high mortality rates, he could only conclude that their approach was flawed. Otherwise, those seemingly ferocious wild Pokémon, with their strong territorial instincts, would not typically harm humans unless provoked. Just like when his Jengars evolved into Jengar, external stimuli triggered a dangerous second personality. Yet, a normal Jengar would never intend to harm humans. This was the consequence of misunderstanding Pokémon. Lin Yan had no doubt that if humanity continued to approach Pokémon inappropriately, the second great conflict between humans and Pokémon would not be far off. At that point, destruction would reign, and all living things would suffer. Humanity would lose its cherished way of life, and Pokémon would lose their natural habitats. Ultimately, regardless of who triumphed in battle, it would signify the extinction of another species. This was a vision Lin Yan could not bear to witness. In the brief silence, his mindset transformed from retreat to indignation, and finally to a sense of duty, altering his perspective on the world. Elder Yin and Yi Qingyao offered no counsel. After all, this was Lin Yan's choice, and once made, there would be no turning back, a form of humanitarianism from the 11th Bureau. Suddenly, as Lin Yan's gaze grew resolute, he began to inscribe his name and his parents' contact information on the declaration. This was the only promise the 11th Bureau could offer him. Should he sacrifice himself, his family would be cared for by the Bureau for life. Once Lin Yan completed the declaration, Yi Qingyao and Elder Yin exchanged smiles and nods. Come, child. It seems Xiaofei did not mention this matter to you. Perhaps he considered this declaration a test for your entry into the 11th Bureau. After all, aside from recruiting exceptional talents, the Bureau places great importance on psychological resilience. It appears you have successfully passed his assessment. Thank you, Elder Yan. This declaration has imparted a lesson, helping me comprehend the significance of joining the spirit investigators. Elder Yan smiled silently as he gestured for Lin Yan to approach the desk for iris scanning. Once completed, Lin Yan officially became a member of the 11th Bureau, gaining access to the Bureau's secret base at any time. After finalizing these procedures, Elder Yan yawned. Once you are done, Qingyao, I will return to my rest. Please show this child around. The group led by Yu Tao returned yesterday, so you might bring him to meet them. Understood, Elder Yan. We shall not disturb your rest any longer. Goodbye, Elder Yan, Lin Yan said politely. After closing the door, Yu Qingyao began to guide Lin Yan on a tour. They passed through the archives, and the next room bore the title machinery room. Standing at the entrance, Yi Qingyao refrained from entering immediately and began to introduce the Bureau's unique mechanic. Lin Yan, since we are now family, you may call me Qingyao. The elder we just met, you may have heard of him by his nickname, the War Maniac. He single-handedly dismantled a special forces unit of the United States during World War II, marking the night of his rise to fame. I trust you are somewhat familiar with that. Upon hearing Elder Yan's history, Lin Yan paused, envisioning a muscular man brimming with youthful vigor. His back muscles akin to those of a demon. Are you saying he is the War Maniac Yan Jinsheng? Lin Yan exclaimed in astonishment, utterly unprepared to encounter a figure of such stature from decades past. Indeed. Therefore, we must regard Elder Yan with respect. Even at the age of 92. Since the end of World War II, he has devoted himself to the practice of ancient martial arts, achieving an unimaginable level of skill. Have you ever heard of the concept of divine beasts? It is said that 3 years ago, during the final battle between humans and Pokemon, he defeated a divine beast of the Pokemon realm with his bare hands. Ah, is that true? Lin Yan gaped, overwhelmed by the revelation, far surpassing his wildest imagination. He was internally elated that his extensive knowledge of Pokemon had enabled him to join the 11th Bureau. Otherwise, in terms of strength or special abilities, he would undoubtedly be inferior to any member within the Bureau. For instance, Yu Qingyao, who could read others' thoughts upon their first meeting, and Hua Bufan, who possessed a photographic memory, were both exceptional talents that could not be substituted in any organization. However, it was the legendary figure, Elder Yan, from the Dragon Country that left Lin Yan most astounded. After witnessing the formidable prowess of the level 150 water god, he had begun to grasp the sheer power of divine beasts. The thought of a human defeating a divine beast was terrifying. Such combat capability was akin to that of a nuclear weapon. Contemplating the immense energy contained within the frail old man, Lin Yan felt his blood surging with excitement. As his breathing quickened, Yi Qingyao continued, but Elder Yan has now stepped back from the front lines. Henceforth, explorations of secret realms will be the responsibility of us younger generations. You are unaware of the true strength of our leader. He is an extraordinarily gifted individual with unique abilities. You will soon witness his prowess. The individual we are about to meet is named Zhang Ku, the sole mechanic within the 11th Bureau, dedicated to researching new types of individual equipment. Though he is a researcher, do not underestimate him. Anything you can describe in this world, he can create. This is the power of a mechanic. Under Yi Qingyao's introduction, Zhang Ku's talents may have been understated, but Lin Yan was instantly overjoyed. Did this not mean he truly had the opportunity to don the Iron Man suit developed by Jarvis? With a determination to get to know this mechanic better, Lin Yan's expression was one of rich anticipation. It seemed that every boy shared a love for machinery. Yi Qingyao mused. After introducing Zhang Ku, she rang the doorbell. The next moment, the door to the mechanical room swung open, revealing not Zhang Ku, but a robot towering over 2 meters, entirely constructed of metal. Lin Yan barely had time to be astonished before the robot spoke. Good afternoon, Qingyao. Are you here to see AK? Yes, good afternoon, number 18. Is AK present? The dialogue between a person and a metallic robot left Lin Yan in a state of confusion. What the humanoid intelligent mech? Yes, come in, but who is this? He looks a bit unfamiliar. Facing the imposing, metal-clad robot, Lin Yan felt a mix of astonishment and trepidation. He had no doubt that this robot, known as number 18, was equipped with an array of weaponry. His name is Lin Yan. He is a new member of our 11th Bureau. Oh, then come in quickly. I will call AK now. With that, number 18 strode into the inner room. Yi Qingyao did not lead Lin Yan to a seat, as there seemed to be no available space amidst the surrounding metal products and numerous lightweight weapons. Lin Yan's eyes were glued to the equipment, which included gadgets that would typically be found only in action films, laser pointers, ray guns, and more. With the arrival of the intelligent robot, this place was truly a paradise for every man. Before long, the distinctive metallic footsteps of number 18 echoed again. and Lin Yan turned to see a slender man standing beside it, dressed in dusty overalls with deep-set eyes. Zhang Ku exuded an air of competence, perfectly embodying Lin Yan's ideal image of a man. "Qingyao, I didn't know you were coming today. It seems we have a newcomer. Nice to meet you. I am Zhang Ku, but you can call me AK." Zhang Ku stepped forward, extending his hand and removing his gloves. "Hello, I am Lin Yan." Their initial meeting naturally involved a handshake, and Lin Yan was taken aback by Zhang Ku's surprising grip, which was strong enough to cause him some discomfort even without exerting force. After a brief chat, the two had begun to get acquainted. Unlike the perpetually aloof Yi Qingyao, the other members of the 11th Bureau appeared to be quite amiable, and Lin Yan found himself able to converse comfortably with Zhang Ku. As Zhang Ku introduced his research projects, Lin Yan listened attentively. Observing their animated exchange, Yi Qingyao felt as though she was struggling to integrate into the world of men. As they were about to leave, Zhang Ku presented Lin Yan with a personal defense weapon named the Thunder Ring. As the name suggests, it was a ring imbued with the power of lightning. When worn, it could launch lightning needles at an opponent, each containing thousands of volts of energy, capable of incapacitating an elephant in a mere second. Lin Yan gladly accepted it, his mind already racing with plans to have Zhang Ku assist in creating the Iron Man suit once Jarvis finalized the designs. Indeed, professional matters should be entrusted to experts. And encountering Zhang Ku made Lin Yan envision himself soon clad in an Iron Man suit, battling wild Pokemon. As Lin Yan exited the mechanical room, he fiddled with the Thunder Ring, memorizing the launching gesture Zhang Ku had just demonstrated. Quite impressive. It's a convenient item, he thought to himself. This observation caught Yi Qingyao's attention, and she suddenly recalled something. "By the way, Lin Yan, since your goal in joining the 11th Bureau was to explore large secret realms, I feel that aside from your extensive Pokemon knowledge, you lack other means of self-defense. Large secret realms are no joke. Should I ask AK to help you develop some life-saving weapons?" To this point, Yi Qingyao's impression of Lin Yan had remained fixed on his vast knowledge, but she perceived a lack of combat capability, making his entry into the secret realms rather perilous. Lin Yan sensed her concerns, but held a different view. With the current strength of his ghost-type Pokemon, they were more than capable of overwhelming the previous ruins of the Lake's secret realm. Although it was classified as a mini-secret realm, even a small secret realm would pose little challenge given the current strength of his 3 Pokemon. As for medium secret realms, he felt confident in his ability to contend with the wild Pokemon within. After all, his nurturing techniques surpassed those of anyone else in the world. "No worries. In addition to my deep understanding of Pokemon, I am also a Beast Master, and their strength is sufficient to protect me in any secret realm below large scale," Lin Yan declared confidently. Yet, to Yi Qingyao, this seemed dubious. After all, in a world where spiritual energy had only recently revived over the past 5 years, no exceptionally powerful trainers had emerged. The Pokemon they raised could easily be torn apart by any combat personnel within the 11th Bureau. In their eyes, when it came to combat capabilities, they placed greater trust in human potential and technological prowess. At least, that had been the prevailing belief thus far. Nonetheless, it was worth noting that Pokemon raised by Beast Masters were not inherently weak. Their growth during the nurturing process simply progressed at a slower rate. Consequently, there were not many personnel within the 11th Bureau who relied on Pokemon for combat, with only a handful of exceptions. The majority were individuals like Elder Yan, who possessed formidable strength, or like Zhang Ku, who was equipped with high-tech weaponry. Lin Yan had already sensed this disparity when he effortlessly triumphed in the Young Beast competition. The level of 1S trainer can undoubtedly be considered among the finest in the world. Apart from those rare individuals capable of capturing formidable wild Pokemon from the very outset, he holds no reservations against any trainer. Observing Lin Yan's unwavering confidence, Yi Qingyao pondered aloud. "How about this? In the team of Yutao we are about to meet, there are 2 members who explore the secret realms using their Pokemon. Their Pokemon have proven their strength through practical tests and are capable of handling most tasks in medium-sized secret realms. You might want to test the prowess of your Pokemon and assess your own positioning. What do you think? Shall we evaluate your strength?" Lin Yan had already mentally prepared himself for this, as he initially aimed to enter the 11th Bureau through strength, but unexpectedly, it was his knowledge that prevailed, leaving little room to showcase his abilities. Since she wished to gauge her strength, he was ready. "No problem. I have 3 Pokemon available for battle. I wonder if this will be a team battle or a one-on-one duel." "Well, it will certainly be a team battle. In the secret realms, wild Pokemon 1T engage in one-on-one fights with you, so we must rely on team battles to test your strengths. Coincidentally, each of them has also captured 3 Pokemon, so you should be fine, right?" "Absolutely," Lin Yan responded eagerly. He was already looking forward to discovering the abilities of the two trainers from the 11th Bureau. After all, the combat prowess of other Aura inspectors was already nearing the pinnacle achievable by humans. The fact that they could join the organization with their Pokémon indicated they were among the elite in the trainer community. This confrontation promised to be far more challenging than the previous Youth Beast competition. "All right, let me take you to meet the Yutao team," she said, and both began to anticipate the forthcoming Pokémon battle. This would be Lin Yan's inaugural battle upon joining the 11th Bureau, a true opportunity to showcase his abilities. Thus, he was fully prepared to engage his Gastly and its companions with all their might. Chapter 84. I am truly strong. After touring Chun Ku's mechanical room, Yi Qingyao did not continue the visit but headed straight to the training area within the 11th Bureau. This place was equipped with a myriad of training apparatuses, catering to both humans and Pokémon alike. The sight of such an array of training equipment made Lin Yan feel he had indeed arrived at the right place. He estimated that the advanced apparatus here would yield training results not inferior to the specialized training his Pokémon experienced in the wild. Merely the gravity chamber would cost a significant sum to access externally, yet here it was freely available, along with other large equipment sufficient to support the current training intensity of his Pokémon. Beyond the variety of equipment in the training area, this was undoubtedly the moment Lin Yan had seen the most members of the 11th Bureau. Among those currently training were 5 individuals, accompanied by 6 Pokémon. 3 men and 2 women were all engaged with the training devices. Yi Qingyao glanced around and cleared her throat. "Everyone, today we welcome a new member to the 11th Bureau, Lin Yan, a senior high school student." With her clear and bright voice, the 5 individuals promptly gathered around. Their curiosity was piqued not merely by the arrival of a newcomer, but by the capabilities of this high school student who had managed to join a top-tier organization operating on the edge of peril beyond the oversight of various nations. The man who appeared to lead stepped forward with confidence, followed closely by the others. "Yutao, congratulations on your team's safe return. Allow me to introduce Lin Yan, a member specially recruited by the boss." Yutao observed Lin Yan's slight stature with a hint of surprise. "Qingyao, do you think it's a bit early to bring him to the base?" Implicitly, Yutao seemed to assume that Lin Yan was merely a prospective Aura inspector and did not yet possess the authority to enter the 11th Bureau's base. Yi Qingyao understood the underlying implication and chuckled lightly. "Are you questioning the boss's decision? Do not be misled by his youth. He may very well emerge as the team leader in future inspection missions." This statement instantly aroused the curiosity of the 5. Lin Yan felt a bit apprehensive. Was it necessary to boast about himself right from the start? Though he acknowledged that his knowledge-based entry would make him a crucial member, mentioning leadership at this juncture seemed to impose an undue pressure. However, since Yi Qingyao had said so, Yutao found it inappropriate to press further. "Hello, I am Yutao, the captain of the 3rd Squad. These are my teammates, Jiang Xinxin, the vice-captain of the 3rd Squad, Li Mao, Yu Qi, and Zheng Wanyu." After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Qingyao wasted no time and directly proposed a friendly spar to foster relations with the new member. Yutao readily agreed to this suggestion, casting a curious glance at Lin Yan. "By the way, do you have any special skills, young brother?" "Special skills?" Lin Yan was somewhat taken aback. Before he could respond, Yi Qingyao elaborated. "He is an exceptional Pokémon tamer. Why not have Jiang Xinxin and Yu Qi engage him in a Pokémon battle?" Upon hearing this, Yutao turned to his teammates, who nodded in agreement, signaling their readiness. "All right, let us have them engage in a friendly spar," he stated. Seeing the agreement, Lin Yan focused his perceptive insight on the 6 Pokémon accompanying them. The most striking among them were 3 Battle-type Pokémon, a Machamp reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, an Alakazam possessing psychic and fighting dual attributes, and a Chimchar, one of the 3 starters from the Sinnoh region. The other 3 Pokémon leaned towards being tank types, a Torterra, resembling an armored elephant, a Turtwig with a small tree on its back, and a Metagross, one of the quasi-deities from the 3rd generation. Soon, the 7, along with their Pokémon, arrived at an arena constructed of high-density metal. While the area was not vast, it was more than adequate as a combat venue. Yu Qi, a member of Yutao's team, was the first to step onto the battlefield, accompanied by his Torterra, Turtwig, and Metagross. "Come on, young brother, let me be your first opponent." Yu Qi's appearance and demeanor mirrored that of his captured Pokémon. He appeared trustworthy and amiable. Lin Yan nodded, without hesitation. Stepping onto the arena, he retrieved 3 Ultra Balls from his pocket. With 3 flashes of red light, Gastly, Combuskin, and Boskage emerged onto the stage. Their appearance ignited interest among the onlookers below. These 3 Pokémon exuded an impressive aura, undoubtedly the result of exceptional training. Particularly, The presence of the ghost-type Gastly and the heavyweight Boskage added intrigue to the upcoming match. When Lin Yan had earlier used his insight to assess, he had noted the levels of the opposing Pokémon, Torterra at level 44, while the levels of the other two were 42 and 41. Although the opposing team held a slight advantage in levels, Lin Yan felt no trepidation. Upon learning their levels, he was convinced that victory in this battle was assured. After all, he had been immersed in the world of Pokémon for over 2 decades, far surpassing the knowledge and strategic skills of trainers who had merely begun their journey 2 years prior in this world. If he could not prevail against these trainers, he would hardly be worthy of the task of fostering a Pokémon renaissance. Once both sides were prepared, Lin Yan briefed Gastly and its companions about the upcoming battle, and they each focused intently on their opponents. In the 11th round, the vice-captain Jiang Xinxin stepped into the referee's area. "Are both trainers ready?" "I am ready." "I am as well." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinxin nodded. "All right. I hereby declare the Pokémon battle officially commenced." In an instant, the battle horn sounded. The two trainers immediately issued commands on the platform. Boshikadora, use Harden, followed by Iron Head on Dungjia. Gizatong, use Ambush on Metal Monster, then follow up with Shadow Ball. Right from the outset, Lin Yan commanded Gizatong to unleash its most potent offensive, striking with precision and cunning, seemingly intent on denying the opponent any chance to retaliate. In contrast, Yuchi's commands appeared somewhat clumsy. Considering his role was merely to act as a tank within the team, combat was not his strong suit, and he was primarily directing his 3 Pokémon to adopt defensive postures, while it seemed he aimed to build up for a counterattack. Lin Yan perceived that Yuchi utterly misunderstood the strengths of his 3 Pokémon. Although developing them as tanks was not inherently flawed, it inadvertently constrained their potential. Both Metal Monster and Dungjia, capable of direct combat, were being wasted on a tanking strategy by Yuchi, which squandered their innate talents. Were Lin Yan to train them? He was confident he could ensure that Yuchi's Pokémon would be utilized effectively in battle rather than solely as shields. As the battle commenced, Lin Yan's proactive strategy led to the completion of his first round of attacks. Gizatong's initial ambush caught Metal Monster off guard. Though it did not result in an instant knockout, the dark energy behind the attack struck a critical blow. Simultaneously, Lizhung and Boshikadora executed their harden and charge moves, leading into the second round of attacks from Lin Yan's Pokémon. This time, Lizhung's concentrated Fire Blast directly targeted the defensively positioned Dungjia, resulting in devastating damage due to type advantages and concentrated fire. Next, the ground shook with the thunderous footsteps of Boshikadora as it surged toward Dungjia with astonishing speed. The sheer velocity of this heavyweight Pokémon momentarily stunned Yuchi. Before he could issue a timely command, a deafening crash echoed as Boshikadora's sharp horn sent Dungjia flying. Whether in speed or sheer mass, Boshikadora showcased its true prowess. With a single blow, it felled the level 42 Dungjia. The spectators were left in disbelief, as Lin Yan's Pokémon dismantled their preconceived notions about a trainer's capabilities. In their minds, encounters with such formidable Pokémon were reserved for the wild. They had never witnessed a trainer capable of nurturing such entities. Amid their astonishment, the battle raged on. Aside from the swiftly defeated Dungjia, the Dungjia that had suffered from Lizhung's Fire Blast was nearing its limit, its legs trembling as it attempted to evade. Yet, its cumbersome body rendered it incapable of escaping Lizhung's onslaught. Meanwhile, Metal Monster could not assist Dungjia, as Gizatong's elusive Shadow Balls kept it preoccupied, unable to extricate itself to support its teammate. Moreover, Metal Monster had already been hit by Gizatong's ambush, the dark energy imbued with a unique neurotoxin, compounded by multiple Shadow Balls, bringing the friendly match to a near conclusion. In merely a minute, the outcome of the battle on the platform became glaringly evident. Yuchi's countenance fell. He could hardly fathom that his prideful defensive strategy had crumbled before his opponent. It was a total collapse, an overwhelming defeat as his team was literally obliterated in the battle. The 3 Pokémon demonstrated to the members of the 11th round what it meant to be nurtured by a top-tier trainer. With the battle came contrast. Even Lin Yan himself could not suppress his astonishment at the explosive power of Gizatong and its companions. "I am indeed formidable." With Dungjia dispatched and Dungjia unable to recover from the type disadvantage, Metal Monster found itself ensnared by Gizatong's spectral agility and relentless attacks. Gizatong and company effectively concluded the friendly match with overwhelming strength, significantly altering the members' perceptions of a typical trainer's capabilities. As Jiang Xinxin, the referee, stood in stunned silence. Her mouth agape, she recognized the strength of Yuchi's Pokémon. It was inconceivable that they could be so easily overwhelmed. Chapter 85. The Fatal Weakness of All Trainers. Daika, Shu, Dola, Victory. The three Pokémon were in peak form, their triumph igniting their spirits. Captain Yu Tao was the first to regain his composure, standing beside Yi Qingyao with an approving expression. A commendable young man. The boss's judgment remains as discerning as ever. This young brother must have only recently captured his Pokémon, yet he has already bested Yu Qi from our team. His potential for joining our 11th round is indeed limitless. Half and half, perhaps. Oh, what do you mean? Actually, he did not join the 11th round based on battle prowess, but rather his extensive knowledge of various Pokémon. Ah, so you mean he should be categorized as a researcher? That seems to be the case. Witnessing Lin Yan's prowess as a trainer left Yi Qingyao unable to settle her thoughts. She had initially assumed Lin Yan's knowledge of Pokémon was merely extraordinary, yet she was taken aback by the magnitude of his strength. With the first friendly battle concluded, Yu Qi resignedly accepted the reality of his defeat. Impressive, brother. You came in strong and toppled my partners right away. I dare say, with the strength of your three Pokémon, you would have no trouble entering a mid-tier secret realm expedition. You flatter me. They simply have richer combat experience and gain the initiative. Your Pokémon are quite impressive as well, though Lin Yan's humble response bore elements of mutual flattery. It was undeniable that Yu Qi's three Pokémon ranked among the stronger entities in the current trainer community. Otherwise, he would not have been able to join the 11th round. Yu Qi awkwardly nodded, retrieving his incapacitated Pokémon and discreetly stepping down from the platform. However, upon descending, he learned from Yu Tao that Lin Yan's strength was not derived from combat, but rather from his credentials as a researcher in the 11th round, which left Yu Qi feeling even more disheartened. The humiliation came swiftly, and Jiang Xinxin in the referee's area could hardly maintain her composure. She was filled with a fervor for battle, determined to restore Yu Qi's honor and not allow the newcomer to belittle him. Alongside her, the three Pokémon observing from the sidelines were equally incensed. They could not tolerate their companion being crushed and were resolute in reclaiming their honor. Feeling the intense gazes filled with fighting spirit, Lin Yan and Gizatong stood their ground, unwilling to retreat even a step, silently awaiting their opponents. Lin Yan, since Yu Qi's Pokémon are no match for yours, let my partners have a go. Upon hearing Jiang Xinxin's challenge, Lin Yan readily accepted. He was eager to ascertain the true capabilities of Gizatong and its companions, for their strength was not merely reflected in their levels. Only through challenging stronger foes could their true combat prowess be revealed. Very well. I welcome your challenge. As the words fell, under the gaze of the other five, Jiang Xinxin and her Pokémon stepped onto the stage simultaneously, their eyes firmly fixed on Jengar's. Shall we take a break? Or continue directly? No. Let us begin right away. Instantly, the atmosphere between the two shifted dramatically as they entered a combat state. In mutual anticipation, they seemed to share a silent understanding. Issuing commands in unison. Infernape, use Flamethrower. Jengar, unleash Sludge Bomb. The battle erupted, with 6 Pokémon engaged in a fierce clash on the stage. The explosive sounds echoed, illustrating the intensity of the conflict. Compared to Yuechi's trio of Pokémon, Jiang Xinxin's creatures clearly leaned towards an aggressive strategy, launching a direct confrontation from the outset. Yet, it was precisely this head-on approach that led Lin Yan to discern his opponent's critical flaw. This flaw was not exclusive to Jiang Xinxin. Yuechi had similarly exhibited it earlier. A shared weakness among all trainers in this world. It stemmed from a fundamental misunderstanding of their Pokémon's potential development and the most effective nurturing methods. Take Jiang Xinxin's Infernape, for instance. While it appeared to unleash flames hot enough to melt anything, it was fundamentally a close combat powerhouse, with long-range attacks merely being one of its tactics. Relying solely on that ranged ability would prevent it from realizing its full potential, much like a warrior with formidable long-range skills who neglects to cultivate their melee capabilities. This oversight extended beyond Infernape. Jiang Xinxin also failed to identify the true roles of her Gallade and Conkeldurr, miscasting one as a nimble assassin and the other as a frontline tank. Such misallocation of their strengths led her down an erroneous path of training, rendering any strategic combination or tactical execution moot. Though they often accompanied Jiang Xinxin into secret realms for battles and displayed occasional brilliance, these moments, in Lin Yan's eyes, were akin to a mirror riddled with flaws. After just 2 rounds of confrontation, he had already discovered a path to victory. As the second round concluded, the 6 Pokémon stood facing each other on the stage, awaiting their trainer's next commands. Recognizing the opponent's deficiencies, Lin Yan decisively issued his directives. Jengar, execute a surprise attack on Infernape, followed by Shadow Punch. Conkeldurr, use Flamethrower to encircle it, preventing any escape. Bastiodon, unleash Metal Sound. With that, the third round of battle commenced, and Jiang Xinxin swiftly responded. She directed Infernape towards Gallade. attempting to leverage their combined strength against the isolated Jengar. However, she seemed oblivious to Lin Yan's primary target for this round. While focusing on Jengar, she completely neglected the Conkeldurr, now surrounded by flames from Conkeldurr's attack. As Jengar infiltrated the back line, its surprise attack struck Infernape, followed by a swift shadow punch to the face, inflicting considerable damage. Yet, it simultaneously found itself within the attack range of both Infernape and Gallade. Since Lin Yan had last officially revealed Ghost-type Pokémon, Jiang Xinxian had developed a modest understanding of Jengar's physical immunity. She vaguely recalled that Gallade possessed a move called Psycho Cut that could hit it. Without hesitation, she commanded Gallade to utilize Psycho Cut, only to underestimate Jengar's speed. Coupled with Bastiodon's metal sound, the backline Pokémon were utterly unable to counter Jengar's advance. Consequently, Conkeldurr, blocked by the fiery barrier, could only remain stationary, anxiously anticipating incoming attacks. In the next moment, Lin Yan tilted his head, giving Bastiodon a knowing glance. It immediately comprehended, charging from the side towards the flame-encircled Conkeldurr. The lingering echoes of metal sound rendered the chaotic arena noise too loud for Conkeldurr to discern the direction of the incoming assault, and it was struck by Bastiodon's hardened head from the left side. The tremendous force was akin to a runaway stallion, akin to an enraged bull in the arena, obliterating Conkeldurr in a single blow. Conkeldurr's blind defense proved futile, rendering it the first Pokémon to lose its fighting capability on stage. At this point, the outcome of the match was all but decided. In the ensuing battles, Lin Yan easily directed Jengar and the others towards victory, having secured 2 consecutive triumphs. The spectators below the stage were filled with admiration for Jengar's prowess. Yet, were Jengar's victories truly a testament to strength? If Lin Yan caught wind of such thoughts, he would undoubtedly refute them. No, Jengar's victories did not stem from brute strength, but rather from their profound understanding of each Pokémon's purpose, their nurturing, and how to unleash their full potential in battle. This was the crux of their success today. Conversely, while trainers in this realm seem to have begun grasping their Pokémon's abilities, they merely scratched the surface, knowing only their types and some general skills. To truly attain the level of understanding Lin Yan possessed regarding Pokémon, it would take a decade, if not 2, of development. Without such growth, the emergence of exceptional trainers in this world was nearly impossible. If any did exist, it would only be those who had captured inherently strong Pokémon with exceptional battle instincts, entirely independent of their trainers. However, such cases were exceedingly rare. After all, if a trainer lacked the capability, how could powerful Pokémon respect them? Much like how Pokémon sought growth and progress, if a trainer could not offer such development, most Pokémon would be unwilling to follow a human trainer. This was why many trainers in today's world struggled to command the Pokémon they captured. They would even flee from trainers who could not facilitate their growth. Ultimately, Lin Yan recalled Jengar and the others, gaining a deeper insight into the shortcomings of trainers in this world. It appeared that his efforts in promoting training would need to intensify. Otherwise, with such opponents, there would be little opportunity for personal challenge. Thus, without a genuine advancement in the overall strength of trainers, Jengar would have to seek battles with wild Pokémon. Chapter 86. The upcoming battle of the Twin Gods. After witnessing 2 Pokémon battles, Yi Qingyao beneath the stage appeared somewhat flustered. What the heck? Why is this guy so formidable? Oh no, Yu Tao and the others must think I brought him here to sabotage the event. There's no explaining this. At this moment, Yi Qingyao's mind was in turmoil, her abdomen quivering slightly, her brows furrowing in confusion. The intent to shun someone could not be concealed. Feeling the gaze of Yu Tao's team around her, she did not need to employ any special abilities to sense their thoughts. It was evident they were blaming her. In this situation, she needed to leave promptly. No, she must run. Just as Lin Yan recalled Jengar, before anyone else could speak, a scowling Yi Qingyao whispered, Lin Yan, I just received a message from the boss. He wants us to come over right away. Now. So urgent. Do not ask further. The boss's anger is quite terrifying. Let us hasten away, Tao. You all continue. We shall take our leave first. With that, Yi Qingyao turned and walked towards the door, and Lin Yan had no choice but to follow closely behind. As they neared the exit, Yu Tao, with a stern expression, forced a smile and remarked, This young man has some potential. I look forward to your performance in Division 11. Qingyao, I had initially intended for us to engage in some friendly sparring to strengthen our camaraderie, but that will have to wait for another time. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingyao, who had just stepped out with her left foot, felt a chill run down her spine. It seemed that animosity had already been established. Lin Yan, sensing something amiss, realized that his earlier 2 battles had left them without an avenue for retreat, which was far from ideal, prompting him to hastily follow Yi Qingyao out. A moment later, the two took the elevator back to the refuse yard outside. Once in the car, Lin Yan, feeling somewhat guilty, said, "Qingyao, did I seem a bit too much earlier? They won't hold any grudges against me, will they?" "Not likely. At worst, I might receive a beating from you, Tao." Yi Qingyao replied, a hint of bitterness in her smile. She regretted allowing Lin Yan to participate in the battles. Her intention was merely to broaden this arrogant fellow's horizons. But it had backfired spectacularly. "Oh, that is a relief." After exchanging a few casual remarks, they drove towards the inner third ring. The time was now 6 in the evening, and Yi Qingyao departed after dropping Lin Yan off at the hotel. Upon entering the hotel, a familiar voice echoed from the lounge area. "Lin Yan, I've finally been waiting for you." Turning towards the voice, Lin Yan was slightly taken aback upon recognizing the speaker. "Huo Bufan, you are looking for me?" Huo Bufan, seated on the sofa, stood up and nodded. "Yes, I do have something to discuss with you. But this place does not seem suitable for conversation. Would it be convenient to talk in your room?" "Of course, no problem. Soon." The two took the elevator to the presidential suite. Once inside, Huo Bufan retrieved the test paper Lin Yan had completed earlier from his folder. From this action, Lin Yan deduced that Hua had come to seek clarification regarding his responses. "I apologize for bothering you at such a late hour. To be brief, I primarily came to discuss the final question you answered. Could you elaborate on how you are so certain about the attributes and characteristics of the Pokémon depicted in the last 2 murals? This information is crucial for our current research." The fervent intensity in Huo Bufan's eyes revealed his relentless pursuit of the truth. Lin Yan had no reason to refuse. He pondered for a moment before replying. "Regarding this matter, I must be candid. I would first like to know how far your research has progressed." Taken aback by the counter-question, Huo Bufan conceded, "Very well. Since you are now part of Division 11, there is no harm in sharing. The final question on that test was something I inadvertently included, but I did not expect you to provide such detailed answers. You were correct about the first mythical creature. It indeed refers to the being that descended upon the kingdom of Sunflower 2 years ago. We have detected that it possesses both dragon and flying type energies, with its power equivalent to the explosive energy of over 1,000 nuclear bombs. It can be considered the strongest Pokémon ever to emerge on Blue Star. After its attack on Tokyo, it has not been seen again. According to our investigations, it currently resides in the ozone layer outside the atmosphere. It appears to have no intention of attacking cities again, but given the threat it poses to humanity, we have maintained surveillance. Fortunately, it remains relatively stable. However, during a recent exploration of a secret relic, other members of Division 11 discovered that there are likely 2 more Pokémon of mythical power alongside it, represented in the murals. We also found 3 stones at that site. One of the stones, upon examination, exhibited terrifying energy, identical to that of the mythical creature that descended upon the kingdom of Sunflower. Thus, we can infer that the other 2 stones and the murals indicate the existence of 2 more mythical beings. Subsequent analyses confirmed that the attributes of the stones align with your descriptions. One possesses ground-type energy, while the other harbors water-type energy. To prevent a repeat of the incident in the Kingdom of Sunflower, Division 11 has resolved to locate these 2 mythical beings ahead of time. However, after over half a year of searching, we have found no clues regarding their whereabouts. Until your recent appearance brought forth new leads, this is all we know, and I kindly request you to share everything you are aware of. Once Huo Bufan finished speaking, Lin Yan suddenly heard a voice from the system in his mind. "Beep. Host is about to acquire the 3 divine stones. Task: 3 divine beasts has been activated. Type: on New Year's Day 2 years from now. Groudon and Kyogre will awaken simultaneously. Their emergence will spark an unprecedented dual deity battle. The host must summon Rayquaza within 2 years, gain its approval, and prevent this dual deity battle. Reward: 3,000 luck points. Rayquaza Mega Evolution Stone. Whoa. A dual deity battle? Gaining Rayquaza's approval within 2 years? Lin Yan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that today's test would lead to the revelation of a dual deity battle, which was far more thrilling than the emergence of Suicun. After all, the Rayquaza that awoke years ago could obliterate half of Tokyo in just 10 minutes. If Groudon and Kyogre truly clashed in the real world, the destruction would far exceed that of the Tokyo incident. The mere thought of the impending devastation sent shivers down Lin Yan's spine, prompting him to take a deep breath. Yet, the crux of preventing this dual deity battle lay in whether he could earn Rayquaza's approval. That was the paramount issue. 2 years? Lin Yan murmured to himself. What 2 years? Oh, nothing. After their conversation, Lin Yan deliberated seriously. Ultimately, he chose not to disclose all the information regarding Groudon and Kyogre to Huo Bufan. After all, Even if Division 11 managed to locate them within 2 years, it would be impossible to avert a clash between two level 1 deities. It would ultimately depend on Rayquaza's strength. As the saying goes, one must use deities to defeat deities. Fortunately, Lin Yan merely reiterated the answers on the paper to deflect further inquiry without revealing too much about the two Pokémon. This left Wholesome somewhat disappointed. He sensed that Lin Yan was withholding something from him, but since the latter was unwilling to divulge more, he chose not to press the matter further. As he left, Wholesome cast a lingering gaze at Lin Yan, who had already begun to formulate his next plans. Chapter 87. Locking in the Azure Electric Plains. After seeing Wholesome off, Lin Yan returned to the sofa, lost in thought. 2 years was neither a short nor a long time, but how was he to gain Rayquaza's approval? Was it necessary to defeat it? Reflecting on the horrifying scenes from when Rayquaza devastated Tokyo, Lin Yan quickly dismissed that idea. After all, no matter how hard he worked over the next 2 years, it would be impossible to defeat a level 1 deity like Rayquaza, unless he could unseal the mythical egg that was sealed. Perhaps he could rely on the powers of the 3 sacred beasts, Ho-Oh, or Lugia, to participate in the battle among deities. It seemed he must first complete the preceding task. He needed to hasten to enhance his strength. Lin Yan thought to himself. Glancing at the time, he noted that the Pokémon League set to be held on New Year's Day was only about 2 months away. He would undoubtedly need to attend, as 8 capable trainers would be selected to serve as gym leaders. This marks the inaugural step toward aligning the contemporary Pokémon system, a task that necessitates personal involvement. Furthermore, after selecting the 8 gym trainers, Lin Yan has another matter to announce amidst the fervor of this competition, an unalterable opportunity. Consequently, he has merely 2 months remaining to seek out NDI and Reiko. During this time, he must also conduct specialized training for Gengar and its companions to enhance their capabilities, and venture into secret realms, leaving him with no choice but to remain within his own country, at most visiting the Cobalt Electric Plains of the Dragon Country. Regardless of whether Reiko is indeed present there, Lin Yan resolves that he must make a journey before the Pokémon League commences. As for other secret realms, they will have to be planned for after the new year. Thus, it is tentatively decided, the Cobalt Electric Plains, a medium-level secret realm. Today, Chi-Yu from Unit 11 mentioned that Gengar and its companions are now capable of tackling medium-level secret realms. However, it is likely that he referred to a team venture. Attempting to go alone would necessitate further enhancement of their skills. Therefore, he will allocate ample time to utilize the upcoming month to bolster Gengar and its companions, aiming to elevate Gengar to level 45, ensuring that Torchic reaches level 40 before evolving into Blaziken, and that Swampert surpasses level 45. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan establishes his training objectives for the next month, wherein he will conduct specialized training at the Unit 11 base. Once the training is complete, he will set sail for the Cobalt Electric Plains on December 1st, ready to encounter electric-type Pokémon in the medium-level secret realm. With his resolve firmly in place, Lin Yan anticipates commencing the specialized training for Gengar and its companions the following day. The next morning, a text message laden with misfortune shattered the stillness of his room. What the? Unit 11 is indeed affluent. A sum of 2,000 Dragon Country coins had been deposited. Staring at the figure on his phone, Lin Yan's pupils dilated in astonishment. This could not have come at a more opportune moment. Although he harbored some trepidation regarding the potential for corruption involving Unit 11, the funds were precisely what he needed to enhance Gengar and its companion strength. While Lin Yan could have sought assistance from Yu Haitao regarding finances, he refrained, considering that the Dawn Group was still in its nascent stages of rapid development. It is said that for a company to expand globally, substantial initial investment is indispensable. Thus, to avoid causing Yu Haitao any inconvenience, he opted not to draw funds from the Dawn Group. However, with this 2,000 coins, his immediate financial woes regarding training resources were alleviated. To achieve significant breakthroughs for Gengar and its companions within a month, aside from specialized training, nutritional supplements are equally vital. Therefore, he decided to vacate his room and procure a month's worth of nutritional supplements, while also scouting for any suitable items, and then reside directly at Unit 11's secret base, which he had heard from Yin Lao posed no issues. With this resolve, Lin Yan quickly packed and checked out of his room. Yet, upon exiting the hotel and gazing at the bustling streets, he found himself momentarily stunned. Where should he procure the supplements? Realizing his unfamiliarity with the capital city, Lin Yan fell into contemplation, deciding that he would need to inquire with Yi Qingyao. After a moment's thought, he dialed her number. "All right, I understand. Wait for me at the hotel entrance. I will be there shortly. Thank you." After ending the call, It wasn't long before a striking red sports car appeared at the hotel entrance. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Yan scratched his head in exasperation. Qingyao, I apologize for troubling you again. I'm truly uncertain where to purchase supplies. Do you have any recommendations? Well, I can suggest 2 locations. The first is Dijing Street, where various Pokémon-related items are sold. However, it's somewhat chaotic, and those unfamiliar with Pokémon training may easily be deceived. The second is the headquarters of the Exotic Beast Association, where you can directly consult the leader. After all, you are now part of Unit 11. Whatever you need, he can assist you. While it won't be free, the prices and quality will surely be more favorable than what you would find elsewhere. Well, that settles it. Lin Yan replied without hesitation. Let's head to the Exotic Beast Association. I also have something to discuss with him. Great. With that, the two wasted no more time and drove straight to the Exotic Beast Association. Moments later, they arrived once again at Chen Yanfei's office. As a member of Unit 11, Lin Yan found Chen Yanfei generous with his resources, procuring the most effective supplements for Jengar and its companions. The total resources for 1 month, valued at no less than 800 Dragon Country coins in the market, were secured from Chen Yanfei for just 500, a significant saving for Lin Yan. After finalizing these arrangements, the three engaged in casual conversation. By the way, Lin Yan, I presume you amassed all these supplies for training your Pokémon. Yesterday, I heard from Tao about your prowess, which surprised me. However, I just learned from Qingyao that you intend to head to the Cobalt Electric Plains in a month. Lin Yan did not shy away from this inquiry, as he was indeed resolute in his plans. That's correct. I plan to depart promptly on December 1st. Would you like me to arrange for some teammates to accompany you? Not at this time. I plan to venture alone, as it is merely a medium-level secret realm. After expressing his intent to undertake this journey solo, Lin Yan noticed a contemplative look cross Chen Yanfei's face. Let me think. Going alone to a medium-level secret realm can indeed be perilous. Although Tao has mentioned your strength, you should be aware of the mortality rates within Unit 11. I remain apprehensive about you going alone. We can discuss this later. I cannot help but worry about your safety, especially since I recall your primary battle Pokémon is a ghost type, correct? Tonight, the Golden Dragon Hotel in the capital is hosting an auction featuring an item infused with ghost type energy. I recommend you take a look. An item infused with ghost type energy? Indeed.